Supreme God Emperor Chapter 807 to Chapter 864. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin I am not willing. However, Wuji Ao Tian finally thought of something. There was an irreparable crack between Luan Dongsong and Yu Huiran. If they were to work together again, their team would not be as tight as before. If they continued fighting, Yu Huiran might turn around and attack Luan Dongsong. Luan Dongsong might attack Yu Huiran too. The two of them would not be able to go all out to deal with the enemy. It was very likely that they would suffer irreparable losses. Such irreparable losses would lead to defeat. Retreat. In the end, Wuji Ao Tian opened his mouth and said that. Retreat, retreat, everyone was stunned. Almost all the martial artists from the 10 major small worlds had gathered here. They had worked hard for half a day and lost a lot of people, but in the end they were told to retreat. No matter who it was, they would not be able to accept it. What can we do if we don't retreat? Wuji Ao Tian looked at them and said angrily, which one of you can get information from Mu Yun? Mu Qingyu is not here, and you spent so much time to get rid of Mu Yun. Now, you want to kill Mu Yun? Are you dreaming? Hearing Wuji Ao Tian's words, everyone immediately reacted. Wuji Ao Tian was right. They no longer had a chance. Not to mention Mu Yun's current strength, just Mu Qingyu and the devouring Sky Tiger were enough to make them suffer. No one could predict what kind of damage an immortal beast could cause. A mighty extermination operation. The 5 major small worlds had attacked. Although it was not their full strength, they had gathered most of their top experts. Yet, it ended just like that. This result made everyone gasp in amazement. Luan Dongsong Hen, but no matter how much he hated it, he could not do anything. Yu Huiran, Fang Tongkong, and Du Wanshan were also secretly angry. Wait. However, at that moment, a shout was heard. The voice came from Mu Yun. Seeing that the 5 major small worlds were about to retreat, Mu Yun shouted, "Everyone, you are here today to know the location of the other 2 secret areas. Now, I, Mu Yun, am willing to tell you." Hearing this, the crowd burst into an uproar. After going one big round, Mu Yun was unwilling to say it before, but now, she was willing to say it. What was going on? Hearing this, the cultivators from the 5 small worlds who were about to leave stopped in their tracks. Brat, are you trying to trick us? Fang Tongkong looked at Mu Yun. The threat was self-evident. Mu Yun chuckled and said, "Fool you? If I'm fooling you, even if my father is by my side every day, it's not impossible for you to kill me." Hearing this, Fang Tongkong's face turned red. Yes, King Geese and Battle Cloud Peak couldn't help Mu Yun forever. If the 5 of them worked together, Mu Qingyu alone would not be able to stop them. Would you be so kind? Yu Huiran snorted. Exactly. Luan Dongsong, Du Wanshan, and the others obviously didn't believe it either. Mu Yun did not speak. Instead, it was Wu Jiaoyan who stepped forward. He looked at Mu Yun and said with a smile, "Alliance Master Mu, tell me, what are your conditions? You live up to your reputation as the strongest person in the small worlds." Mu Yun looked at Wu Jiaoyan and said with a smile, "I don't need anything. As long as you take out something of equivalent value in exchange, I will tell you where it is." Something of equivalent value in exchange? The first secret treasure is under Blood Slaughter Island, deep under the sea. Under the mud is Heavenly Venerable Bitter Sea's Bitter Heaven Palace. I think you won't be able to find it even if you search the entire small world. I think you might have already searched the 2nd and 3rd secret treasures, but there was no news of them. If you want to find them, you will have to spend hundreds of years and turn the entire small world upside down. However, Huowu from the Fire Nether race can't wait that long. Brat, don't talk nonsense here. If you want to say it, say it. Fang Tongkong said impatiently. If you don't want to hear it, you can get lost. I'm not stopping you. Mu Yun snorted as she looked at Fang Tongkong. Fang Tongkong was furious when he was told to get lost by a junior. However, he really couldn't do anything to Mu Yun now. The temptation of the secret treasure was too great. Stop talking. Wu Jiaoyan also said unhappily. He finally understood what Mu Yun meant. Previously, they had mobilized a large force and didn't take Mu Yun seriously. They wanted to directly interrogate her, but Mu Yun was unwilling to say anything even if she was beaten to death. Now, Mu Yun already had the strength to negotiate with them. Therefore, she was willing to negotiate with them seriously here. Wu Jiaoyan smiled bitterly when he thought of the dignity that Mu Yun had mentioned. Mu Yun's dignity was probably referring to this. If people respect me, I will return the favor tenfold. If he had negotiated with Mu Yun properly and paid a certain price, this battle probably wouldn't have happened at all. Both sides would be happy. Alliance leader Mu, tell us your request. It's simple. Mu Yun smiled and said, 20 billion supreme-grade spiritual crystals each, or divine weapons and herbs that are equivalent to 20 billion supreme-grade spiritual crystals. I welcome them all. 20 billion in exchange for 2, wrong. It's 1, not 2. Mu Yun interrupted them directly, 20 billion supreme-grade spiritual crystals in exchange for the information of a secret treasure. I can tell you clearly that the location of the secret treasure is exactly the same. Hearing this, the supremacies felt that they had been fooled. Previously, Mu Yun had only sold the information of the Bitter Heaven Palace for 10 billion supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Now, she wanted 20 billion. It was simply drinking blood. However, even though they knew that Mu Yun wanted to drink their blood, they had no choice but to give it to her. 20 billion supreme-grade spiritual crystals, I'll give it to you. Wu Jiaoyan didn't even blink as he threw out 2 space rings. Mu Yun took the rings, checked them, and smiled. Sect Leader Do, Senior Diwen, take these 20 billion supreme-grade spiritual crystals as my gratitude. Thank you for your help. Mu Yun gave the 2 rings to the 2 of them without hesitation. 10 billion supreme-grade spiritual crystals could be said to be all the wealth of a weaker small world. They might not even be able to gather enough. This was a huge sum of money, but Mu Yun gave it to the 2 of them just like that. Where's the news? Wu Jiaoyan asked. Here. Mu Yun waved her hand, and it was a map. Boundless Proud Heaven grabbed the map in his hand and opened it. However, when he saw the markings on the map, he frowned. It's really here? It's absolutely true. Mu Yun nodded again and said, Blood Slaughter Island. I didn't know where the Bitter Heaven Palace was by accident. It's the same for this ruin. I understand. Wu Jiaoyan put away the map and turned around without saying a word. He led the people from Wuji Small World and left. Here. Yu Huiran gritted his teeth and took out 2 infinite space rings. Mu Yun took the infinite space rings and Yu Huiran took a look at the map. He frowned and left without saying a word. Seeing Wu Jiaoyan and Yu Huiran's expressions, Du Wanshan and Fang Tongkong were completely confused. What was going on? Wuji Small World and Magic Jade Small World could easily take out 20 billion supreme-grade spiritual crystals. These 2 small worlds, together with Holy Light Small World, could be said to be the big shots of the Alliance of Small Worlds. They were rich and fearless. However, they were different. Besides Celestial Treasure Small World, no one would care about 20 billion supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Especially Fang Tongkong. When he was scheming, Fang Huitian was killed and he spat out 10 billion supreme-grade spiritual crystals. In addition to the 10 billion he spent to buy the news of the Bitter Heaven Palace. He had already taken out 20 billion supreme-grade spiritual crystals. However, he knew that 20 billion was not enough to buy the news from Wu Jiaoyan and Yu Huiran. If he bought it from them, he would only lose more and increase the strength of the 2 small worlds for no reason. I'll take 1. Me too. Give me 1 too. In the blink of an eye, Luan Dongsong, Fang Tongkong, and Du Wanshan all nodded. Mu Yun's hands were instantly filled with 8 infinite space rings. 80 billion supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Seeing this, Mu Yun could not help but sigh. Compared to the 10 great small worlds, the pale yellow small world was far behind in terms of martial arts strength and economic strength. Although the 5 great small worlds were reluctant to part with 80 billion supreme-grade spiritual crystals, they could still afford it. If it was the pale yellow small world, it would be impossible for them to do so. When the 3 honorables received the map, they could not wait to open it. However, when they saw the location marked on the map, they were instantly stunned. It's actually here. Fang Tongkong immediately frowned. He frowned again. At this moment, Mo Jialuan, Miao Qing, and Xianxia were already itching for the honorable's frowns. I'll take one too. Mo Jialuan stood up and looked at Mu Yun. Sorry, not for sale. However, looking at Mo Jialuan, Mu Yun waved her hand and said. Not for sale, Mo Jialuan frowned. I'm willing to pay 30 billion supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Sorry, I won't sell it even if you pay 100 billion. Mu Yun said firmly. Why? Mu Yun looked at Mo Jialuan and said coldly, there's no reason. If you insist on a reason, it's because I don't want to sell it to the giant demons. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Mo Jialuan's face turned pale. Miaoqing and Xianxia did not speak either. They understood what Mu Yun meant. In the face of the threat to the Blood Alliance, the three great small worlds had stood aside and watched. Now, Mu Yun had no intention of befriending them. That was indeed what Mu Yun meant. Putting aside the holy light small world, he did not have much interaction with Xianxia. However, Master Miaoqing was the one who had saved Miao Xianyu and Mo Jialuan from the giant demon small world. Putting aside the fact that he had saved Mo Fan, he had also returned the 5 billion she had spent to buy information about the Suffering Heaven Palace. He had treated these two great small worlds as his allies. But at the critical moment, these two allies had easily abandoned him for the sake of their interests. Since that was the case, there was no point in pretending to be friendly with them. Senior Diwen, Sect Master Do, please keep these two maps. As Mu Yun spoke, she handed the two maps to the two of them. This? Do Yunfeng said nervously, I originally wanted to repay your kindness on behalf of Tiandu and Luoxue, but this way, it seems that my small world of battle armors owes you even more. Senior is too polite. Mu Yun cupped his hands and said, if someone respects me, I will return the favor tenfold. A drop of water will be repaid with a spring. I, Mu Yun, am a man of my word. If the small world of battle armor needs anything in the future, the Blood Alliance will do our best to help. Good. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Do Yunfeng laughed and said, Kid, it seems that I, Do Yunfeng, have chosen the right person. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. The mighty Blood Alliance. Seeing Do Yunfeng laughing, Mo Jialuan and Miaoqing could not bring themselves to be happy. At the same time, Mo Fan, Miao Xianyu, and the rest were both angry and amused. They were angry at their seniors for scheming against them, but they were happy that Mu Yun had resolved the issue. Master is still the same master. Miao Xianyu chuckled. Xianyu, aren't you worried that Mu Yun will be unhappy with you because of this? Miao Lingyu asked again. He won't. Miao Xianyu said confidently, because I'm his disciple. He knows. At the same time, Mu Yun turned around and looked at Mingyue Xin. Thank you for today. I didn't help you much. Mingyue Xin was still cold. He turned around and was about to leave. 10 billion supreme spiritual crystals and a map. Choose one. I don't like to owe others. Mu Yun suddenly said. Hearing this, Mingyue Xin's body froze. Map. He flipped his palm and a suction force appeared. A map fell into Mingyue Xin's hand. Mingyu did not even look back as she left. Seeing that, Miaoqing and Mo Jialuan were even more furious. If they had known that this would happen, they would not have stopped Miao Xianyu and Mo Fan from helping Mu Yun. Perhaps they could have gotten a map for free. Now, they did not get anything. Instead, their relationship with Mu Yun had become strained. On the other hand, Xianxia had paid the smallest price for Mingyue Xian's help, but he had gained the most. After a great battle, the Blood Alliance was about to fall apart. However, because of Mu Qingyu's arrival, it turned into a deal. However, the one who gained the most from this deal was Mu Yun. Not only did she receive 80 billion supreme spiritual crystals, but she also deepened her relationship with Di Wen and Do Yunfeng. Moreover, the members of the Blood Alliance stood on the wall and watched the show. They did not lose anything. Mu Yun, on the other hand, became the ultimate beneficiary. Mo Jialuan and Miaoqing couldn't stay on Fallen Soul Island any longer. They had to think of a way to get the map as soon as possible. Soon, the several thousand life and death realm martial artists in front of the Blood Alliance laughed. The Blood Alliance is mighty, the Alliance Master is mighty. The Blood Alliance is mighty, the Alliance Master is mighty. The Blood Alliance is mighty, the Alliance Master is mighty. In an instant, there were earth-shattering shouts above the entire Blood Alliance. At this moment, even the sea shook and roared. This shout came from the bottom of his heart. Today, when everyone saw several thousand life and death experts, they all felt that death was inevitable. Who would have thought that today, not only would the Alliance army of the Five Small Worlds be completely defeated, but Mu Yun would also make the Five Small Worlds cough up 20 billion supreme-grade spiritual crystals, a total of 80 billion top-grade spiritual crystals. The entire Pale Yellow Small World did not have that many supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Mu Yun's actions simply overturned all of their understanding. What was strength? Wuji Small World, Wuji Outyin, the number one person in the Small Thousand World, was enough to be called strong. Which of the 10 great venerables was not strong, but in the end, they still obediently paid the spiritual crystals to buy the information. Strong? Strong when faced with strong, looking at the people behind him, Mu Yun smiled bitterly in his heart. Today was too dangerous. If his father did not come with the devouring sky tiger, it would be too difficult to dispel these people's thoughts of leaving. Kid, you're really, as your son, mooching you, I can't embarrass you. Mu Yun chuckled, looked at the people behind him, and waved his hand. Everyone. As Mu Yun spoke, everyone gradually quieted down. Today, we saw that in the eyes of others, our Blood Alliance and our Pale Yellow Small World are just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. We were bullied and humiliated without any dignity. Why? Mu Yun shouted, why is the once famous Pale Yellow Small World being freely entered by other small worlds today, and we can only passively defend? Today, we did defend. But that's all. What else can we do? If they come again in the future, what should we do? Kill them. Someone in the crowd shouted. Kill them. Kill them. Immediately, the earth-shattering shouts caused the entire earth to tremble and howl. Kill them. Mu Yun shouted in a low voice, and the supremacy extermination sword slashed out. That sword was like a rainbow, and it shot straight into the sky. Boom, suddenly, a path was cut out of the sea on the beach. That path stretched for thousands of meters, and there was no end in sight. At this moment, everyone's blood was ignited, and Mu Yun was no exception. What was the purpose of martial cultivation, immortality? Leaving a name for eternity? To control everything, no matter what it was for, it was to have a heart that wanted to become stronger, a heart that would not be bullied by others. Mu Yun looked at the sea in the distance and looked at the crowd. His heart was full of pride. What he wanted was to protect his family, lovers, friends, brothers, and everything he wanted to protect. Whether it was in the past, or in this life, he wanted to protect everything. At this moment, the Blood Alliance was full of vigor. At the same time, on an isolated island dozens of miles away from the Blood Alliance, a few figures stood. Heavenly Master, Chen Tianyu heard the faint shouts that shot into the sky and moved his lips. Say no more. In front of Chen Tianyu, a shadow stood with his hands behind his back. I know him. He has always been like this. Chen Tianyu opened his mouth and said, in my previous life, he was like this. The shadow seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be talking to someone. He sighed faintly. Everything seemed to be over, but it seemed to be just the beginning. The Blood Alliance, who had experienced the joint attack of the Five Small Worlds, became unprecedentedly enthusiastic. Mu Yun was not stingy at all. With 80 billion supreme-grade spirit crystals, the members of the Blood Alliance no longer had to worry about the lack of elixirs and weapons. They couldn't wait to use one day as 10 days. They couldn't wait to reach the life and death realm immediately. All of Blood Alliance seemed to have become even more united after this disaster. After all, who wanted to be bullied? Who didn't want to become a peerless expert? Hee. Kid, you once established the Cloud Alliance in the Southern Cloud Empire. I knew that you were born with a good life. Dad, I'm not happy to hear you say that. Mu Yun leaned against a stone pillar and looked at the busy cultivators on the plaza. He swallowed a mouthful of the spirit fruit in his hand and smacked his lips as he said, although I have never managed the forces that I created, I have been running around desperately for the sake of the Cloud Alliance and the Blood Alliance, okay? Brat, everything you say makes sense. Mooching you scolded with a smile. I'll be out for a while. I'll leave Little White to you. With little white here, those people won't dare to mess around. You're going out again? Mu Yun was stunned. You're really elusive. In the Bitter Heaven Palace, I think we're fighting each other. You're the fisherman who benefits. You little brat. Mu Qingyu smiled, but there was a cautious expression on his face. He said solemnly, the floating mountain's heavenly lord might have recovered from his injuries. So fast, Mu Yun was stunned. Yun Lang had always been a pain in his heart. Don't underestimate this person. He was once the #1 in the pale yellow small world. After Heavenly Lord Embittered Sea, there were two great geniuses, Supreme Cloud and Supreme Blood. After them, it can be said that Yun Lang is comparable to 3 people. The secret technique you used last time was able to break his physical body. Actually, I'm very suspicious. Suspicious of what? I suspect that he didn't use his full strength at all. Hearing this, Mu Yun was completely stunned. If he used his full strength, you would have been beheaded long ago. How could you still be alive today? Not to mention that this person has communicated with the existence of the immortal world. Even if he didn't, it would be extremely difficult for you to kill him. Dad. Mu Yun said, how is the courage you compared to Wu Jiao Tian? Slightly inferior. Mu Qingyu said frankly, but give me some time, it won't be difficult to surpass him. Slightly inferior, it won't be difficult to surpass him. Hearing this, Mu Yun found that he seemed to have to re-evaluate Mu Qingyu again. This cheap dad seemed to give him unexpected surprises every time. Back then, he said that he had accidentally obtained Heavenly Lord Embittered Sea's inheritance in a place, but he had hidden it for decades and was willing to be the patriarch of the Mu family in the Southern Cloud Empire. Now, he had entered the Embittered Heaven Palace again and his strength had increased greatly. This cheap father of his was even more mysterious than he had imagined. You don't have to guess about me. Don't worry, from now on, father will do his best to protect you. Back then, Mu Yun hurriedly waved his hand and said, don't you feel jealous? Without me back then, how can I be who I am now? Looking at his son, Mu Qingyu smiled helplessly. That's about it. How far you can go will depend on yourself. Mu Qingyu said again, the secret treasure you told them about last time should be the sect master Tongtian's secret treasure in the floating mountain, right? You know about it? Yes, I know a little about it. Mu Qingyu said again, it's actually very dangerous for you to do this. If you annoy Yun Lang, I'm afraid that no one will be able to enter the secret treasure. At that time, there will be a bloody storm. It's better if it's chaotic. Mu Yun said with a smile, otherwise, everyone will treat the Blood Alliance as an enemy. How can the Blood Alliance develop and become stronger? That's true. Mu Qingyu nodded and said, do whatever you want to do. Even if the sky falls, father will support you. I understand. Mu Yun nodded. Well, let's call it a day. I'm afraid that even if the 5 small worlds get the location of the secret treasure, they will have to discuss how to get there. It will take some time before they take action. You can enjoy your time here. Comfortable? I'm afraid it won't be comfortable. Mu Yun looked at the pavilion opposite him and smiled bitterly. By the way, when you were in the Embittered Heaven Palace, did you enter a crescent-shaped valley and experience reincarnation for 9 lifetimes? Huh? Suffering oneself, soar to the heavens and earth. That's right. Mu Qingyu smiled and pointed his finger. Mu Yun's body froze. Suddenly, information flowed into Mu Yun's mind like a tide. This is Bitter Heaven formula. Mu Qingyu smiled and said, it should have been an opportunity for your father, but instead, it was coincidentally obtained by you. It seems that this Bitter Heaven scripture is also fated with you. You can also cultivate it. There's no need to say more. The power of the Bitter Heaven formula is not inferior to the Aries formula created by Supreme Cloud. Each has its own mysteries. You should carefully comprehend it. It will greatly increase your strength. I'll take my leave first. As soon as Mu Qingyu finished speaking, he flipped his palm and disappeared. Woo-woo, just as Mu Yun was in a daze, a low growl sounded in her ears. On her shoulder, the little white cat that the heaven-devouring tiger had transformed into let out a cry and swallowed the spirit fruit in Mu Yun's hand. Xiao Bai, did my father promise you something? Mu Yun looked at Xiao Bai and chuckled. She saw Xiao Bai squatting on Mu Yun's body, scratching with its forelimbs and mumbling something. No one knew what it was saying. Alright, I got it. How about this, what do you think? In the future, don't follow my father anymore. Follow me. Whatever my father can give you, I can give you. Woo woo, however, upon hearing Mu Yun's words, Little White whimpered and stared intently at Mu Yun, wishing that he could swallow Mu Yun in one gulp. Why are you looking at me like that? Can you just pretend I didn't say anything? Mu Yun pursed her lips and left. Within Blood Alliance's loft. Mu Yun walked out of the room, quietly opened the door, and entered the room. She tiptoed into the room. Why are you so scared? Did you do something wrong? However, just as Mu Yun was about to open the door to the inner room, a delicate voice suddenly sounded from behind her. It was Xianxia. She put her hands on her waist and looked at Mu Yun furiously. She turned around and saw Xianxia and Xiaoyun sitting in front of the table as if they were interrogating a criminal. Mu Yun's face revealed a trace of bitterness. That Mingyue. Shut up. Xiaoyun, who was wearing a long black dress, was sitting on a chair. She looked at Mu Yun and snorted, I'm not asking you about this. Today, if Uncle Mu doesn't appear, do you intend to execute that grand life-snatching art of yours? Ah? Upon hearing this, Mu Yun was stunned. What are you off for? We all saw that you were about to execute it. Wang Xinyao also snorted and said, we all know that this forbidden art is very powerful. At the same time, it will consume your life force. Moreover, you can't control the extent of your life force consumption. Back then, Sister Yaoer told us that this art is very powerful, but it's also equivalent to suicide. That's right. You have no problem executing this art. Do you want to disappear again? Fake your death? Xiaoyun turned her face away and said bitterly, that kind of waiting is too unbearable. I don't want to wait anymore. Me too. Wang Xinyao puffed out her chest and snorted. Hearing the two of them berating each other, Mu Yun was dumbfounded. He originally thought that the two of them would ask about Mingyue. He didn't expect that it would be this question, however, Mu Yun knew that the two of them were concerned about him. I'm sorry, my wives. Mu Yun lowered his head and said in shame, every time, I only think about how to defeat my opponent, but I end up, as Mu Yun spoke, he lowered his head and blamed himself. I've always regarded you as my concern. I never dared to die, nor did I want to die. I just wanted to protect you, but I didn't expect. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yun turned around and placed one hand on the door lintel. He said hatefully, it's all my fault. I'm useless. I'm a good-for-nothing, you're not a good-for-nothing. Hearing this, Wang Xinya's heart softened. She hugged Mu Yun from behind and comforted him. Sister Yun and I don't blame you. We're just worried about you, that's right. We didn't say that you're irresponsible. Xiaoyun also looked guilty. She had never seen Mu Yun with such an expression. Then, we're just worried about you. That's right. You're very powerful. We didn't miss you. However, Mu Yun suddenly turned around and looked at the two women. I knew that the two of you wouldn't blame me. Haha, seeing the mischievous smile on Mu Yun's face, Wang Xinya and Xiaoyun immediately felt deceived. You lied to us? You're pretending? The two women were instantly enraged. Don't be angry, ladies. I've made up for my mistakes. Recently, I've learned a lot of new positions from Yi Qiu. Let's try them. Mu Yun chuckled and immediately pounced on the two of them. Try? Try your head. Humph. Xiaoyun turned around and escaped from the clutches of the devil. Wang Xinya, who was wearing a short skirt, jumped out of Mu Yun's range. Don't run. Run? You're not as strong as me. Can you escape? Mu Yun chuckled and pointed with her palm. A stream of vital essence directly bound the two women. Ah. Shameless hooligan. How dare you use force? However, before the two of them could shout, they had already been dragged into the room by Mu Yun. Rustling sounds could be heard. Everything was no longer important. The sun was high in the sky and slowly set in the west. The luminous pearl in the room gradually emitted a light that was as bright as day. Mu Yun was full of ambition again. She kicked away the quilt on her body, causing the two women to exclaim. "What are you afraid of? We've already done it. Can't we look at it?" Mu Yun chuckled and said, "We're an old couple. Don't be shy. Shameless. Hooligan." Although the two women were cursing, their bodies leaned towards Mu Yun. "By the way, you mentioned Mingyue Xin just now. I haven't asked you yet. What's going on between you and Mingyue Xin?" Xiao Yuner suddenly raised her head and scratched Mu Yun's nose. She chuckled and said, from her tone, "It seems that there's something going on between the two of you." However, it seems that she was the one who, stop. Mu Yun immediately blushed with shame and said, "This woman is not simple. Sigh. My moral integrity has been completely ruined by her. You're still pretending to be innocent after taking advantage of me." Wang Xingyao poked Mu Yun's chest and scolded, "He was ruined by you. How can you say that she ruined it? At that time, my strength was not as good as hers. That's why she succeeded. However, I really can't see through this woman." "Why? Are you still thinking about your dream of 1,000 people sleeping in the same bed? I think you're a womanizer. I really can't have peace after meeting you." Xiao Yuner sighed faintly. Mu Yun slapped her forehead and said in annoyance, "I didn't intend to flirt with other women. Unfortunately, things don't go as I wish. However, I don't want this woman even if I'm beaten to death." Hearing this, Wang Xingyao nodded and said, "As a woman, I can feel that she has a good impression of you." "How can that be?" Mu Yun said in disbelief, "I'm not confident that I'm at the point where all the beautiful women like me." "Wouldn't that be troublesome?" "Well, you're saying that we're troublesome." Xiao Yuner scolded. "Of course not. I'm saying that if I have a few more beautiful women to accompany me, then wouldn't my reputation be completely ruined?" Tisk. Tisk. Looking at Mu Yun, the two women pointed their fingers at her in disdain. "However, this Mingyue Xin, I can feel that, the aura in her body is very strange. I can even feel the same terrifying aura from her sister Yaoer." "That's right, I have that feeling too." The two of them nodded and said. Terrifying aura, it seemed that Guiyi was right. Back then, in the Four Directions Seal, Mingyue Xin went straight to the bottom of the ice lake in Empty Mountain. She seemed to have known everything long ago. If he hadn't interfered, there probably wouldn't have been so many things after that. The reincarnation of the water god, what kind of existence was she to be called a god? With his head resting on his hands, Mu Yun was in a daze. From his rebirth until now, everything seemed to be a new experience for him. However, everything seemed to be new to him. New feelings, new understandings, however, along the way, he had friends and lovers to accompany him. He cherished them very much. Thinking of this, Mu Yun couldn't help but hug Wang Xingyao and Xiao Yuner tightly in his arms. His body was squeezed until it was deformed. However, the two women could feel the strong feelings in Mu Yun's heart at this moment. They only looked at each other, smiled slightly, and didn't speak. Until now, they didn't know how many lovers Mu Yun would have in the future. However, they only knew how important he was to them now. And they were indispensable to him. All of this was enough. The room fell into silence for a long time. At night, the two women fell into a deep sleep. Mu Yun got up and sat cross-legged. Today, a memory that his father transmitted to him lingered in his mind. Bitter Heaven Art. Back then, Mu Yun wasn't very clear about how powerful the Bitter Heaven Art created by Heavenly Lord Misery Sea was. After all, he and Heavenly Lord Misery Sea weren't from the same era. Moreover, after he came to the celestial world, he didn't hear the name Heavenly Lord Misery Sea. Heavenly Lord Misery Sea was a mighty figure from a period earlier than him. He only knew that it was said that this person grew up in suffering from a young age. He experienced all kinds of life and comprehended the true meaning of suffering. From then on, he created the Bitter Heaven Palace and created the Bitter Heaven Art. He ruled the pale yellow small world for tens of thousands of years and even intimidated the small Kiliacosm for tens of thousands of years. Mu Yun was really curious about the Bitter Heaven Art created by such a legendary figure. His mind gradually settled down. Mu Yun began to study the Bitter Heaven Art word by word. In a person's life, fate is numbered. Heaven is pain, earth is suffering. What is suffering? Who left me here, and made me suffer so much? In the world, after extreme pain, one's spirit will be liberated. Only this kind of suffering can make us achieve great enlightenment. Bitter heaven art, suffering oneself, rushing to heaven and earth. Suffering oneself, rushing to heaven and earth, suffering oneself, rushing to heaven and earth. Mu Yan's heart trembled. He felt that the 9 lives and 9 lifetimes he had experienced suddenly appeared. All the suffering began to linger in his heart. Slowly, Mu Yan calmed down and focused, carefully chewing every memory in his mind. The Bitter Heaven art is divided into 7 volumes. Each volume contains a set of moves. However, this move needs to be comprehended by oneself. Those who can comprehend it will obtain a move. Using suffering to strengthen oneself, using suffering to strengthen one's heart. Comprehending every sentence, Mu Yan began to sink into deep cultivation. Buzz. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Bitter Fiend Nether Palm Bitter Heaven Technique, suffering oneself and breaking through heaven and earth. Heavenly Venerable Bitter Sea is truly worthy of being the top person who ruled the minor Kiliacosm for tens of thousands of years. Mu Yan could not help but sigh in admiration. The power of the Bitter Heaven technique was not as simple as suffering. Instead, it integrated suffering into martial arts and obtained an increase in strength from suffering. This kind of suffering was not only one's own but could also come from others. Mu Yan seemed to gradually understand that the true meaning of the Bitter Heaven technique was suffering, not suffering. This statement sounded very contradictory, but it was the most appropriate words that Mu Yan could express now. A buzzing sound gradually spread out from Mu Yan's body. At this moment, a unique aura gradually spread out from Mu Yan's body. This aura was very special, but it made Mu Yan feel very comfortable. The comfort of suffering. Gradually, Mu Yan slowly raised her palm and could not help but send out a palm strike. Bang! Instantly, a palm print was left on the door and windows of the room, and a boom sounded from the top of the pavilion. What's wrong? What's wrong? The 2 women who were sleeping soundly were suddenly awakened and were dumbfounded when they saw the scene in front of them. What was going on? Scratching her head, Mu Yan smiled awkwardly. The next day, the entire Blood Alliance was in an uproar. Hey, did you hear? Yesterday, when the Alliance Master was having sex with the 2 Alliance Masters' wives, he blew up the Alliance Master's pavilion with 1 shot. Is there a need to hear? Look at the pavilion, there's still a big hole in it. Oh my god, is it true? This is what it means to blow up the sky with 1 shot. Hee, but the Alliance Master must be really tired to serve the 2 Alliance Masters every day. However, it seems that he is very energetic. TSK, what do you know? I heard that the Alliance Master once said that his dream was to sleep with 1,000 people. F***ck, 1,000 people sleeping in the same bed? How big must the bed be? Heated discussions continuously sounded out within the Blood Alliance. The sound from the day before had shocked the entire Blood Alliance awake from their dreams. It was truly shocking. At this moment, Xiao Yuner and Wang Xianxia were already too ashamed to show their faces as they looked at the members of the Blood Alliance who were resting in the dormitory. Yesterday, they were resting well, but they were startled awake by Mu Yan's explosion. Now, the entire Blood Alliance was filled with rumors and slander. It was impossible to extinguish them even if they wanted to. Amazing, my master. At this moment, Moyang looked at Mu Yan and said, Master, the walls and the interior of the room have been repainted and repaired. Furthermore, your disciple has specially used crystal diamond. I guarantee that it won't be damaged again. But Master, Mo Yang took a step forward and arrived in front of Mu Yan. He chuckled softly and said, that shot of yours was a little too powerful. Next time, you have to take it easy. If you really can't handle it, you can always go outside, scram. Mu Yan bellowed and kicked Moyang out of the pavilion. This farce gradually came to an end. After the various small worlds received the news from Mu Yan, not only did they not take any action, but they also calmed down as if they had never received this news. In the Blood Hall, Mu Yan was dressed in a long black robe with a black brocade belt around her waist. She sat upright on the throne. Alliance Master, recently, the supremacies of the Wuji Small World, MOU Small World, and the 3,000 Small Worlds seem to have returned to their base camps and have not appeared. Moreover, the martial artists of the various small worlds seemed to be preparing to open the passageway and enter the pale yellow small world. According to the information that the Blood Alliance received, up until now, 192 small worlds have already entered the pale yellow small world. 192. Hearing this number, Mu Yun was stunned. To be precise, those who had the ability to find a way to enter the pale yellow small world in a short period of time could be said to have a strong foundation and strength. It seemed that the 10 major small worlds and the 10 supremacies were just passers-by. There were still many who had arrived later. Everyone was probably searching for the 2 great secret treasures. After all, not every small world had the ability to take out 20 billion to buy information about a secret treasure. Elder Zhu, open a notice and tell all the cultivators who have come to the pale yellow small world that the Blood Alliance is willing to sell information about the secret treasures for only 10 billion supreme-grade spirit crystals. 10 billion? Hearing this, Zhu Yunwen was slightly stunned. Alliance Master, it's just that Wu Ji and Outyan have paid a huge price. I'm afraid they will bear a grudge against us. Don't they bear a grudge against us now? Mu Yun asked in return. Hearing this, Zhu Yunwen smiled bitterly and nodded. I understand. There's one more thing. There will be more and more cultivators entering the pale yellow small world later. There are many people in the small world, and I'm guessing that a large number of people will enter. At that time, the price will gradually be lowered. Hearing this, Zhu Yunwen looked at Mu Yun and immediately nodded. Alliance Master is wise. Also, spread the news that I'll personally give etiquette lessons to all the cultivators who enter the life and death realm. Immortal pills will be given to anyone who can increase their cultivation in a short time, whether it's alchemy or refining. There will be a monthly assessment, and the greater the improvement, the greater the reward. Yes. Elder Zhu, I'll have to trouble you a bit. Zhu Yunwen chuckled and said, it's my duty. Back then, I was only a core elder of the Zhu family and an elder of the Floating Mountain sect. If it weren't for the sect master, I would still be a green-furred monster. Zhu Yunwen joked, however, as the Blood Alliance's manager, I'm now in high demand. Many people are begging me to do things. I'm even more famous than the Zhu family patriarch who's holed up in the Floating Mountain sect. Haha, Mu Yun would definitely put the useful people in an important position. At the same time, Mu Yun also knew that the current Blood Alliance wasn't completely united. There might still be spies among some people. However, this kind of thing couldn't be stopped just because she wanted to. However, as long as they were caught by Mu Yun, there was only one word, kill. The current Blood Alliance didn't lack spirit crystals. With spirit crystals, buying herbs and metals wasn't a problem at all. Therefore, the Blood Alliance didn't lack pills, divine weapons, and secret manuals. The cultivators who wanted to join the Blood Alliance were practically lining up in a long line. The only thing that the Blood Alliance lacked the most was time. In the previous battle, the various peak life and death realm cultivators had joined forces and posed a great threat to the array created by the 11 dragon sealing pillars. It seemed that they still needed to increase the array's power. Increase its power. Mu Yun's eyes gradually flickered with light. After giving instructions, Mu Yun directly went to the Blood Alliance and found Qi Ming. Qi Ming, I remember that master brought back the Jin family's divine weapon, Nirvana War Thunder. Where is it now? Oh, it's in the tool room. It's always been there. Qi Ming nodded and said, however, Elder Su has been very interested in this Nirvana War Thunder recently and wants to study it. It seems that he's been studying it. Bring me to take a look. Mu Yun faintly smiled and followed Qi Ming into the tool refining room. Back when Mu Yun was still there, the Blood Alliance could only accommodate close to 10,000 people. However, in these years, the entire Fallen Soul Island was covered by the Blood Alliance. The former Blood Alliance territory became the Inner Alliance, where the upper echelons resided. The area that Fallen Soul Island opened up later was called the Outer Alliance. At this moment, Mu Yun was in the Inner Alliance. Alliance Master Mu. Seeing Mu Yun's arrival, Su Jingqi put down the things he was busy with and looked at Mu Yun with a faint smile. Elder Su, how is it? What do you think of this Nirvana War Thunder? Su Jingqi laughed bitterly and said, this thing is truly worthy of being the Jin family's inheritance treasure. It's very impressive. Its interior is incomparably complicated. Just the core contract alone has more than 1,000 lines. This old man didn't dare to act rashly, so I just took a look. Oh? Hearing this, Mu Yan's interest was piqued. With more than 1,000 types of core contracts, this Nirvana War Thunder could be considered a top-tier void immortal artifact. However, when the three major families of the Jin family brought it to attack the Sky Sword Mountain last time, this thing didn't seem that powerful. Mu Yan's palm touched the Nirvana War Thunder. Its entire body was shining with golden light. This Nirvana War Thunder was several hundred meters tall, and the lightning beads it could produce could reach up to 100 meters. Using the power of the spirit crystal to produce a high degree of compression and explode with a powerful destructive force was indeed impressive. Mu Yan's consciousness directly entered the Nirvana War Thunder and began to carefully observe the structure of the contract inside. Qi Ming, bring the spirit tablet over. All right. Hearing Mu Yan's words, Qi Ming was instantly excited. Mu Yan's request to bring the spirit tablet was proof that this master of hers was going to show off her skills today. After Qi Ming came to the Blood Alliance, he had been worshipped by many. However, he always said that his master was the true array master. However, very few people in the Blood Alliance had seen Mu Yan forge weapons. Today was a great opportunity to show these little brats what he was made of. Qi Ming excitedly went to bring the best spirit tablets and also called out to some of the better-looking weapon-forging geniuses. After coming to the Blood Alliance, Qi Ming had been the manager of the weapon pavilion. He had followed Su Jingqi in forging weapons, managed the weapon pavilion's affairs, and also nurtured some weapon-forging masters. However, these geniuses had always been proud and arrogant. They only submitted to Su Jingqi, the top weapon-forging master in the pale yellow small world. They didn't listen to Qi Ming's words about his master being the best. Today, Qi Ming was going to show them. Deputy Pavilion Master Qi, what are you doing? A weapon-forging master looked at Qi Ming and asked. Qi Ming chuckled and said, the Alliance Master is preparing to modify the Nirvana War Thunder. I asked you to come over to let you learn so that you won't say that I'm lying to you. Really? Hearing Qi Ming's words, the weapon-forging masters were all shocked. Modify the Nirvana War Thunder, even Su Jingqi and Elder Su didn't dare to touch this big guy. Mu Yan wanted to touch it? Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? Qi Ming chuckled and said, you all know the power of the Nirvana War Thunder back then. Now, I'll show you how powerful my master is. Let me tell you, my master hasn't forged weapons for a long time. This time, you have to watch carefully and learn. If you miss this opportunity, you won't get another one. Hee, Deputy Pavilion Master Qi, will Alliance Master Mu blow up our weapon pavilion? Haha, when one person spoke, the crowd immediately laughed. They were all the top weapon-forging masters in the Blood Alliance and could forge supreme-grade saint artifacts. Some of them were once elders of the Blood Alliance, while others were powerful weapon-forging masters recruited by Armament Sect. They had only heard of Mu Yan's fame. Back then, Mu Yan was able to forge supreme-grade saint artifacts. Later on, it was said that she could forge void immortal artifacts as well. However, it was just a rumor. It was inevitable that they didn't believe it. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios modifying the Nirvana War Thunder. However, Qi Ming was not angered by their laughter. He had almost blind worship and trust for his master. If his master said that he could refine a void immortal artifact, then he could. If the revered one of the world said that he could modify it, then he definitely could. Master, I'm here. Qi Ming handed over the spirit tablet when he arrived at a crafting room in the weapon pavilion. Mu Yan did not even turn her head at this moment. She just kept checking the contract inside the Nirvana War Thunder. However, the more she checked, the more surprised Mu Yan became. The Nirvana War Thunder was indeed powerful and extraordinary. Just the contract alone had close to 10,000 lines, and the core contract was indeed more than 1,000 lines. However, after thousands of years of inheritance in the Jin family, problems had already appeared in these internal contracts. Mu Yan pondered for a moment, then waved her hand, and a spirit tablet appeared in front of her. The spirit tablet floated in front of her, and Mu Yan moved her hand. True essence flowed, and the contract was slowly inscribed on the spirit tablet. Suddenly, a simple contract was completed. Mu Yun paused for a moment, then waved her hand again. Another contract appeared on the simple contract. However, the two contracts were mixed together, but they did not interfere with each other. Just this move alone was enough to shock all the craftsmen present. Amazing! Su Jingqi could not help but sigh. Grandfather, Alliance Leader Mu's technique. Su Xiaoming stood at the side and was also secretly surprised when he saw Mu Yun's technique. Su Jingqi shook his head and said with a grimace, "This old man has only seen Alliance Master's method in some ancient records. The most ancient artifact forging method is to inscribe a contract. Artificers usually inscribe a contract on a spirit tablet. Very few people are able to combine a contract on a spirit tablet. Look at his technique. It looks like the two contract characters are stacked together, but in reality, the first and second contract characters seem to be on the spirit tablet. However, the power of the first contract character is obviously deeper, and the second contract character is obviously shallower. This way, the two contracts belong to the same spirit tablet and will not interfere with each other. Instead, they will promote each other's evolution. Also, look again." Su Jingqi continued, "These contracts are the simplest of contracts. However, look at Alliance Leader Mu's method. He used the simplest method to inscribe these contracts. Back then, I was already surprised that he was able to forge a Saint Pinnacle artifact. But now, it seems like I was surprised too early." Some of the craftsmen nodded when they heard Su Jingqi's words. Once an expert makes a move, one will know whether or not he is an expert. Mu Yun's actions seemed simple, but it was the strongest method to go from complicated to simple. If it were them, they would definitely not be able to do it. While Su Jingqi was speaking, Mu Yun had already attacked again. There were more than 100 contract characters inscribed on a spirit tablet. Mu Yun frowned in the end. He could feel that the spirit tablet had reached its limit and could only hold so many contract characters. "One more," Mu Yun said with a frown without looking up. Immediately after, the second spirit tablet, the third spirit tablet. Actually, Su Jingqi only saw that one of Mu Yun's spirit tablets was densely inscribed with contract characters that were piled up on different spatial layers of the spirit tablet. What he didn't notice was that each spirit tablet that Mu Yun had condensed had a very thin stack of contract characters that weren't arranged in a particular order. Some of the first contract characters were clearly on the outermost layer, while the last contract characters were clearly on the innermost layer. This kind of method was truly worthy of admiration. Gradually, the surrounding craftsmen went from their initial doubtful attitude to exclamations of surprise. Every time Mu Yun did an unbelievable action, all the craftsmen could not help but feel like their hearts were about to jump out. Watching Mu Yun inscribe contract characters was like watching a piece of art in Mu Yun's hands gradually being completed. It was filled with amazement. Phew, finally, Mu Yun let out a long sigh. "Finished?" "Amen." Mu Yun sighed slightly and said, "The complexity of the Nirvana Battle Thunder contract characters far exceeds my imagination. As expected of the Jin family's ultimate inheritance treasure. It seems that stealing this Nirvana Battle Thunder back then was really worth it. Next, I will begin to merge the contract characters." Mu Yun turned around to look at the contract characters behind her. However, when she turned around, she jumped in fright. At some unknown time, a large group of people had gathered behind her. Some people were so far behind that they could not see the scene in front of them, so they simply flew up and floated in midair. Even more exaggerated was that some craftsmen were directly on the beams of the Great Hall, hugging them tightly as they lay there and looked down. "You are, Master, these people are all watching you forge. Just continue." Qi Ming chuckled, his heart blooming with joy. When he had said this just now, there were still people who did not believe him. Right now, they were so shocked just by seeing Mu Yun inscribe the contract characters. When they saw Mu Yun merge the contract characters, their eyes would probably pop out of their heads. Cracking sounds could be heard. Mu Yun stretched lazily and immediately began. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Instantly, the spirit tablet suddenly rose into the air. Mu Yun's palm seemed to transform into thousands of rays of light at this moment. Streaks of true essence pulled the contract characters out of the spirit tablets. At this moment, the contract characters were arranged in order and actually entered the Nirvana Battle Thunder in a single file. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Immediately, all the weapon refiners rushed out of the main hall, fighting to be the first to leave. *CK, what was going on? Seeing Mu Yan's crazy actions, everyone was stunned. Mu Yan's actions were simply courting death. No matter how powerful the craftsmen were, they would not dare to directly radiate hundreds and thousands of contract characters into the divine weapon. If they were not careful, it would immediately explode. Qi Ming also had an awkward expression at this moment. He had just praised his master like a flower, and now, he had become like this. This was too ridiculous. After hesitating for a moment, Qi Ming also carefully took a step back. However, at this moment, Mu Yun did not care about this. She waved her palm again, and all the contract characters surged into the Nirvana battle thunder. Seeing this scene, the craftsmen who originally wanted to rush to the front to see how Mu Yun would refine weapons retreated even faster. Not to mention whether there would be any problems if she directly injected all the contract characters into the divine weapon in one go. When all the contract characters entered the divine weapon, if they were not careful and collided slightly, the entire divine weapon would be destroyed. How was Mu Yun refining weapons? She was refining her life. Not only was she refining her life, but she was also risking her life. In the end, although the craftsmen were afraid that the Nirvana battle thunder would suddenly explode, they wanted to see where Mu Yun's confidence came from. After half a day, Mu Yun finally heaved a sigh of relief. Master, it's done? Qi Ming heaved a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off his forehead. After exhaling, Mu Yun turned around. Seeing the craftsman far away from her, Mu Yun was stunned. Why did you run so far? Nothing, nothing. Su Jingqi also exhaled in his heart. He walked forward and said, It's done? Mu Yun chuckled and said, Now, let's see how powerful this modified Nirvana battle thunder is. At this moment, the craftsmen felt as if they had just survived a disaster, and they all wiped their sweat. Mu Yun waved her hand and brought the Nirvana battle thunder to the center of the blood union. Although the Nirvana battle thunder was powerful, it was too cumbersome. After Mu Yun's modification, it was even heavier. With Mu Yun's current strength, it was very strenuous for her to lift one hand. It should be known that the current Mu Yun was at the 6th level of the life and death realm. She could even lift a 10,000 zhang tall mountain with ease. However, the Nirvana battle thunder was extremely heavy. Since that's the case, I'll place you in the eye of the formation. Mu Yun smiled and lifted the Nirvana battle thunder with one hand. Her body flew up. At this moment, 11 dragon ceiling pillars rose up in the blood union. They expanded to a height of 1,000 meters. The dragon ceiling pillar in the center had a diameter of 100 meters above it. Mu Yun waved her hand, and the dragon egg flew up. Mu Yun threw the Nirvana battle thunder onto the dragon ceiling pillar. Boom, a dull sound rang out. Everyone in the blood union raised their heads and looked forward. Today, let's test your power. Mu Yun chuckled. With a wave of her hand, a spatial ring appeared. There were a total of 10 billion supreme-grade spirit crystals in the spatial ring. 10 billion supreme-grade spirit crystals was an astonishing amount. Let's try withdrawing 100 million first. Mu Yun muttered to herself. Swoosh! Swoosh! Spirit crystals were swallowed by the Nirvana battle thunder one after another. Her palm touched the back of the Nirvana battle thunder. Mu Yun looked at the distant sea and shouted, Release! Swish! Immediately, a stream of light rose up. The stream of light was like a falling meteor. Its speed was extremely fast. Not only that, there were countless energy fluctuations within the stream of light. They gathered together and contained powerful true yuan. Boom, in an instant, a deafening roar resounded. 10,000 meters away, the sea surface was completely rippled. A 1,000-meter-long crack appeared on the sea surface. It was a 100-meter-wide crack. At this moment, it was like Mu Yun's all-out attack. It was incomparably violent. At this moment, the entire sea was surging with wind and clouds. Seeing this scene, all the martial artists in the blood union were stunned. This attack was comparable to the attack of an ordinary 7th-level life and death realm martial artist. 100 million power is more than 100 times stronger than when Jin Clan attacked Sky Sword Mountain. It's still not enough to kill an ordinary 7th-level life and death realm martial artist. Mu Yun muttered to herself. She raised her hand, and a spirit crystal appeared in her hand again. But this time it was a billion, the 100-meter diameter thunder pearl gathered again. But this time, the speed of the thunder pearl increased sharply. The tyrannical power of the attack was also fully displayed at this moment. Boom, another explosion rang out. But this time, the sea surface that had just calmed down was no longer just a 100-meter wide crack, but a 1,000-meter wide one. The stream of light shot into the distance, reaching a distance of 10,000 meters before it was blocked by the sea current. Boom, boom. Boom, just as everyone heaved a sigh of relief, a deafening explosion rang out. With this explosion, the waves turned into a 10,000-meter tall mountain. The sea also changed color. This. Return to where you came from. 1 billion supreme-grade spirit crystals was enough to directly blow a 7th-level life and death realm martial artist to death under such an explosion. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun faintly smiled. An attack of 1 billion was pretty good. Then let's try again. Let's see what 5 billion is like. Mu Yun chuckled and directly gathered the remaining 10 billion supreme-grade spirit crystals into the Nirvana Battle Thunder. A total of 9 billion supreme-grade spirit crystals were stuffed into the Nirvana Battle Thunder by Mu Yun. This action left everyone dumbfounded. She put it in just like that? Qi Ming, Su Jingqi, and the others immediately felt their hearts ache. That was a total of 10 billion supreme-grade spirit crystals. It was too extravagant to throw it away just like that. Let's see how powerful you are. Mu Yun growled and patted the Nirvana Battle Thunder with her hand. Bang, immediately, a loud explosion resounded. Within the Nirvana Battle Thunder, a thunder pearl with a diameter of 100 meters instantly condensed. The tyrannical energy fluctuation above the blood union immediately caused a change in the heavens and earth. Wind and clouds gathered, and dark clouds covered the sun. The intense energy fluctuation caused the heavens and earth to darken. Explode. Mu Yun growled and took a step forward. The thunder pearl was like a thunderbolt that descended from the 9 heavens, exploding. Xiao. 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 At this moment, the huge thunder pearl was like a thunder god that descended from the heavens and earth. It directly blasted into a lone island several tens of thousands of meters away from the blood union. Dong, in an instant, even if they were several tens of thousands of meters away, they could clearly see the waves soaring into the sky. The entire earth seemed to have exploded from the bottom of the sea. A buzzing sound instantly resounded. The explosion 10,000 meters away was like a huge dome of light that covered the surface of the sea. Immediately, the entire sea began to roar. Even if they were separated by 10,000 meters, the huge impact still struck the light of the blood union's great formation. On the surface of the sea, there was a downpour. This kind of explosion caused everyone's heart to tremble. Strong, boundlessly strong, even a 7th-level life and death realm martial artist would die without a doubt. Even the 10 sovereigns couldn't pat their chests and say that they could dodge it. When the Blood Alliance members saw this scene, they were completely stunned. As for those weapon refiners, they were even more speechless as they stood there in a daze. Not bad. Mu Yun nodded slightly and said again, however, this Nirvana War Thunder can also be divided into 10 parts. If there are 10 billion spiritual crystals of the highest quality and divided into 10 parts, with each part having 1 billion spiritual crystals, won't the explosive power be even stronger? Thinking of this, Mu Yun could not help but have a burning thought in her heart. Master, master, enough, enough, enough. Seeing that Mu Yun was still not satisfied and wanted to try again, Qi Ming was stunned. If he continued to try, the entire Fallen Soul Island would probably explode. It was not the island that had exploded, but the tens of billions of supreme-grade spirit crystals that they had earned before were about to explode. Didn't we earn tens of billions of supreme-grade spirit crystals before? Mu Yun was stunned. Yes, there are tens of billions, but it can't withstand your consumption. Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, it doesn't matter. The third secret area can be sold at a higher price. I can see that these sovereigns have quite a lot of savings. Hearing this, Qi Ming wanted to cry. This huge sum of money could be said to be the backbone of the Blood Alliance. If it was used up by Mu Yun, then it would really be over. Alliance Master. At this moment, Zhu Yunwen suddenly came from below. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, all right, I won't try anymore. I'll try again next time. After saying this, Mu Yun flew down. Alliance Master. Yes, what's the matter? Zhu Yunwen said in a low voice, I recently received news that some small worlds are very dissatisfied with our Blood Alliance's control of the news. They've joined forces and are preparing to form an alliance. Alliance? Mu Yun sighed and said, how do we form an alliance? Dozens of powerful small worlds have joined forces. Among them, the 4 largest small worlds are the most active. They are the Purple Flame Small World, the Lightning Small World, the Tai Chi Small World, and the Maitreya Small World. It is said that these 4 small worlds are second only to the 10 largest small worlds. They have mobilized dozens of small worlds and are preparing to join forces to interrogate us about the whereabouts of the secret treasure. Zhu Yunwen smiled bitterly and said, originally, these people wanted to join forces with the 10 largest small worlds, but Wu Jiao Tian and the others simply ignored them. Oh? Old friends. Hearing this, Mu Yun smiled faintly. Old friends? Zhu Yunwen did not understand what Mu Yun meant. Alright, let's not bother about this matter. With the 5 largest small worlds joining forces, we can resist them. They are not a concern. Have Wu Jiao Tian and Yu Huiren made any moves? No. Zhu Yunwen said again, however, the various small worlds have become very quiet recently. Many small worlds have already begun to dispatch warriors to the headquarters. I'm afraid they will make a move soon. These people would not be able to hold themselves back. Since that is the case, let's continue to wait. I want to see how long these people can hold themselves back. Dong, however, just as Mu Yun finished speaking, a loud sound suddenly rang out from the Blood Union city walls. What happened? Someone immediately reported, a battle team suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea. From the looks of it, I don't know who they are. A battle team? Mu Yun and Zhu Yunwen looked at each other. Could it be that they had arrived so quickly? It seems that these people are even more ambitious than the 10 largest small worlds. Mu Yun smiled faintly and went directly to the top of the city tower. As expected, on the surface of the sea, which had not been quiet for long, warships gradually appeared on the horizon like sharks cutting through the waves. On the sails of the warships, there were many drawings. Purple Flame Small World. Wuji Small World. Lightning Small World. Maitreya Small World. Seeing the flags on the leading ships, Mu Yun chuckled and said, it really is these people. Alliance leader, should we immediately? No need. Mu Yun waved his hand and said, I want to see what these guys want. Time flew by. Mu Yun could not help but sigh. When he was in the forge and fiefdom, he did not dare to say that he could win against the geniuses of the various small worlds. But now, he was facing the top experts of the various small worlds. The ships kept approaching the Blood Union and stopped quietly on the surface of the sea 1,000 meters away from the Blood Union. At a glance, there were dozens of flags of the small worlds floating on the surface of the sea. The dark mass of ships looked even more terrifying than the previous alliance of the 5 largest small worlds. Of course, it was only in terms of numbers. Haha. Everyone has come from afar with a mighty momentum. It really surprises me, Mu Yun. Mu Yun stood on the city wall and immediately cupped his hands and smiled when he saw the scene. Mu Yun, stop putting on an act here. A shout sounded. Mu Yun looked in the direction of the voice but found that he did not know this person. I am the tyrant of the violent devil small world. You don't know me, but you should know my child, Bao Tianming. Bao Tianming, Mu Yun thought for a moment and said, sorry, I don't know you. You, the tyrant immediately shouted angrily, don't deny it. My son, Bao Tianming, was killed by you in the forge and fiefdom. Do you still want to deny it? Ba. Benefactor Mu, Buddha says that the sea of bitterness is boundless. You should quickly turn back and hand over the location of the secret plane. We will definitely not harm you. Buddha will also forgive you. The ordinary master of the Maitreya small world clasped his hands together and said with a pious look. Old bald donkey, stop talking. I can smell the smell of wine and meat from your mouth from afar. Looking at the ordinary master, Mu Yun laughed loudly. Bah. It's a sin, a sin. The ordinary master looked at Mu Yun and shook his head. Stop talking nonsense. Did you come to my blood union just to get the map? Mu Yun laughed and said, everyone, I have offended some of you, but I don't seem to know some of you. Could it be that you all have sons or grandsons that I, Mu Yun, killed? Don't be impudent. The Wuji Small World's Supreme Emperor Heaven snorted, Mu Yun, you are in trouble. Don't think that just because the 5 small worlds can't do anything to you, we can't do anything either. That's right. The 5 small worlds are very strong, but even ants can topple an elephant. Moreover, we are not ants and your blood union is not an elephant. Zitsangming said with a cold expression, Mu Yun, don't force the thousands of small worlds to become your enemy. When that time comes, your blood union will definitely be destroyed. Don't worry. Before we are destroyed, we will definitely drag your Tsangming small world along. Along? You are not worthy. Zitsangming's face was sullen. Mu Yun, let me ask you. Are you going to hand over the map of the secret treasure or not? Lei Kong's voice was like thunder, causing the dark clouds in the sky to rumble and explode. At this moment, the cultivators of the various small worlds seemed to have completely turned into Azuras. Their aura surged as they suppressed Mu Yun. However, Mu Yun scratched her ear when she heard everyone's words. She smiled faintly and said, everyone, I, Mu Yun, will give everyone a piece of advice. Mu Yun had completely opened her mouth. For a moment, everyone quieted down. I advise everyone to return to where you came from. Mu Yun suddenly smiled and said, if you leave immediately, you still have time. Who knows, the 10 small worlds might be kind and be willing to let you enter the secret treasure. If you stay here, you might not even have the chance to enter the secret treasure, let alone have the chance. Hearing this, all the big shots were instantly enraged. Mu Yun's words were simply extremely slanderous and contemptuous. For a moment, all the cultivators and big shots from the various small worlds were filled with anger. At this moment, if their anger could form into an attack, the entire blood union would probably be turned upside down. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun sneered in her heart. These fellows really thought that the blood union was a soft persimmon to be squeezed and came together to pressure them. Among the 10 small worlds, apart from the giant demon small world and the numinous treasure small world, no one else knew the location of the secret treasure. They didn't gather all their forces to question any of the small worlds and just didn't let go of the blood union. They clearly looked down on the blood union from the bottom of their hearts and thought that the blood union was a soft persimmon to be squeezed by everyone. Since that was the case, Mu Yun had nothing to say. 10 billion war thunder everyone, I don't think there's anything left to say to this arrogant brat. Let's break the blood alliance. Zitsangming yelled, he really thinks that we can't break the blood alliance even if we work together. He really thinks we're just scaring him. Alright. Let's break the blood alliance and see what confidence this brat has. That's right. Let him know how powerful we are. Everyone immediately roared, their fighting spirit soaring. Seeing this, Mu Yun smiled bitterly and shook his head. He really won't shed a tear until he sees the coffin. Mu Yun flew up and looked at the center of the blood alliance. Qi Ming, Nirvana War Thunder, serve these lords well. Mu Yun yelled. Qi Ming stepped onto the dragon's ceiling pillar and looked at Mu Yun. He yelled, Master, how many spirit crystals? 10 billion. Mu Yun yelled without hesitation. All right. Qi Ming nodded. He was about to prepare when he suddenly froze. He looked at Mu Yun and asked, Master, how much was it again? 10 billion peak grade spirit crystals. Mu Yun yelled again. They looked down on the blood alliance. Let's show them what the real blood alliance is. All right. Qi Ming felt his blood boil when he heard this. Nirvana War Thunder should be able to withstand 10 billion peak grade spirit crystals, right? However, he didn't know how terrifying 10 billion peak grade spirit crystals would be. Qi Ming's body trembled as he looked forward to it. I told you to go back to where you came from, but you didn't listen. Since that's the case, there's no other way. Mu Yun turned around and yelled, if you forced the other small worlds to tell you, I might have spared your lives. Now, your lives will be buried in the Fallen Soul Island Sea region. Shameless boasting. Arrogant and conceited bandits. Do you really think we can't do anything to you? Even if the 5 small worlds can't destroy your blood union, we might be able to do it if we work together. If you don't want to talk, then die. That's right, but dragging Blood Alliance down with you, you're just asking for death. The big shots of various small worlds rebuked Mu Yun righteously, as if Mu Yun had committed a grave crime by not handing over the map to them. Release. However, in the face of these people's aggressive aura, Mu Yun only responded with a simple word, fire. Yes. Qi Ming snorted coldly and took a step forward. Powerful energy waves radiated from his body. Boom boom boom, in an instant, everyone on the surface of the sea only saw lightning flashing in the center of the Blood Alliance. Lightning beads directly charged towards them. In an instant, a violent roar resounded throughout the entire world. 9 thunder pearls were fired. The power of 10 billion top-grade spirit crystals and the vital essence that had been compressed to the extreme exploded at this moment. All of this caught everyone off guard. Ah, save me, save me. What is this? What is this? In an instant, the entire sea in front of the Blood Alliance was lifted. The surface of the sea was even blasted into the sky. Even the bottom of the sea was squeezed out by the powerful pressure and spread out. At this moment, some people in the Alliance were lucky enough to call for help. However, all of them were directly hit by the Thunder Pearls and instantly scattered. Not only that, when the Thunder Pearls were connected, the power of a single explosion could kill a 7th-level life and death realm martial artist. And when 9 of them were connected, the power was multiplied. Seeing this scene, all the Blood Alliance members felt their blood boiling. Powerful, it was ridiculously powerful, Su Jingqi and the others were trembling in their hearts. This Nirvana thunder was once the Jin family's inheritance treasure. It was very powerful. However, many people had seen it before, and it wasn't this powerful. This Nirvana thunder was more than 100 times stronger than the Jin family's. Mu Yun's talent in refining made Su Jingqi speechless. If it was another person who could have such means, at this moment, Su Jingqi was thoroughly impressed by Mu Yun. At the same time, the few big shots in the various small worlds began to resist the Thunder Pearls the moment they saw them. It was just 9 lightning pearls. How could they withstand it? They could only watch helplessly as the 9 lightning pearls charged towards the warships. The rumbling sound was so loud that it almost buried their hearts. These were the elites of the small worlds they brought. If they died here, it would be killing them. However, at this moment, the Thunder Pearls didn't recognize people. The explosion spread out and crackling sounds could be heard. The lightning beads directly lifted the sea. Hundreds of warships, at this moment, were lifted into the sky by the sea, while others could not keep up with the speed of the rising sea and directly fell to the bottom of the sea. Rumbling sounds resounded, and the sea water was pushed away. The surrounding sea water didn't flow in under the power of the Thunder Pearl's explosion. Those ships directly turned into stones and fell on the reefs or mud at the bottom of the sea. Some martial artists were still in a daze. They were directly smashed to the bottom of the sea by the pouring sea water and the falling sea water from the sky, never to come out again. Awesome! Seeing this scene, Qi Ming couldn't help but clench his fists. What are you feeling good about? You didn't blow them up. Moyang suddenly appeared and chuckled. What do you know? Qi Ming laughed and said, this feeling is really awesome. I squandered 10 billion supreme grade spirit crystals in one go. 10 billion supreme grade spirit crystals. One supreme grade spirit crystal is equivalent to 10,000 high grade spirit crystals. That's 10 trillion high grade spirit crystals. How many spirit stones can it be converted into? Qi Ming became more excited as he spoke. He said, back in North Cloud City, let alone spirit crystals, even if I had a low-grade spirit stone in my hand, I would feel like a nouveau riche. Nouveau riche? I think you're a country bumpkin. Moyang curled his lips. Looking at the chaotic scene outside, he immediately chuckled and said, however, seeing these snobbish people like this, I feel really good. At the same time, Heavenly Sword Mountain's Zhou Zijian, 7-star sect's Xing Wuji, the heaven-ranked elders of Heavenly Pill sect, and some of the artificers of Armament sect all felt extremely proud. Last time, when the 5 great small worlds attacked together, they saw the reality clearly. The so-called first-rate forces that they were proud of were simply unable to withstand a single blow in the eyes of the other small worlds. And it was at this time that Mu Yan appeared. If it wasn't for the devil race attacking them earlier and forcing them to join the Blood Alliance, they would probably have become the slaves of these martial practitioners who had entered the pale yellow small world. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts, and at the same time, they became more determined. Only by staying in the Blood Alliance could they survive. Only by staying in the Blood Alliance could they become stronger and reach the top of the small worlds. Members of the Blood Alliance, listen up. Mu Yan stood on the city wall and snorted. She said, "These ignorant fools want to destroy my Blood Alliance. Then let them see how strong my Blood Alliance is." Yes. Actually, everyone had been waiting for Mu Yan's order for a long time. As soon as the order was given, everyone rushed out impatiently. Back then, when the 5 great small worlds attacked, their strength was too low and they couldn't help at all. And now, although there were many martial practitioners from the small worlds, the truly tyrannical ones were only the rulers of a few small worlds. However, even the strongest of them weren't as strong as the peak 7th level life and death realm martial practitioners from the 5 great small worlds. They weren't qualified to participate in the previous battle. Even if they joined, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. But this time, they were beating a drowning dog. It was the best opportunity for them to strengthen themselves. In an instant, more than 10,000 Blood Alliance members charged out from within the Blood Alliance. Shouts that could topple mountains and overturn seas resounded. Those life and death realm martial practitioners who were still in shock hurriedly fought back. However, some of their subordinates died in the sea, and some were heavily injured. Less than a tenth of them survived. Some of them had just come out of the water and were directly beaten to death. There were also some who were directly blasted to death before they could even see the blue sky. Mu Yan, I'll kill you." Seeing the allied forces of the various small worlds being trampled by the Blood Alliance, Zhi Songming, Lei Kong, and the others were completely enraged. "Kill me? Are you worthy?" Mu Yan snorted, raised her sword, and charged out. "Immortal sword, Lord Extermination sword. You don't have to interfere. I'll deal with these 5. After Mu Yan spoke, she directly charged towards Tyrant, Zhi Songming, and the others. "You, a mere 6th level life and death realm brat, want to deal with the 5 of us? Shameless boasting." "It does sound shameless, but I can even deal with Zhu Yan, let alone you 5 old things." Back then, when she was surrounded by Qing Peng, Xianxia, and Zhu Yan, Mu Yan did indeed rely on her essence blood orbs and took out the Lord Extermination sword to kill Zhu Yan. If Zhu Yan knew that she had an immortal artifact, she definitely wouldn't have been so careless as to be killed by Mu Yan. But today, although only a short month had passed, Mu Yan's strength had increased once again. Back then, she had directly entered the 6th level of life and death realm, so she didn't have time to ponder over the 6th level's mysteries of life and death. When these people calmed down, Mu Yan had completely grasped the mysteries of the 6th level of life and death realm. As for the Lord Extermination sword, the immortal artifact, she had also gradually merged with her heart and body. This kind of improvement was unimaginable and invisible to others. 1 sword, 3 immortal energies. Relying on the powerful immortal energies of the Lord Extermination sword, Mu Yan slashed out. It was as if an illusory sword had directly descended from the heavens and earth. It had the power to split mountains and rivers and shatter stars. Clang, the sword went straight for Tyrant. As the boss of the violent devil small world, Tyrant's cultivation was undoubtedly at the 7th level of life and death realm. Although he wasn't a first-rate expert, he was still a second-rate existence. However, Mu Yan's sword contained his powerful pinnacle sword heart, the Nirvana sword heart. His sword came out of nothingness. Coupled with the power of the 9 heavenly immortal energy sword technique displayed by the 9 heavenly immortal energy sword technique, the sword broke through the sky. Tyrant crossed his arms, and the illusory shadow of a violent bear appeared in front of him. It roared and welcomed the sword light with its arms. A clanging sound rang out, and the sword light directly slashed the 100 feet tall figure of the violent bear. However, when the sword light fell, it was blocked by the violent bear's arms. Seeing this scene, Tyrant chuckled and said, "Kid, you and I are still too inexperienced. Arrogant and conceited, this word was specially created for you." Arrogant and conceited? Who is the arrogant and conceited one? Using the realm to measure my strength, tyrant, you are really stupid. Mu Yun growled and took a step forward. The illusory sword heart enveloped the heavens and earth. A trace of sword Dao. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Unknowingly, Mu Yun's tyrannical power carried a hint of the Dao with him. What was Dao? Flowers blooming and withering was Dao, clouds rolling and unfolding was Dao, sunrise and sunset was also Dao. Dao was myriad and all-encompassing. Swords naturally had their own sword Dao. To be precise, it was a martial artist's sword Dao. Sword heart was still controlled by Mu Yun, who relied on the momentum of heaven and earth to control the sword. However, sword Dao was a martial artist borrowing the power of heaven and earth, using the sword to guide the power of heaven and earth. Everything sounded illusory, but everything was a manifestation of powerful strength when touched. To a swordsman, the most fascinating thing was sword Dao. Mu Yun's sword heart was the nirvana sword heart. If she could comprehend sword Dao in the future, it would naturally be a sword Dao of nirvana. At this moment, Mu Yun's sword was actually imbued with the meaning of sword Dao. Since ancient times, it was the sword Dao that swordsmen dreamed of. With one sword, the power of heaven and earth was guided and changed. However, in the thousands of small worlds, there was only one person who had comprehended sword Dao in the life and death realm, Heartless Sword Saint. He was crowned with the title of Sword Saint. This person was fully deserving of being the number one sword Dao person in the small worlds. Crack, Mu Yun took a step forward, and the power of the sword shadow increased sharply. The arms of the violent bear's shadow gradually shattered, and blood seeped out of Tyrant's arms. Puff, in the end, the violent bear's shadow shattered, and Tyrant retreated in a sorry state. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and he was completely battered and exhausted at this moment. How is this possible? Seeing Mu Yun, Tyrant's face turned ashen. That trace of morality guided the power of heaven and earth to attack him directly. That trace of power of heaven and earth was really insignificant. Although it was insignificant to heaven and earth, to him, it was as powerful as a flood. A small boat appeared on the surging sea. This was what Tyrant felt just now. Sword Dao. Tyrant was immediately dumbfounded. It's not sword Dao. I've just touched the edge of sword Dao. Mu Yun held the immortal sword in her hand tightly and chuckled. It seems that the world is unpredictable. If I want to increase my strength, I still need to challenge stronger opponents. The 5 of you can be my stepping stones today. When they saw this and heard this, not only were the Alliance's martial artists from the dozens of small worlds stunned, even the Blood Alliance members were stunned. The Mu Yun of today was completely different. At that time, everyone believed that the reason why Blood Alliance was able to stand tall so quickly was because Yi Qiu, Cold Blood, and Feng Yu had quickly broken through to the 7th level of life and death realm. But now, Mu Yun's strength was completely on par with a 7th level life and death realm martial artist. However, it was unknown who was stronger between her and a 7th level life and death realm martial artist. But that was no longer important. Today, Nirvana War Thunder had displayed great strength and Blood Alliance's accumulated wealth. Now, even if the martial artists from the 5 major small worlds attacked again, they would be blasted into dregs by the Nirvanic War Thunder as long as they stayed within the Great Dragon sealing array. Blood Alliance had become different again. Nirvana Flame could be death, but it could also be a new kind of rebirth. Right now, Blood Alliance was reborn after Nirvana. And this was because Mu Yun had been suppressing the growth of Blood Alliance's internal members to prevent their foundation from becoming unstable. Even if it was an immortal pill, if its power was too explosive, the pill's power wouldn't be completely released after swallowing one. If the second pill was swallowed, the 2 types of pills would accumulate in the body, and it would have a great impact on the martial artist's cultivation. At this moment, Mu Yun knew that the Blood Alliance didn't lack pills. What they lacked was battle to digest the pills. Today was a very good opportunity. Arrogant. Even though they saw that Mu Yun had comprehended a trace of sword Dao, Zi Tsangming and the others weren't afraid at all. As the leaders of a small world and the highest level of existence, how could they belittle themselves as worthless just because Tyrant's defeat? Arrogant? Mu Yun chuckled. I'll let you see what true arrogance is. A trace of an arrogant smile appeared in Mu Yun's eyes. She held the Supremacy Extermination sword tightly and charged towards the 5 people. 1 against 5, under such circumstances, Mu Yun's actions were truly arrogant. What was arrogance? This was true arrogance. 1 sword, 6 immortal essences. Mu Yun's arrogant voice rang out at this moment. Seeing how overbearing their alliance master was, the Blood Alliance members seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. They all roared and charged towards the martial artists on the sea. There were many of them. They weren't afraid, their alliance master was so mighty and overbearing. If they cowered, they would really be letting down the immortal pills and spirit herbs they had consumed during this period of time. Clang! 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 Mu Yun fought against 5 people by herself. With her sword in hand, everything was under her control. The 5 7th-level life and death realm martial artists were shocked to discover that their attacks didn't pose much of a threat to Mu Yun under the immortal sword in Mu Yun's hand. Moreover, even if one of them was lucky enough to attack Mu Yun's body, the power of the attack was greatly reduced. It was as if the power that truly injured Mu Yun was only 1/10 or 2/10. How would the 5 of them know? Mu Yun had cultivated the diamond sacred body, 100 refinements golden body, and bone refining sacred body. At this moment, after the fusion of the 2nd level of the heaven fusion technique, they had fused into 3 protective auras that covered the surface of Mu Yun's body. In addition to her dragon form, the dragon scales covered all the important parts of Mu Yun's body. There was also the tortoise-back golden armor obtained from the Bitter Heaven Palace. It was condensed from the strongest tortoise shell of the black tortoise. The 3 layers of protection could be said to have turned Mu Yun's body into an impenetrable fortress. This kind of protection could be said to be excellent. Moreover, the 3 types of protection, no matter which one it was, were top-notch existences. Otherwise, Mu Yun wouldn't have been able to persevere to that extent and kill Zhu Yan by surprise when she fought against 3 7th-level life and death realm first-rate experts. This kid's protection is strange. He has an immortal weapon in his hand. It's impossible for us to kill him. It's not impossible. This kid is too strange. Moreover, the top experts of the Blood Union are all watching. It's said that Diwen and Doyun Feng are both on Fallen Soul Island. They haven't come out yet. Damn it. Ba. Benefactor Mu has a murderous heart. It's difficult to convert her in a short time. My Buddha is merciful. I think we'll find another opportunity to convert her next time. That's the only way. The 5 of them immediately started fighting. After finishing their discussion, they immediately looked at Mu Yun with anger. But in the end, they could only shout, "Retreat! Run!" Seeing that the 5 of them wanted to leave, Mu Yun chuckled and said, "When the 5 small worlds came to my Blood Union, they came and went as they pleased. I, Mu Yun, was powerless to stop them. But today, you arrogant and conceited people think you can come and go as you please? In the future, countless martial artists and small worlds will enter the pale yellow small world. If everyone is like this, what dignity does my Blood Union have?" Hearing this, the disdain in Tyrant's eyes intensified. "Do you think you can do it? Do you think you can keep the 5 of us here?" "Humph, I can't keep the 5 of you here, but I can keep you, Tyrant." Seeing the disdain in Tyrant's eyes, Mu Yun immediately attacked. "Stop her." Seeing this, the other 4 ancestors rushed out one by one. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. However, at this moment, with Mu Yun as the center, the space blades accelerated rapidly. Crackling sounds could be heard at this moment. The 4 figures were immediately blocked outside, unable to move an inch. The space blades gradually converged, forming a space vortex that completely surrounded the 4 of them. Seeing Mu Yun approaching him, although Tyrant's face was filled with anger, he was not confident in his heart. Just now, the 5 of them joined forces and were unable to do anything to Mu Yun. Now that he was facing Mu Yun, who was holding an immortal artifact, the outcome of the battle was really indescribable. "Aren't you very good at talking?" Looking at Tyrant, Mu Yun unsheathed her sword and moved. The sharp sword aura surged out like a rainbow piercing through the sun. Crackling sounds could be heard at this moment. Mu Yun was like a rising sun, carrying a dazzling radiance as she pounced towards Tyrant. Blood demon explosion. Seeing this, Tyrant knew that if he did not fight with all his might, he would not have the chance to. Blood demon explosion was the result of the violent demon small world stimulating the body's potential and exploding out with 10 times more power than usual. It had the same effect as Mu Yan's Aries art. However, after Mu Yan's Aries art was used, it did not cause any harm to the body and would not squeeze out the body's potential. However, blood demon explosion would cause a heavy blow to the warrior's body. This kind of blow was difficult to recover from in a short period of time. However, at this moment, Tyrant had no time to think about this. If he did not make a move now, he would not even know how he died. Demonic aura gathered in the sky, and Tyrant's body suddenly expanded out of thin air. The expansion of his body was not his actual body, but a powerful force triggered by the monstrous blood demon explosion. He has used all his trump cards. Seeing this scene, Mu Yan smiled sinisterly. Her sword shone brightly. Ternary Guei sword. With the sword out, Mu Yan's entire body was completely erect. At this moment, the Supremacy Extermination sword was emitting a dazzling radiance. An unparalleled sword aura blew Mu Yan's hair up. In the wild wind, Mu Yan's long hair fluttered in the wind. Slash! With a roar, the sword aura descended. You want to kill me? Dream on. At this moment, Tyrant's body was 100 feet tall, 100 meters long, and dozens of meters thick. He raised his arm and grabbed at the sword aura. Puff, however, the moment he raised his arm, there was a puff. Tyrant's entire arm was cut off, and the sword aura was still descending. Blood demon explosion. Tyrant did not dare to be careless. He took a step forward, and his body expanded again. On the surface of his body, which was covered in demonic aura, there was another blood-red radiance. Puff, the sword aura descended and slashed at Tyrant's abdomen. However, the sword only slashed at Tyrant's abdomen, and it did not cut him in half. Seeing this scene, Tyrant's blood was boiling. He withstood it. He withstood it? Seeing Tyrant's expression, Mu Yan smiled. She put away the Supremacy Extermination sword and struck with her palm. That palm looked extremely bitter, and it seemed to contain all the suffering in the world. It made one's heart ache, regret, frustration, and sadness. At this moment, all the negative emotions appeared. Bitter dark palm. Killing Tyrant. Seeing this scene, some of the disciples with lower cultivation couldn't help but shed tears. This kind of sorrowful emotion made it impossible for them to hold back the sadness in their hearts. The palm appeared out of nowhere. It was only the size of a palm at first, but it gradually expanded. It seemed to gather all the negative emotions in the hearts of the surrounding people and condensed them into this palm. In this sort of situation, the bitterness in everyone's hearts continued to accumulate. The palm imprint also continued to grow larger and larger. Boom, in an instant, the palm grew to a height of 300 meters. It was filled with gray air, as if it had gathered all the sorrow in the world. Bloody underworld explosion. However, even though Tyrant's body was restrained by the immortal sword, he still took a step forward. His crazy aura spread out once again. After this battle, all the potential in his body had been extracted. But at this moment, his life was more important. He didn't have the time to think about this. A crackling sound could be heard from within Tyrant's body. Blood flowed out of his body and flowed into the body of the 1,000-feet-tall figure. It's useless. Mu Yan suddenly said, no matter how strong you are, it's useless. This sentence seemed to have determined Tyrant's life and death. Boom, as her words fell, the 300-meter-tall palm landed on Tyrant's body. At this moment, when everyone saw this scene, they all stopped fighting. Zitsongming, Lei Kong, Supreme Emperor Tian, and the ordinary Grandmaster stopped charging forward when they saw this scene while blocking the wind blades. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Run, run. Zitsongming was scared out of his wits when he saw this scene. Without another word, the 4 old ancestors turned around and left. At this moment, the tyrant's corpse turned into a cloud of black ash in midair and dissipated into the air. The ruler of a generation of small worlds had completely fallen. This scene immediately caused the hearts and souls of everyone present to become unsettled. Dead, Tyrant was dead. He was the ruler of the violent devil small world, a peak existence. But he was killed by Mu Yan. Although Tyrant couldn't be considered as a top-class expert in the 7th layer of life and death realm, He was definitely a peak expert in the top 100 of the 7th layer of life and death realm. He was actually killed by Mu Yun. For a time, the morale of the army was slack, and the entire alliance of martial artists instantly collapsed. The 4 patriarchs of the 4 minor worlds were so scared that their faces turned ashen. Staying here was no different than courting death. Chase. Without another word, Mu Yun directly gave the order. Thousands of Blood Alliance members charged forward. Their shouts that could topple mountains and overturn seas encouraged the people. This battle was awesome. Everyone seemed to have vented out all the frustration in their hearts. This battle had completely vented out the frustration of being suppressed by the 5 small worlds in the previous battle. The members of the Blood Alliance looked at Mu Yun as though they were looking at a god of war. Their hearts were filled with astonishment. A few days ago, it could be said that Mu Yun had risked her life to kill Zhu Yan. But this time it could be said to be a piece of cake. Moreover, the one she killed was a big shot of the violent devil small world. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Mu Yun stood high in the sky and looked at the corpses on the surface of the sea. Blood dyed the surface of the sea red, and she let out a sigh of relief. After this battle, even the 10 small worlds would have to think twice if they wanted to lay their hands on the Blood Alliance. Pale Yellow Minor World, Western Region. On the main peak of Sky Sword Mountain, close to 10,000 martial artists had gathered in a huge square palace. What? Fong Tongkong stood up from his seat, the muscles on his face trembling. Tyrant, Zitsongming, and the others joined forces with dozens of minor worlds and went to the Blood Alliance to ask for the map. In the end, they were defeated by the Blood Alliance and suffered countless casualties. Even Tyrant was killed. Qing Peng said with a bitter tone. Originally, he didn't believe this news. But in the end, when he personally investigated, the results left him with no choice but to believe it. I heard that Mu Yun changed one of the Jin family's treasures in this pale yellow minor world, the Nirvana Thunder. She directly burned 10 billion spirit crystals and sent the entire army into the sky with one shot, causing the army to be utterly defeated. After that, Mu Yun fought the 5 old ancestors alone and killed Tyrant in the end, causing Zitsongming and the others to flee pathetically. Hearing this, Fong Tongkong's entire body trembled at this moment. It was trembling from anger. This child is changing every day. With this kind of advancement, who in the entire minor world will be able to suppress him in a few years? Fong Tongkong said fiercely. We must hurry up after entering the Tongtian sect master's secret treasure. Otherwise, it will be harder to kill him when he grows up. Qing Peng nodded bitterly. Now, he even suspected that he might not be able to kill Mu Yun even if he attacked. No, Qing Peng suddenly remembered that he was already unable to kill Mu Yun a month ago. But now, Mu Yun was even stronger than before. This fellow's cultivation advancement was simply getting stronger by the day. Such advancement was indeed terrifying. Old Ancestor, the Tongtian sect master's secret treasure is located in the Floating Mountain. The Floating Mountain is related to the Celestial World. We still have to give it a try. Fong Tongkong snorted. Don't worry. We are anxious, but I'm afraid someone is even more anxious than us. The 4 Direction Seal is the closest to the Wuji Minor World. If that fire Wu from the Netherworld ray slips out, Wu Jiaoyan's Wuji Minor World will be the first to suffer. His 10,000 years of foundation will be destroyed overnight. Wu Jiaoyan is the most anxious. Mu Yun, this brat, was so scheming back then. He snatched the immortal artifact in the Bitter Heaven Hall. It's a pity that we didn't discover it back then. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such trouble today. If we had the immortal artifact, we wouldn't have to be afraid of the fire Wu from the Netherworld race in the future. The more Fong Tongkong spoke, the angrier he became. He felt a ball of fire burning in his chest. How's the mobilization of personnel? Qing Peng said again, the disciples and elders of the 4 major sects in the 4 Directions Small World, those above the Life and Death Realm and the 5th level of the Heavenly Immortal Realm, have all been transferred here. Good. Qing Peng snorted. This time, we will enter the Tongtian sect master's secret treasure. Life and Death Realm martial artists will follow us. As for the Heavenly Immortal Realm martial artists, they will stay here. When we get the treasure, we must kill Mu Yun. The Blood Alliance will be massacred. Old Ancestor, what are you trying to say? Fang Tongkong frowned. Old ancestor, Mu Yun sold the map and offended 5 of the 10 small worlds. Now, the relationship with the giant demon small world and the spiritual treasure small world has worsened. Will he still enter the secret treasure? This brat must know that we will deal with him in the secret treasure. Of course he knows. Fang Tongkong laughed. It's because he knows that he will definitely go. This brat is now at the 6th level of the life and death realm. He must be trying to use the opportunity to enter the 7th level. How can the 7th level be so easy to comprehend? One must go through life and death situations to enter the 7th level. If he understands this, he will not let go of the chance to enter the secret area of the floating mountain. This subordinate understands. At the same time, in the Wuji small world, Wuji Ao Tian's brows flickered, and his eyes flickered. Even Tyrant was killed by this brat. This Mu Yun must be eliminated. Wuji Ao Tian clapped his hands and said, seems like we can't hesitate any longer. The longer we delay, the stronger this brat's comprehension will be. If he enters the 7th level, it will be difficult to kill him. Wuji Tianming, Wuji Heng, Wuji Hua Shui, you 3 go to the small world's encampments and tell them to gather at the floating mountain in a month. Wuji Tianming, Wuji Heng, and Wuji Hua Shui were all top 7th level life and death realm experts in the Wuji Sky Palace. These 3 were also Wuji Ao Tian's right-hand men. Some people even guessed that their strength was second only to the 10 great venerables. They might even surpass the 10th venerable, Battle Cloud Peak. Understood. The 3 elders received the order and were about to take their leave. However, Wuji Tianming suddenly said, Palace Lord, the giant demon small world and the heavenly treasure small world, call them together. Wuji Tianming said, not only that, call all the small worlds with 7th level life and death realm experts. This time, we will use all the power of the small worlds to pry open the floating mountain's door and enter Tongtian's sky connecting secret land. Yes. Gradually, the news of Blood Alliance defeating dozens of small worlds spread throughout the entire pale yellow small world. Finally, no one looked down on Blood Alliance anymore. There were even some who compared Blood Alliance with the 10 great small worlds, calling them the 11 great small worlds. Mu Yun's reputation rose again. Killing a 7th level life and death tyrant at the 6th level life and death realm, she was second only to a top 7th level life and death realm expert. When Mu Yun entered the 7th level life and death realm in the future, she would truly be a genius with tyrannical strength. Compared to the numerous 7th level life and death realm experts, Mu Yun's cultivation time was indeed in her youth. However, Mu Yun didn't care much about all this. At this moment, Mu Yun was in the pavilion, feeling the changes in the power in her body. She was astonished. The Bitter Heaven scripture was divided into 7 volumes, and each volume allowed one to comprehend an attack. Mu Yun had comprehended the Bitter Fiend Nether Palm. If it were someone else, they might have comprehended a fist art or a foot art. This was not certain. However, when she executed it today, the Bitter Fiend Nether Palm continuously absorbed the painstaking efforts of the surrounding people, increasing the might of the palm imprint. It completely exceeded Mu Yun's expectations. If that was the case, this palm art wasn't as mysterious as what she saw now. Moreover, after today's palm strike, she discovered that many Blood Alliance disciples who were not far from her felt exceptionally happy. Even their cultivation showed signs of breaking through. If this was the credit of the Bitter Heaven scripture, then this martial technique could be said to be unfathomable. It was above the Aries scripture that she had created. Heavenly Lord Misery Sea was truly worthy of being a prime who had ruled for tens of thousands of years. Mu Yun couldn't help but admit his inferiority when it came to this move. However, later on, when she ruled a region in the immortal world, Heavenly Lord Misery Sea had never heard of her name. Mu Yun felt a little proud in her heart. Alliance leader. Everyone waited quietly. Come in. Mu Yun stood up and adjusted her breathing. The door was pushed open and Zhu Yunwen came in respectfully. Mu Yun could clearly feel that Zhu Yunwen's respect for her came from the bottom of his heart. It was respect for an expert. Previously, Zhu Yunwen and the others had also been respectful to him. However, Mu Yun could sense that these people were only respectful to him because Yi Qiu, Cold Blood, Feng Yu and the other original members of the Blood Alliance were very strong. To be precise, it was because of the strength of her confidence that Zhu Yunwen and the others respected her. But now, Lin Yu could feel that everyone, including those who joined later, respected her because of the strength she displayed in the previous battle. The two kinds of respect were completely different. Alliance Master, the news has spread. Our blood alliance is now the most famous force in the entire Conghuang minor world. Zhu Yunwen chuckled. Also, Wuji minor world and the other minor worlds seem to be unable to hold back and have decided to attack the floating mountain sect. Oh? They can't hold back anymore? Mu Yun chuckled. It seemed that the display of Nirvana War Thunder and his strength had already made the few big shots wary. However, Mu Yun could relax a little now that they had taken action. Not only that, but Wuji Ao Tian also told Tianbao Minor World and Giant Demon Minor World the location. Some minor worlds with 7th level life and death realm ancestors also received the news. Interesting. It seems that Wuji Ao Tian is preparing to join forces with the other minor worlds to put pressure on the floating mountain sect. Mu Yun could also guess Wuji Ao Tian's intention. With so many minor worlds joining forces, even if the floating mountain sect had the support of an immortal, it would be impossible for them to slaughter everyone in the minor worlds. Moreover, the relationship between the floating mountain sect and the immortal world might not be that strong. Did the floating mountain sect have any reaction? Not at all. Alright, I understand. Let me know if there's any news. Mu Yun waved her hand and Zhu Yunwen took his leave. Standing up and looking at the vigorous blood alliance, Mu Yun's mouth gradually curved into a smile. Chaos is the best. The pale yellow small world used to be the #1 small world among the thousands of small worlds, but now, it was reduced to a lower middle class small world. The benefits brought to the pale yellow small world by the 9 days and 9 nights of spiritual rain he caused could only be reflected over time. But now, the influx of various worlds stimulated the pale yellow minor world's mindset of being stagnant, allowing it to grow stronger. For example, Su Jingqi, Tianyi, and the others had originally thought that the first layer of life and death realm was the ruler of a small world. But after this beating, they realized that the first layer of life and death realm was indeed the ruler of a small world. However, in the eyes of the thousands of small worlds' powerhouses, they could only be considered as the weakest powerhouses. Yun Lang, let me see what you'll choose this time. Mu Yun looked out of the window and muttered to herself, moreover, I also want to see how the 33 Heavenly Sword sect instigated you to kill Xuexiao back then. His faint voice traveled into the distance and disappeared into the void. At the same time, in the floating mountain, Qin Tianyu stood outside the cave and said respectfully, Lord Heaven Master, Wu Jiaoyan has already joined forces with many martial artists who entered the pale yellow small world. They're preparing to enter the Sky Passage secret land in a month's time. Got it. An indifferent voice resounded in the cave. Lord Heaven Master, is there anything else? Qin Tianyu knelt on the ground and said, Lord Heaven Master, this time, hundreds of small worlds have joined forces to pressure our floating mountain. This subordinate boldly suggests that we activate the Blood Key plan and directly, I said I got it. Don't you understand? The voice in the cave gradually turned cold, if they want to come, then let them come. If they want to find the Sky Passage secret land, then let them. What's wrong with that? Lord Heaven Master. Alright, calm the disciples. There's no need to be afraid. Our floating mountain has stood tall in the pale yellow small world for 10,000 years. This little storm is nothing. Go. Yes. This subordinate will take his leave. Qin Tianyu's eyes were filled with confusion. He cupped his hands and left. Blood Emissary Chen, how was it? At the same time, 1,000 meters away from the cave, Han Qianren and Zhu Tianjing were waiting anxiously. When they saw Qin Tianyu appear, they immediately asked. Wait. Qin Tianyu placed his hands behind his back and said indifferently. Wait. Hearing this, Han Qianren and Zhu Tianjing were both stunned. Looking at the two, Qin Tianyu said impatiently, the two of you have merged with the bloodline of immortal beasts. Your strength can be said to be first-class experts at the peak of the 7th level of life and death realm. What are you afraid of? The two of us are not afraid. Han Qianren smiled awkwardly and said, Mu Yun's strength has improved by leaps and bounds. She can even kill Tyrant. I don't know how much she will grow in a while. Yeah. Zhu Tianjing also sighed and said, the two of us can be said to be in the top 100 of the 7th level of life and death realm with the help of the blood key. The two of us can still kill Mu Yun now. If we wait, who knows how long we will have to wait. Kill Mu Yun? Hearing Zhu Tianjing's words, Chen Tianyu laughed strangely and said, Zhu Tianjing, Han Qianren, it's not that I look down on the two of you. Mu Yun, even I don't dare to pat my chest and say that I can kill her. With just the two of you? You think too highly of yourselves. Hearing this, the two of them flushed red. Back then, did you think that the Heaven Master, who was at the 7th level of life and death realm, was defeated by Mu Yun because the Heaven Master showed mercy? Chen Tianyu snorted and said, the Heaven Master's physical body was destroyed in the battle between the 7th level of life and death realm. At that time, the Heaven Master couldn't kill Mu Yun. Now, you say that the two of you can? Thinking of this, the two of them suddenly felt cold sweat on their backs. That's right, the Heaven Master almost died in the hands of Mu Yun. At that time, Mu Yun was still at the 7th level of life and death realm. Now, Mu Yun was at the 6th level of life and death realm. With their realm, how could they kill Mu Yun? After thinking about it carefully, the two of them suddenly broke out in cold sweat. Mu Yun's life belongs to the Heaven Master. No one can kill her. Now, the two of you don't have to be afraid of anyone in the entire Tsang Huang small world except for the 10 great venerables. Just listen to orders. Yes. Understood. Han Qianren and Zhu Tianjing immediately cupped their hands and responded. They used to be the leaders of the 9 Frost Heavenly Palace and the Zhu family. They were life and death realm experts. However, in this situation where life and death realm experts were everywhere, the two of them had to find a backer if they wanted to maintain the survival of their forces. The Blood Alliance was impossible. The floating mountain was their only hope. At the moment, it seemed that relying on the floating mountain was indeed the wisest choice. With the entry of the 10 great small worlds and the 10 great venerables, the Tsang Huang small world became more and more chaotic. No matter what, the floating mountain had stood tall for 10,000 years and still had the strength in their hands. In addition, there were rumors that the floating mountain had interacted with the immortals of the upper realm. Naturally, they felt at ease. But recently, the Blood Alliance had risen strongly. Cold Blood, Yiqiu, and the other's strength had greatly increased. They had reached the 7th level of the life and death realm, which was already very incredible. Mu Qingyu had also appeared. She was actually at the 7th level of the life and death realm, and even had the strength of a venerable. In addition to the immortal beast heaven-devouring tiger by Mu Qingyu's side, there were 2 venerables. These were not all. Now, even Mu Yun had the strength to kill a 7th level life and death realm martial artist. If she killed an ordinary 7th level life and death realm martial artist, they would at most be surprised. But now, the one Mu Yun could kill was not an ordinary 7th level life and death realm martial artist. The one who died was Tyrant, one of the top ancestors in the thousands of small worlds. They could not help but be surprised by this. The entire Blood Alliance was actively developing. This was simply inconceivable. Now, hundreds of small worlds had begun to join forces to fight against the floating mountain and forcibly enter the secret area of the floating mountain. The big tree behind them was beginning to be threatened. How could the two of them not be afraid? Chen Tianyu knew the two of them were worried, but he did not expose them. He only despised them in his heart. How could these ordinary people know the true methods of the floating mountain, not to mention the various small worlds joining forces? Even if the entire small worlds became enemies, the floating mountain would not be afraid. Time passed bit by bit. A month quietly passed. During this month, Mu Yun only stayed in the Blood Alliance. When she had nothing to do, she would refine pills, forge tools, and constantly perfect some of her cultivation techniques. Of course, she also completed the homework that Xiaoyun and Wang Xianxia had to do every day. Because the two girls had become more and more charming after being nourished by Mu Yun, sometimes Mu Yun would also reluctantly exceed her quota. However, what surprised all the members of the Blood Alliance was that Xiaoyun had a deep understanding of the Mystic Moon Heart Sutra of the Mystic Moon Holy Land, while Wang Xianxia was obsessed with arrays. Especially Xiaoyun, who had to deal with many matters on a daily basis. Wang Xianxia was obsessed with arrays and did not cultivate at all. However, the two's cultivation base increased the fastest. Now, the two girls had already reached the 5th level of life and death realm. This progress made Moyang and Qi Ming, the two disciples, extremely dissatisfied. They complained all day long that Mu Yun was biased towards his wife. He must have secretly used some good things to make the two masters' wives improve so quickly. But to them, he beat and scolded them every day, and only made them work hard to cultivate. However, every time this matter was mentioned, Mu Yun's old face would inevitably become embarrassed. Xiao Yuner and Wang Xinya's improvement was inseparable from his daily nourishment. What were these two brats guessing blindly? They were two big men. Mu Yun could not tell them that his body was special and conveniently give them some good things. Therefore, every time the two mentioned this matter, Mu Yun would scold them. On the contrary, Wang Xinya and Xiao Yuner would laugh loudly every time they saw Mu Yun's embarrassed appearance. But even so, even if the two buffoons were scolded, they could not help but try to fish out Mu Yun's words every time. As for Whitey, it would break into the blood union's internal pill recipes every day and eat until it was satisfied. Then, it would find a place to lazily bask in the sun. It was hard to guard against a thief in the house, let alone an immortal beast. Mu Yun finally understood why her father had left this little kitten behind. It was purely for her to raise it. The most excessive thing was that this heaven-devouring tiger could just lie down and rest. But sometimes, it would shrink to the size of a finger and run off to God knows where. Sometimes, it would directly transform into 100,000 feet long and lie down on the 10 pillars around the blood union, completely becoming a natural sunshade. However, this heaven-devouring tiger did not listen to Mu Yun at all, acting willfully and recklessly. Fortunately, Mu Yun carried all the immortal pills she had obtained from the Bitter Heaven Palace's furnace with her. Otherwise, her intestines would turn green with regret. Surrounding Floating Mountain on this day, not long after Mu Yun finished her daily homework, the news arrived. The various minor worlds had made their move, with Wuji Minor World as the leader. The 10 minor worlds were all pressuring Floating Mountain. Not only the 10 minor worlds, but also the alliance of other minor worlds. More than 200 minor worlds with 7th-level life and death old ancestors had all joined in. The majestic army encircled Floating Mountain. It was countless times more majestic than when the 5 minor worlds attacked Blood Union. At this moment, on Floating Mountain in the middle region of Pale Yellow Minor World, Chen Tianyu stood on top of the mountain, wearing a blood-red robe. Looking at the dense crowd around him, his brows slightly creased. At this moment, the entire Floating Mountain was surrounded like a hedgehog. Behind Chen Tianyu were 2 men. One was the 3rd commander of Blood Emissaries, Wu Qing, who was almost killed at the bottom of Blood Slaughter Island. The other was the 2nd commander of Blood Emissaries, Shang Qingyun. These 2 people were also the right-hand men of Chen Tianyu, the great commander. However, there were hundreds of blood envoys, and each of them was powerful. They always did things in secret, so the 2 of them were not very famous. "Commander, I think these guys are tired of living. Let's just kill them." Wu Qing licked his scarlet lips and said sinisterly like a viper. This person looked even stronger than when he was at the bottom of Blood Slaughter Island. The blood qi on his body was also much denser. "Kill?" Hearing these words, Zhu Tianjing and Han Qianren shuddered. "Big brother, take a good look. There are martial artists from the 10 minor worlds below. Moreover, there are 10 venerables among them. Do you think you can kill them just like that?" The 2nd commander, Shang Qingyun, also said. "What is Heaven Lord thinking? Are you really going to let them enter our Floating Mountain?" "Shut up." Hearing the 2's words, Chen Tianyu raised his head and shouted, "Stop talking. Heaven Lord has his own thoughts. How can you and I guess?" Seeing Chen Tianyu's anger, the 2 immediately shut their mouths. Although the 3 were all commanders on the surface, Chen Tianyu was the most terrifying one among the 3. No one knew exactly how strong this guy was. However, even if Shang Qingyun and Wu Qing teamed up, they knew that there was a very high chance that they would die. Wuji Minor World's Wuji Ao Tian has come to pay a visit to the master of the Hanging Mountain, Mr. Yun Lang. At this moment, a loud and clear voice rang out. It was Proud Heaven, who was standing in front of the crowd. However, the only response to Wuji Ao Tian was the howling of the mountain winds. Wuji Minor World's Wuji Ao Tian has come to pay a visit to the master of the Hanging Mountain, Mr. Yun Lang. Wuji Ao Tian controlled his temper and shouted again. However, there was still no response. Wuji Ao Tian has come to pay a visit. Please open the mountain gate, Cloud Gem Mountain Lord. Wuji Ao Tian said again, but the only response he got was still a mountain full of whirlwinds. Humph, even if the Hanging Mountain has connections with the immortal world, why are they so arrogant and condescending? Wuji Ao Tian was patient, but there were some people who couldn't wait any longer. This mountain range of bird shit is floating in the air. It's so mysterious. Let's break open the mountain range and see if the immortal behind the Hanging Mountain will really appear. Yes, that's right. That's right. We'll only know after we test it out. Suddenly, some cultivators in the minor worlds couldn't help but snort. Wuji Ao Tian didn't say anything, but frowned. He was the number one person in the minor worlds. Previously, he had been snubbed in front of the Blood Union. Even if Mu Qingyu and Devouring Heaven Tiger joined forces, he wouldn't dare say that he could win. He had to admit that. But now that he had arrived at the Hanging Mountain, he was met with the cold shoulder once more. Even if there was an immortal behind the Hanging Mountain, there was no need for them to put on such airs. However, while Limitless Ao Tian could wait, there were some people who could not. Stop talking nonsense and break the formation. Immediately, several swooshing sounds rang out as several 7th-level life and death realm ancestors charged out. In the thousands of minor worlds, those who could be called ancestors were all powerful 7th-level life and death realm existences. They ruled a minor world and were the top existences in their respective minor worlds. If the pale yellow minor world was as powerful as it was tens of thousands of years ago, they wouldn't dare to come here even if there were 10 or 100 secret chambers, let alone 3. But what was the situation now? The pale yellow minor world was only a lower-level minor world among the thousands of minor worlds. The Hanging Mountain was only the local tyrant of the pale yellow minor world. But the Hanging Mountain wasn't the only local tyrant of the pale yellow minor world. Even the Blood Union, who was at the peak of their power, could deal with the 5 minor worlds, but they couldn't deal with the alliance of so many minor worlds. Therefore, how could the patriarchs of these small worlds tolerate such contempt? Whoosh! 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 More than a dozen figures rushed out. Seeing those people rushing out, Wuji Ao Tian's mouth curled into a smile. He wanted to see if the Hanging Mountain was the real deal or just an empty name. Everyone, since you're here, you're my guests. It's my fault for making you wait, but there's no need to be so rough. At this moment, a cold voice resounded from the Hanging Mountain. Pung! Pung! In the blink of an eye, the patriarchs were stopped in their tracks. Bloody holes appeared on their chests, and their bodies fell to the ground as if they had been struck by lightning. When they took another look, the patriarchs were already half dead. Their faces were pale as they stared at the scene in front of them in disbelief. In the air, a man wearing a white robe and a white hat appeared in a flash like a ghost. It was the Hanging Mountain's Heaven Lord. The appearance of this person, who had killed more than a dozen patriarchs, immediately put everyone on high alert. This Heaven Lord wasn't simple. Heaven Lord Yun, I'm sorry for taking the liberty to visit. Please don't take offense. Wuji Ao Tian said politely. How could that be? Yun Lang's voice carried a trace of magnetism as he chuckled. Since you're my guests, I naturally welcome you. Moreover, you're here for the Heavenly Vault. I, Yun Lang, naturally welcome you. While speaking, Yun Lang raised his head. At this moment, Yun Lang looked slightly different from before. He had long and narrow eyes, bright eyes, and white teeth. He looked like a youth in his early 20s. When he smiled, there was a trace of immaturity. However, when he raised his hand, his aura was vigorous. Seeing this person, Wuji Ao Tian was shocked. A martial artist's life would change as their cultivation base increased. Naturally, their appearance would change as well. Life and death realm martial artists had a lifespan of 10,000 years. Some had a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. However, appearance was also the best reflection of a martial artist's strength. For example, Miaoqing was one of the 10 venerables. She was at the peak of the 7th layer of life and death realm, but her hair was gray, and she looked like an old man. This was because Miaoqing's potential had reached its limit. Another reason was that Miaoqing had entered the life and death realm too late. If a martial artist in the Feather Immortal realm had a lifespan of 10,000 years, then this person would look like a middle-aged man when he was 5,000 years old. However, when he entered the life and death realm, his lifespan would double, and he would look like a robust man in his early 30s. As his realm increased, his lifespan would increase, and his potential would also increase. Naturally, his appearance would change. Naturally, this wasn't a decisive factor. Some martial artists with great potential and talent would still maintain their appearance when they had just entered the life and death realm even if they reached the limit of their lifespan. There were even some pills that could change a martial artist's appearance and preserve their vitality. However, no matter how much one changed, a martial artist's soul mark wouldn't change. However, when he saw Yunlang looking like a youth in his early 20s, Wu Jiao Tian couldn't remain calm. Floating Mountain's Heaven Lord was already very famous 10,000 years ago. However, 10,000 years later, he still looked so young. He, Wu Jiao Tian, was known as the #1 person in the small thousand world. Now, he also looked like he was in his early 30s. Among the 10 venerables, he was the youngest. This Yunlang was even more terrifying than him. Wu Jiao Tian could only come to such a conclusion. Just now, we were rude. Boundless Proud Heaven said after a long time. Everyone, you came to Floating Mountain for the Heavenly Secret Trove. To tell you the truth, the Heavenly Secret Trove is in the ancient dragon ruins. The entrance is indeed controlled by my Floating Mountain. Yunlang's voice gave people a very comfortable feeling. He smiled faintly and said, however, I also want to tell you that although you can enter the secret trove at will, I, Yunlang, can't guarantee that you can find the entrance to the Heavenly Secret Trove after entering the ancient dragon ruins. Most importantly, if any accidents happen to any of you in there, I, Yunlang, will not bear any responsibility. Hearing Yunlang's words, everyone present was stunned. No requirements. They thought that after entering the Heavenly Secret Trove, Yunlang would ask for 10 billion spirit crystals like Mu Yun. However, Yunlang didn't say anything and let them enter. It was simply too strange. However, although it was strange, the big shots of the small worlds were naturally not stupid enough to ask what benefits they were willing to give to Floating Mountain. Judging from this point alone, Yunlang was much stronger than Mu Yun, who raised the price on the spot. Then, when can we enter the Heavenly Secret Trove? You can enter now. Yunlang's voice was seductive and magnetic. He chuckled and said, I think the location of the Heavenly Secret Trove that Alliance leader Mu told you is in the ancient dragon ruins controlled by Floating Mountain. I have already opened the entrance. However, the entrance to the Heavenly Secret Trove is in the ancient dragon ruins. As for where it is, I don't know. Therefore, whether you can find it depends on your luck. Oh, right. Yunlang said again, you can enter the ancient dragon ruins at any time. If you find the entrance to the Heavenly Secret Trove, you can enter at any time. Floating Mountain only has one request. What request? Entering the ancient dragon ruins is one thing. However, if you do anything out of line in Floating Mountain, don't blame me for being ruthless. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio re-entering the ruins of course. Wu Jiao Tian chuckled. We're only here for the secret treasure. Naturally, we won't disturb you. Proud Heaven didn't expect Yunlang to so easily agree to let them enter the Floating Mountain. Proud Heaven was also somewhat surprised. Wu Jiao Tian was surprised as well. Although it was unexpected, Wu Jiao Tian understood. For Yunlang to allow them to enter so easily, he did not know what he was thinking. Rumor had it that Mu Yun was the successor of Supremacy Yun from 10,000 years ago. Yunlang was once Supremacy Yun's disciple. Back then, Mu Yun and Yunlang had a great battle that caused Yunlang to be severely injured. Mu Yun hid in the pale yellow small world and later entered the 5 elements small world. Now, it seemed that Yunlang was unfathomable. He controlled the Floating Mountain and communicated with the immortal world. As for Mu Yun, she established the Blood Alliance from its initial insignificance to its current strength. All those who were related to the famous Venerable Cloud from 10,000 years ago had achieved great things. It was a pity that Supremacy Yun and Supremacy Blood did not seem to have left behind any secret treasure. Otherwise, there would not be 3 secret treasures in the pale yellow small world, but 5. Everyone, please. While Wu Jiao Tian was thinking, Yun Lang had already opened his palm and invited everyone to enter. It didn't take long for the entire group to enter the hanging mountain. What? Yun Lang opened the floating mountain and let everyone enter the ancient dragon ruins? In the Blood Alliance, Mu Yan's eyes almost popped out when she heard the news. Mu Yun could not understand what Yun Lang was thinking. Alliance leader, what should we do now? Mu Yun chuckled. This disciple of mine is really, like me. He doesn't play by the rules. Alliance leader, what did you say? No, nothing. Mu Yun chuckled. Since Yun Lang allowed them to enter, he must be sure that they can't find the entrance to the heavenly secret treasure. Since that's the case, let's help them. Help? Hearing Mu Yan's words, the Blood Alliance members were even more puzzled. Why help? How could he help? Everyone knew that the relationship between the Blood Alliance and the Floating Mountain sect was like fire and water. That battle back then had been a world-shaking one. If the Floating Sky Mountain had allowed the martial artists from other small worlds to enter, the Blood Alliance would have probably started fighting the moment they arrived, not to mention entering the ancient dragon ruins. The entrance to the secret tomb is in the ancient dragon ruins. If they can't find it, we'll help them. Alliance Master, you mean? Zhu Yunwen's eyes suddenly lit up. Back then, he, Dong Ming, Shilong and the others had been used as pawns by the Floating Mountain sect for the Blood Key plan. In the end, they had been sealed in the world below the ancient dragon ruins. Later on, he found a place to stay. It was in that strange cave. Later on, Mu Yun left the ancient dragon ruins through that strange passageway. They didn't need to enter the hanging mountain to reach the ancient dragon ruins. Alliance Master is indeed, alright, great supervisor, you don't have to flatter me anymore. Get ready. Let's set off. Seeing the strange conversation between the two, everyone was puzzled. What's going on? However, Mu Yun didn't explain. She gathered the people and set off. Mu Yun was also unclear in his heart what exactly Yun Lang was up to. However, she knew that Yun Lang dared to let the big shots enter the ancient dragon ruins because he thought that they wouldn't be able to find the entrance to the secret tomb. Although Mu Yun didn't know why the Floating Mountain sect didn't try to find the secret tomb of Tong Tian after so many years, Mu Yun knew that Yun Lang didn't have good intentions. Good disciple, if others can't find the entrance to the secret tomb, then let's see if your master can find it. Mu Yan's lips curled into an evil smile. Her entire face carried a smile that made people shudder. Under Mu Yan's lead, the numerous life and death experts of the Blood Alliance set off in a grandiose manner. Diwen and Do Yunfeng also led a large group of martial artists from the 2 small worlds and set off with Mu Yun. Kid, everyone in the pale yellow small world is saying that you're the successor of Venerable Yun from 10,000 years ago, and that Yun Lang is Venerable Yun's beloved disciple. It seems like the 2 of you are fated to fight. Diwen looked at Mu Yun and chuckled. Fated to fight, huh? Mu Yun's lips curled into a wry smile. You can say that. Everyone from the Blood Alliance finally set off. However, Mu Yun's heart gradually became uneasy. The last time he saw Yun Lang, he was surprised, shocked, desperate, and sorrowful. However, so much time had passed. When they met again, he didn't know how to face Yun Lang. Kill him, that was a must, however, the current him didn't have the strength to kill him. His original plan was to rely on the various small worlds to create conflict between the Floating Mountain sect and the thousands of small worlds. It would be best if he could destroy the Floating Mountain sect. However, now that the Floating Mountain sect had directly opened the ancient dragon ruins, this plan could be said to have completely failed. This was really beyond Mu Yun's imagination. However, the question that lingered in Mu Yun's mind was, how could Yun Lang let everyone enter the ancient dragon ruins so easily? Could it be that he didn't care about the heavenly secret treasure at all? That was simply impossible. Even Mu Yun felt that this idea was impossible. After thinking about it, Mu Yun really couldn't find any excuse. Alliance leader, we're here. However, unknowingly, Mu Yun discovered that everyone had already entered the ancient dragon ruins from the place where Mu Yun had come out. It was still the same mountain peak that looked completely the same on the outside but was empty on the inside. Hundreds of warriors were standing on the mountain peak at this moment, and there was no trace of crowding at all. More importantly, everyone looked outside the mountain peak at this moment and discovered that the warriors from various small worlds had already discovered this place. Let's go. Mu Yun tidied his clothes and smiled slightly. Go? Go out now? When Mu Yun finished speaking, everyone was stunned. We're here to look for the secret treasure. What's the difference between going out now and going out later? Mu Yun smiled slightly, and everyone was stunned. But thinking about it carefully, it was indeed so. As a result, hundreds of warriors from the Blood Alliance, 5 Elements Small World, and Battle Armor Small World walked out of the mountain peak in a majestic manner. The big shots of the various small worlds who were originally seriously looking for the exit of the secret treasure were shocked when they saw the warriors from the 3 major factions appear. However, when they saw the people from the 3 major factions, their expressions became strange. They walked out of the mountain peak. Seeing this scene, everyone stared at the 3 groups of people as if they were looking at gorillas. It's you guys. How did you guys get in? The person who was searching in this area happened to be Luan Dongsong from the Reincarnation Small World. Luan Dongsong looked at everyone in shock and said in disbelief, Mu Yun, you know the shortcut to enter the ancient dragon ruins. How could Luan Dongsong not react at this moment? Alright. Right at this moment, a shout sounded again, and Du Wanshan from the 5 Poisons Small World appeared. He looked at everyone and shouted, Mu Yun, you are really shameless. You knew the shortcut to the ancient dragon ruins, but you didn't tell us. You made us surround the floating mountain and defend the floating mountain, then secretly entered through the shortcut. How can you be so shameless? We spent money to buy the information. Seeing Du Wanshan and Luan Dongsong's angry expressions, Mu Yun smiled slightly. Supremacies, firstly, I know about this shortcut, but I don't have the obligation to tell you, right? It seems like our relationship isn't that good, right? Secondly, you guys spent 20 billion top-grade spirit crystals to buy the exact location of the Heavenly Passage secret treasure and the path to enter the secret treasure. You guys didn't ask me, so why should I do something unnecessary? I'll tell you. Immediately, the 2 supremacies looked at Mu Yun, and the anger in their eyes couldn't be said to be weak. However, the current Mu Yun was no longer someone they could kill whenever they wanted. They glared fiercely at Mu Yun, but the 2 supremacies didn't make a move in the end. However, to be fair, it seems like a lot of people have entered this secret place. The 2 of you seem to have made a loss in the purchase of crystals. If you enter the secret treasure, you won't be able to obtain any treasures, and instead lose some people, then you will lose everything. Shut up. Luan Dongsong snorted and said, Mu Yun, you better promise that when we find the entrance to the secret treasure, you won't be alone in the secret treasure. This sentence was already a blatant threat. However, at this moment, Mu Yun's relationship with the few small worlds was already in full swing, so Mu Yun didn't care about such meaningless words. Moreover, if the 2 of them wanted to kill her now, they would have to see if they had the ability to do so. At this moment, Do Yunfeng stood out and chuckled. Since everyone is here to find the secret treasure, there's no need to quarrel before the secret treasure is found. The 2 of you, this time, Yunlang easily allowed everyone to enter the ancient dragon ruins. I'm sure the entrance to the secret treasure left behind by Tong Tian's sect leader won't be so easy to find, right? Of course. Du Wanshan snorted and said, if it was so easy to find, the floating mountain sect would have entered the secret treasure long ago. Humph. Idiot. Hearing this, Mu Yun scolded, who knows, even if they know the entrance to the secret treasure, they won't tell you. They'll just wait for you to enter and kill all of you in one fell swoop. Do you think everyone is as vicious as you? Du Wanshan said disdainfully, Mu Yun, you don't have to be proud now. There will be a time when you kneel and beg for mercy. Haha. Vicious. No matter how vicious they are, how can they be compared to people from the 5 Poisons Small World? Every one of you is poisonous. Du Wanshan really couldn't be bothered with Mu Yun. He was afraid that if he continued talking to Mu Yun, he would be angered to death by Mu Yun. The 2 of them immediately snorted angrily and left the area. At this moment, they hadn't found the secret treasure, so it wasn't suitable for them to fight. Once they found the real secret treasure and entered it, as long as Mu Yun was no longer single, she would definitely die if she met them. Master, how should we find the entrance to the secret treasure? Yiqiu walked forward and looked at Mu Yun. Everyone, don't separate. Let me take a look first. After Mu Yun finished speaking, she led everyone to walk around the ancient dragon ruins. Along the way, they also met many warriors from other small worlds. 7 Mysterious Sky Bewildering Formation. Mu Yun clearly remembered that there were 2 boundaries in the ancient dragon ruins. Back then, he had inadvertently entered the world below and discovered Zhu Yunwen and the others. Later on, he returned to the upper realm again. Upper and lower realms. The upper realm was the real ancient dragon ruins, while the lower realm was created by the floating mountain to deceive others and imprison those warriors who had been ravaged by the Blood Key plan. 2 places, 2 different realms. No. Mu Yun suddenly felt that he seemed to have thought wrongly. Upper and lower realms, there was nothing wrong here. The upper realm was the real ancient dragon ruins, and the lower realm was created by the floating mountain. No, Mu Yun's eyes suddenly lit up. He suddenly understood. All along, he had mistakenly thought that the lower realm was a space created by the floating mountain. But in fact, it was not. Why couldn't the lower realm be a part of the ancient dragon ruins? Mu Yun's heart skipped a beat. If the ancient dragon ruins were a mysterious circular space, and there was an entrance and an exit in the upper and lower realms, the upper and lower realms would be controlled by the floating mountain. The upper realm was the entrance and exit controlled by the floating mountain, and the lower realm was the entrance and exit they had entered from. Thinking about it this way, everything was not what he had imagined at all. Mu Yun directly flew up and passed through the boundary above his head. At this moment, with his realm, passing through the boundary that was once difficult to cross was not a problem at all. With a puff, Mu Yun's figure appeared in the upper realm. Mu Yun! Mu Yun! But when they saw Mu Yun appear, everyone in the upper realm was immediately shocked. When did this guy come in? Mu Yun, how did you enter the ancient dragon ruins? Yu Huiran immediately shouted when he saw Mu Yun. However, Mu Yun didn't care about it. Looking up, Mu Yun's heart gradually became clear. Cold Blood and the others followed behind, not knowing what Mu Yun was up to. I understand. Suddenly, Mu Yun waved her hand and laughed out loud. Sect Master Tong Tian, you are indeed a genius of heaven and earth. As expected of the number 1 person from tens of thousands of years ago. You shared the same reputation as Heavenly Lord Misery Sea and nearly fooled me. Hearing Mu Yun's words, the expressions of the surrounding people immediately changed. The first half of Mu Yun's words sounded like she was praising the Grandmaster of Heaven, but the last sentence sounded like she was praising herself. What are you talking about? When Wu Jiao Tian saw Mu Yun, he couldn't help but frown. Humph, do you think Yunlang let you in because he was kind enough to let you find the entrance to the heavenly secret treasure? Mu Yun sneered, if you search like this, even if you die of old age here, you won't be able to find the entrance. You, how arrogant. Yu Huiran and the others looked at Mu Yun with mockery in their eyes. Heavenly Lord Embittered Sea was a famous supreme expert before Supremacy Cloud. As for Tong Tian sect leader, he had established Tong Tian sect before Heavenly Lord Embittered Sea. With his strength alone, he had awed the entire small Kiliacosm. However, it was a long time ago, and most of the people who knew about this person's deeds had ascended to the immortal world or died. Therefore, Heavenly Lord Misery Sea's reputation was more well known. At this moment, Mu Yun's bold words were simply lawless. Arrogant? Mu Yun chuckled. If you continue to search like this, when will you be able to find it? Hearing Mu Yun's words, the few big shots were at a loss for words. They had been here for some time. With so many people, they had almost turned the upper and lower realms inside the ancient dragon ruins upside down. Indeed, they did not find anything special. However, if Mu Yun found any secrets at this moment, it would be unacceptable for them. Wouldn't that mean that they were inferior to Mu Yun? Watch and see, big shots. Mu Yun snorted and said, do you think that I took your spirit crystals to deceive you? Others did not take a single cent and let you in, so I am a great benefactor? Stupid. After scolding them to her heart's content, Mu Yun stood on the spot and stomped her foot. Boom, in an instant, faint yellow rays of light appeared on the originally flat ground. Those faint yellow rays of light emerged from the ground. Upon closer inspection, they were strange characters that seemed to have existed for a long time. There were even wisps of frightening aura on the surface. The characters formed rays of yellow light that spread out. Immediately, in the ancient dragon ruins, everyone felt a series of rumbling sounds. In fact, even Mu Yun did not think of this at the beginning. Sect Master Tongtian's secret treasure was not in the ancient dragon ruins at all. To be precise, the ancient dragon ruins was only the entrance to Sect Master Tongtian's secret treasure. It was not that Sect Master Tongtian's entrance was in the ancient dragon ruins. Such creativity was simply miraculous. The ground gradually trembled. Everyone looked at the ground under their feet, dumbfounded. Everyone in the upper realm stood on the spot, stunned. Many cultivators in the lower realm looked up at the dim sky and saw rays of pale yellow light appear. They did not know what was going on. This is the core of the array formation, Wu Jiaoyan suddenly said when he saw where Mu Yun was standing. Array formation. At the same time, at the entrance of the ancient dragon ruins in the upper realm, Yun Lang was dressed in white. With one hand in front and the other behind, he looked at everything indifferently. Heavenly Master, this guy, haha. Seeing Mu Yun's actions, Yun Lang smiled bitterly and said, I knew that he would find it. He will definitely find it. Master, compared to you, I am still inferior. However, Mu Yun did not care about this at this moment. She stepped on the ground, and the strange characters were emitting a vast wave of energy. Even after tens of thousands of years, it was still the same as when it was first set up. 7 Mysterious Sky Bewildering Array. Mu Yun was a little surprised when she saw the yellow light gradually spreading under her feet. This kind of array formation was no longer something that could be set up in a minor kiliacosm. The Grandmaster of Heaven wanted to reach the heavens. Now it seemed that this person's strength was indeed legendary. I can't open the array alone. If you want to enter the treasure trove, don't just stand there and watch. Mu Yun looked at the supremacies and shouted, do as I say. Otherwise, no one will be able to enter. Do as you see fit. What should we do? Di Wen and Do Yunfeng stepped forward and asked. This 7 Mysterious Sky Bewildering Array is divided into 7 main channels. When each channel is opened, it will erupt with a powerful backlash. We need to completely suppress that backlash in order to open the array. Okay, we will do whatever you say. At this moment, Wu Jiao Tian no longer hesitated and stepped forward. There were no eternal enemies, only eternal benefits. Yun Lang invited them in with a bright light. It seemed that he did not intend to let them find the treasure trove. It was because Yun Lang was sure that they could not find the treasure trove. However, a variable like Mu Yun had appeared. Yun Lang probably did not expect that Mu Yun would appear at this moment. Not only did she appear, but she also saw through the uniqueness of the ancient dragon ruins at a glance. Wu Jiaoyan spoke, and the other supremacies naturally echoed Mu Yun. Okay, I need 7 supremacies to stand on the 7 main channels of the heavenly stems and earthly branches and completely suppress the 7 main channels. 3 supremacies will follow me at the eye of the array and reverse heaven and earth. Reverse heaven and earth. Hearing Mu Yun's words, no one understood. Yu Huiran snorted, Mu Yun, you better not play with us. Otherwise, if you don't want to, you don't have to participate. I'm not forcing you. Looking at Yu Huiran, Mu Yun shouted, without you, Yu Huiran, I can still open this array. You, cut it out. Wu Jiaoyan was also a little angry at this moment. When the Bitter Heaven Palace opened, he had yet to enter the pale yellow small world. Now, in order to enter the heavenly secret trove, he had spent too much energy and time. The 4-origin fief was the closest to his Wuji small world. Once Wu Wu escaped, the first to suffer would be his Wuji small world. At this moment, seeing Yu Huiran still making a ruckus here, he was naturally unhappy. Yu Huiran, do you still think of yourself as the second supremacy who dominates the small world? Mu Yun snorted, if you look down on me, you can choose not to be with me. I don't need you to do anything. However, once the secret trove is opened, Yu Huiran, should be careful that the other small world's martial artists don't expose your backbone. Let me tell you something. If you think that I, Mu Yun, am arrogant and conceited, that's fine. After this trip, the Blood Alliance will welcome you with open arms. You Huiran, can personally lead all the forces of your demonic Jade small world to test the capabilities of the Blood Alliance. Mu Yan's words could be said to be full of confidence. He finally realized that among the 10 supremacies, Fan Tongkong, Luan Dongzong, and the others still treated his blood alliance as a persimmon that they could pinch at will. If he didn't give them some harsh words, they wouldn't understand how terrifying the blood alliance was now, not to mention that Mu Qingyu and Devouring Heaven Tiger's strength were comparable to the 2 supremacies, just as blood alliance alone wasn't something that anyone could trample on. Mu Yun wanted to emphasize his position. He was the Blood Alliance's alliance leader, and the Blood Alliance had the qualifications to be on equal footing with the various small worlds. After saying this, Mu Yun only felt satisfied, and the Blood Alliance members behind him were even more refreshed. To be able to berate a supremacy like this to his face, this feeling was indeed very satisfying. Hearing this, Yu Huiran's face turned green and white. However, at this moment, Fang Tongkong, Du Wanshan, and the others also rushed over, and the atmosphere eased a little. After Wu Jiaoyan and the others roughly explained Mu Yun's intentions, everyone looked at Mu Yun with strange expressions. "Okay, we'll help you." Fang Tongkong finally spoke. "Wrong, not help me, help yourselves." A light flashed in Mu Yun's eyes, and he smiled faintly. "You'd better be able to open it." Yu Huiran finally choked out these words. "If I can't open it, what can you do to me?" Mu Yun completely ignored Yu Huiran's threat. "I'll kill you." "Enough." Just as Yu Huiran finished speaking, Wu Jiaoyan's powerful aura rose, and he roared angrily, "This time, everyone is here to find the heavenly secret treasure. I, Wu Jiaoyan, only hope that everyone can join hands before finding the heavenly secret treasure. Otherwise, everyone's efforts will be in vain. Now, listen to Mu Yun. If anyone says no, don't blame me for being ruthless." Translator, Henyi Translation's editor, Henyi Translation sparks flew as their eyes met. Who was Wu Jiao Tian? He was the strongest person in the small thousand world. He was the ruler of the Wuji small world and the palace master of the Wuji heavenly palace. Even he was angry. Who dared to say anything? Does anyone have any objections? Wu Jiao Tian glanced at everyone and said coldly. "Humph." Yu Huiran snorted and did not speak. "Mu Yun, continue." Wu Jiao Tian turned to look at Mu Yun and said again. "I hope that everyone will work together. If there is a slight deviation, it may fail." Mu Yun said slowly, "I'll have to trouble the 10 venerables. From Wu Jiao Tian to Venerable Miao, the 7 of you will follow my directions. Senior Diwen, Clan Leader Mo Jieluan, Sect Leader Do, the 3 of you stay by my side." Mu Yun pointed with her finger. Swoosh. 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 7 rays of light spread out. "The 7 of you, please follow the 7 rays of light and stand in your positions." "Okay." In the blink of an eye, 7 rays of light flew out completely. "The 3 of you, form a triangle and stand around me. Just listen to my instructions." Mu Yun had a solemn look on her face at this moment. Formations had always been so profound. The person who set up the formation might only be in the feather immortal realm, but sometimes, even a life and death realm martial artist would need to expend a lot of energy to break the formation. The 7 mysterious sky formation could overturn heaven and earth. It was set up by a monstrous genius like Tong Tian. Naturally, it was even more powerful. Mu Yun still took a big risk when the 10 venerables joined forces. Yu Huiran was still chattering away, looking very unhappy. "Everyone, listen to my orders. You only need to guard your main vein. Remember, you must suppress the rebound of the 7 main veins. Otherwise, this formation cannot be broken." Mu Yun's loud and clear voice sounded in the entire ancient dragon ruins. "Don't worry, we will do our best." Wu Jiao Tian's voice sounded. Mu Yun slowly breathed a sigh of relief. "In that case, begin." As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun slapped the ground beneath her feet. Rumbling sounds rang out at this moment. At this moment, the earth seemed to be trembling. This kind of trembling was not like before. Instead, it was filled with a wild attitude and endless fluctuations. "Open!" With a low shout, Mu Yun stood in the middle of the 3 supremacies. Her quintessential essence gathered in between her hands to form strange patterns. Formation pattern. Seeing this, King Gi's and the others were shocked. Although the three great exalted were not experts in formations, they were still able to tell that the formation pattern Mu Yun was using was condensed from immortal qi. Furthermore, it was extremely complicated and strange. It was as if they had never seen it before. Such methods and techniques could indeed be considered powerful. Mu Yun's strength was indeed more powerful than they had imagined. His cultivation methods were strange, and his alchemy skills could be said to be the leader of the entire minor dimension. As for the Tao of array formations, it didn't seem simple at all. This guy was simply a trihabitat genius. To be more precise, he was a top expert of the three realms. At this moment, Mu Yun was not in the mood to think about what these big shots were thinking. 7 mysterious sky bewildering array, the 7 main meridians gathered in the center. With the 7 main meridians as the source of energy, the power of the entire array formation was drained from the outside world. For this kind of array formation, there wouldn't be any problems even if it lasted for 1,000,000 years, let alone tens of thousands of years. On the contrary, as time passed, the power of this array formation would become more and more powerful. Formation patterns gradually gathered in Mu Yun's hands. She was now preparing to forcefully insert a few formation patterns into the 7 mysterious sky bewildering array and use it to destroy the stability of the entire array formation. However, this process would definitely cause a strong rebound from the originally functioning array formation. Therefore, she needed the 10 supremacies to hold the array formation. It's starting. Mu Yun shouted in a low voice. The 7 formation patterns in her hands directly blasted into the array formation. Boom boom boom, in an instant, the entire array formation was filled with endless rumbling sounds. At this moment, the crackling sounds made one feel as if thunder was rumbling in one's mind. Everyone immediately began to retreat, staying far away from the 7 main meridians. Dong dong dong, at this moment, illusory figures suddenly appeared from the 7 main meridians. Like ghosts, they directly pounced on the 7 supremacies. At the core of the array, 3 ghostly figures directly charged toward Diwen and the other 2. This change immediately caused the few people present to feel the earth quaking and the mountains shaking. Stop them! Formation patterns appeared in Mu Yun's hands again, and the 3 supremacies immediately attacked. Immediately, the entire array was filled with endless rumbling sounds. The 10 supremacies were completely engaged in a battle with the ghosts. Meanwhile, Mu Yun half-squatted in the core of the array formation and carefully observed the fluctuations of vital essence in her hands. The buzzing sound went straight to Mu Yun's heart. As time passed, the battle between the 10 supremacies became more and more intense. Sweat gradually dripped from Mu Yun's face. "Brat, are you done yet? We can't hold on any longer." A roar sounded from afar. "We can't hold on any longer." Hearing this, everyone was aghast. Even a venerable one can't withstand it. How forceful is the formation's backlash? However, only Mu Yun responded to him with silence. Soon, at this moment, Mu Yun was cautiously looking at the vital essence in her hands. Gradually, a formation pattern condensed in the center of her palm. Boom, suddenly, an explosive sound came from afar. It seemed that the battle between the supremacies had become even more intense. Now. Suddenly, Mu Yun directly slapped down a formation pattern in her hand. Clang, a sonorous sound completely sounded at this moment. When the formation pattern slapped down, Mu Yun was directly bounced up. Buzz, in the blink of an eye, the entire array underwent a complete earth-shattering change. The buzzing sound continued, and the pale yellow light gradually dimmed. Finally, it left a black pattern on the ground. Cracking sounds came from the ground under her feet. Immediately, the entire ancient dragon ruins began to reverse. Heaven and earth moved. At this moment, the upper realm rotated to the lower realm, and the lower realm directly turned into the upper realm. However, when everyone turned around, they realized that they were still standing firmly on the ground. However, the ground under their feet began to change at this moment. Clang! 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 Those patterns began to degenerate. The ground, starting from the center of the array, began to transform. A deep hole suddenly appeared. That deep hole gradually spread out with Mu Yun's previous position as the center. 7 patterns rotated and dissipated. However, as everyone kept retreating, they realized that the ground had opened up. Below should be the original lower realm. However, looking at it now, it was an endless darkness. The secret treasure was opened, reversing heaven and earth. So this was reversing heaven and earth. The supremacies flew back and looked at the ground under their feet. They all exhaled. It opened, the heavenly secret treasure was finally opened. Everyone looked at Mu Yun with shock in their eyes. Today, Mu Yun was no longer a junior. He was an expert who was on equal footing with them, the leader of the Blood Alliance. Heavenly Master, it's really opened. Seeing this scene, Chen Tianyu's eyes were filled with shock. He looked down in disbelief. A hole appeared in the ground with a diameter of 100 feet. The dark, chilly wind was filled with a tempting smell. Yes, it's really opened. Yun Lang's clothes and hair fluttered. He smiled and said, I didn't expect it to be opened. Pass down the order. Prepare to set off. Advance to the heavenly secret treasure. Yes. At this moment, looking at the entrance of the secret treasure, the supremacy's eyes were filled with ecstasy. They had racked their brains to enter the pale yellow small world for the secret treasure. The bitter heaven palace was a step late. However, now that the heavenly secret treasure was here, they absolutely could not miss it. Let's go. In an instant, the warriors from various small worlds all rushed into the secret treasure. Mu Yun stood on the spot. She swallowed an elixir and adjusted her breathing before slowly standing up. Let's go too. Mu Yun looked at everyone and said slowly. Swoosh. Swoosh. However, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. A group of warriors in blood-red clothes descended from the sky. The person in the lead had shoulder-length hair and was dressed in white. He looked like he was taking a leisurely stroll, gentle and elegant. Alliance leader Mu, long time no see. Yun Lang, long time no see. The two of them looked at each other, and invisible sparks intersected in midair. The Blood Alliance members immediately became nervous. I know Alliance leader Mu can't wait to kill me now, but I'm afraid Alliance leader Mu doesn't have the strength to do so now. Yun Lang chuckled and said, I want to enter the secret treasure. No one knows what will happen. When the time comes, I hope Alliance leader Mu won't die inside. Yi Qiu stood at the side and looked at Yun Lang. He shouted, Senior brother Yun, don't worry. Even if you die, Master won't die. Junior brother Yi Qiu, you were Supremacy Blood's disciple back then. I remember that Supremacy Cloud despised you. Now, you're taking this Supremacy Cloud's successor as your master. I wonder if Blood Owl will be angered to death if he finds out. Oh, no, he'll be angered to death. Hearing this, Yi Qiu was unable to restrain his anger. Yi Qiu and Yun Lang both knew that Mu Yun was Mu Yun in the past. However, this matter was really inconceivable. Therefore, they followed the most widely circulated explanation. Mu Yun had reached her current level because she received Supremacy Cloud's inheritance. However, the three of them were clear in their hearts. The Mu Yun in front of them was the reincarnation of Supremacy Cloud. Although Yun Lang didn't know what Mu Yun had experienced, he knew that his master had once been able to do extraordinary things. This time, he would no longer be surprised even if he were to do something unimaginable. Yun Lang. Looking at Yun Lang, Mu Yun said softly, you'd better pray and enter the immortal world as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll definitely die in my hands. After Mu Yun finished speaking, she leaped and jumped into the bottomless secret treasure below. The members of the Blood Alliance also followed suit. This Mu Yun is really too arrogant. Compared to the Heavenly Master, she's trash. She's simply, smack. Before Chen Tianyu could finish his sentence, there was a loud slap. Yun Lang had slapped him across the face. The red handprint left Chen Tianyu dumbfounded. Heavenly Master, is he someone you can insult? Yun Lang rubbed his palms and looked down. He said softly, remember this. Mu Yun, none of you can touch her. If anyone kills her, I'll make you suffer worse than death. Her life is mine. Yes. Blue-eyed black soul wolf the dark ground, the rolling air waves, and the sky that couldn't see any light when he looked up. This was the first impression everyone had when they entered the sky accessing treasure. As far as the eye could see, the whole world was gray, without any light to speak of. Most importantly, where the light shone, there were strands of light that could pierce through one's heart, causing one to shudder. This place was like a hell that couldn't see the light of day, causing one's mind to waver. Asterisk woo woo, asterisk gusts of cold wind blew. The moment everyone landed on the ground, they discovered that their surroundings seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Only that terrifying aura lingered in their hearts. Everyone, be careful. Don't spread out. 7th stage experts stand around, while the rest stand in the center. Yes. Wu Jiao Tian looked around with a solemn expression. This place was full of strangeness and unusualness. However, Tong Tian's sect master was an overlord back then, so his treasure trove should be different from the rest. Ah! Just as Wu Jiao Tian's words fell, a miserable shriek was heard. What's going on? Wu Jiao Tian immediately shouted, didn't I say that 7th stage life and death experts are guarding the surroundings? Palace Master, Elder Wu Ji Qianhai is missing. Wu Ji Qianhai, this person was a veteran 7th stage life and death expert of the Wuji Sky Palace. Missing? Missing? What do you mean missing? Ah. Just as Wu Jiao Tian's words fell, another miserable shriek was heard. This time everyone was thoroughly frightened. Ah. Save me. Save me. Suddenly, a cry was heard. Wu Jiao Tian's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. His figure was like a ghost as he directly grabbed out with his hand. This grab was followed by a poochie sound. Even with his speed and reaction speed, he only managed to grab an arm in the end. Crunching sounds were heard, followed by a terrifying gnawing sound. Everyone could feel a terrifying aura lingering in their hearts. Damn it! What the hell is this? Although Wu Jiao Tian knew that the treasure trove was full of danger, he didn't expect such a problem to occur the moment he entered. Asterisk shoo shoo shoo, asterisk at the same time, the sound of something tearing through the air resounded. Numerous deep blue eyes were staring straight at the crowd. Low and strange panting sounds rang out. Wherever those blue eyes shone, they would rush there. Someone immediately let out a blood-curdling scream and disappeared, followed by creaking sounds. Form the formation! Wu Jiao Tian suddenly roared. There were more than 1,000 martial artists from the Wuji small world who had entered the secret treasure this time. If they were to be exhausted like this, they would probably be wiped out before they even saw anything. He would never allow such a situation to happen. Clang clang clang, all of a sudden, outside of the 1,000 people, those 7th level life and death realm elders took out compass-like treasures in their hands, their glossy surfaces facing upwards. Boom, the instant a loud boom rang out, the area around the 1,000 people was filled with light that was as bright as stars. Woo woo, immediately, numerous howling sounds rang out. Only at that moment did everyone clearly see that the ones attacking them were vicious wolves that were around 3 to 5 meters tall and had a pair of dark blue eyes. These vicious wolves were covered in pitch black fur that looked like steel needles. They looked extremely frightening. But that was all there was to it. These vicious wolves' mouths were dripping with blood and minced meat. They were the martial artists who had been silently dragged away. However, among those martial artists who were dragged away, there was no lack of 7th level life and death realm elders. They were also cleanly torn apart. Just where did these evil wolves come from? They were simply too powerful. Attack! Seeing this, Boundless Proud Heaven let out a shout and took a step forward. Pung 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 sounds rang out. With this step, a powerful force wreaked havoc, immediately causing waves of fluctuations. In the hands of the surrounding elders, the ancient compass-like treasures immediately pointed outwards. Swish swish swish, rays of light completely spread out at this moment. The crackling sounds made everyone's heart tremble. Woo woo, immediately, the black fur of the blue-eyed wolves began to burn. A burnt smell spread out. However, even more vicious wolves didn't care and directly rushed forward. Bright flame star wave. With a shout, Wu Jiao Tian slapped his palm on the ancient mirror in his hand. Buzz, immediately, a buzzing sound rang out, and rays of light slowly spread out. The moment the wolves came into contact with the light wave, their footwork suddenly became unstable and confused. They were like drunkards, their footsteps became light and unsteady. Kill! Wu Jiao Tian ordered again. Swish swish sounds rang out, and one figure after another directly rushed out, charging at those vicious wolves. At this moment, these vicious wolves seemed to have been drugged. Even walking became difficult, let alone attacking. They had completely become meat on the chopping board of Wu Jiao Tian's martial artists. Swish swish sounds rang out, and several hundred of those vicious wolves were instantly slaughtered. Woo! But right at this moment, a roar rang out, and the endless stream of vicious wolves suddenly stopped their charge and retreated. At the same time, the surrounding vicious wolves were also continuously retreating. Not long after, the wolves that were charging over directly retreated like the tide, disappearing without a trace. Huff, seeing this scene, Wu Jiao Tian couldn't help but sigh. Let's go. Without saying a word, everyone propped up the light and continued to move forward. However, this disturbance directly made everyone understand that there were many treasures and dangers in this heavenly passage treasure trove. But it wasn't only Wu Jiao Tian's world that was attacked by those vicious wolves. Almost all the small and medium worlds were attacked at this moment. Some of the weaker small worlds, with only a few dozen life and death realm martial artists, were directly annihilated. They had just entered the heavenly passage treasure trove, and already suffered such a blow, causing everyone to feel a layer of haze lingering in their hearts. Bang! As a black-furred blue-eyed wolf fell to the ground, Mu Yun gradually withdrew the heavenly flame. Blue-eyed black soul wolf. Mu Yun slightly exhaled and said, "This kind of wolf is the offspring of an immortal beast and a saint beast. It has the bloodline of both immortal and saint beasts. But fortunately, the ancestor of this blue-eyed black soul wolf was only a mortal blood immortal beast, and not very strong. Otherwise, one of these blue-eyed black soul wolves would be enough to annihilate all of us." Mortal blood immortal beast? What's a mortal blood immortal beast? Yi Qiu was puzzled. Xian Yueling giggled and said, "Husband, immortal beasts are also divided into ranks, but they are divided according to bloodline. If you want to know, I'll tell you in the future." Hearing Xian Yueling's words, Mu Yun was stunned. This Xian Yueling, on the surface, was the saintess of Xianyue holy ground. Who knew how long she had lived, but it seemed like she knew the immortal world very well. "Xian Yueling, you seem to know the immortal world very well. I'm afraid you're not from a small thousand world, right?" Mu Yun probed. Hearing this, Xian Yueling was slightly stunned, but said, "Master, you seem to know the immortal world very well. Could it be that you're not from a small thousand world?" "Yueling, don't be rude." Yi Qiu scolded. He knew that Mu Yun had entered the immortal world before. She must be a big figure in the immortal world, so she knew the immortal world very well. "I'm just casually asking." Xian Yueling pouted, feeling wronged. This saintess of Xianyue holy ground had been taught to be quite obedient by her disciple. She even knew how to act coquettishly. Mu Yun did not pursue the matter further. As long as Xian Yueling did not have any bad intentions and treated Yi Qiu well, she would not be calculative about this. Let's continue forward. Fortunately, these beasts live underground all year round and are very afraid of hot things, so there's nothing to be afraid of. After Mu Yun finished speaking, she led the group forward again. At the same time, more and more small world cultivators had solved the problem of the wolf pack and chose a direction to continue forward. However, under such dim conditions, it was impossible to determine the direction at all. They also did not know where they were. Therefore, everyone was like a blind man touching an elephant, going back and forth. There seemed to be many strange ferocious beasts in this area. Fortunately, they were all extremely afraid of fire, and Mu Yun alone was enough to intimidate them. As such, after a few hours, as the group continued forward, they saw a little light in front of them. "Let's go." Seeing that light, the group sped up. Everyone's breathing could not help but quicken. "Stop." Suddenly, Mu Yun shouted as he approached the light. "Stop it." At this moment, they had reached the end of the land in front of them. In front of them, the place where the light was emitting was an abyss. Looking down, it was a vast expanse of whiteness. They could not see the scene below clearly. "Everyone, be careful." Seeing this scene, Mu Yun's heart sank. From the beginning until now, it seemed that they had followed a direction and walked to the end before reaching this place. Along the way, there were no other abnormal existences. If there was anything abnormal, it would be those strange beasts that appeared. However, at this moment, what was below, was it hell or heaven? At this moment, a group of people also arrived. Alliance Master Mu. Wuji Ao Tian led the Wuji Small World cultivators here and saw Mu Yun and the others from afar. Palace Master Wuji. Wuji Ao Tian led everyone to look below, and his expression changed slightly. Then, he looked at Mu Yun and said, "It seems that the palace is below?" Hearing this, Mu Yun did not respond. Wuji Ao Tian chuckled and said, "Men, take the ancient wheel mirror." Wuji Tian Ming walked forward and took out a simple and unadorned mirror. It was squarish and had complicated patterns engraved on its back. Wuji Ao Tian did not say much. He flipped his palm, and the simple and unadorned squarish mirror directly floated in midair. The mirror that was originally the size of a palm turned into a mirror that was 10 feet in length and width at this moment. The wind howled as the mirror emitted a gentle light that dispersed the fog below. The fog dissipated one by one, and in the end, scenes appeared in the mirror. In the mirror, there were green mountains and clear waters, pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. There were dazzling spiritual herbs growing everywhere. It was really impossible to distinguish them. "Let's go." Seeing this scene, even Wuji Ao Tian could not help but breathe rapidly. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios White-haired antelope. Let's go too. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun immediately took a step forward and jumped off the cliff with the rest of the people without hesitation. No matter how obsessed Wuji Ao Tian was, he could not ignore the danger below. Therefore, the ancient mirror must have detected that there was no danger here, so it let the people from the Wuji Small World jump in. Swoosh! 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 Everyone followed the cliff and jumped down. As they descended deeper and deeper, Mu Yun gradually felt that the surrounding aura was gradually changing. With this descent, they actually descended tens of thousands of feet. The heaven and earth spirit chi became denser and denser as they descended. Everyone's nose was filled with an intoxicating fragrance. Many cultivators could not help but greedily take a few more breaths of air, feeling refreshed. The negative emotions brought about by the blue-eyed wolf's misfortune also disappeared. In an instant, everyone landed lightly on the ground. At this very moment, everyone realized that the space below was much wider than they had imagined. Countless mountains rose and fell continuously. The tallest one was 10,000 meters high, and the shortest one was a few hundred meters high. When they looked up, they realized that the huge ground they were on previously had evolved into the shape of the sky. The wind was gentle, and the clouds were light. The sunlight spread down and shone on them, making them feel warm. Moreover, this was not ordinary sunlight. After being shone on by this light for a moment, everyone felt an indescribable refreshment in their limbs and bones. Heavenly secret treasure, this is the real heavenly secret treasure. Wuji Ao Tian laughed loudly and looked around. Just looking at the spirit grasses and spirit herbs in the mountain range, this trip was totally worth it, not to mention that there might be other treasures scattered all over the mountains and plains. Sect Master Tong Tian was indeed a prime who became famous earlier than Heavenly Venerable Misery C. Named Heavenly Secret Treasure, this place was built with the ability to reach the heavens. More importantly, this was only the scene when they walked to the edge of the land and landed. This was the edge of the Heavenly Secret Treasure. Who knew what was in the middle? There were probably many immortal artifacts and immortal pills. However, seeing this scene, Mu Yun frowned slightly. This place seemed to be too safe. There was a huge difference between the previous dangerous situation and the current safe environment. Even Mu Yun could not figure it out for a while. "Master, should we?" Yi Qiu said when he saw that the people in the Wuji Small World had already started picking the spiritual herbs in a frenzy. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun sighed helplessly and said, "For those that don't need to be completely uprooted, don't destroy the roots." The martial artists of the limitless small world would never treat the ashen yellow small world as their own home, so they would only plunder it endlessly and uproot it. However, Mu Yun had established the blood alliance here, and everyone from the Mu family had grown up on this land. If they left some leeway, it would still be useful in the future. As far as the eye could see, there were countless spiritual grasses and spiritual medicines everywhere. It was a dazzling sight. Alliance Master Mu, I didn't expect that Song Huang's small world to be hiding such a blessed land. It's really surprising. Proud Heaven chuckled. Yes, it's a pity that these blessed lands have been here for tens of thousands of years, but no one has discovered them. Mu Yun looked at Proud Heaven without batting an eyelid. He could feel that Proud Heaven was looking at him with a flaunting gaze at this moment. In their eyes, that Song Huang small world was guarding a huge amount of wealth and should have become the #1 small world long ago. However, they were like blind people who did not know how to mine at all. It was really stupid. Now, it was benefiting them, the outsiders. However, just as everyone was mining, a scream suddenly sounded at this moment. The moment the scream sounded, a figure was directly blasted back. Blood spurted out from his entire body, and he instantly became a bloody person. As his body trembled, he gradually lost his breath. Dead. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. He died just like that? What's going on? Wu Jiao Tian looked ahead and shouted. Roar. However, what responded to him was not the reply of the people from the Wuji Heavenly Palace. Instead, it was an even louder roar. Between the mountains, figures suddenly appeared one after another. Their bodies were covered in snow-white fur, and their bodies were more than 5 meters long. Their limbs were well developed, and their claws were sharp. The most terrifying thing was that their mouths were torn open, just like the mouths of ordinary demonic beasts. It was extremely terrifying. These white-furred demonic beasts looked like antelopes. Originally, they should have given off a harmless feeling. However, when one really looked at their mouths, one would not feel that they were harmless at all. Instead, they were incomparably terrifying. What are these things? Seeing this scene, Proud Heaven felt that he had seen a lot of things, but he had never seen such monsters before. White phoenix antelopes. Mu Yun said coldly, "Let's go." Almost without saying a word, Mu Yun immediately ordered everyone to stop harvesting and retreat. Today, the people of the Blood Alliance could be said to be obedient to Mu Yun. Even if those immortal herbs were incomparably attractive to them, they could not resist Mu Yun's order. Go immediately. Seeing Mu Yun retreat immediately, Proud Heaven knew that Mu Yun was not a coward, and immediately gave the order. However, those immortal herbs were too attractive. Many of the martial artists of the Limitless Transformation Heavenly Palace could not stop at all. I'm not leaving. There are so many immortal herbs. If we harvest them, our Limitless Transformation Heavenly Palace will become the strongest in the entire Minor Thousand world. No one will be able to stop us. That's right. These white-furred demonic beasts look terrifying. Who knows how strong they are? We are all in the life and death realm. Why should we be afraid of these things? It's just that their mouths are a little too big. Hearing everyone's discussion, Wu Jiao Tian slightly frowned. To be honest, he was also very reluctant to part with these herbs. He only gave the order after seeing Mu Yun leave. Alright, since that's the case, Blood Transformation Heavenly Palace, you lead some 7th layer life and death realm palace masters to stop those white-furred demonic beasts. Yes. Blood Transformation Heavenly Palace was one of the 3 supreme elders of the Limitless Transformation Heavenly Palace. He was a first-rate expert. The Limitless Transformation Heavenly Palace had 36 heavenly palaces and 72 earth palaces. Each palace master was at the 7th layer of life and death realm. Each and every one of them was a peak expert. Blood Transformation Heavenly Palace immediately led dozens of palace masters and some elders to stop the dozen or so white-furred demonic beasts that were rushing out. On the other side, Mu Yun took the lead and led everyone to escape without looking back. Master, what are those? Are they so terrifying? Yi Qiu was puzzled. Aren't they just a group of white-furred demonic beasts? Silly husband, those are white-furred antelopes. Do you see the horns on their heads? They are very sharp. Even immortal tools have a hard time cutting them. Oh, and those huge mouths, they are very terrifying. That's because the white-furred antelopes have to gnaw on the hardest things every day, causing those strange changes. That's not the most terrifying thing. Mu Yun said faintly. The most terrifying thing is that these white-furred antelopes have the same nature as the blue-eyed black soul wolf. The combination of Immortal Beast bloodline and Saint Beast bloodline makes them love blood. Their blood-sucking ability is very powerful. Moreover, they will suck you until you die. Hearing this, Yiqiu did not feel terrified. There are so many of us. Can't we deal with them? Yiqiu did not give up. Those people from Infinite Transformation Heavenly Palace did not run away. If we run away, wouldn't the immortal herb be given to them for free? Given to them for free? Mu Yun sneered in her heart. I think only Wu Jiaoyan can contend with the Infinite Transformation Heavenly Palace. As for the others, Before Mu Yun could finish her sentence, blood-curdling screams suddenly sounded from behind. Those heart-wrenching screams made everyone from the Blood Alliance feel as if their eardrums were about to explode. Run! There was no time to think. Mu Yun ordered again. However, just as everyone was feeling puzzled, they had already run out of the area, but Mu Yun still had a fearful look on his face. Was he being overly cautious? Swoosh. However, just as everyone was thinking this, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly sounded at this moment. Behind them, a burly white-furred antelope with strong limbs suddenly flew out at this moment. The white-furred antelope jumped and jumped, but its speed was extremely fast. In just a few jumps, it actually caught up with everyone. Senior Diwen, Sect Master Do, help me stop this beast. Okay. No problem. The two supremacies stopped at this moment. Everyone in front immediately moved forward again. You all wait in front. Don't act rashly. Master, we will stay and help you. Yiqiu shouted. Idiot, the more people stay, the more white-furred antelopes will be attracted. When that time comes, everyone will die. Xian Yueling patted Yiqiu's head. Ah? Yiqiu was stunned. Go quickly. Mu Yun could not be bothered to explain at this moment. She just ordered. Senior Diwen, Sect Master Do, one on the left and one on the right. Wait for my instructions before attacking. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, she moved forward and charged towards the white-furred antelope. At the same time, with the Supremacy Extermination sword in hand, Immortal Chi filled the air. 9 palm-sized yuan balls surrounded Mu Yun's body and constantly rotated around Mu Yun's body. Although he was currently at the 6th level of the life and death realm, if he really used all his techniques, an ordinary 7th level life and death realm martial artist could only be killed by him. Even a top 7th level life and death realm martial artist would find it very difficult to kill him. In the hands of the 10 supremacies, Mu Yun was no longer like before, where she could be killed in a single move at any time. 9 Element Sky Gathering Technique, Gather. Mu Yun shouted in a low voice. The 9 Element Sky Gathering Technique completely gathered at this moment. The powerful force transformed into 9 types of Yuan Qi at this moment. Although these white-furred antelopes were powerful, they were not afraid of anything. As long as they could hit their vital points, they might be able to kill them. Fire attack. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. I am not thinking of anything. Boom. Immediately, a boom rang out. The 3 heavenly flames immediately exploded at that moment, turning into 3 peculiar runes that strangely wrapped around the antelope that was charging over. However, at that moment, the curly white fur on the surface of the white-haired antelope's body straightened and covered the surface of its body. Clang clang clang, the patterns formed by the exploding fireballs blasted the antelope's body. However, they were blocked by the long fur. They were like water droplets falling on a smooth floor. They could not stick to the antelope at all. Even the heavenly fires could not overcome this hairy monster. This time, Mu Yun was a little surprised. Charge. Seeing that the heavenly fires were useless, Mu Yun could not be bothered to try the 9 element balls one by one. She unleashed all the 9 element balls at once. Boom boom boom, in an instant, there was a loud explosion in the entire forest. The water balls exploded, and the lightning balls exploded one after another. However, gradually, only one of the 9 element balls was left. Mu Yun's expression changed. Wind element ball, wind. Mu Yun's expression changed. She communicated with the heavens eye in her mind. When she returned to the pale yellow small world, she accidentally obtained this thing in the space tunnel. It allowed her to comprehend the spatial blades and spatial vortexes. She could regain control and use of the wind element. At this moment, only the wind element ball was left. I don't believe that none of the 9 element balls can overcome you. Mu Yun was furious. She threw out the wind element ball. At this moment, the wind element ball, together with the spatial blades and spatial vortexes, smashed down like a storm. Puff puff puff. At this moment, there was a series of puffing sounds. The layer of fur on the surface of the white-haired antelope in front of Mu Yun stretched out again. It was like steel, making it difficult for the wind element ball to break through. However, at this moment, the wind element ball spun and straightened the white-haired antelope's curly fur. Seeing this, Diwen and Du Yunfeng immediately knew that their chance had come. 5 elements Sky Seal. Battle Saint Armor. The 2 sovereigns attacked at the same time. Their attacks were powerful, and their violent true essence wreaked havoc. The white-haired antelope immediately became anxious as if it had not expected that there would be people lying in ambush on both sides. It began to bleat. But King Geese and Battle Cloud Peak had been hiding for a long time, and this attack was their ultimate skill. The white-furred antelope whimpered and died. Go. Without another word, Mu Yun immediately led the 2 of them and rushed to the rear. Bleating sounds could be heard from behind the 3 of them. No, the 3 of us have to run separately. Mu Yun shouted in a low voice, otherwise, they will all bring these white-haired antelopes to the main group. No, let's split up. What about you? It doesn't matter. In the entire spirit space, there are only a handful of people who can kill me. Mu Yun hurriedly said, you don't have to worry about me. The 3 of them immediately split up in 3 different directions. However, as Mu Yun left, she constantly used spatial blades to block the white-furred antelope's footsteps. With a swishing sound, the white-furred antelopes immediately followed Mu Yun, ignoring Diwen and Battle Cloud Peak. Seeing this, Mu Yun immediately cursed and increased her speed with the help of the wind concept. However, those fellows with terrifying mouths were all jumping up and down. Their speed was almost the same as Mu Yun's. These beasts, how can they be so fast? Mu Yun's eyes were filled with shock. Gradually, as Mu Yun moved forward, a magnificent building appeared in the forest. Without thinking, Mu Yun took a step forward and rushed toward the mountain gate between the 2 mountains. With a crackling sound, Mu Yun did not know what she had broken as she rushed into the palace between the 2 mountains. The palace seemed to have combined the 2 mountains that stood opposite each other, forming the entrance between the 2 mountains. However, the strange thing was that when Mu Yun stepped into the palace between the 2 mountains, the white-furred antelopes all stopped in front of the palace. They raised their heads and looked at Mu Yun, but they did not enter. They didn't come in? Seeing that those fellows had all stopped outside, Mu Yun was stunned. However, her shock was broken by the sound of something breaking through the air. Swoosh. It was the sound of a sharp weapon cutting through the air. It was ear-piercing and carried an explosion in the air. Ding! Mu Yun instantly turned around and took a step forward. She swung the Supremacy Extermination sword and slashed in the direction of the sound of something breaking through the air. Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out from the opposite direction. Mu Yun was stunned. He thought that it was some mechanism in the hall, but when he heard the scream, he realized that it was a person. Who is it? Mu Yun shouted and said, aren't you embarrassing your small world by attacking so sneakily? Hee hee. I was wondering who it was that was so arrogant. So it's Alliance Leader Mu. A burst of laughter suddenly sounded at this moment. The moment he heard the laughter, Mu Yun frowned. In his impression, he had never seen this young man in front of him. The person who came was dressed in a long green robe. His long hair was tied into a crown. His entire face was covered in strange stripes, and his aura looked rather strange. Looks like Alliance Leader Mu's status is really high. You don't even remember who we are. Right at that moment, another voice sounded. However, compared to the green-robed man's words, this voice sounded much more feminine. Luan Tadian, he's the Alliance Leader of the Blood Alliance. He's someone who's on equal footing with the 10 Great Venerables. How could he still remember small characters like the 10 Great Venerables? The man who suddenly appeared was dressed in white. His hands were behind his back, and there was a faint smile between his brows. However, this person clearly looked like a man, but he gave off a very flirtatious feeling. Luan Tadian, the Little Venerable of the Reincarnation Small World, ranked 5th among the 10 Great Little Venerables. Mu Yun did not expect to meet him here. Oh. The extremely flirtatious man suddenly introduced himself, Alliance Leader Mu, you might not know who I am. I'm Xianxia of the Holy Light Small World. I'm untalented, ranked third among the 10 great little venerables. Looking at the man in front of him, Mu Yun felt nauseous. This was Xianxia, the third little venerable of the Holy Light Small World. It was said that this person liked Ming Yuexin. No wonder Ming Yuexin didn't like him. When he spoke, he was so strange, and he looked so flirtatious. If such a person was really dressed up, he would really look like a woman. I'm just being chased by the white-haired antelope. If I hide here, it will be no different from making things difficult for you. I won't disturb you too. You can do whatever you want. Mu Yun spoke again. I have no intention of disturbing you too. You can do whatever you want. Hearing this, Xianxia and Luan Taishan's expressions immediately changed. What do you mean by that? Are you insulting the two of us? Luan Tatian immediately shouted angrily, what good things can happen between the two of us? Mu Yun was stunned when he heard what the two of them said. He had clearly just said it casually and did not take it to heart at all. What he was worried about now was not what the two of them wanted to do, but whether the white-haired antelopes outside would catch up to them again. Just now, he, Di Wen, and Dou Yunfeng were lucky enough to kill a white-haired antelope, but it did not mean that they could kill white-haired antelopes continuously. If a group of white-haired antelopes rushed over, the three of them would not have time to cooperate and set up an ambush. At this moment, seeing that those beasts did not chase after them, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. However, when he turned around, he realized that Luan Tatian and Xianxia were looking at him with a trace of surprise, doubt, annoyance, and embarrassment. What the hell? Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was stunned. Both Luan Tatian and Xianxia looked very strange. Then, thinking of what he had said before, Mu Yun's body suddenly shuddered. These two guys, that was impossible, Mu Yun immediately retorted in his heart. In the entire small world, it was rumored that Xianxia liked Ming Yuexin. How could it be? Could it be? Both men and women, seeing Mu Yun's gaze staring at him and then at Luan Tatian, Xianxia's face immediately flushed red and he shouted, what are you thinking about? I'm not thinking about anything. Mu Yun shrugged and said again, I'm just saying that the two of you can do whatever you want. Do whatever you need to do. Don't worry about me. What can the two of us do? Luan Tatian shouted, Mu Yun, don't talk nonsense here and sow discord. Sow discord? He didn't seem to have said anything, right? Mu Yun was completely speechless. However, seeing the two of them nervous at this moment, Mu Yun's heart skipped a beat. The joke was already over, but thinking about it carefully, it seemed that the two of them were standing here and looking at him with a trace of vigilance. Could it be that inside? Mu Yun took a step forward and prepared to enter the main hall. Stop right there. Xianxia suddenly shouted, Alliance Leader Mu, we were the first to discover this main hall. Shouldn't you have a first come, first served basis? First come, first served? Mu Yun smiled and said, I don't know if those white-haired antelopes outside have left. I don't dare to leave this place. I can go in and hide, right? No. Luan Tatian took a step forward with a crazy expression on his face. He seemed to have made up his mind to stop Mu Yun and not let Mu Yun enter the main hall. Alliance Leader Mu, why do you have to be so unreasonable? Right at that moment, a snort was heard. Suddenly, a figure charged towards Mu Yun like a bolt of lightning, mercilessly attacking him. Lu Kanglin, be careful. This guy is, it's fine. Lu Kanglin is ranked 6th among the lesser venerables. He's much more powerful than Du Yuzi and Feng Huitian. Let him test Mu Yun's foundation. Seeing that Luan Tatian was about to attack, Xianxia immediately stopped him. Luan Tatian said again, but Lu Kanglin was said to have lost to Ming Yuexin not long ago. This woman's strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Then let's see if this Mu Yun is bragging to the outside world. Boom. Diagram of the 5 gods ** puff, * the moment the sound rang out, the two were dumbfounded. A figure was defeated in a single exchange of blows. It was Lu Kanglin. The figure fell to the ground with a loud bang, creating a huge hole in the ground and causing the ground to crack. He was defeated in a single move. When Lu Kanglin fought with Ming Yuexin, it was because he teased Ming Yuexin. Who knew that Mingyue Xin would get angry and fight with Lu Kanglan? The two fought for nearly a day before Lu Kanglan was defeated. But now, Mu Yun defeated Lu Kanglan in a single move. Amazing. It seems like we can't stop this person. Xianxia smiled bitterly. If we can't stop him, he will die too. Many of our geniuses were killed by him, but I don't want to. Luan Tatian said. So what if you don't want to? I heard that Venerable Tong Kong wanted to kill this person, but in the end. Xianxia chuckled, in the end, he's still alive and well. If you say so, I have nothing to say. Luan Tatian laughed. Luan Tatian chuckled, but today, at this moment, you should think about how we are going to stop him. As soon as Luan Tatian finished speaking, he looked at Xianxia coldly. Asterisk rumble, asterisk Lu Kanglan rushed forward once again. However, his momentum was once again blocked by Mu Yun's palm strike. Cough cough, Lu Kanglan spat out blood as he retreated. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. Damn it, Lu Tsanglan was instantly enraged. He was at the 6th level of life and death realm, ranked 6th among the 10 lesser venerables. He couldn't understand why he was inferior to Mu Yun. Most importantly, he had already done his best, but he was still not Mu Yun's opponent. The 10 lesser venerables represented the strongest geniuses in thousands of small worlds. How could he not even withstand Mu Yun's attack? Mu Yun, damn it. However, at this very moment, Mu Yun did not care at all. Lu Kanglan had suddenly attacked him. He didn't seem to have offended Lu Kanglan. The current Mu Yun wasn't even afraid of 7th level life and death realm big shots. So, why would she be afraid of 10 little venerables? Since Lu Kanglan had made a move, he naturally did not say anything and went all out. No matter what Lu Kanglan wanted to do, the most important thing was to use strength to intimidate him. I've already said that I only came here today to avoid the pursuit of the white-haired antelope. I, Mu Yun, don't care about what you're planning. Looking at Lu Tsanglan, Mu Yun snorted. But now, you attacked me without saying anything. I want to see what you guys are doing. Mu Yun, stop putting on an act here. Didn't you come here for the diagram of the gods? Lu Kanglan said hatefully, I can only blame myself for not being strong enough. Damn it. The map of the gods, what was that? Mu Yun's brows furrowed. He was somewhat puzzled. He had never heard of the so-called diagram of the gods. Seeing Mu Yun's stunned expression, Lu Kanglan immediately knew that he had said something wrong. Mu Yun had no idea where this was, he had unknowingly revealed the secret he knew. The diagram of the gods? I've never heard of it before. Thank you for telling me. Mu Yun took a step forward as soon as he finished speaking. Stop. Stop. Seeing that Mu Yun wanted to enter, Xianxia and Luan Tatian became completely nervous. Hee hee. It seems like the diagram of the gods is quite important to you guys. Since that's the case, I'll have to enter this hall and take a look. Mu Yun sneered and attacked again. Seeing that Mu Yun ignored the two of them, Luan Tatian and Xianxia were completely enraged. The two of them couldn't be compared to Lu Kanglan, who was ranked 6th and had been defeated by Mingyue Xin. Luan Tatian was at the 6th level of life and death realm and had once killed a 7th level life and death realm existence. As for Xianxia, she was a heaven's pride of the holy light small world and one of the 10 lesser venerables. With the two of them working together, even Wuji Lingtian, who was ranked first among the 10 lesser venerables, wouldn't dare to ignore them. However, Mu Yun directly ignored the two of them. It wasn't that he looked down on the two of them, but that Mu Yun's strength had greatly increased. His strength was no longer the same as before. With a casual wave of his hand, the spatial blades soared into the air. Their speed skyrocketed, and they slashed out with a maddening tiger's roar. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal. The instant the spatial blades flew out, they formed a dense stream of spatial blades. Swish. 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 The spatial blades completely exploded. Boom, Xianxia and Luan Tatian were immediately stunned. What was going on? The spatial blades themselves were extremely terrifying. They naturally knew that. But now, Mu Yun had actually combined them into a stream. The spatial blades completely exploded at this moment. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. He flipped his palm, and a layer of sparkling white light appeared on the surface of his body. At this moment, the white light condensed into a circular shield, firmly protecting his body. At the same time, on the other side, Luantadian snorted and took a step forward. His aura seemed to swallow the heavens. As his hands trembled, too, tornado-like violent energy rippled out. The two tornado-like energies directly spread out and turned into two crystal walls. They merged together and blocked in front of Luantadian. The two of them were using their strongest defenses. Although they didn't understand Mu Yun's methods and strength, they knew that Mu Yun was able to kill Zhu Yan, who was at the 7th level of life and death realm. Although he had relied on an immortal tool, his own strength wasn't weak. "You're too naive." Seeing their actions, Mu Yun snorted and took a step forward. Boom! Suddenly, the aura between heaven and earth rumbled and waves swept out. Bitter evil nether palm. At this moment, Xianxia and Luantadian only felt that Mu Yun in front of them had completely turned into a bitter evil spirit. The bitter evil spirit shook heaven and earth, and even more so, they themselves. Suddenly, all the power in their hearts stopped at this moment. Ka ka ka, a series of shattering sounds rang out. The two of them immediately retreated and spat out a large mouthful of blood. They were completely crippled. The power of this palm was completely unbearable for the two of them. "Xianxia, Luantadian, I don't care what you thought of me, Mu Yun. Now, I just want to tell you that the so-called 10 minor venerables are really laughable. I have the ability to kill Feng Hui Tian and Wu Ji Lu Yun. Naturally, I have the ability to kill you." Hearing this, Xianxia and Luantadian were immediately furious. However, at this moment, they were indeed suppressed by Mu Yun and couldn't breathe. Clap clap, as Mu Yun's words fell, before the two of them could speak, a round of applause rang out. As expected of the Blood Alliance Lord. The way you speak is indeed incomparable to ordinary people. The 10 minor venerables are just empty titles given to us by the outside world. We are indeed not worthy. A sonorous and powerful voice rang out at this moment. "Yulan Tian, what time is it? Why are you still in the mood to make sarcastic remarks?" Luantadian shouted, "If we don't deal with this kid, we'll all be done for." "Luantadian, who do you think you are?" The youth who suddenly appeared looked at Luantadian and said, "Since when did it become your turn to give me pointers?" You, hearing this, Luantatian's face immediately flushed red. However, Yulan Tian was ranked 2nd among the 10 minor venerables, while he was only ranked 5th. The difference between the two was too great. The difference between the top 3 and the bottom 7 was too great. Wu Jiling Tian, Yulan Tian, and Xianxia were all at the 7th level of life and death realm. However, among the three of them, Xianxia was at the bottom. Yulan Tian was much stronger than Xianxia. "Mu Yun, as the Blood Alliance Lord, it's not right for you to compete with us here, isn't it?" Yulan Tian ignored Luantadian and looked at Mu Yun. A trace of obscure light flashed in his eyes. "Tunnel?" Mu Yun didn't get angry and chuckled, "What tunnel? I originally wanted to hide here, but I was almost killed for no reason. Is this called tunnel? Aren't you all afraid that I'll enter? Today, I'll enter and see what the minor venerables of the various minor worlds are doing here. I'm sorry, but I can't let you enter." As Yulantian's words fell, he directly punched at Mu Yun. Great Jade Sky-Burning Fist. Bitter Evil Nether Palm. Mu Yun's face turned cold. He wasn't afraid at all and directly punched. Pong, in an instant, the palm print that was hundreds of meters long collided with the majestic fist force. The two figures separated as soon as they came into contact. Mu Yun retracted his palm and shook his arm. He was slightly taken aback. Yulan Tian let out a muffled groan and directly retreated dozens of steps. He directly stepped on a stone pillar in the hall behind him and shattered it with a kick. "What are you doing?" A delicate shout suddenly sounded at this moment. Mingyue Xin, seeing the figure that suddenly appeared, Mu Yun was immediately stunned. He didn't expect that Mingyue Xin would actually appear here at this moment. "Mingyue Xin, I know you like this kid, but we can't let him cause trouble like this." "Then can you stop him?" Mingyue Xin looked at Yulan Tian and said calmly, "If you think you can, then go and stop him. Yulan Tian, let him in." At this moment, a cold voice sounded. That voice seemed to penetrate one's soul, directly entering one's mind and rushing into one's true soul. Limitless heaven piercing, Mu Yun almost subconsciously thought of this name. Blood-boiling alliance leader Mu, seeing is indeed better than hearing about it 100 times. A voice rang out, and a figure slowly drifted over. This person was wearing a long robe with golden silk edges. A green cloud was embroidered on his chest. The green cloud looked erratic and seemed to be moving slowly on his sleeves. Wuji Ling Tian. Mu Yun smiled slightly. It seems that the top 10 little venerables are all gathered here. I, Mu Yun, am even more curious about what kind of treasure your so-called map of the gods is. It's not some rare treasure. It's just that we're interested in it, but I'm afraid Alliance Leader Mu won't be interested in it. Wuji Ling Tian said calmly, legend has it that a battle of the gods took place in the pale yellow small world back then. There was a god called the God of Wu. The name of the God of Wu came from a long time ago. Legend has it that this god can control the growth and prosperity of all things in the world. This naturally includes humans. Everyone says that we cultivators are powerful, but where does our strength come from? Cultivators cultivate themselves and increase their strength. In fact, they are also strengthening themselves. They are also a member of all things. It is also the process of walking towards the prosperity of life. You're saying that this map of the gods, Alliance Leader Mu, let me finish. Wuji Ling Tian continued, the so-called map of the gods is a supreme treasure left behind by the god of Wu after the battle of the gods. However, this supreme treasure only exists in fragments, but it contains the comprehension of the gods. It's very important for us to break through the limits of life and death. If Alliance Leader Mu takes a fancy to this thing, we naturally won't stop you. Wuji Ling Tian still had a smile on his face as he looked at Mu Yun. However, this smile really annoyed Mu Yun. Actually, I didn't really want to see it, but you invited me so warmly. If I refuse, I'll seem too petty. I'll take a look then. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, Limitless Heaven Ascension was stunned. You, on the other side, Luan Tatian, Xianxia, and Lu Kanglin pointed at Mu Yun as if they had a common enemy. However, Mu Yun couldn't be bothered with him and directly walked into the main hall. On the spacious square, there was a stone floor with strange patterns. Mu Yun took a step forward and her body froze. At this moment, the blood in his body seemed to be boiling. With Mu Yun's current realm, even if his body was placed in boiling water, there would not be any strange changes. But now, the blood in his body couldn't help but boil and explode. It was really like boiling water. What happened to you? Ming Wuxin stood beside Mu Yun and sent her a soul message, you shouldn't have come here. I didn't want to either. Mu Yun smiled bitterly and said, I just came in to seek refuge, but I was treated like an enemy who killed my father and stole my wife. It makes me feel very helpless. Ming Wuxin was at a loss for words. Diagram of the Wu god? I've never heard of it. Wuji Ling Tian asked me to come in and take a look, so I'll just take a look. Although she was communicating with Ming Wuxin on the surface, Mu Yun felt that the blood in her body was boiling more and more intensely. What's wrong with you? Ming Wuxin asked in surprise when he saw that something was wrong with Mu Yun. It's fine. Your body, Ming Wuxin looked at Mu Yun's face, neck, and arms and was stunned. It was as if he had seen something unbelievable and was completely stunned. Don't use the true essence in your body to suppress it. Withdraw your mind into your true soul and use your soul power to suppress it. Soul power? Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded. Her soul power slowly spread out and Mu Yun was stunned. Alright. What's going on? Mu Yun looked at Ming Wuxin and asked. Nothing. However, at this moment, Ming Wuxin seemed to be running away from something. Could it be that my union with him and the god's blood in my body also caused changes to his body? Ming Wuxin muttered to himself and walked forward. At this moment, Mu Yun was even more surprised. Ming Wuxin was becoming more and more extraordinary. Alliance Leader Mu. At that moment, Wuji Ling Tian walked up and said with a smile, this is where the diagram of the gods of Wu is located. However, there are restrictions in this place. We have no way to remove them, but Mingyue Xian does. Ming Wuxin, seeing Mu Yun looking at him with eyes full of surprise, Ming Wuxin chuckled and said, I wasn't completely confident just now, but now, I am. Wuji Ling Tian, Xianxia, and the others were stunned when they heard this. Mingyue Shin, what do you mean? Lu Kanglan couldn't help but shout, just now, you said there was no way, but now you have a way. Are you trying to trick us? Think whatever you want. Mingyue Shin couldn't be bothered to explain. He pulled Mu Yun and walked forward. As she gently reached out with her hand, a rumbling sound suddenly rang out. A ripple-like mirror appeared in the empty hall in front of them. The true essence of heaven and earth that slowly spread out seemed to have turned into a dazzling rainbow at this moment. A strong aura spread out at this moment. However, if one were to look down from the ripple-like formation, one would be able to discover that a thin and long line had abruptly extended from the bottom of the formation at this moment. When it finally reached the two of them, Mingyue Shin swung his hand and directly cut Mu Yun's arm. Dripping sounds rang out as blood dripped down. Before Mu Yun could shout, Mingyue Shin suddenly shouted, "Don't be impatient." A poochie sound rang out and a line of blood shot out from Mingyue Xian's arm. There were two lines of blood. One of them was boiling red in color while the other one was red in color with a trace of blue light. It was incomparably strange. The dripping line of blood flowed on the ground. Mingyue Shin held Mu Yun's arm tightly. At this moment, he seemed to want to become one with Mu Yun. However, Mu Yun gradually discovered something strange. The blood in his body was boiling. However, when it mixed with Mingyue Shin's blood, the boiling blood calmed down. The blood of the two of them flowed along the ground at this moment. However, upon closer inspection, the flowing blood didn't appear to be spreading aimlessly. Instead, it followed a strange path and seemed to be gradually carving a word on the ground. God, that word looked simple and strange. It didn't look like the handwriting that Mu Yun usually recognized. However, Mu Yun still recognized this word in an instant. God. What is this? Luan Tatian looked at the ground and was immediately stunned. It seems to be a very ancient language. I don't recognize it either. Xianxia shook her head. That's the word God. Wu Jiling Tian suddenly spoke at this moment. God. To them, it was an illusory existence. They had only heard of this word. However, this word was like a legend to them. Not to mention God, even immortals were unimaginable existences. How could their bloodlines cause such a change in the world? Lu Kanglan's body trembled as he questioned. He couldn't accept it. Previously, because he fought with Mingyue Shin, he was defeated. After cultivating for hundreds of years, he couldn't compare to someone who had cultivated for decades. This was the disgrace of a genius. And now, he had been defeated by Mu Yun in just a few moves, which was even more humiliating. But now, the two of them had actually come up with such a huge formation, he was even more furious. It's open. However, at this moment, no one cared whether Lu Kanglan was angry or not. A crackling sound rang out. In front of them, the simple word God suddenly turned into an illusory figure and directly surged up. Buzz, when the word God surged into the air, a buzzing sound rang out. The crackling sound made people feel as if their ears were roaring, as if their bodies were trembling. Then, the few people only saw the word God floating in the air continuously rolling and whistling as it pounced on the ripples. Boom, in an instant, the ripple-like pattern completely exploded at this moment. The six figures disappeared from where they were. What is this place? Six figures suddenly appeared in an inexplicable space. However, the surroundings seemed to be filled with tyrannical spatial fluctuations. However, there was nothing but six figures. The six figures looked at each other and simultaneously scanned their surroundings. Wu Jiling Tian, is this the divine Wu diagram you were talking about? Mu Yun chuckled and said, but it seems like the divine Wu diagram doesn't exist in this mysterious space. Before Wu Jiling Tian could speak, Lu Kanglan snorted and said, no one let you in. Now you're blaming others. I wasn't talking to you either. Did I let you interrupt? You, the two of you don't need to be angry. The divine Wu diagram is in here. However, as for the six of us, who will be able to obtain the divine Wu diagram's blessing, comprehend the life and death mysteries, break through the limits of the life and death realm, and even step into the immortal realm, it will all depend on our luck. Wu Jiling Tian was neither angry nor displeased. He had a faint smile on his face. Wu Jiling Tian, you let him in. If the fragments of the divine Wu diagram aren't enough, don't even think about it, can you all shut up? At this moment, Mingyue Xin suddenly frowned and shouted. Just as the few of them were about to retort, Mingyue Xian raised her hand. Ding ding dang dang sounds rang out. Mingyue Xian immediately stood up. With a flip of her hand, a rumbling sound rang out. Freeze! Mingyue Xian's mouth suddenly spat out such a word. In an instant, a ray of flowing light in front of her was suddenly fixed in place. Looking at the streak of light, the light in everyone's eyes gradually converged. Swoosh! Swoosh! Almost instantly, Xianxia, Luan Tadian, and Lu Kanglin flew up and grabbed at the streak of light. Get lost! Seeing the three of them attacking at this moment, Mingyue Xin's face turned cold and he slapped out with his hand. The two of you, stop him. I'll take it. Xianxia suddenly spoke. Okay, no problem. The two of them nodded and immediately charged at Mingyue Xin. Thousand Water God Bind. Mingyue Xin snorted and immediately attacked Xianxia. Holy Light Whirlwind Cut. Xianxia smiled strangely and slashed her palm apart. Boom, in an instant, a rumbling sound rang out as the two figures continuously retreated. Meteor fragment two bangs rang out, and the two figures immediately retreated in a sorry state. Mu Yun, you're shameless! An angry roar rang out. It was Luan Tadian looking at Mu Yun. His face was filled with anger. Mu Yun, what do you mean by snatching it now? Lu Kanglin's face was also filled with resentment as he watched Mu Yun tightly grasp Mingyue Xin's flowing light. Damn it! Xianxia also retreated at this moment. Looking at the two people behind her and Mu Yun, she was furious. He hadn't expected Mu Yun to be here as well. What are you saying? You can snatch it, but can't I? Mu Yun said as she opened her palm. Just as she was about to speak, her expression changed. The moment he opened his palm, the flowing light in his palm merged into Mu Yun's body like a water droplet and disappeared. Seeing this scene, everyone present felt that it was inconceivable. Disappeared, Mu Yun, on the other hand, felt another kind of experience. At this moment, her body and true soul seemed to have been sublimated, a brand new sublimation and experience. At this moment, even his comprehension of the seventh level of life and death realm had become stronger. Vaguely, he even felt that his fusion of the concepts of life and death had reached a whole new level. Mu Yun was not the only one who felt this. The other people standing in this space also felt it very closely. Mu Yun was improving. It was an obvious improvement, swish swish swish. Just at this moment, the sound of space breaking echoed. Xianxia, Yulan Tian, and the others all flew into the air. At this moment, they had seen Mu Yun's miraculous effects with their own eyes, and they were already filled with vigor. It was just a ray of light, but Mu Yun's aura seemed to have improved tremendously. What else could the fragment of the Wu divine diagram have other than this? At this moment, no one dared to attack anyone else. It was already too late for him to grab the flowing light fragment in front of him. How could he still have the time to snatch others? Mu Yun took a deep breath, and he became very excited. These flowing light fragments were simply the most perfect tonic. Moreover, when combined with his body, they could be said to be flawless. The diagram of the gods. It made limitless, Ling Tian, and the others yearn for it. As expected, it was not ordinary. However, the moment those light fragments fused with his body, they disappeared, and he couldn't store them. Otherwise, he could bring some back to the blood union and let Cold Blood, Feng Yuer, and the others absorb them. Who knows, they might be able to advance further in the seventh level of life and death realm. The few of them shuttled through the mysterious space and absorbed the fragments of light. But gradually, everyone began to realize that something was amiss. Mu Yun and Mingyue Xin could directly absorb the light fragments into their bodies, but the speed at which they absorbed the light was like a tortoise and a hare compared to the two of them. How could this be? Yulan Tian was puzzled. Why are the two of them absorbing the fragments of the diagram of the gods so quickly, but we can't? Xianxia was also in disbelief. Could it be that the two of them possess the bloodline of a god? I remember reading an ancient book that said that gods have their own bloodline inheritance. The diagram of the gods is the most precious treasure of the gods. Naturally, it carries the aura of a god. How is this possible? Luan Tadian said hatefully, possess the bloodline of a god? Let's not talk about Mingyue Xin. Mu Yun came from Baiyun City. Even if she obtained the inheritance of the once famous Honorable Cloud was only an immortal. How could he have become a god? Hearing Luan Taishan's words, the few of them nodded. The smile on Limitless' face gradually disappeared. He could allow Mu Yun to come in, and he could allow Mu Yun to snatch the fragments of the diagram of the gods, but he didn't allow it. Mu Yun had obtained more than him. The current Blood Alliance had joined forces with the small world of battle armor and the small world of 5 elements. The 2 honorables, plus Mu Qingyu and the immortal beast heaven-devouring tiger, had the strength of 4 honorables. If Mu Yun was allowed to continue developing, in the future, when thousands of small worlds joined forces, how could there be the so-called number 1 small world, limitless small world? The bloodline of a god, not to mention our small world, even in the thousands of great worlds, the so-called immortal world, there might not be one. Limitless Ling Tian said, since that's the case, it can only mean that the 2 of them have a treasure that can absorb these streams of light, or they have a secret technique. Hearing this, Yulan Tian, Xianxia, and the others were stunned. Secret technique, yes, there must be a secret technique on the 2 of them. Otherwise, how could they absorb it so quickly? Even if they collected these streams of light, it would be useless if they couldn't absorb them. Immediately, Limitless Ling Tian, Yulan Tian, Xianxia, Luan Tadian, and Lu Kanglin looked at each other and nodded. Mu Yun, Mingyue Xin, the 2 of you must have some secret treasure or secret technique on you. Hurry up and hand it over. Lu Kanglin was the first to speak. We absorbed the fragments of the diagram of the gods so slowly, but you absorbed them so quickly. Do you dare say that there's nothing fishy about this? Secret technique, secret treasure. Hearing Lu Kanglin's words, Mu Yun was stunned. Although he didn't know why he could absorb the streams of light so quickly, he had some guesses in his heart. Perhaps it was related to the indestructible blood codex that he cultivated. But he didn't know the reason for Mingyue Xin. But at this moment, Mingyue Xin was also shocked. The fact that Mu Yun could absorb the fragments of the diagram of the gods so quickly was far beyond her expectations. She knew that she could absorb it because of the divine power in her body. But why did Mu Yun do it? Previously, she had guessed that Mu Yun had obtained a trace of divine power and bloodline because of their union. But now, it seemed that it was far more than that. In some aspects, Mu Yun's absorption speed was even faster than hers. Although the 2 of them suspected each other, neither of them would expose the other at this moment. Lu Kanglin, do you have any shame? Mingyue Xin shouted. If you can't do it yourself, can't you suspect others? Even if I, Mingyue Xin, have a secret technique, it's still Mingyue Xin's own. Why don't you think of a better way? What other crooked thoughts do you have? Mingyue Xin looked at them and said coldly, Limitless Ling Tian, don't forget that we agreed before. Whoever has the ability will get the bigger share. What? Now that you see that you can't do it and someone else is stronger than you can't stand it? I, Limitless Ling Tian, am not that stingy. Limitless Ling Tian suddenly said, however, if the 2 of you really have a way to absorb this diagram of the gods, I can take out something of equivalent value in exchange. Yes, exchange. Yes, Mingyue Xin, there's no need to be so stingy, right? Indeed, are we supposed to do nothing and just sit here and watch the 2 of you take advantage of the situation? Mingyue Xin's expression turned completely cold. He shouted, you guys, now you mean. Mu Yun and I have taken advantage of your opportunity? Isn't that so? Yulan Tian chuckled. If you weren't here, we could have waited here for 100 years and absorbed all the power before leaving. But now. Do you have to find a reason for your selfishness and shamelessness? However, at this moment, Mu Yun suddenly spoke. Previously, he had absorbed all the power of the diagram of the gods' fragments into his body. It took him a while to react and absorb all the power. At this moment, when he saw them looking at him and Mingyue Xin covetously, Mu Yun immediately understood that these people did not have good intentions. Mu Yun, don't talk big here. Lu Kanglin shouted, I admit that I, Lu Kanglin, am no match for you. But you don't have to be so arrogant to think that the 5 of us are no match for you. Are you sure? Mingyue Xin walked forward at this moment. With a wave of his hand, a blue longsword appeared in his hand. In the blink of an eye, the 7 figures confronted each other. Alliance Leader Mu, we have no intention of being enemies. We just want Alliance Leader Mu to tell us how to completely absorb those streams of light. Limitless Ling Yun spoke again. Although I really want to tell you the method, I have to say that there's really no way. Mu Yun smiled and said, if we're talking about a method, then you might need to increase your own strength before it can be considered a method. Don't be so smug. Lu Kanglin shouted, don't think that we don't know what you're trying to do now. We can't absorb these streams of light. Mu Yun, even if you absorb them all, the result will still be death. Death? A cold light flashed in Mu Yun's eyes, and she immediately snorted. Are you worthy of killing me? Lu Kanglin's face flushed red when he heard this. He was indeed no match for Mu Yun, but that did not mean that the others were no match for her. Alliance Leader Mu, aren't your words a little too arrogant? The muscles on Limitless Ling Tian's face twitched as he looked at Mu Yun with a trace of coldness in his eyes. Why waste your breath on them? Yulan Tian snorted and directly stretched out his palm. Sinister demonic aura surged and enveloped Mu Yun and Ming Weixin. Since they're unwilling to speak, then I'll capture one and ask the other. Didn't the 2 of them already have an affair? Nonsense, I'll tear your mouth off. Ming Weixin's face flushed red as he directly threw out a palm. Bang, the instant the 2 bangs rang out, the 2 figures immediately separated. Within the mysterious space, crackling sounds could be heard. This exchange caused another series of explosions that shook one's mind. In the entire mysterious space, there seemed to be chaos in the space. What are you still standing there for? Attack together and capture the 2 of them. Yulan Tian shouted in a low voice with a ferocious expression. Attack. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Gue shows her prowess. Mu Yun smiled when she saw the 5 of them joining forces to attack her. Coincidentally, she had already digested most of the meteor fragments. As such, it was a suitable time for her to integrate those insights into actual combat. Clang, the sound of a sword chime was heard. Mu Yun slashed out with her long sword in hand. At this moment, she seemed to have transformed into a powerful existence who could not wait to fight. 1 sword, 3 celestial core power. It was still the celestial core power sword technique. However, this time, Mu Yun once again displayed her insights and transformations in the life and death realm. She slashed out with her sword, and the tyrannical sword Qi carried the destructive power of her sword heart. In addition, the supremacy extermination sword in Mu Yun's hand was an immortal sword. An immortal sword, what was an immortal sword? An immortal sword was not only connected to the martial artist's heart and meridians, but it also had metal materials and forging techniques that void immortal artifacts could not compare to. A void immortal artifact in front of an immortal artifact was like a mortal artifact and a sacred artifact. It was impossible to ignore. You guys stop Ming Weixin. It's best if you can capture her. I'll deal with Mu Yun. As Wu Jiling Tian spoke arrogantly, a 3-pointed double-edged sword appeared in his hand. Mu Yun, I've long wanted to experience your strength. If you're strong, I, Wu Jiling Tian, will naturally be convinced. If you're weak and die, then you talk too much. However, before Wu Jiling Tian could finish his words, Mu Yun raised her sword and slashed out again. However, although this mysterious space was only 100 feet in size, it was extremely sturdy. Mu Yun's slashes would have caused landslides and tsunamis if they were in other places. However, they only left shallow marks on the surrounding water ripples. Naturally, the few of them could see such a change. Wuji Sky Heart Sutra, 5 Elements Ultimate Heaven. As soon as Limitless Ling Tian finished speaking, he roared and took a step forward. A frenzied energy fluctuation gathered in front of him and formed 5 bright discs of different depths. Those discs spun faster and faster before they exploded. Boom, a series of booming sounds rang out. In the entire mysterious space, the few of them only saw Wu Jiling Tian's body charging towards Mu Yun with the power of heaven and earth. Ternary Guei Sword. However, just as the light was about to envelop Mu Yun's body, a sword gleam suddenly appeared and immediately crushed the starlight into pieces. Crackling sounds could be heard, and rumbling sounds reverberated in the mysterious space. Puff, however, all of a sudden, a silhouette fled back in a sorry state. He directly coughed up blood, and his entire body was dyed red with blood. It was a terrifying sight. The densely packed sword scars almost enveloped the person in front of him, as if they were knives cutting through human flesh. Limitless soaring heaven. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Mingyue Xin frowned. He looked at Mu Yun and looked up. He seemed to have understood something. Yulan Tian, Xianxia, and the others were completely speechless. What kind of strength was this? They thought that Wuji Ling Tian was at the 7th level of life and death realm. He might not be able to suppress Mu Yun, but at least he wouldn't be suppressed by Mu Yun. But now, it seemed that in just one exchange, Wuji Ling Tian was in a sorry state. The current Mu Yun was already so terrifying, it wasn't that they didn't dare to believe it, but that they couldn't believe it. You, Puff, Wuji Ling Tian was about to speak when he spat out a mouthful of blood. He said unwillingly, "You broke through to the 7th level?" "Not yet." Mu Yun said casually, "But it's more than enough to kill you. Your sword is at most an ungraded immortal artifact. How can it unleash such powerful power? Sword Dao. Have you comprehended Sword Dao?" Looking at Mu Yun, Wuji Ling Tian was stunned. "Not yet, but it will be soon." Mu Yun looked at Wuji Ling Tian and chuckled. "You don't have to find excuses for your failure. If you're inferior to me, then you're inferior to me." Seeing Wuji Ling Tian struggling at death's door, Mu Yun no longer spoke. She straightened her body and grabbed with her palm. A stream of light returned to Mu Yun's hand. At this moment, Wuji Ling Tian, Yulan Tian, Xianxia, and the others were completely obedient. If it was before, they thought that they were the 10 minor venerables with extraordinary strength and that killing those of a higher level was not a problem. Now, Mu Yun's action was equivalent to stepping on their faces and degrading the so-called title of 10 little venerables to the point that it was worthless. The illustrious 10 minor venerables couldn't even withstand Mu Yun's attack. What kind of minor venerables were they, when the opponent's light was strong enough to melt their bodies, not to mention raising their weapons to resist? They didn't even have the thought of resisting. At this moment, Mu Yun gave them such a feeling. They couldn't resist at all. Mingyue Xin smiled and looked at Mu Yun. He said via soul voice transmission, "This time, you've trampled on their confidence until it's worthless. Those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. I didn't plan to fight with them in the first place. When they saw me, they were as excited as cats seeing a mouse. They all wanted to improve their reputation from me." Mu Yun chuckled. "Since that's the case, I might as well improve my reputation from them. I'm afraid that your improvement will offend the small worlds behind them." "Haven't we offended them enough?" Mu Yun asked. Hearing this, Mingyue Xin smiled bitterly. That was indeed the case. Among the 10 great small worlds, only the 5 elements Small World and the Battle Armor Small World supported Mu Yun. As for the others, even if they weren't enemies, they definitely couldn't be considered friends. Now is not the time to care about this. These fragments of the Divine Wu diagram are very useful to you and me. The two of us might be able to rely on these fragments to break through to the peak of the 7th level of the life and death realm. At that time, the 10 great venerables won't be a problem. Mingyue Xin's words were full of heroic spirit and strong confidence. However, Mu Yun could indeed feel that ever since he came out of the forge and fiefdom, Mingyue Xin had undergone a tremendous change. Could he really be the reincarnation of the water god? Mu Yun muttered in her heart. Good boy, you actually didn't call me when you had such a good thing. Right at this moment, Guiyi's voice sounded from the Extermination Immortal painting. Mu Yun frowned slightly. Good thing, Guiyi seemed to have said that only primordial power with primordial aura could increase his strength. Could it be that this Divine Wu diagram? The Divine Wu diagram was created by the Wu god. I don't know how many powerful life forces it gathered. This life force is not only life force, but also wisdom, power, talent, and everything else. Although there's no primordial desolate chi, it can still have a slight effect on me. Brat, no matter how little rice soup there is, there's still rice. Guiyi cursed. Then absorb it yourself. Mu Yun was speechless. Of course. As soon as Guiyi finished speaking, rays of golden light suddenly appeared in Mu Yun's body. The moment the golden light appeared, rays of light suddenly gathered in the mysterious space. Those rays of light were the flowing light fragments from before, flowing light fragments. Seeing this scene, Wuji, Ling Tian, and the others were completely dumbfounded. The speed at which Mu Yun absorbed the flowing light fragments was more than 10 times faster than before. What surprised them even more was that the flowing light fragments from before were only the size of a thumb. The largest one was only the size of a baby's palm. However, at this moment, the flowing light fragments that gathered around Mu Yun were each the size of a palm. Those flowing light fragments all gathered in front of Mu Yun and merged into Mu Yun's body. Under such a fusion, the golden light in Mu Yun's body became even more dazzling under the bright light. Stop him. Seeing this scene, Wuji, Ling Tian, and the others immediately had an extremely evil look in their eyes. They would not allow Mu Yun to plunder crazily at this moment. They were no match for Mu Yun without plundering. How could they fight against Mu Yun when she was plundering? Boom boom boom. Instantly, the few of them joined forces and launched all sorts of attacks at Mu Yun. However, at this moment, Mu Yun did not care about these at all. He stood straight on the spot and ignored their attacks. Bang bang bang, in an instant, their attacks landed on the surface of Mu Yun's body, but Mu Yun did not care at all. The attacks were reversed time and time again. When the attacks landed on the surface of Mu Yun's body, they were instantly blocked by the golden light. With this attack, everyone's fighting spirit was clear. The current Mu Yun was invulnerable, however, they knew that if they allowed Mu Yun to continue like this, they would definitely die here. However, they were unable to stop Mu Yun at all. What should we do? Are we just going to watch helplessly like this? Of course not. No? Then what do you have in mind? Wuji, Ling Tian, and the others were instantly enraged. The famous 10 little venerables had become the biggest joke at this moment. They were completely useless, they were still helpless at this moment. They could only watch helplessly as Mu Yun continued. However, compared to them, Mingyue Xin was even more surprised. No one knew better than Mingyue Xin what Mu Yun was doing at this moment. She was refining the picture of the gods and absorbing the divine power. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not figure out why Mu Yun had such a powerful ability. She originally thought that Mu Yun had become so special because she had obtained Supremacy Yun's inheritance. However, it seemed that it was not only that. Mu Yun's change was completely beyond her imagination. At this moment, Mu Yun was crying in his heart. Everyone thought that he had absorbed the fragments of the picture of the gods, but they did not know that it was all Guiyi's doing. He did not even absorb the fragments of the picture of the gods that were the size of fingernails, let alone the palm-sized fragments of the picture of the gods. 64% ingredients. Old tortoise, are you crazy? Mu Yun almost roared. If you do this, won't they point the spearhead at me? Mu Yun almost scolded, are you trying to get me killed? What are you afraid of? Guiyi chuckled and said, among them, apart from Mingyue Xin, who can threaten you? That little girl probably has taken a fancy to you, but she won't do anything to you. She's very interested in you right now. Guiyi didn't care at all and continued to madly absorb the fragments. Gradually, Wuji, Ling Tian and the others suddenly felt that the restrictions in the mysterious space seemed to be weakening. Moreover, this weakening was still decreasing. Let's go. Seeing this, Wuji Ling Tian suddenly opened his mouth and said. As his voice rang out, Wuji Ling Tian had already begun to break through the surrounding barriers and was preparing to leave this place. Although Yulan Tian and the others were unwilling, they didn't dare to stay any longer. The current Mu Yun was already someone they couldn't contend with. Staying here was simply courting death. If Mu Yun completely fused with those fragments, she might even reach the 7th level of life and death realm. At that time, how could they stop Mu Yun? A few idiots. Seeing Wuji Ling Tian and the others immediately flee, Mingyue Xin frowned and couldn't help but curse. But at the same time, Mu Yun was constantly scolding Guiyi. Old tortoise, you already said that these things aren't very useful to you. Why are you so persistent? Why don't you just give them to me? Mu Yun guided patiently. It's better than nothing. Guiyi chuckled and said, with your progress, when will I be able to wait for you to return to the place where I used to be? It's good to get some benefits now. If you die one day, I can find a better host. Mu Yun couldn't help but shout, if that's the case, there's nothing to talk about. Let's see who's more powerful between the two of us. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, she took a step forward. The vital energy of heaven and earth madly flowed in her body as she began to block the absorption of the fragments by the immortal extermination painting. Crackling sounds rang out. Those fragments were completely trapped by the immortal extermination painting and fused with it. Mu Yun charged out of the extermination painting, directly into her body and not into her mind. However, on the other side, Mingyue Xian was at a loss. At this moment, Mu Yun looked very much as if he was competing with him for something. It was contradictory and strange. However, Mingyue Xian stood where she was and did not step forward. The powerful force emanating from Mu Yun's body made it impossible for her to pull, resist, or fight for the fragments. Although the fragment was very important, she felt that at this moment, her life was more important. Little b****, I won't hold back if you keep doing this. Guai snorted angrily. Shouldn't I be the one saying that to you? Mu Yun said indignantly, you're the one who's trying to steal the show. I'm the owner of the immortal extermination painting now. You're not. Ungrateful thing. If it weren't for me, you would have died long ago. You too. Without me, you're just a lousy painting and a lousy book. The two of them fought in the Soul Sea. In Mingyue Shen's eyes, it was just Mu Yun's strange performance. Okay. Let's split it 9 and 10. I'll take 9 and you take 10. Guai suddenly said. Mu Yun scolded, get lost. You take 10 and I take 9. 8 and 20. I'm 8 and you're 2. You're 2. The two of them kept fighting. In the end, Guai sighed helplessly and said, I'll exchange a martial arts technique with you. I'll take 6 and you'll take 4. How about that? Martial arts technique? Mu Yun stopped for the time being. He knew that the martial arts technique that Guai mentioned was much more advanced than many of the martial arts techniques that he had cultivated in the past. Therefore, the martial arts techniques that he was more familiar with were all obtained from Guai. If there were more powerful martial arts techniques than in his previous life, he would naturally choose a more powerful martial arts technique. What martial arts technique? Tell me. I'll listen. Guai snorted and said, remember, it's a martial arts technique with only one move. A martial arts technique with only one move? Are you trying to scare me? I'm not exchanging. Mu Yun immediately retorted. Are you sure? You don't want to listen? Back then, there were only 2 moves of the 9 elements immortal destroying palm. Then tell me about it. Guai chuckled and said, this martial arts technique is called the 9 hell burning body art. It's also performed by condensing the force of the 9 elements heavenly gathering technique. However, this condensed force is different from the 9 elements immortal destroying palm. It's dark, gloomy, and cold, cut the crap. What level of martial arts technique is it? Immortal technique. It's just an unranked immortal technique. However, if you can reach the 7th level of the life and death realm and cultivate this technique, it won't be possible for the 10 great supremacies to kill you. TSK, an unranked immortal technique for me to cultivate? Seeing Mu Yun's disdainful look, Guai snorted and said, kid, weren't you an immortal king? There are endless immortal techniques in your mind. Can you use them? You don't even have enough immortal power. The immortal force you had before was only enough for you to refine pills and refine tools. It's not enough for you to use immortal techniques. Don't try to be brave here. Although the martial arts technique I'm giving you is an immortal technique, it can be used with force. The 9 elements heavenly gathering technique that you cultivate has vigorous force. You don't have to worry about exhausting it at all. With 64% of it and this 9 hell burning body art, there's only one move, 9 hell burning body art. Learn it if you want. You're good. I'll learn it. Mu Yun snorted and sat down cross-legged. Mingyue Shen stood 100 meters away and looked at Mu Yun. He felt baffled. It seemed that the dispute between Mu Yun and herself had ended. Suddenly, 9 origin balls appeared around Mu Yun. The 9 origin balls were of different colors, but at this moment, they all turned black. Mu Yun's palms kept forming strange and obscure seals, but gradually, the black light of the 9 origin balls became more and more sinister. It gave people an extremely sinister feeling. Break! In an instant, with a low shout, Mu Yun's body rose into the air, and crackling sounds could be heard. In the entire mysterious space, layers of black light spread out. It was like a black flame, but it was more like a stream of water and also like lightning. It completely spread out. Following that, the restriction of the mysterious space completely shattered. Mu Yun and Ming Wuxian's figures appeared in the previous hall. Seeing this scene, Ming Wuxian's heart trembled. Just now, Mu Yun's strength seemed to have suddenly erupting with a force that was completely different from true essence. The powerful force gradually spread out and finally dissipated. However, Ming Wuxian caught a trace of an inexplicable feeling. Now, I passed on the 9 hell-burning body art to you. You just need to practice more and you'll know it. How is it? Is it enough? Guei chuckled and said, next, these meteor fragments, I know. I'll take 4, you take 6. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, Guei did not stand on ceremony. Directly, the chart of celestial extermination emitted a faint light and absorbed all the meteor fragments. Looking at the remaining 4 balls of light, Mu Yun muttered to herself. With a wave of her hand, 10% of the meteor light rushed directly to Ming Wuxian. I can only give you so many fragments of the chart of celestial extermination. As for why, I think, don't worry, I won't ask. Ming Wuxian said calmly, if you want to take it, you can take it all. Giving me so much is enough for me to stabilize my realm. Looking at Ming Wuxian, Mu Yun opened her mouth but did not speak. Mu Yun, I think you should know that there's a special existence in my body. You can even see Qin Mingyao's divine beast spirit of the ice phoenix. That means you're not simple. But I want to tell you that I, Ming Wuxian, am the former Ming Wuxian, and am also the current Ming Wuxian. Don't think too much about what I did to you. I just need you to help me. Don't worry, I won't think too much. Mu Yun frowned and said, no man has ever been. Anyway, don't worry. I'm afraid you'll tell others about such an embarrassing thing. Very good. Ming Wuxian looked at Mu Yun and said again, previously, I only thought that you were different from others because you obtained the inheritance of Venerable Yun. Now, it seems that it's not just that. Mu Yun, you really make me curious. But in the future, in the immortal world, I believe that we'll meet again, or, halfway through her words, Mingyue Xian closed her mouth and smiled faintly before flying away. This woman is really strange. Mu Yun asked Guei in confusion, old man, you said that she's the reincarnation of some water god? Gods, are all like this? She has a strange temper and is temperamental? TSK, she's like this because her current life overlaps with her previous life. In the future, your first wife, Qin Mengyao, will also be like this. What? What do you think? Guei chuckled and said, I know that after the Ice Phoenix's soul awakens, Qin Mengyao will probably forget about you completely, or maybe she won't. Kid, take it easy. I understand. Mu Yun's heart trembled, and he sighed slightly. However, he still had no idea where Qin Mengyao was right now. Forget it. Now, I'll rely on these fragments of the Wu Divine painting to reach the 7th level of life and death realm first. Before reaching the 7th level, I'll always be like a child in front of the 10 reverends. After Mu Yun finished speaking, he directly sat down cross-legged in the main hall. At the same time, Guei, who was inside the extermination of deity painting, also calmed down, as if he was digesting the remaining 60% of the energy. At the same time, in the sect leader's secret treasure, most of the small worlds had already arrived at the underground of the secret treasure. Looking at the treasures everywhere, they had already fallen into a frenzy. However, what woke them up was all kinds of strange and ferocious beasts. The blue-eyed black soul wolf and the white-haired antelope that had appeared before were also common in this underground secret treasure. These 2 ferocious beasts had caused great losses to the hundreds of small worlds that had arrived here. Asterisk boom, asterisk on top of a mountain, there was a loud boom, and the corpses of the blue-eyed black soul wolf fell directly to the ground. Grandpa, are you okay? Miao Xianyu asked softly, looking at Miaoqing in front of her with concern. I'm fine. Miaoqing's face was a little ugly, and she said, these beasts come in groups, and there are too many of them. There are so many mountains and wilderness in this secret treasure. I don't know how many there are. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations making a prompt decision, how would I know? Miaoqing shouted coldly. I'm fine with these beasts, but behind him were some of the Miao clan's experts, as well as some of the young elites. Miaoqing felt that she had been too careless. Although Tong Tian wasn't an immortal, he was the man at the peak of a minor thousand world. How could it be so easy to break into the treasure trove he set up? However, he didn't expect that he would be surrounded by the monsters in the secret treasure and couldn't get away. Grandpa, we're not afraid of death. It'll be difficult for these guys to surround us. Yes, Grandpa. We can use this as a benchmark to train ourselves. Miaoqing could only smile bitterly at the fearless expressions of the Miao family's juniors. Of course, she wasn't afraid, but how could these juniors hold up? There's someone. Suddenly, someone from the Miao family shouted. With this shout, everyone's gaze turned to the other side. On top of a mountain peak in the distance, there were hundreds of people standing there. It was a grand sight. It's the Blood Alliance. There's also the Five Elements Great Emperor, Sovereign Diwen. The Heavenly Battle Sect is here too. Seeing this scene, everyone from the Miao family felt very embarrassed. When the Blood Alliance was besieged, the Heavenly Treasure Small World just stood there and watched. Now that they were the ones who were surrounded, the Blood Alliance and the others probably wouldn't do anything. On the other side, the Blood Alliance, Five Elements Divine Palace, and Heavenly Battle Sect naturally saw the scene in front of them. It's Miaoqing and the others. Xiao Yuner spoke lightly when she saw the scene. Serves them right. Cold blood harumphed, she didn't save our Blood Alliance in the past, and the Alliance Master trusted Miaoqing so much. I didn't expect that she would only protect herself. That's right. Yi Qiu also stood out. How did my master treat them? Miaoqing only knows how a person's heart is at a critical moment. Hearing the members of the Blood Alliance talking, Diwen and Battle Cloud Peak didn't say anything. The current Blood Alliance had Yi Qiu, Shan Yueling, and Cold Blood. In terms of overall strength, they weren't much weaker than them. Moreover, the three parties could be said to be allies right now, and they couldn't be separated from each other. If the Blood Alliance wasn't willing to save them, they would naturally be more than happy to watch from the sidelines. Naturally, we won't save Miaoqing. However, Miao Shanyu was once Big Brother Yun's disciple. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. They could choose not to save the other members of the Miao family, but Miao Shanyu was Mu Yun's disciple. They knew that their alliance master seemed to have only accepted 3 disciples, Qi Ming, Moyang, and Miao Shanyu. Regardless of whether it was intentional or not, the 3 of them now had the same talent in refining. They had all received Mu Yun's true teachings and were true sacred artifact masters. Moyang's comprehension of swordsmanship was also extraordinary. Within the Blood Alliance, he was called Cloud Shadow because his swordsmanship was the same as Mu Yun's. It was unfathomable. The third person, Miao Shanyu, was already skilled in alchemy back in Baiyun City. Later on, everyone found out that she was the daughter of the Miao family in the numinous treasure Small World. No matter what, the 3 disciples that Mu Yun had accepted back then were all showing signs of rising, and they were rising rapidly. Moreover, Mu Yun's appreciation of the 3 disciples was indeed obvious. This was especially true for Qi Ming and Mo Yang. Even though Mu Yun was cursing and scolding Qi Ming and Mo Yang every day, these 2 fellows were also the ones who received the most lectures and explanations from Mu Yun. That was why their realms had improved by leaps and bounds. Now, they didn't care that the Miao family was in danger. However, Miao Shanyu was a problem. Save. Xiao Yuner made a prompt decision. When the Blood Alliance was in danger back then, Miao Shanyu wanted to help but was stopped by Miaoqing. Moreover, it was meaningless for Miao Shanyu to participate in that kind of battle. Now that Miaoqing and the others were surrounded and unable to escape, they had to save Miao Shanyu. Swoosh, 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 one figure after another immediately rushed out. Their goal was none other than the blue-eyed Black Soul Wolf. Previously, when they were with Mu Yun, they knew that the blue-eyed Black Soul Wolf was afraid of fire. Fire could be a great threat to them. Use fire to attack. We don't have heaven fire, but we have earth fire and ordinary fire alchemists and blacksmiths. Open the path in front. If there are any wolves that slip through the net, I'll have to trouble the 7th level life and death realm elders to help. No problem. Immediately, everyone rushed into the wolf pack. They actually killed their way in. Seeing this scene, Miao Qing and the others looked at each other. They didn't expect the Blood Alliance and the others to be willing to help them. Don't just stand there. Quickly attack and open a path of blood. Yes. Immediately, the two sides fought with all their might. The blue-eyed black soul wolf and the white-haired antelope were suddenly pincered. However, the blue-eyed black soul wolf and the white-haired antelope's figures were also increasing in number, blocking everyone's path. However, the Blood Alliance led the martial artists from the other two major worlds. It could be said that the 4 major worlds had joined forces. Under such circumstances, even though the beasts had the advantage in numbers, they were still killed by the Blood Alliance and the others. Thank you for helping us. You don't have to thank us. Xiaoyuner said with a frosty face, we came here for Big Brother Yun's disciple, Miao Xianyu. Your life and death has nothing to do with us. Xiaoyuner's words were very domineering. She didn't give Miao Qing, a peak 7th level life and death realm martial artist, any face. However, the current Blood Alliance had the ability and foundation to not give her any face. Taking a step back, the Blood Alliance still had Mu Yun's father, Mu Qingyu, behind them. He was a super existence that could be on par with Wu Jiao Tian. Who would dare to provoke the current Blood Alliance? Mistress. Miao Xianyu walked forward leisurely and said shyly. Little girl, you've grown up to be slender and elegant. Alright, come with us. Your grandfather can't protect you, so we'll protect you. Xiaoyuner directly pulled Miao Xianyu up, and without any explanation, they went back the way they came. Miao Zun, what should we do now? An elder from the Miao family stepped forward and asked. What can we do? Follow them and lead this place. Miao Qing's face was ugly as she shouted. As the patriarch of a family, he had a great reputation in the minor worlds. However, today, he was actually reprimanded by a junior. It was simply a disgrace. However, Xiaoyuner was Mu Yun's wife. If they offended her, only God knew what Mu Yun would do. Back then, Mu Yun was only in the body-tempering realm, but she dared to fight with a spirit realm expert. There was a gap of 10 to 20 small realms between them. However, Mu Yun wasn't afraid at all back then. Now that Mu Yun had reached the 6th level of life and death realm, it was needless to say. In Miao Qing's eyes, Mu Yun was a lunatic. The reason why she didn't help Mu Yun back then was because Mu Yun was a complete lunatic. This lunatic didn't care about her own life for the sake of her friends, family, and lover. He thought that Mu Yun would die without a doubt if the 5 minor worlds joined hands. However, he didn't expect that the 5 minor worlds would lose 20 billion supreme-grade spirit crystals in the end. Although Miao Qing was vexed, she couldn't make up for it now. After losing a lot of people, they killed their way out of the encirclement and shook off the white-haired antelope and blue-eyed black soul wolf. There's a mountain in front. Suddenly, the advancing Blood Alliance members saw the mountain in front of them and their faces lit up with joy. That was because the peak of the mountain seemed to have been flattened by someone with a sword, leaving only the middle of the mountain. At the middle of the mountain, there was an arched circular hall that stood proudly. Looking at the palace from afar, it was sparkling and bright, dazzling the eyes. However, when they got closer, they realized that the palace was pitch black and emitted a strange aura. Come in and block the door. Looking at the open door, the Blood Alliance members immediately rushed into the palace. At the same time, the Heavenly Treasure Small Worlds people also rushed into the palace. Woo woo, ba ba. However, at this moment, the blue-eyed black soul wolf and white-haired antelope were constantly roaring at the bottom of the cliff. However, none of them climbed up the mountain. They just firmly surrounded the bottom of the cliff. Gradually, the number of blue-eyed black soul wolves and white-haired antelopes increased, causing people to shudder. From afar, they looked like a black and white tide, uncountable. These blue-eyed black soul wolves and white-haired antelopes have the bloodline of immortal beasts. Although they can't be compared to immortal beasts, they are much more powerful than pseudo-immortal beasts. Yeah, the Tongtian sect leader is indeed worthy of being the ruler of the minor worlds. He can raise so many strange beasts with the bloodline of immortal beasts. Now isn't the time to talk about this, right? These guys don't dare to climb up the mountain at all. It seems like it's because of this palace. Suddenly, everyone started to talk about it. Looking at the palace behind them, their voices were mixed. However, as the discussion gradually died down, some of the martial artists from the 4 minor worlds began to observe their surroundings. From afar, the entire palace appeared to be sparkling. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that the entire palace was pitch black. However, upon entering the palace, one would discover that the space displayed before one's eyes could be said to be extremely vast. What entered their eyes was the black stone floor that stretched for thousands of meters. And thousands of meters away, there were many palaces that were connected together. It was a magnificent sight. However, those palaces were not square. Instead, they were all in an arched shape. "Everyone, be careful," Diwen said. "This should be a different space. The place we are at might be another space within that palace." "How could this be?" Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Another space? To be able to quietly move them from the original space to another space, was the Tongtian sect leader really so powerful? "Since we are here, let's take a look," Du Yunfeng said. "I don't think those blue-eyed black soul wolves and white-haired antelopes will leave anytime soon." "Okay." As the crowd spoke, they stepped forward and walked along the black stone floor, moving forward slowly. Ah. Gnawing chain. The few life and death realm martial artists at the front stepped into the square black stone blocks on the ground. Their bodies were immediately bound by the black stone blocks and pulled into the depths of the palace. They could only hear the sound of flesh being minced, which made their hearts tremble. What's going on? At this moment, everyone stopped what they were doing. However, when they looked carefully, some of them stepped on the black stone blocks without any problem, but some were directly swallowed by the black stone blocks. What's going on? Array! Everyone, be careful. These black stone blocks are arrays. Array! Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but retreat, looking at the palace from 1,000 meters away. This kind of array, even the ground was so strange. They didn't dare to fly directly in the air. What should we do now? Seeing this, everyone was at a loss. If only Alliance Master Mu was here. Several array masters said helplessly after trying. Everyone suddenly felt anxious. This sky accessing treasure could be said to be everywhere. The more complicated the array outside the palace was, the more likely the treasures inside would be. Swoosh. 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 However, just when everyone was at their wits' end, the sound of something breaking through the air was suddenly heard. Next, one figure after another entered the palace. Looking over, it was the martial artists of various small worlds. There were at least 1,000 of them, and they swarmed in. "Eh? Diwen, Battle Cloud Peak, you guys are here too." In the crowd, Wuji Ao Tian's face had a trace of surprise, and he smiled slightly. "Hee, Wuji Ao Tian, if you guys can come here, why can't we? Moreover, those blue-eyed black soul wolves and white-haired antelopes outside aren't easy to deal with, right?" The mountain range was surrounded by blue-eyed black soul wolves and white-haired antelopes, but Wuji Ao Tian and the others still rushed in. The Blood Alliance and the others were forced to enter, but the other small worlds seemed to have entered voluntarily. "You sound so proud. Weren't you forced to enter?" Yu Huiran's face turned cold, and he snorted. "You guys entered voluntarily. Could it be that there are treasures in this palace?" Miaqing said lightly. Luan Dongsong snorted. "Whether there are treasures or not, we'll know once we enter." After he finished speaking, Luan Dongsong stepped forward. "Wait." Suddenly, Du Wanshan pulled Luan Dongsong back. The martial artists from the reincarnation small world also stopped and looked ahead. Even though they were forced to enter, they won't just stand here and wait for us to arrive. Du Wanshan chuckled. "I'm afraid it won't be that easy to enter." "Whether it's easy to enter or not, we'll know once we try." Fong Tongkong stepped forward, intending to enter. He was a venerable one, so he was not afraid at all. "Wait." Du Wanshan stopped him again and said, "Why put yourself in danger?" As soon as he finished speaking, numerous black insects suddenly appeared in his palm. There were countless black insects. Gradually, the black insects piled up to form the figure of a person. The figure took a step forward and the floor began to crack. Not a single one of the insects managed to escape. Seeing that the floor had reappeared while his bugs had disappeared, Du Wanshan's face revealed a pained expression. There really is a formation. Seeing this, Wu Jiao Tian, Yu Huiran, Luan Dongsong, and the others looked at the Blood Alliance and Diwen with gloomy faces. You knew there was a formation, but you didn't tell us. Du Wanshan said gloomily. You didn't ask? Xiao Yun'er replied coldly. Moreover, what does your life and death have to do with us? Little girl, aren't you afraid of death? Du Wanshan said as he took a step forward. However, when he stepped forward, Cold Blood, Yi Qiu, and the others from the Blood Alliance also stepped forward. Humph, the treasure is more important now. We won't waste our time with you. Du Wanshan looked at the few of them and held back. This formation is extremely strange. How can we fight against it? Fang Tongkong said again. Let's try to break through. Yu Huiran's face was cold. He stepped forward and his aura surged. When he stepped forward, the black floor did not move at all. However, when Yu Huiran stepped forward again, the black floor instantly collapsed and Yu Huiran's body rapidly fell. However, Yu Huiran was the second strongest supremacy after all. As his body fell, he took a step forward. The powerful recoil forced Yu Huiran back. However, before Yu Huiran could take another step forward, steel-like chains wrapped around Yu Huiran's feet from the collapsed black floor. However, Yu Huiran could see that the chains were covered in razor-sharp teeth marks that were crunching and gnawing away at his protective quintessence. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that if it weren't for Yu Huiran's powerful strength and his protective true essence, he would have been torn to shreds by the chains with teeth on them. Get lost. Yu Huiran let out a low roar and punched out. With a loud bang, the chains immediately stopped. In the blink of an eye, Yu Huiran had already retreated beyond the black floor. Damn it! Seeing this, the various venerables cursed in their hearts. If even Yu Huiran had such a hard time, 99% of the people here would not be able to pass at all. What do we do now? How would I know? The supremacies were no longer in a good mood. However, gradually, everyone's gazes landed on Du Wanshan's body on the other side. Why are you looking at me? Du Wanshan couldn't help but snort. Du Wanshan, your insects can help us find the way. You can't expect everyone to send their disciples one by one, right? In your dreams. Du Wanshan snorted, my insects are my life. You want to take them away? No way. Oh? Really? Of course. Du Wanshan said without room for discussion, do you think that the insects are not lives? Wu Jiaoyan said, since that's the case, how about this? We'll compensate you for the insects you lost. Sure, name a price. Du Wanshan, you're a supremacy. Why are you so stingy? Name a price and we'll compensate you equally. Seeing that Fang Tongkong, Yu Huiran, and Luan Dongsong had all spoken, Du Wanshan pondered for a moment and said, alright, since that's the case, each of you will compensate me with 10 billion spiritual crystals, 10 billion, hearing that, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, 10 billion spiritual crystals. Du Wanshan, why are you like Mu Yun, drinking human blood, 10 billion? Why don't you go rob a bank? You're too cruel. Immediately, the various reverends began to shout. Give if you want. If you don't, I'll leave. No matter how tempting the treasure is, there's nothing I can do about it. Du Wanshan directly threw the matter aside and said. Alright, I'll give it to you. Wu Jiaoyan said, everyone, don't hesitate. Just give it to me. If you're late, you won't have it anymore. I'll give it to you. Yu Huiran gritted his teeth and nodded his head. At the same time, Xianxia, Luan Dongsong, Fang Tongkong, and the others gritted their teeth and decided to hand over their spiritual crystals. Since that's the case, Du Wanshan, stop wasting time. Wu Jiaoyan urged. I'll give it to you too. Miaqing said again. Hee, Master Miao, we thought that you've joined the Blood Alliance. Du Wanshan smiled and said, if you're willing to give it to us, we'll take you with us. Alright. Miaoqing said again, not caring about what the others thought. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have saved them. Wang Xinya snorted. Xiao Yuner smiled and said, I didn't plan to save them. I just wanted to save Xianyu. Whatever Reverend Miaoqing wants to do, it's his choice. We can't stop him. Miaoqing's face turned red when she heard their words. However, she still handed over the spiritual crystals. Grandfather, Miao Xianyu's face turned red. Xianyu, we didn't ally with the Blood Alliance. They did it to save you. Our Miao family took the opportunity to escape and lost a lot of people. An elder from the Miao family said, your grandfather did it for the entire Miao family and the entire Heavenly Treasure small world. Xianyu, you can't go. Xiao Yuner said, the Miao family can't protect you, but we can. Your grandfather doesn't care about your safety. As your master's wife, we have to protect you when your master isn't around. Miao Xianyu nodded and stood beside Xiao Yuner. Diwen, Doyun Peak, since you've chosen to side with the Blood Alliance, I'll bring you along if you hand over 30 billion spiritual crystals. How about that? I won't give you anything. Diwen snorted and said, even if I don't want the treasures in this treasure trove, I'm too lazy to go with you. Good, you have backbone. Du Wanshan took the spiritual crystals and smiled. Then, he looked at the crowd and said, watch carefully. Be careful of those who want to pass without paying. Don't worry. I, Yu Huiren, will be the first to kill anyone who dares to do so. Du Wanshan didn't say anything else. He released the insects to scout ahead. With a cracking sound, a black stone slab fell to the ground, and those black insects were completely devoured. A pained expression appeared on Du Wanshan's face as he immediately released the insects. This slab is safe. Everyone, follow me. Du Wanshan's eyes lit up. He took a step forward and began to scout ahead. In an instant, Du Wanshan led the way. Relying on the insects to scout ahead, the crowd moved forward. The large group spread out and advanced. Although the small and medium worlds were only a few dozen meters away, the Blood Alliance, Diwen, Doyun Peak, and the rest gradually lost sight of them. These guys are really despicable. Xiao Yuner cursed under her breath. They're all shameless and despicable. Diwen sighed and said, I wonder if Mu Yun can open this array if she's here. The Grandmaster of Heaven wants to reach the heavens. A mere array is enough to stop us. If Big Brother Yun is here, he can definitely open this array. Wang Xinya said, this array isn't just a master-level array. It can only be set up by a Grandmaster-level array master. I don't know where Master ran off to. Yi Qiu said with a sigh. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios breaking the formation and getting on the bridge alliance leader. Mu Yun. Brother Yun. Master. As the voice rang out, the figures immediately turned around. Mu Yun was dressed in a long black robe with a black belt around her waist. Her long hair was tied up, and there was a strand of hair on her forehead that swayed with the wind. She still had the same posture and appearance. There was no change, Mu Yun had appeared. Brat, you finally appeared. Diwen chuckled and said, if you didn't appear, we would have gone all over the world to look for you, the big treasure. Look for me, the treasure? What treasure? Mu Yun was a little stunned and said, it seems that a lot of things have happened while I was away. Of course. Xiao Yuner snorted and said, you didn't see the faces of the cultivators from the various small worlds. They are all against our Blood Alliance. Even Master Miaoqing, when Xiao Yuner spoke until here, she stopped. Mu Yun looked at Miao Xianyu and smiled slightly. Master, I'm sorry. My grandfather, I don't care about your grandfather. You are my disciple. Follow me. Even if something happens to my safety, I won't let anything happen to you. Okay. Miao Xianyu nodded, full of pride. No matter what, Mu Yun was her strong backing. A teacher for a day, a father for life. Mu Yun had always treated her as her most beloved disciple. She had never changed because of her grandfather's attitude. Alright, what happened? Tell me. Looking at your worried faces, I'm afraid you have been tricked, right? Yi Qiu stood up and said, Master, you don't know, but this array is very strange. Even that fellow Yu Huiren couldn't break through it. Now, Duwanshan has brought many cultivators from the small worlds in. However, this formation is very strange. We can't see through it, so we don't dare to break through it. Formation? Muyan smiled with a hint of excitement on her face. She chuckled and said, "Don't you know that my favorite thing is to break formations?" "Of course, big brother Yun, you're the best." Wang Xinyu giggled. "When I wasn't around, they bullied you. Now that I'm here, I'll naturally teach them a lesson." "You're quite confident. Are you able to undo this formation?" Right at that moment, a slightly cold voice suddenly sounded. Mingyue Xin. Seeing Mingyue Xin, Muyan smiled bitterly and said, "I thought you had entered the secret treasure with the people from the 3,000 small worlds. Aren't I waiting for you to break the formation, Alliance Master Mu?" Mingyue Xin smiled as he looked at Muyan. However, this smile had a different meaning in the eyes of others. Xiao Yun and Wang Xinyao looked at Muyan with a different meaning in their eyes. However, that meaning made Muyan feel cold all over. Muyan immediately turned around and looked at the two of them, dumbfounded. He didn't do anything, but now it was his turn to be punished. This was simply a great injustice. "I won't argue with you about this now. You can explain it properly when we return." "Humph, womanizer. Didn't we agree?" Xiao Yun and Wang Xinyao looked at Muyan and immediately snorted with anger in their chests. At that moment, Muyan only felt bitterness in her heart. What the hell was this? "Alliance Master Mu, hurry up and break the formation if you can." Mingyue Shen urged at this moment. "Yes, Alliance Master Mu. I've been waiting anxiously." Xiao Yun's tone was even more unfriendly at this moment. Wang Xinyao opened her mouth but didn't say anything in the end. Muyan looked at the surrounding people helplessly, only to realize that at this moment, Di Wen and the others acted as if this matter had nothing to do with them and completely ignored them. "Yi Qiao, you can't be like your master in the future and flirt everywhere," Xian Yueling said seriously. "Don't worry, Yu. I only love you." Seeing her disciple's smug look at this moment, Muyan looked around and finally sighed helplessly. What the hell is this? In the end, Muyan sighed and walked forward. This formation is called the Yinyang Xiantian formation. One is yin, and the other is yang. Yin and yang are in harmony, and the formation is built with 99,999 soul-absorbing stones. Not to mention the 10 supremacies, even a powerhouse who has stepped into the immortal realm won't be able to withstand it. Muyan looked at the formation and said softly. Mingyue Shen said impatiently, "We don't want to know how powerful this formation is. We just want to know if Alliance Master Mu can break this formation." Hearing this, Muyan was about to flare up, but she saw that everyone was staring at her. That was probably what they were thinking, so she immediately lost her temper. "Yes." Muyan smiled bitterly and said, "But everyone must listen to my instructions. There can't be any mistakes, understand?" "Yes. Yes." Seeing everyone's unanimous answer, Muyan only felt that her position as the Alliance Master was too sullen. At this moment, there was no trace of dignity at all. "Alright, since that's the case, everyone will listen to Alliance Master Mu's orders and pass through this formation." Diwen also chuckled. "That's right." Do Yunfeng snorted and said, "Those guys spent 10 billion supreme-grade spirit crystals and only felt that they made a huge profit. We didn't spend a single cent, haha." Everyone immediately burst into laughter. Muyan stopped smiling and took a step forward. A rumbling sound suddenly sounded at this moment, and Muyan stood directly on the black floor. Boom, in the blink of an eye, the floor caved in, and black iron chains wrapped around them. However, facing those iron chains, Muyan did not resist at all and allowed those iron chains to firmly lock her body. Clang, clang, instantly, under the black floorboards, a series of clanging sounds could be heard. The floorboards completely enveloped Muyan's body and he disappeared. However, gradually, everyone discovered that the entire floor was gradually emitting a bright crystal light. Those crystal lights gradually rose into the sky, and the clanging sounds immediately spread out. On the original black floor, a bright crystal bridge actually appeared. Those crystal bridges gradually rose into the sky and condensed into a long, bright crystal bridge in front of everyone. Boom, suddenly, under the black floor, there was a rumbling sound, and Mu Yun's figure appeared from the rumbling sound. "Everyone, quickly get on the bridge," Mu Yun said without hesitation. With a crashing sound, figures rushed directly onto the bridge. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun's lips curled into a smile. Formation, in his previous life, apart from learning alchemy from his beautiful master, Meng Zimo, refining weapons and formations were just his hobbies. However, even if they were his hobbies, in the small thousand world, he was definitely a grandmaster. Hearing Mu Yun shout, everyone immediately walked up the crystal bridge. "This bridge won't collapse, right?" Yi Qiu asked worriedly. Bang bang, however, just as Yi Qiu finished speaking, two bangs suddenly sounded. Mu Yun shouted angrily, "Collapse, collapse, collapse your head." Mu Yun directly hit Yi Qiu's head with a hammer and snorted, "You're amazing now. You don't believe in your master anymore." "Master, I didn't." Yi Qiu's face was full of grievance. "Hurry up and get on the bridge, don't talk nonsense," Mu Yun shouted. Everyone immediately got on the bridge, not daring to delay. At this very moment, numerous figures were walking onto the crystal-like bridge. They were extremely cautious, afraid that they would cause any sort of abnormal change. At the same time, when everyone walked forward step by step, they saw that below the bridge, figures were sacrificing their venomous insects to open a path ahead. Du Wanshan was quite conflicted at this moment. The loss of every venomous insect was a heart-wrenching pain to him. However, at this moment, they had already advanced to the center of the formation. It was impossible to retreat, so they could only advance. Du Wanshan had no choice but to add another 10 billion supreme-grade spiritual crystals to make the supremacies of the various large and small worlds continue to advance. Under such circumstances, although the supremacies of the various large and small worlds were dissatisfied, they had no choice but to agree for the sake of the treasure. Now that they were already halfway there, if they did not agree, all their previous efforts would be wasted. "Damn it!" Yu Huiren shouted angrily, "Du Wanshan, we've paid 20 billion supreme-grade spiritual crystals. If you can't bring us into the secret treasure, you know the consequences." "Nonsense." Du Wanshan had lost a large number of venomous insects, so he naturally felt even more heartache. When he spoke, he did not hold back and said, "How can I not know? These venomous insects were personally cultivated by me. Do you think I want them to die? Moreover, the closer the formation is to the end, the greater the consumption. I feel more heartache than you all. What are the spiritual crystals? What I need are my own venomous insects. Without them, my strength will be greatly reduced." Hearing this, the supremacies fell silent. "Hee hee. Everyone, long time no see." However, when the venerables remained silent, a mocking voice was heard all of a sudden. "Mu Yun." A shout was heard, and the supremacies' faces immediately revealed a shocked expression. "Mu Yun, how did you?" "Hee hee." Before the supremacies could speak, Mu Yun laughed and said, "Everyone, you're too unkind. If we can pass through, what's wrong with bringing my Blood Alliance members along? If you bring the Blood Alliance members, I'll bring you too. Now. I've broken the formation, but look at all of you. Sigh. You still need to break the formation to pass through. Du Wanshan, you've lost a lot of venomous insects, right? Those venomous insects cannot be replaced by money." Hearing this, Du Wanshan only felt a stifling sensation in his chest, and he was unable to restrain his anger. "Mu Yun, don't be so smug. Who knows, there might be a problem on your path." Yu Huiren suddenly shouted. Boom boom boom. Fog corpse in front of everyone, the black stone slab collapsed one by one, and a series of gnawing iron chains rose from the floor. The moment the floor rose up, everyone felt the ground shake. The entire ground seemed to be about to collapse, and the layers of fluctuations made their hearts tremble. "What's going on? Du Wanshan, what's going on?" The group of people immediately stared at Du Wanshan with anger on their faces. "You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask?" Du Wanshan shouted angrily, "We're barging into this formation, not breaking it. How would I know what to do?" Hearing this, their faces flushed red, and they were at a loss. But at this moment, above them, the Blood Alliance, the Five Elements Small World, and the Battle Armor Small World were walking steadily on the crystal bridge. They didn't feel the slightest fluctuation at all. Everyone, it seems like my path isn't a dead end. It seems like, your path is the dead end. Mu Yun looked at everyone and chuckled. You, Mu Yun, if we're in trouble, don't even think about running. When Fong Tongkong saw this, he was furious. With a cold snort, he directly punched out. Boom, instantly, the entire ground was filled with a deafening rumbling sound, causing everyone to feel as if their minds were buzzing. Fong Tongkong roared and took a step forward. The rumbling sound shook the entire black floor. His figure was like a cannonball as he shot out into the sky. Clang, but in the next moment, Fong Tongkong's body seemed to have touched an iron plate. With a clang, his entire body was blocked by the crystal bridge, unable to move an inch forward. Sorry. Looking at Fong Tongkong's appearance, Mu Yun chuckled and said, if this formation was so easily broken by you, then this place wouldn't be the Tong Tian sect's secret treasure. Fong Tongkong still wanted to say something. However, before he could even finish his sentence, a loud rumbling sound was heard. An iron chain directly wrapped around his feet and pulled him down. Mu Yun, I won't let you off, I definitely won't let you off. Fong Tongkong stared at Mu Yun, wishing he could cut off his hands and feet. Seeing the figures below being attacked by the chains and bound to death, Mu Yun's eyes narrowed. At this moment, there was no pity in his eyes, only indifference. At this moment, his heart had once again returned to the state of an immortal king, decisive, cold, and arrogant. At first, Mu Yun had thought that he would be a little more merciful in his past life. However, his heart was as hard as steel when he faced these people who had once wanted to kill him. Let's go. Mu Yun opened his mouth slightly and said, they're using arrays, and we're using arrays. There won't be any danger here. Instead of staying here to watch the show, why don't we enter the main hall and see what's going on? Hearing Mu Yun's words, the Blood Alliance members immediately moved forward. At this moment, they once again felt that their choice was correct. Among the thousands of small worlds, the 5 elements small worlds and battle armor small worlds were ranked 9th and 10th, but in reality, they didn't have much power or authority. The 10 great small worlds had the right to punish the other small worlds. If anyone disobeyed, the 10 great small worlds could join forces and form an alliance army to suppress them. The 10 great small worlds had absolute leadership in this kind of suppression. However, the 5 elements small world and battle armor small world weren't ranked high. Their status and authority among the 10 great small worlds were also the lowest. All along, they had been bullied by the small worlds ranked at the top. Now, they were tied to Mu Yun. Although the Tsung Huang Small World wasn't considered part of the Small World Alliance, the strength of the Blood Alliance led by Mu Yun was evident. Today, they were tied to the Blood Alliance. Fong Tongkong, Du Wanshan, Luan Dongsong, and the others didn't have the qualifications or ability to bully their small world. On the 1,000-meter-long black floor, figures were moving back and forth. Above them on the crystal bridge, Mu Yun and the others were leisurely and carefree. But below them, the cultivators of the various large and small worlds couldn't care less. All of them seemed to be fleeing for their lives as they hurriedly advanced through the array formation. What exactly are these gnawing chains? Looking down, everyone from the Blood Alliance looked at Mu Yun in confusion. Gnawing chains? Looking down and then looking at everyone, Mu Yun chuckled. I'm afraid you're all wrong. Those aren't gnawing chains or array formation attacks, but immortal beasts. Immortal beasts. When Mu Yun finished speaking, everyone felt as if their heads were about to explode. To them, immortal beasts were simply as magical as flying immortals. So far, the only immortal beast they had seen was the heaven-devouring tiger in Heavenly Sovereign Misery Sea's secret treasure. And now, there was actually an immortal beast under the black floor. How could they not be shocked? Gnawing beasts have countless tentacles. Every tentacle is like a gnawing tooth. To be precise, their tentacles are filled with saw-like teeth. They have extremely strong destructive power and can instantly destroy a cultivator's physical defenses and directly suck out their bloodline. And this fellow, if it keeps sucking fresh blood, it will evolve and even become an immortal beast with a mortal bloodline. Master, immortal beasts have grades? Of course. Mu Yun said again. For example, the heaven-devouring tiger and the rodent beast are immortal beasts without grades. Their bloodline power might degenerate into a void immortal beast in the next generation. And if their bloodline is strengthened, they might become an immortal beast with a mortal bloodline. The lowest grade of immortal beasts is the heaven-devouring tiger and the rodent beast. Above that are immortal beasts with mortal bloodlines, earth-grade bloodlines, heaven-grade bloodlines. Looking at everyone, Mu Yun said slowly, everyone wants to ascend and become an immortal, but they don't know that the immortal world is the most terrifying and despairing place. That is not the world of humans, but a world where immortals eat immortals. If you are strong, you will be killed and trampled on. If you are strong, you can dominate everything. After Mu Yun finished speaking, she looked at everyone staring at her and laughed bitterly. Ahem. I'm just feeling emotional. Enough nonsense. Everyone, let's continue on our way. But after hearing Mu Yun's words, everyone felt that they had imagined the powerful immortal world to be too sacred. Below, the rodents were mercilessly reaping the lives of the cultivators from various small and medium worlds. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help but be secretly speechless. If they had followed these people from the beginning, they would probably end up like them now. Fortunately, Mu Yun was here. This fellow always created miracles for others. Damn it, what do we do now? Seeing the tentacles appearing in front and behind them, the supremacies from the various small and medium worlds were instantly enraged. The most hateful thing was that at this moment, Mu Yun was above them, leisurely walking over their heads. This made them feel the most angry. What else can we do? Everyone from the Wuji small world, listen up. Ignore everything and charge to the front. We are only a few hundred meters away. Okay. Yes. Immediately, following Wu Jiaoyan's words, all the cultivators from the Wuji small world immediately charged forward. At this moment, the other small and large worlds also followed suit and flew forward. At this moment, waiting in place was death. And retreating was also death. Thus, they might as well charge forward and directly enter the palace in front. However, just as everyone's speed increased, countless black rodent chains rushed toward everyone in front of them. Wails of anguish spread out, we're at the end. Mu Yun stepped on the hard floor and looked at the gray ground under her feet. Everywhere she looked, it was foggy. It was just a thin fog that did not seem to obstruct her vision. Everyone, be careful. Mu Yun instructed, at this moment, we must not be careless. The Grandmaster of Heaven established the secret treasure back then and left it for the fated ones to replace it. If we don't have powerful strength and aren't the fated ones, we might cause a huge disaster if we barge in. This person was able to subdue immortal beasts in the minor Kiliacosm back then. It's enough to see how powerful this person is. As she spoke, Mu Yun had already led everyone forward. A buzzing sound rang out, but just as Mu Yun and the others stepped forward, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out. The moment the buzzing sound rang out, suddenly, figures slowly stepped out from the thin fog in front of them. Those figures looked very illusory, and their entire bodies were floating in midair. These people seemed to be formed from a thin layer of mist, making people feel that their bodies were emitting a strange aura. Fog Corpse Men. Seeing those fellows whose heels did not touch the ground, Mu Yun's expression suddenly changed. Master, what are Fog Corpse Men? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Before Mu Yun could answer Yicho's question and Yicho's question, a series of air-piercing sounds instantly rang out. Those illusory figures whose heels did not touch the ground flew out one by one, directly attacking Mu Yun and the others. The figures of those people looked similar to ordinary people. However, they appeared to be gray fog, looking very illusory and unreal. Suddenly, a disciple directly struck out with his palm, enveloped by powerful vital essence, and directly slapped in front of him. The palm formed by vital essence was about to pierce through the Fog Corpse Man's body, but a strange scene happened. Those Fog Corpse Men's bodies were like souls at this moment, extremely transparent. A punch had no effect at all. On the contrary, that disciple's head was directly scratched by the Fog Corpse Man. With a scream, his brain directly burst out, and he was no longer breathing. Seeing this scene, everyone immediately felt their bodies stiffen. These fellows were really very strange. Master, what are these things? I've never heard of Fog Corpse Men. Their attacks are completely ineffective, but their attacks can directly crush us. Soul attack with your soul power. Mu Yun said hurriedly. These guys had their true souls imprisoned before they died. However, if their true souls haven't reached the immortal realm, they won't be able to leave their bodies for a long time. Therefore, they rely on the strangeness of this fog to combine their true souls with the fog to produce fog corpse men. Don't attack them with true essence, it's useless against them. Only soul power attacks are effective. Understood? Immediately, everyone who was at a loss immediately began to counterattack. It was just that soul force attacks were easier said than done. Everyone was at the life and death realm and had comprehended the profound meaning of life and death. Their true souls weren't as strong as these fog corpse men. Using soul power as an attack would cause very little damage to them. Everyone, don't panic. Mu Yun suddenly shouted, everyone, retract your soul power attacks. Hearing this, although everyone was puzzled, they still did as they were told. They had already chosen to trust Mu Yun unconditionally. When everyone spread out their soul power, a flame suddenly appeared in Mu Yun's body. Myriad Tribulation Ghost Fire. Seeing Mu Yun's action, Di Wen and Do Yunfeng were overjoyed. Di Wen came from the Five Elements small world and was very familiar with heavenly flames. Do Yunfeng was a venerable from the small world of battle armor. In the small world of battle armor, martial artists relied on their battle armor the most. It could be said to be their second life. Refining a life armor that was compatible with a martial artist required a powerful weapon refiner. And the most important thing in refining was the strength of the flame. At this moment, Mu Yun's Myriad Tribulation Ghost Fire wasn't the most suitable flame for refining, but it was very powerful. Most importantly, it was very powerful at this moment. Against these fog corpse men who were formed by combining their true souls and the fog, the Myriad Tribulation Ghost Fire could make them hesitate. Boom boom boom, in an instant, Mu Yun's body was engulfed in flames. The black flames gathered together like ghostly flames with ghostly faces on them as they charged at the mist corpse men. Hell sounded out, and the fog corpse people's bodies were touched by the 10,000 tribulation ghost flames, and they howled as they retreated. Thus, when they saw how powerful Mu Yun's ghost fire was, those fog corpse men immediately scattered. Go! Mu Yun did not waste any time and led the group forward. At this moment, the fog corpse men saw how powerful Mu Yun was. They all stepped aside, leaving a path for everyone to pass through. The 1,000 tribulation will-o'-the-wisp surrounded everyone while the zombies stood 100 meters away. They watched this scene and didn't dare to approach for a long time. Damn it! At the same time, a roar suddenly sounded from behind them. Fong Tongkong, Du Wanshan, Luan Dongsong and the others rushed out from the black floor. However, at this very moment, there were originally tens of thousands of people in the various worlds, but now, there were less than 10,000 people left. This kind of loss simply made all the leaders of the small worlds feel heartache. They have already gone in, now is not the time to complain. Wu Jiao Tian spoke at this moment, everyone, check your own small world's losses and gather the cultivators of the various small worlds. No one knows what dangers will appear later. Okay. Actually, before Wu Jiao Tian spoke, everyone had already started checking. After fighting for so long, they were already exhausted. However, the losses of the cultivators under them were what they cared about the most. After resting for a while, some of the cultivators of the small worlds had already begun to advance. Although their losses were great, if they stopped now and the Blood Union got the upper hand, then their losses this time would be wasted. Immediately, the cultivators of the small worlds left some of their heavily injured disciples where they were. They even left some disciples behind just in case. The large group set off again. In front of them, there was fog and densing qi. Together with the deathly stillness of the gray land, it was hard to feel any sense of anticipation. It was like hell in front of them. Everyone, be careful. Everyone immediately picked up the weapons in their hands and began to defend. Xiao xiao xiao. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out. Whoosh! 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 The sound of something breaking through the air suddenly charged over. Balls of gray matter directly approached the group. Screams suddenly rang out at this moment. Those fog corpse men charged out again. Last time, because of Mu Yun, they had been dealt with very badly. This time, seeing Wu Jiao Tian and the others, they immediately came forward to vent their anger. Screams continuously rang out, and those big shots were immediately stunned. These guys could not be killed at all, and could not be killed at all. They were simply helpless. What the hell is this? Fong Tong Kong was completely unyielding. Along the way, they had encountered some dangers that they did not have the slightest ability to resist at all. The attacks of those gray figures might not be able to harm them, but the subordinates behind them were all unable to resist. If this continued, they were afraid that before they reached the palace, the people behind them would be exhausted. Everyone, be careful. These guys do not use real attacks as their main attack, but soul attacks as their main method. Wu Jiao Tian muttered. Soul attacks, even if they knew, they had no way of resisting. Knowing was one thing, resisting was another. As exalteds, the most they could do was ensure that they would not be harmed. However, the same could not be said for the disciples of their sections. Wrap your soul seas, protect your true souls, and leave this place. Wu Jiao Tian roared, and immediately charged out with the cultivators of the Wuji Lesser World. At the same time, Yu Huiran, Xianxia, Luan Dongsong, Du Wanshan, Fong Tong Kong, Miao Qing, Mo Jieluan, and the others also charged out. Gradually, the cultivators of the various lesser worlds began to flee in panic. However, the Fog Corps men were relentless in their pursuit, not giving them any chance to escape. At the same time, at the entrance of the palace, figures in blood-red robes slowly appeared. The floating mountain blood envoy, the person in the lead, was dressed in white. He had an imposing appearance, and his hands were behind his back as he stared blankly ahead. Heaven Lord, they have already entered. Mu Yun seems to have broken the array, Yun Lang placed his hands behind his back and looked ahead indifferently. He said indifferently, let's go too. With that, Yun Lang turned to look at the 5 people behind him. These 5 people were the 3 Blood Envoy commanders, Chen Tianyu, Shan Qingyu, Wu Qing, the 9 Frost Heavenly Palace Lord Han Qianren, and the Zhu family patriarch Zhu Tianjing. At this moment, the aura that the 5 of them exuded was completely different from before. Vaguely, these 5 people even had the aura of a venerable. If any of you 5 ruin my plans this time, you will be killed without a doubt. Sect leader Tong Tian was the ruler of the Pale Yellow Lesser World tens of thousands of years ago, and he was most famous for the heavenly mirror in his hands. That heavenly mirror is a low-grade immortal artifact, and it is not something that Mu Yun's Supremacy Extermination Sword, a low-grade immortal artifact, can compare to. Yun Lang said carefully, with the heavenly mirror, I will be the ruler of the lesser world. When the time comes, even if the 10 venerables join forces, Mu Yun and Mu Qingyu join forces, it will be useless. If I rule the lesser world, the upper realm will definitely pay more attention to it. So, this time all of you must be alert. Whoever makes a mistake will die. Yes. Understood. The 5 of them immediately cupped their hands and stopped talking. Han Qianren and Zhu Tianjing were sweating profusely. After staying in the floating mountain for these few days, they finally knew the horror of the floating mountain. His killing intent was decisive, and his aura was imposing. These were nothing at all. The Blood Key project in the floating mountain was really domineering. It could completely create powerful life and death realm martial artists in a short period of time. This kind of blood-producing ability was not something that other small and medium worlds could compare to. If that was all there was to it, Yun Lang's personal strength was even more powerful. Chen Tianyu definitely had the strength of a venerable, but in front of Yun Lang, he was like a dog and did not dare to resist at all. Let's go. Yun Lang said softly. With a wave of his hand, a blue light appeared. Yun Lang did not do anything, and what exactly appeared in his palm, a blue passage appeared in front of them within 100 meters. Without saying anything, Yun Lang directly followed the blue passage and entered the black floor in front of him. Inside this formation are rodent beasts, immortal beasts. Although they are not blood-grade immortal beasts, they are still not something you can contend against. Don't go out of this blue light, or you will die without a burial place. As Yun Lang's words fell, he stepped forward step by step. Clang clang clang. At this moment, the tentacles from the black floor slapped up and hit the blue light. However, the seemingly violent tentacles were unable to destroy the blue light at this moment. Instead, the tentacles were being dispelled inch by the blue light. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. The defensive power of the blue light was so shocking that they could not believe it. Let's go. Seeing this scene, everyone dared to continue forward. Hundreds of blood envoys, Zhu family, and 9 Frost Heavenly Palace's upper echelons carefully stepped into the passage. The 1,000-meter-tall giant made everyone feel at ease. Anyway, the blue light did not dare to attack, so they just had to carefully advance. Huff, seeing that the tentacles behind them were still as terrifying as ever, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Who are you people? However, when they crossed the black floor, they saw nearly 1,000 people in front of them. Most of them were severely injured. A few of them were healthy, and their strength was around the 3rd or 4th level of Life and Death realm. Aren't you from the various small and medium worlds alliance? A 5th level Life and Death realm old man snorted. Could it be that you are the martial artists from the pale yellow small world who want to check the loopholes? It seems so. You really don't know what's good for you. Apart from the Blood Alliance, there are no other major forces in the pale yellow small world. If it were not for Mu Yun, we would not be waiting here. Some martial artists immediately snorted. Although they were injured, they were not afraid of the small group of a few hundred people in front of them. They had a natural sense of superiority towards the pale yellow small world. Heaven Master, how should we deal with these people? Chen Tianyu cupped his hands and asked. Yun Lang looked ahead and said indifferently, kill them. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations inside the archway. Kill them. As soon as Yun Lang said that, the warriors from the various small worlds went into an uproar. Kill them? How arrogant. Humph, the pale yellow small world is now a declining small world. Other than the Blood Alliance, you're the second force I've seen that's so arrogant. That's right. If it weren't for the 3 secret treasures, you would have been wiped out long ago. Stop putting on an act here. Puff. Puff, puff. 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 Before they could finish their words, the figures were completely crushed. The moment the blood envoys rushed out, the figures fell one by one, completely dead. Seeing this, everyone felt a chill on their necks. These people really dared to kill them. As the sound of fighting rang out, many figures fell instantly. Most of these people were originally severely injured, and some of the warriors who stayed behind weren't strong enough. How could they be a match for the blood envoys? Seeing this, the warriors felt as if there was a thorn stuck in their throat, and they couldn't say a word. However, it didn't take long for them to have nothing to say even if they wanted to. As the sound of breaking air rang out, soon, there were only corpses left on the ground. The bright red clothes on the blood envoys became even redder. Heaven Master, they're all dead. Yun Lang nodded and said, let's continue forward. Don't worry about these people. The ground was covered with corpses and blood, but the blood envoys were like zombies, not moving at all. The gray ground was filled with eerie qi. In front, the gray figures appeared again. As if they saw new prey approaching, the gray figures were all excited. Heaven Master, what are these things? Chen Tianyu asked in confusion. Fog Corpse Men. Yun Lang said, they're Fog Corpse men that combine their true soul and the strange mist here. Their soul attack is extremely powerful. Don't be careless. Yes. However, even though he said those words, Yun Lang waved his hand, and in an instant, the dense fog quietly dispersed. Crackling sounds rang out, and the Fog Corpse men's bodies suddenly cracked, turning into pieces. Seeing this, the people from the Floating Mountain sect were completely stunned and didn't say anything. The mighty group continued to move forward. Everyone was indifferent and did not speak. At the same time, all of the cultivators from the Blood Alliance, the 5 Elemental Small World, and the Battle Armor Small World were completely dumbstruck. They were surprised by the scene in front of them. Layers of glazed tiles shaped the magnificent scenery in front of them. The walls were hundreds of feet high, and they looked like powerful guards standing proudly. No one dared to approach them. And in the center of the thousands of feet long wall, a giant arched door quietly opened, showing a welcoming posture. The huge arched gate looked very spacious, just like the gate he saw in the Bitter Heaven Palace that day. It was daunting. However, the difference was that at this very moment, the arched door was suddenly opened, and not closed. Go. Mu Yun stood in front and said softly. Master, will there be any danger if we enter now? Yi Qiu still remembered that the appearance of the sky-devouring tiger in the Bitter Heaven Palace had trampled them all the way. Danger? Mu Yun smiled and said, as long as it's a secret treasure, who would open the door and invite guests from all directions? However, there might be some strange places in the Grandmaster of Heaven's secret treasure. We're here anyway. Even if it's dangerous, as long as we deal with it carefully, it should be fine. After Mu Yun said that, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, as long as Mu Yun was by their side, she would always give them a sense of security. Thousands of figures gradually entered the hall in an instant. To be more precise, this was not a hall, but more like a huge square. But now, the top of those plazas were all covered by tall glazed tiles layer by layer. After entering the arched door, everyone realized that there was a straight path inside the door that led to the end of the illusory world. On both sides of the path, there were doors about 2 meters tall that opened one after another, leading to unknown paths. Upon closer inspection, there were hundreds of these doors, and it was impossible to see where they led. Hundreds of arched doors. Which one is the real location of the secret treasure? Diwen asked, puzzled. Mu Yun nodded and said, maybe there's none, or maybe there's all of them, or maybe there's only one. Mu Yun's words sounded like nothing, but it did make sense. After all, no one knew what the Grandmaster of Heaven was thinking back then. If that's the case, Diwen and Dou Yunfeng looked at each other. If that's the case, let's split up and try our luck. Maybe there'll be treasures in each of us. If there's none, it'll save us the trouble of staying together and wasting time. All right. Immediately, the martial artists of the 3 major forces began to split up. They chose the left path and entered one of the passageways. The moment the martial artists of the 3 major forces entered the passageways, the milky white light in the 3 passageways suddenly turned blood red. This subtle change did not catch anyone's attention. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, not long after the martial artists of the 3 major forces entered the passageways, figures descended one by one. They were the martial artists of the 10 major small worlds and some other small worlds. Where are they? Can't you take a closer look? Someone immediately shouted. After that, the crowd gradually realized that among the hundreds of arched doors, only 3 of them stood out from the rest. Wu Jiao Tian said, it seems like Mu Yun and the others have entered 3 of the doors. If that's the case, everyone, let's part ways here. Let's each choose our own path. Wu Jiao Tian did not say anything. He immediately chose a path and entered it. Venerable Yu, look at Wu Jiao Tian's anxious look. Is there something important that he needs to do? Looking at Luan Dongsong, Yu Huiran snorted and said, how would I know? After that, Yu Huiran took a step forward and entered the passageway. His figure disappeared, Luan Dongsong snorted and led the martial artists of the small world of reincarnation into the passageway. Gradually, the martial artists of the various small worlds who arrived here also chose their own passageways. Some chose to enter the passageway in groups, while others chose to act alone. However, there were hundreds of small worlds in the Grandmaster of Heaven's secret treasure. Almost every small world chose a passageway. Gradually, over 10,000 figures vanished into thin air. The martial artists who entered the Grandmaster of Heaven's secret treasure this time could not be compared to the martial artists who entered the Bitter Heaven Palace last time. Most of these martial artists were at the life and death realm. The leaders of each small world were at the 6th or 7th level of the life and death realm. However, Mu Yun had stepped into the 7th level of the life and death realm in one step. Those powerful martial artists that she used to look up to were nothing to her now. At the same time, the martial artists of the floating mountain also arrived. Looking at the hundreds of blood-red arched doors on the left and right, Chen Tianyu cupped his hands and said, Heaven Master, what should we do? Don't worry about this. Yun Lang said calmly, these arched doors are just a smokescreen. The real secret treasure is over there. As Yun Lang spoke, he pointed at the end of the passageway. Seeing this scene, the martial artists of the floating mountain were shocked. They only felt that whether it was the intelligent Mu Yun or the 10 venerables of the various small worlds who looked down on others, they were all stupid. At this moment, they seemed very stupid. Instead, it was their heaven master who seemed to have seen through everything at this moment. There seemed to be nothing in the secret treasure that their heaven master did not know. "Let's go," Yunlang said, not listening to them. As his words fell, the martial artists of the floating mountain directly passed through the arched doors and entered the end of the passageway. At the end of the white passageway was an abnormally tall wall. These walls looked very tall and majestic. Most importantly, there were strange patterns on the walls. They were prosperous and complicated, making one unable to make sense of them. Chen Tianyu, Shang Qingyu, and Wu Qing walked forward and gently pushed with their palms. Immediately, their hands sunk into the wall, unable to free themselves. "It's not opened like this." Yunlang smiled faintly and flicked his hands. The martial artist still could not see what was between his hands. Instead, they saw rays of blue light scatter. These rays of blue light directly turned into tentacles and spread out. Those tentacles penetrated into the wall thread by thread, as if they were omnipotent golden threads. With a rumbling sound, the white wall slowly rose up from the ground, only stopping when it reached the top. "It's open." Yunlang breathed a sigh of relief at this sight. Everything seemed to be developing in the direction he had predicted. "Do not be impulsive," Yunlang warned once more. "I've already studied the Heavenspan secret treasure for 1,000 years. Those idiots who entered this time have only done us a favor. Everyone, do not be impulsive and ruin things. If any of you make a mistake, kill without mercy." "Yes. Let's go." As soon as Yunlang finished speaking, he no longer spoke. He directly took a step into the vast white world before him and disappeared. The martial artists behind him found this sight even more miraculous and immediately followed. Gradually, their figures began to fade away from the stone wall. With another rumbling sound, the boulder fell once more. Not even a crack could be seen. However, at the instant that the enormous rock fell, numerous figures slowly stepped out from the tunnel that the people from the Blood Alliance had entered from the left side. As expected, the treasure isn't in these arched doors. United as 1-inch Alliance head has already predicted this. The elders exclaimed inwardly. Mu Yun had allowed them to enter the treasure trove from the start, but she didn't let them go deep. Instead, they stopped after advancing for a while and turned back. At first, they didn't understand why. Now that they saw Yunlang and Floating Mountains group, they finally understood. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Floating Mountains group had been silent since they entered the treasure trove. They didn't know what these people were doing. They didn't expect that they were actually waiting here. The martial artists of various small and medium worlds were like tigers that couldn't fill their stomachs. Their hearts were filled with greed and plunder. Blood Alliance was at the front, facing these guys head-on. However, Floating Mountain, under Yunlang's lead, quietly followed behind. One had to admit that Floating Mountain's move was truly amazing. "Alliance head, what do we do now?" "What do we do?" "Follow them." Mu Yun turned around, looked at Blood Alliance's group, and said slowly, "Xian Yueling, Yi Qiu, Chou Qiyan, Ren Gang, the four of you should be able to deal with the 3 Blood Envoy commanders, right?" "Of course." N. Mu Yun nodded again, and said, "Cold Blood, Feng Yuer, Thousand Ghost Elder, the 3 of you will deal with Han Qianren and Zhu Tianjing." "The 3 of us?" Cold Blood was puzzled. Han Qianren and Zhu Tianjing weren't strong, but Mu Yun asked the 3 of them to deal with them. It should be known that he, Feng Yuer, and Thousand Ghost Elder were all at the 7th level of Life and Death realm. Feng Yuer was needless to say. The divine beast Sky-Eyed Serpent's blood essence and soul were abnormally powerful. As for Thousand Ghost Elder's ghostly arts, it was needless to say. He cultivated the Eternal Blood Codex and Immortal Blood Codex, so he had a deep understanding of the things left behind by the old ancestor. Any one of the 3 of them was enough to make Zhu Tianjing and Han Qianren suffer. "Don't be careless," Mu Yun said cautiously. "Zhu Tianjing and Han Qianren are different now." Cold Blood didn't dare to be careless. Mu Yun's words had always been accurate. "Don't worry, Big Brother Yun. The 3 of us will definitely be careful when dealing with the 2 of them," Feng Yuer said leisurely. "All right." Mu Yun looked at the other sect leaders. For example, Zhou Zijian, Xing Wuji, Elder Tianyi, Elder Su, and the others nodded and said, everyone is no longer the same as before. Previously, we gave in to the various worlds and did not clash with them, not because we were afraid of them. Right now, our blood alliance has the power to fight against any small world. If they attack together, even if we can't defeat them, we won't be destroyed. But this time, there's no need for all of us to be modest when facing the Hanging Mountain sect. Elder Tianyi chuckled. Don't worry, Alliance leader. We didn't eat those immortal pills for nothing. That's right. This old man was originally a refiner. Now that my strength has been greatly improved, there's no need to mention these fellows. Su Jingqi chuckled. Right now, the Blood Alliance is the only one in the Russian small world. We're not afraid of the floating mountain. The various elders were immediately filled with fighting spirit. Looking at everyone, Mu Yun smiled slightly and nodded. After returning once again, everyone discovered that Mu Yun's attitude in handling matters had become more and more mature. Previously, Mu Yun was confident and ostentatious. Now, Mu Yun was still confident and ostentatious. However, this ostentatious attitude made everyone feel as if everything was under her control. Including that day when the various small worlds joined forces to attack the Blood Alliance. Who would have thought that Mu Yun would have such a tyrannical and tough attitude? However, who would have thought that Mu Yun's tyrannical attitude would result in the various small worlds handing over spirit crystals to buy information? Although there were many twists and turns in between, the result was that the Blood Alliance's prestige was even greater. Everything was out of everyone's expectations. All right. Looking at everyone, Mu Yun's voice carried a trace of excitement. Although it was only a trace of excitement, everyone could feel the suppressed emotions in Mu Yun's heart. The person who could understand Mu Yun's feelings the most at this moment was none other than Yi Qiu. Among everyone present, only Yi Qiu himself knew that Mu Yun was Venerable Yun, his master's elder brother and also his master. And Yun Lang was Mu Yun's most beloved disciple. However, his most beloved disciple had killed his most beloved brother. No one could understand this kind of pain. At this moment, Yi Qiu also knew. He could not understand the pain in Mu Yun's heart at all. Even though Mu Yun had never told anyone about this kind of pain. Therefore, at this moment, the person who was looking forward to this battle the most was Mu Yun, who could fight the floating mountain head-on. Therefore, he did not assign Yun Lang, who was comparable to a venerable, to anyone. Because he would be facing Yun Lang himself. Master, let's go. Yi Qiu took a step forward and said, no matter what you do, Venerable Yun and Venerable Blood will support you. Somehow, they will. Yes. Mu Yun nodded and walked towards the giant door. Arriving in front of the giant door, she took out the Venerable Extermination Sword. As if the sword was born from her heart, Mu Yun directly slashed out with the sword. Clanging sounds rang out. The long sword stirred the giant door, emitting rays of light that made one's heart tremble. The giant door slowly rose. Enter. It was a simple word, but Mu Yun seemed to have used all her strength. Thousands of people directly entered the back of the giant door. After everyone entered the giant door, they were already ready to go. However, when they saw the scene in front of them, they were stunned again. What entered their eyes was a world full of lush flowers and plants. The dazzling seven-colored light shone and flickered between heaven and earth. This scene was as if thousands of miles of starry sky had fallen directly. To be precise, thousands of miles of starry sky had turned into the ground. Everyone was immediately stunned by this scene. They were shocked and stunned. Everyone, be careful. Mu Yun suddenly spoke at this moment. Looking ahead, her eyes were full of caution. Right now, it was a rather bizarre world, and they had to be on their guard. However, as he looked ahead, he had a feeling that he had seen this scene somewhere before. Clap, clap, clap. The moment Mu Yun finished speaking, a round of applause rang out. The moment they heard the applause, everyone immediately looked ahead nervously. As expected of the famous alliance leader Mu. I thought that this trip was already low-key enough, but I didn't expect to be discovered by alliance leader Mu. Yun Lang. Looking at the figure in front of her, Mu Yun immediately said coldly. A bone-chilling coldness surrounded almost everyone's hearts. Alliance leader Mu, why are you so angry when you see me? Everyone is here to search for treasures. There's no need to fight when we meet, right? Yunlang still had a smile on his face. That makes sense. Mu Yan's expression was cold as she said, but I don't know why, but after seeing you, I can't stop the anger in my heart. I only want to kill you. Even if an immortal artifact is placed in front of me now, I, Mu Yun, don't want it. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun took a step forward without another word and charged forward. Boom, instantly, the ground cracked. Mu Yun had reached the 7th level of the life and death realm, and the power of this step was extremely vast. Everyone from the Blood Alliance was following Mu Yun closely at this moment. Although they knew that attacking Yunlang wasn't the wisest choice at this moment, they were following closely behind Mu Yun. Yunlang's expression changed. He didn't expect that Mu Yun would actually attack him at this moment. Boom, immediately, Yunlang took a step back, and an explosion sounded under his feet. At this moment, he took a step back and dodged Mu Yun's attack. Mu Yun, Yunlang, today, it's either you die or I die. Mu Yun snorted. Since you made me come this far, then everything can only be settled with life and death. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, she charged forward again. The rumbling sound became louder and louder. A seal suddenly appeared between Mu Yun's palms. It was the empty mountain seal that she hadn't used for a long time. This empty mountain seal was obtained in the Four Origins sealed land. However, at that time, Mu Yun was only at the 1st level of the life and death realm and couldn't fully activate this seal. But today, at this moment, Mu Yun was able to fully activate this seal. With a low shout, Mu Yun directly activated the empty mountain seal. The seal that looked like a jade seal directly turned into 1,000 feet in size and pounced towards Yunlang. Mu Yun, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Yunlang was even more furious now. Don't think that you can be my enemy just because you've reached the 7th level of the life and death realm. Then you can try. Asterisk bang, asterisk in an instant, the two figures clashed. At the same time, Xian Yueling, Yi Qiu, Chou Qiyan, and Ren Gangang charged towards Chen Tianyu, Shang Qingyu, and Wu Qing. As for Cold Blood and the other two, they directly intercepted Han Qianren, Zhu Tianjing, and the others. The battle between the two sides directly unfolded in this grotesque and variegated small world. Rumbling sounds spread throughout the entire space. Fortunately, this magical space didn't seem to be small. The two sides fought, and the attacks of the life and death experts were powerful, but they didn't interfere with each other. At the same time, Mu Yun and Yunlang charged into the depths of the battle. In the depths of this grotesque and variegated world, there was a mountain range where countless immortal herbs grew. If it was before, Mu Yun would have loved these immortal herbs so much that she couldn't part with them. But now, with Yunlang in front of her, Mu Yan's eyes turned completely red when she recalled seeing Shui Zhao's remnant soul in the depths of the sea. What was an unforgettable hatred? At this moment, Mu Yun faced Yunlang with an unforgettable hatred. Boom. Boom, boom. 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 Yunlang and Mu Yan's figures spread further and further into the depths. Master, do you really have to do this with me? Yunlang's blood and chi churned as he suddenly shouted. Master? Mu Yun sneered. You still know that I'm your master? Disciple who killed his own master, what do I want from you? Back then, Shui Xiao advised me that I should have listened to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died. Yunlang suddenly shouted. Master, if I call you master, can you bear it? Eh? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Jasper Immortal Vitality Sword. You are the supremacy of the pale yellow small world, supremacy Yun after sword Saint Wu Xin, sect master Tong Tian, and heavenly supremacy Bitter Sea. What about Shui Xiao? He is known as the famous supremacy Shui, but what about me? Yunlang suddenly shouted, what am I? Am I just your foundation? Yi Qiu can choose not to be known, but I can't. Back then, I just wanted to follow you, but why were you unwilling to bring me along? Weren't you afraid that I would be stronger than you and surpass you? Shut up. When Mu Yun heard this, she felt a chill in her heart. She never thought that Yunlang would think of her like this. What did I tell you back then? I only asked you to take care of Shui Xiao and your martial uncle in the small thousand world. Wait for him to browse the bustling world and see all the strange places. Then, I will bring you along into the myriad great worlds and the immortal world. The world has changed. Even if I, Mu Yun, became the immortal king of the myriad great worlds, established the Cloud Alliance, and ruled a region, what was the result? Or was my body destroyed and I was lucky enough to survive? Who would recognize me, Mu Yun? Mu Yun vented her anger and continued, what do you think the immortal world is? The weak are prey to the strong. The strong rule and plunder everything. What about the weak? You can only be bullied and killed endlessly, struggling at death's door. What do you think is beautiful? What is the immortal world that you know? Is this the reason why you didn't bring me into the immortal world? Yun Lang shouted sternly, you are just looking for an excuse for your selfishness. Yun Lang's eyes were filled with anger. He looked at Mu Yun and wished that he could go forward and tear Mu Yun apart. Now that things have come to this, there is no point in telling you all this. Mu Yun shook her head and said indifferently, Xianxia won't come back to life, and you are no longer my disciple. My disciple is already dead. Dead? Yun Lang roared and charged towards Mu Yun, shouting, you should be the one to die, Mu Yun. Boom, suddenly, a long sword appeared in Yun Lang's hand. The long sword was 3 feet and 7 inches long. It was crystal blue in color and looked very strange. The entire longsword was in the form of a ripple and looked extremely light. Most importantly, the tip of the light blue longsword carried a heart-palpitating aura. However, the faint light on the long sword made Mu Yun feel that the sword was extraordinary. Immortal sword, an immortal sword, this was Yun Lang's 4th immortal weapon after the previous battle. It seemed that the Hanging Mountain and the world of immortals were inextricably linked. Who else killed your martial uncle Xianxia? The 33 Heavenly Swords Gate? 9 Elements Immortal School? Who else is there? Mu Yun shouted with the Supremacy Extermination sword in her hand. You don't need to know these things anymore. Yun Lang laughed and said, no matter who it is, you don't need to know because you are already a dead man. Boom, with a roar, Yun Lang charged out with the long sword in his hand. The Jasper Immortal Vitality Sword is a low-grade immortal weapon. It's much stronger than the Supremacy Extermination sword in your hand. Yun Lang laughed and said, Master, you should know better than me how big the difference is between low-grade, middle-grade, and high-grade immortal weapons, right? The Jasper Immortal Vitality Sword is the favorite sword of the Heartless Sword Saint when he went to the world of immortals. It seems that you've already been to the witch tribe of the 100,000 Mountains. Not only have I been there, but I've also dealt with that old witch ancestor who couldn't see the situation clearly. The witch tribe is just a tribe that secludes itself. It's useless to keep it alive. Yun Lang waved the Jasper Immortal Vitality Sword lightly and said indifferently, you're courting death. Seeing this, Mu Yun was completely enraged. She drew her sword and moved. Ternary Guai sword. Without saying a word, the 9 elements heavenly gathering technique circulated in Mu Yun's body. Waves of tyrannical energy condensed in her body and mixed with the true essence, her speed became faster and faster. This kind of powerful fluctuation directly shook the entire mountain range. Rumble, a series of rumbling sounds were heard, and Lin Yu's body suddenly rushed out. The former master and disciple were now life and death enemies. The battle had completely begun. Mu Yun didn't care, but he couldn't help but care. He couldn't get over Shuijiao's death for the rest of his life. The 33 Heavenly Sword Sect controlled the sword realm of the immortal world. Like the Cloud Alliance, it was a colossus. However, even if he used all the power of the Cloud Alliance, Mu Yun couldn't get over it. Clang, the sound of 2 long swords colliding between the two shook everyone's eardrums. The whole mountain range was filled with the sound of the two colliding. The deafening roar made everyone feel the tyrannical and explosive power. This kind of rumbling sound was far more incredible than the fluctuations of quintessence. Dong, all of a sudden, a muffled sound rang out. The two sounds collided and separated. How can you? Yun Lang looked at Mu Yun in shock, his eyes full of disbelief. What's impossible? Mu Yun looked at Yun Lang's shocked expression and said, Disciple, have you forgotten that master is someone who has experienced life and death once after all? I have changed my face and appearance, but I am still me. However, at the 7th level of the life and death realm, the comprehension of life and death is one. Have you ever understood that there is no life and death in this world that I can't see through? After all, I have lived one more life than you. Buzz, as soon as Mu Yun's words fell, a completely different aura instantly erupted from the surface of her body. This kind of eruption made everyone feel a strong deterrent force. 7th level of the life and death realm, peak strength. Mu Yun's strength was completely displayed at this moment. Her strength was completely reflected at this moment. 3 rebirth, 3 death realms. Mu Yun had been steadily strengthening her body, but no one knew that she, Mu Yun, was a person who had been reborn again. Life and death realm, 3 rebirth, 3 death realms combined into one. Reaching the 7th level, Mu Yun's strength had increased explosively. After completely combining the profound meaning of life and death, she had already become an existence close to an immortal. However, what she lacked now was true immortal qi. Only by pouring powerful immortal qi into the body to cleanse the meridians and marrow, connect the bones, and open up the martial artist's heart, soul, and body, allowing the martial artist to combine their qi and blood, and reconstruct their soul and body, could one reach the true immortal realm. Immortals were omnipotent, capable of overturning the heavens and treading the seas. Now, what Mu Yun lacked was powerful immortal qi. However, she had obtained a large amount of immortal qi in the forge and fief. Although that immortal qi could not help her reach the immortal realm from the 7th level of the life and death realm, it could maximize her improvement in the 7th level of the life and death realm. This was something that no one could possibly know. The only ones who knew about this were Yi Qiu and Yun Lang. Yi Qiu did not think of this at all. At this very moment, Yun Lang suddenly realized this. Mu Yun had stepped into the 7th level of the life and death realm, and was different from ordinary people. After reaching the 7th level, she would completely combine life and death. It could be said that she had directly reached the heavens in a single step, directly comparable to the supremacy realm. This was Mu Yun. I should have thought of it, I should have thought of it. Yun Lang suddenly understood. No matter how Mu Yun was suppressed by the 10 supremacies at the 6th level of the life and death realm, she could not resist the 10 supremacies even if she tried her best. But now, she could, and she could even do it easily. This was Mu Yun. In her previous life, she was his master. She was so powerful that people could only look up to her back. It was the same in this life. I don't believe it. Yun Lang roared and slashed out with his sword. Low-grade immortal artifact. Against an ungraded immortal artifact, Mu Yun was not afraid at all and directly took a step forward. Boom, instantly, the entire place was filled with rumbling sounds. Countless mountains were completely blasted apart by the collision of the two swords. The two figures immediately retreated. At this moment, Yun Lang realized that he had been dormant for 10,000 years in exchange for the reborn Mu Yun. However, he still seemed to be unable to kill her. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, a round of applause sounded. Suddenly, a figure walked out from between the mountains, looked at the two of them, and clapped his hands. Haha, I really didn't expect that I would be able to see the leaders of the two major forces in the pale yellow small world fighting at this moment. How rare. The moment the figure stepped out, he looked at Mu Yun and Yun Lang with a smile in his eyes. You too, after going around in circles, it seems that everyone has been deceived by you. You two are indeed the most familiar with the secret of the pale yellow small world. The figure covered in demonic aura looked at the two of them, and his smile became even wider. The person who came was Mo Jieluan, the 8th of the 10 supremacies. Get lost. Get lost. However, just as Mo Jieluan finished speaking, on the other side, Mu Yun and Yun Lang shouted at the same time. Their voices were so loud that it was deafening. After being shouted at by the two of them, Mo Jieluan was instantly stunned. Who was he? In the small thousand world, he was one of the 10 supremacies. In the entire small thousand world, there were not many people who dared to offend him like this, yet, Yun Lang and Mu Yun had directly shouted at him. They simply did not give him any face. Haha, Mo Jieluan, it seems that you alone are not in their eyes. At this moment, another voice rang out, and a figure walked out with a rustling sound. Wu Jiaoyan, Yu Huiran, Xianxia, Luan Dongsong, and the others walked out one by one. However, those who walked out were not only the 10 supremacies from the 10 small worlds, but also the cultivators from the other small worlds. However, at this moment, everyone was looking at Mu Yun and Yun Lang with deep hatred in their eyes. It was as if Mu Yun and Yun Lang were playing with them. "Why are you looking at us like this?" Yun Lang looked at the crowd coldly and said, "The secret of the pale yellow small world has nothing to do with you. Letting you in is already a great tolerance." For sides barrier, Yun Lang's words were simply a slap to everyone's face. It was full of sarcasm. Immediately, the leaders of the various small worlds were completely enraged. "Yun Lang, have you lost your mind and thought too highly of yourself?" Fong Tongkong was the first to speak. "In your pale yellow small world, other than the Blood Alliance and your floating mountain, who can struggle at death's door, the other forces are not worth mentioning. Master Yun Lang, I'm being polite to you because I don't want to fall out with you. But if you don't want to give me face, then that's right." Mo Jialuan was stunned by Mu Yun and Yun Lang at the same time and was completely dumbfounded. Now that he reacted, he snorted. "It seems that letting your floating mountain and Blood Alliance get involved has given you two a lot of unnecessary confidence." The cultivators of the various small worlds were also discussing spiritedly at this moment. Pale yellow small world has sealed itself. It seems that it has been ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth for the past 10,000 years. If Floating Mountain and Yun Lang weren't able to communicate with the immortal world, they would have been destroyed long ago. I think so too. Mu Yun has advanced to the 7th level of the life and death realm and thinks that she can contend with a supremacy? There are so many 7th level life and death realm experts. Who does he think he is? These two are both arrogant and conceited. I heard that Yun Lang was Supremacy Yun's disciple back then, and Mu Yun is Supremacy Yun's successor. The two of them look the same. That's right. They didn't learn Supremacy Yun's powerful strength, but they learned Supremacy Yun's arrogance. For a moment, the cultivators of the various small worlds looked at the two of them with mocking faces. They had strength in numbers. At this moment, they were united. Even if the floating mountain really had the support of the immortal world couldn't just come and kill them all. The scene became more and more lively. Everyone looked at Mu Yun and Yun Lang with more and more contempt and hostility. "It's all because of you." Mu Yun snorted softly as she looked at Yun Lang. "It's all because of me?" Yun Lang shrugged and chuckled. "Alliance leader Mu, am I wrong? These people have always been ambitious. I'm sure you've seen it before. When they plucked those spirit grasses and spirit medicines, even their roots were destroyed, leaving no trace of life. Isn't this method to prevent us from harvesting in the future? Aren't they just afraid that, when we become strong in the future, we will surpass them? Nonsense. Gauging the heart of a gentleman with one's own mean measure. What a vicious slander." Hearing Yun Lang's words, some of the small world's martial artists were extremely enraged. If it weren't for Yun Lang's powerful strength, the 10 great venerables would have already charged forward and torn Yun Lang apart. "You poor fellows." However, Yun Lang didn't seem to notice it at all. He continued, "You pitiful people. Even if I scold you to the point that you're worse than pigs and dogs, you still don't dare to touch me. You still have to act according to the 10 great venerables. In the end, it's because your strength is inferior to mine that I have the right to continue standing here and blabbering." Hearing those words, some people's faces immediately turned red. However, they were unable to say a single word. "You can shut up now." Seeing Yun Lang continue to speak like a long-tongued woman, Mu Yun snorted and said, "I don't mind them tearing you to pieces, but you'd better not implicate the pale yellow small world." "How can that be?" Yun Lang looked at Mu Yun and narrowed his eyes. "They dared to attack the pale yellow small world. There's no need for me. Someone will clean them up." As soon as Yun Lang said that, the 10 great venerables also calmed down. "Yun Lang, we have no intention of becoming enemies with you this time. We just want to find the secret treasure. If you have a personal grudge with Mu Yun, we won't interfere." Wu Jiao Tian said at this moment, "You can settle it as you wish. Since we have entered the secret treasure, we have nothing to do with each other." As soon as Wu Jiao Tian finished speaking, he directly led everyone from the Wuji small world into the depths of the mountain range without looking back. "Stop." However, not long after Wu Jiao Tian's figure stepped out, a shout suddenly sounded. Yun Lang's figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone from the Wuji small world. He looked at them and shouted, "You can't enter in front." What? As soon as these words came out, it could be said that it was like a stone falling into a lake, causing a commotion. Everyone looked at Yunlang and suddenly felt that it was inconceivable. Is this guy crazy? He actually stopped them? Yunlang, what do you want? Yu Huiran couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, "This secret treasure doesn't belong to you. Before you came in, you also said, I let you enter the secret treasure. The spiritual herbs and spiritual herbs outside are also the best in the immortal world. I think you have picked a lot of them. This time, it's enough." Enough? Hearing Yunlang's words, everyone present was already on the verge of exploding. What did he mean by enough? Would anyone complain about having too many treasures? Everyone only felt that Yunlang seemed to have become a fool. He actually dared to say such words. Yunlang, don't make a fool of yourself here. Luan Dongsan's anger snorted and said with a trembling voice, "This secret treasure is not left behind by your floating mountain sect. It was left behind by the Tongtian sect. We came in here to seize it with our own strength. Don't pretend to be the boss here. Yunlang, it's better not to do things like puffing yourself up at your own cost." Du Wanshan said coldly, "Otherwise, you'll only end up harming yourself in the end." The meaning in the words of the various sovereigns was already very clear. They could ignore Yunlang's arrogant words before. However, now that they had already reached this step, if Yunlang still wanted to stop them here, there was definitely something fishy going on. Otherwise, why would Yunlang risk his life to stop them? "Do you have to go in?" Looking at the crowd, Yunlang spoke again. "Nonsense." Fong Tongkong snorted, "If we don't go in, what are we doing here?" "That's right." Mo Jieluan snorted. He already couldn't stand Yunlang's current appearance. However, with the various sovereigns here, he couldn't say anything. Otherwise, he would have already sent Yunlang flying with a slap. "Then please go ahead." However, seeing that everyone had already made up their minds, Yunlang suddenly let go and retreated to the side. He looked at everyone and no longer spoke. This action instantly caused everyone present to be dumbfounded. What was going on? Was this guy's brain kicked by a donkey? Just now, he was so high-spirited to stop them from entering, and now he was actually willing to let them enter the secret treasure. There was definitely something wrong with his brain. "Yunlang, what the hell are you doing?" Luan Dongsong only felt that he was being played for a fool, and anger rose in his heart. "Nothing much." Yunlang chuckled, "Since I can't stop you, then I can only let you in. I have no other choice. Let's go." Wuji Ao Tian didn't care and directly led the Wuji Small World's martial artists into the depths of the mountain range. No matter what, since they were here, they had to take a look inside. Pretending to be mysterious, Yu Huiran snorted and directly led the people from Mou Small World into the depths of the mountain range. Gradually, most of the martial artists from the 10 major small worlds entered the depths of the mountain range, and the martial artists from the other small worlds also entered the depths of the mountain range. Not long after, only Mu Yun and Yunlang were left at the entrance. At this moment, the sound of air being torn apart sounded. At this moment, the people from Blood Alliance and Floating Mountain parted ways and rushed over. "Alliance Master, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Mu Yun waved her hand and looked at Yunlang. "Alliance Master Mu, are we still going to fight?" Yunlang looked at Mu Yun and said with a smile, "If we don't fight, I'll enter the mountain range. If they don't appear, you'll definitely die. Why be so decisive?" Yunlang chuckled and said, "Since we're not fighting, then I'll wait for Alliance Master Mu inside. Maybe there'll be a battle between you and me. But at that time I won't hold back." "I won't either." The people from Floating Mountain left one after another. Only the people from Blood Alliance were left in the depths of the mountain range. However, as her figure floated in midair and looked at the layers of mountains in front of her, an ominous premonition arose in Mu Yun's heart. The Heavenspan treasure was originally in the ancient dragon ruins of Floating Mountain. She did not believe that Yunlang had not come here for so many years. Yunlang had even explored Sword Saint Wuxin's tomb and obtained the Jasper Immortal Essence Sword. She did not believe that Yunlang had not come here before. However, she could be sure that even if Yunlang came in, he would not be able to open the treasure by himself. It was just that the scene just now seemed to be Yunlang's craziness. However, the final result made the various major and small worlds even more curious about what was inside. This turn of events was truly strange. Yunlang, you're indeed my good disciple. Looking ahead, Mu Yun muttered and took a step forward, entering the mountain range. Immediately, the scenery changed drastically. After crossing the mountain range in front of her, the surrounding scenery changed completely. Up, down, left, right, front, back, 6 faces entered her eyes. Among the mountains, there was an endless stream of water. 6 faces, within the square boundaries, each boundary was like the ground. There were mountains and water, and the environment was breathtakingly beautiful. In such a place that was like a paradise, the 6 faces of the 4 boundaries seemed to have formed a boundary each. Moreover, just the boundary that Mu Yun was standing on now was tens of thousands of tall mountains. She could not see the end of it at a glance. Not to mention the tall mountains and flowing water in the other boundaries. Not only was the environment of the 4 boundaries beautiful, but it was also very spectacular. It looked very strange. Such a place with beautiful scenery and a marvelous environment really made people linger on and forget to return. At this moment, Mu Yun discovered that the cultivators from various major and small worlds in front of her had already started walking from one face to the other. Heaven of treasures, at this very moment, the cultivators' bodies were actually using the other side as the ground beneath their feet. It was as if their bodies had naturally changed the effects of gravity. It was completely a change of their own world's laws. To be precise, it was the barrier's laws. Mu Yun had read some ancient books before, and it was recorded in them. Some powerful cultivators could not only control time and space, but they could also control all the laws within time and space. As for time and space, they were merely a part of the laws of space. The scene at this very moment was like that. Within this 4-sided barrier, it was as if each side formed a world of its own. This method was indeed heaven-reaching. Mu Yun also did not expect that the Tongtian sect leader back then could actually do this. Wow, right at this moment, a cry of surprise sounded. Looking over, a group of people entered the upper realm above everyone's head, and faced Mu Yun and the others. Those people crowded around and rushed towards a place, as if they had discovered some treasure, and roared enthusiastically. Heavens! This is the 9 Jade Immortal Fate Grass. This is a quasi-immortal artifact. And an immortal artifact. In an instant, everyone who had entered the 4-way barrier went completely crazy. Within each of the 6 realms, there were rare treasures everywhere. It was simply as if one could pick up a treasure by bending down while walking on the road. Haha. Yunlang, no wonder you desperately stopped us and did not let us enter. So this is the reason. It was rare for you Huiran to not keep a straight face. He laughed and said, with so many treasures, can you, Yunlang, and your floating sky mountain, swallow them all? Luan Dongsong also continuously sneered. With these things, everyone's strength will simply double. Even stepping into the immortal realm is not impossible. That's right. Looks like the people of the pale yellow small world also want to rely on these treasures to strengthen their strength, and want to become the leader of the small thousand small world again. Instantly, the leaders of the various small worlds' mocking words spread out. Previously, when Yunlang risked his life to stop them, everyone still did not understand. But now, they understood. What Yunlang was afraid of was that they would divide these treasures, causing them to have no treasures to divide. However, now that things had come to this, Yunlang was unable to stop them even if he wanted to. He didn't know how many treasures there were in the 6 realms. However, everyone knew that this was an opportunity. If they could obtain these treasures and improve their strength, it would not be impossible for them to reach the immortal realm. At that time, Hua Wu, who was currently trapped in the 4 essences fiefdom, would no longer be a sharp blade hanging over anyone's heart. The martial artists of the various large and small worlds suddenly felt that everything they had paid before was truly worth it. Mu Yun stood where she was and remained silent. All of this was too simple. Yunlang had tried his best to stop them. If it was just to prevent these people from entering this paradise of treasures, he would definitely not believe it. Yunlang was definitely not that simple. What the hell was this guy doing? Mu Yun was even more puzzled. At this moment, seeing the covetous gazes of the people behind her, Mu Yun smiled bitterly and said, "If you want to go, then go. Remember, treasures are important, but people are more important." "All right." "Yes." Immediately, the people of the Cloud Alliance rushed forward and began to search. It would be a lie to say that they were not tempted when they saw these treasures. No one could maintain the excitement in their hearts. Seeing the people of the Blood Alliance rush out, Mu Yun stood where she was and looked around carefully. This four directions boundary was huge and vast. However, no matter how huge and vast it was, there would always be flaws. At this moment, she wanted to find the flaws and see what the situation was. Alliance leader Mu is really diligent and eager to learn. Could it be that Alliance leader Mu wants to find the flaws in this four directions six-body array? At this moment, a teasing voice sounded. Yun Lang appeared in front of Mu Yun. He was dressed in white and had his hands behind his back. He looked at Mu Yun with a smile on his face. "Yun Lang, the smile on your face tells me what you're planning." Mu Yun chuckled and said, "Every time, the calmer and more composed you are, the more nervous you are in your heart." "Haha. You've really seen through everything." Yun Lang chuckled and said, "It's a pity that when they entered here, everything was already set in stone. They can't take away everything here." "You're very confident." "Of course." Mu Yun chuckled and said, "Unfortunately, from now on, I also want to get whatever you want." "Are you sure?" Yun Lang said in a noncommittal manner, "It's a pity that you don't even know what I want to get." "The heavenly mirror." As soon as Yun Lang finished speaking, Mu Yun opened her mouth. At this moment, Yun Lang's eyes froze, and the fingers behind his back trembled slightly. It's indeed the heavenly mirror. Seeing Yun Lang's actions, Mu Yun was immediately surprised. He was not wrong. Just now, he was only guessing, but now, he was certain. "You're lying to me?" Yun Lang's face immediately turned cold. "Can't I?" The two of them stood opposite each other, and the aura between them rose again. In the face of the treasure, Mu Yun could remain calm and give it up to kill Yun Lang. However, at this moment, the 10 supremacies of the 10 major small worlds were here, and the warriors of the other small worlds were also here. If he disregarded the consequences and fought with Yun Lang to the death, the result would probably be very miserable. Among the 10 minor supremacies, several of them wanted to take his life. However, these people did not have the time to take his life now. The treasure was the most important. "Don't worry, Yun Lang. Everything between us has just officially begun. I will destroy everything that you want to do. I hope you have the ability." Yun Lang narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Mu Yun, you're too arrogant. In this world, no one can dominate everything. Warriors, even immortals, can only leave a trace in history. It's just a trace. Whoever is stronger will be able to leave a stronger trace." "Is that so?" Mu Yun chuckled and said, "I hope your trace will be strong enough." "Don't worry. My trace will naturally be much stronger than yours." Yun Lang snorted and walked straight ahead. Mu Yun was not in a hurry to follow him. Instead, he came to the intersection of the two worlds and took a step out. Immediately, his figure appeared in another world. At this moment, he only felt that he was still standing on the ground. At this moment, the ground under his feet was the ground. The world just now had become the world beside him. After pondering for a moment, Mu Yun took another step out and returned to the original point. Mu Yun's pace became faster and faster as he went back and forth. "I see." After pondering for a moment, Mu Yun stepped on the spot as if he had never moved. At this moment, the cultivators from the various small worlds had already gone crazy. Many of them wished that they had brought countless interspatial rings to store all the treasures in front of them. Some of them even poured out the spiritual crystals in their interspatial rings to make space for the treasures. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, when he looked around, Mu Yun realized that Yun Lang was leading the blood envoys into the depths ahead. Along the way, they did not even take a look at the treasures. However, at this moment, the warriors of the various small worlds were already mesmerized by the scenery in front of them. They did not even have time to pick up the treasures, let alone look at those people. Even if they did not look, Mu Yun would. His footsteps were light as if he was taking a stroll in the courtyard. Mu Yun followed him directly. "Stop him." Yun Lang stopped and frowned as he looked behind him. Yes. The 3 Blood Envoy commanders were here. The third commander, Wu Qing, stopped and turned around to look at Mu Yun. Alliance Master Mu, the treasures on the ground are better than my Heaven Lord's back, right? Wu Qing's voice was sinister as he said expressionlessly. What does it have to do with you? I like it. I can go wherever I want. Can you stop me? Mu Yun waved his hand and said impatiently. What big words? Wu Qing snorted, Mu Yun, I gave you face, but you don't want it. Don't think that you're amazing just because you can kill a 7th level life and death expert at the 6th level. Without them, the Blood Alliance is worse than pigs and dogs. What are you? Now that you've stepped into the 7th level of life and death realm, do you think you're unparalleled under the heavens and can fight against 10 alone? You talk too much nonsense. After being stopped by Wu Qing and saying a lot of nonsense, Mu Yun was really annoyed. Then I'll tear your mouth apart and see if you can speak human language. Mu Yun snorted and took a step forward. You're courting death. Wu Qing couldn't be bothered with Mu Yun. The reason he could talk to Mu Yun until now was to stall for time. Moreover, Yun Lang had ordered that Mu Yun's life was his, and no one else could take it. Otherwise, he would have killed Mu Yun long ago. Now that Mu Yun was courting death, he wouldn't show any mercy. Mu Yun's head hurt from Wu Qing's words. He took a step forward and sent out a palm strike. Bitter evil nether palm. After sending out a palm strike, Mu Yun's entire body moved forward. At this moment, Wu Qing couldn't wait for Mu Yun to move forward. With his current strength, he was at the 7th level of life and death realm. In the entire minor world, apart from the 10 venerables, he could definitely rank in the top 100. Mu Yun attacking him at this moment was simply courting death. I'll let you know my power. Wu Qing chuckled and sent out a fist strike. However, the moment the fist was unleashed, it expanded in the wind and transformed into a tiger's claw that clawed at Mu Yun. Bloodline fusion? Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was slightly stunned. You're half right. Wu Qing chuckled and said, although my floating mountains blood key plan isn't perfect, it can definitely increase one's strength. Otherwise, how could those 2 trash, Zhu Tianjing and Han Qianren, reach their current realm? Mu Yun, prepare to die. The current me is so powerful that you can't imagine. What's going on? Boom, suddenly, a loud explosion startled everyone. Everyone was wholeheartedly collecting treasures. At this moment, who would be in the mood to fight? They would be idiots. Even if they had their eyes on a treasure, they would just give it up. If the 2 of them were to fight over a single treasure, then they would lose 10 treasures. Alliance Master. However, when the members of the Blood Alliance raised their heads and saw that it was Mu Yun, they immediately rushed over. But suddenly, an even more ear-piercing scream rang out. Everyone stopped what they were doing. That scream came from Wu Qing's mouth, making people's souls tremble. At this moment, Wu Qing's entire arm exploded. His arm was covered in black and white hair, looking very strange. It was as if he was a combination of man and beast. What the hell is this? I heard it's the Floating Mountains Blood Key project. It seems to be true, so that's how it is. Everyone started to discuss spiritedly with each other. But while everyone was watching the show, the 10 venerables were shocked when they saw Mu Yun's actions. They had naturally heard of the Floating Mountains Blood Key project. The Blood Key project was a combination of martial artist and immortal beast bloodlines to cultivate a group of half-human, half-beast monsters. Those monsters were the Floating Mountains' greatest reliance, Blood Envoys. And at this moment, the one who appeared before them was the Floating Mountains Blood Envoy commander, Wu Qing. They had also taken note of this person. Back when he entered the Bitter Heaven Palace, he was almost killed. But later, he disappeared for a period of time. When he reappeared, he had done some things and his reputation gradually rose. This person was one of Yun Lang's 3 trusted aides. He was at least a first-rate expert in the 7th layer of life and death realm. However, at that very moment, Mu Yun had smashed his arm with a single punch. Mu Yun had just advanced to the 7th layer of life and death realm. Could it be that she already had such strength? You're just a dog of Yun Lang. I'll even kill him, let alone you. Mu Yun blocked the Blood Alliance members and took a step forward, sending out another palm strike. Asterisk boom, asterisk Wu Qing's figure directly collapsed. He spat out blood, and cracks appeared on the surface of his skin. His appearance could be said to be miserable. At that moment, Wu Qing had never expected Mu Yun to be so powerful. But what he didn't expect was that he wasn't the only one who was stunned. Everyone from Blood Alliance was stunned as well. What was going on? The people from Blood Alliance were instantly at a loss for words. When they saw Mu Yun again, it was also in front of the black floor array. Seeing that Mu Yun had advanced to the 7th level of Life and Death realm, they were also astonished. However, although they were surprised, they had never imagined that the current Mu Yun could be so powerful. Unbelievable, everyone was shocked beyond words. But thinking about it carefully, every time Mu Yun appeared, she would always give them extreme shock. This time, it was the same. Whatever Yun Lang wants to do, I will destroy it. You're just a half-beast, half-human thing, and you want to stop me? Mu Yun stepped out and viciously stomped on Wu Qing's body. With a miserable shriek, Wu Qing felt a stream of energy enter his body. His bloodline and Immortal Beast bloodline seemed to be completely agitated at this moment. The two bloodlines were completely separated at this moment. That kind of heart-wrenching pain was simply unbearable. Scram! Mu Yun growled and stepped out. With a boom, Wu Qing's body was sent flying. Asterisk boom, asterisk but suddenly, before Wu Qing's body could fly far, a boom resounded. His entire body exploded into a bloody mist at this moment, vanishing and dispersing. Even his true soul was completely dissolved. A peak 7th level Life and Death realm expert had died just like that. Seeing this scene, everyone really didn't know what to say. Mu Yun seemed to have used a thunderous method to kill Wu Qing, but it was more like she was showing off her might to the cultivators of the various major and minor worlds. This guy is crazy. Fong Tong Kong said in a low voice. He has just advanced to the 7th level of Life and Death realm, and yet he already has such strength. This kid should have been killed long ago. On the other side, Du Wanshan was even more shocked. This kid already has the strength of the top 100 of the minor worlds. Such speed is terrifying. At the same time, the various venerables were all shocked. But although they were shocked, they had to accept it. Mu Yun's rise was unstoppable. Quickly harvest and collect. At this moment, Wu Jiao Tian gave the order and came back to his senses. Right now, Mu Qingyu's appearance in the pale yellow minor world already gave them a headache. Now, there was Yun Lang. And now, there was Mu Yun. Although this kid couldn't be compared to the 10 venerables, his growth was simply too fast. In the long run, who could be his opponent? Most importantly, they couldn't kill Mu Yun at all. How infuriating, but even though they were angry and resentful, they still looked indifferent on the surface. Right now, collecting natural treasures was the most important thing. However, Wu Jiao Tian and the others never dreamed that Mu Yun had advanced to the 7th level of Life and Death realm. Her powerful comprehension, combined with her previous life's comprehension of life and death, was 100 times better than the 10 of them. In addition, Mu Yun's 3 main cultivation methods, 9 elements heavenly technique, immortal blood codex, and bitter heaven art, were all top-notch secret techniques. Once Mu Yun entered the 7th level, her strength could be said to have risen sharply. It wasn't impossible for her to be on par with them. However, Mu Yun naturally wouldn't openly display this point. Everyone thought that the lower her strength, the more methods she could use. At the crucial moment, it was best to give these people a fatal blow. You guys continue to harvest, but remember to pay attention to the surroundings. Yiqiu, cold blood, you guys, come with me. Mu Yun ordered. I keep feeling that Yun Lang has bad intentions, yes. Immediately, swoosh 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 sounds were heard. Mu Yun immediately rushed out with Yiqiu, Cold Blood, Xian Yueling, and Feng Yuer. At the same time, the 10 venerables also noticed this strange scene. At this time, they realized that the people from Floating Mountain sect had disappeared, and at this moment, Mu Yun actually followed them all the way and chased after them. What were these two people trying to do? Let's go. Wu Jiao Tian also led a group of experts and directly advanced towards the depths. Seeing this scene, the venerables of various small worlds also led a group of people and advanced towards the depths. Some of the more powerful small worlds were also rushing into the depths of the small worlds. Master, those people behind us seem to be following us, Yi Qiu looked at Mu Yun and said. It's fine. Mu Yun said without turning her head. Yun Lang didn't want these treasures on this trip and went straight into the depths. It's most likely that he's after an immortal artifact that the Tongtian sect leader had in his early years, the Tongtian mirror. Let them follow us. No matter what, Yun Lang can't get the Tongtian mirror no matter who gets it. As soon as she finished speaking, the few of them nodded and stopped talking. Mu Yun was right. This was something that Yi Qiu understood the most. Back then, he took Xuexiao as his master, and Yun Lang took Mu Yun as his master. At that time, Mu Yun and Xuexiao both thought that his talent was stronger than Yun Lang's, and that his achievements would definitely be more than 10 times that of Yun Lang's in the future. But now, it seemed that Yun Lang was a scheming person who was much stronger than his achievements. For such a person, not to mention the 10 venerables, even 100 venerables would find it difficult to pose a threat to him. Mu Yun, you really came. However, as the few of them moved forward, a cold voice suddenly sounded. In front, Chen Tianyu was the leader, and Shang Qingyun was beside him. Zhu Tianjing, Han Qianren, and the martial artists of the Zhu family and the Nine Frost Heavenly Palace were all present. It seems that Yun Lang is indeed up to no good. Mu Yun did not explain and directly said, the few of you, stop them. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yan's speed suddenly skyrocketed. With a slash of the Supremacy Extermination Sword, she forcefully opened a path and directly entered the back. This action was too sudden, and Chen Tianyu and the others did not have time to stop her at all. In fact, they did not have the ability to stop her at all. Kill. Yi Qiu and the others immediately took a step forward and directly charged out. At the same time, Wu Jiao Tian, Yu Huiren, and the others behind had already caught up. Seeing the two sides fighting, the crowd ignored them and directly rushed to the back. At this moment, the various venerables also realized it. It seemed that it was far from being that simple. Let's go. The various venerables also began to panic at this moment. It seemed that the moment they entered this place, they had been set up by someone. Yun Lang, swoosh. 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 All the venerables rushed out at this moment. Boom. Boom. However, at this moment, a series of roars suddenly sounded in front of them at this moment. The rumbling sound shook everyone's eardrums and formed a sound wave that spread to the periphery. What's going on? What happened? What kind of trouble is this? Seeing this scene, the crowd was shocked and did not stop moving. When the crowd reached the depths, they saw Mu Yun standing alone in front of them and attacking with all her might. In front of her, the rumbling sound was heard, and an arched formation covered the front firmly like a jade bowl that had been flipped over. In front of them, they could see Yun Lang, who was dressed in white, standing on a high platform. He was as arrogant as a white tiger that was roaring at the sky. Yun Lang. The crowd was confused when they saw the scene. Why are you still standing there foolishly? Mu Yun turned around and shouted, Yun Lang is thinking of a way to get the heavenly mirror. If you don't want to watch him get an inferior grade immortal artifact, then just stand there. An inferior grade immortal artifact. Hearing Mu Yun's words, the few people present suddenly felt their breathing become rapid. No one knew what an inferior grade immortal artifact represented better than the 10 venerables. At this moment, although the Supremacy Extermination Sword in Mu Yun's hand was an immortal artifact and was very powerful, it was not enough to make them afraid. This was because Mu Yun's Supremacy Extermination Sword was an inferior grade immortal artifact. As for an inferior grade immortal artifact, it seemed to be a little difficult. Attack. The Supremacies did not hesitate at all at this moment. A low-grade immortal weapon would be a threat to them in the hands of their opponents, but it would be a divine weapon in their hands. If any of the 10 Supremacies obtained a low-grade immortal weapon, the one ranked in the front would definitely be able to kill the one ranked in the back. As for the one ranked in the back, even if they could not kill the one ranked in the front, they could at least protect themselves. Some 7th level life and death realm experts were envious. With the existence of immortal artifacts, especially low-grade immortal artifacts, they would not fear the 10 great sovereigns at all. Once an immortal weapon had a grade, the feeling of merging with flesh and blood would be completely different. The power it could unleash would also be completely different. Boom. 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 In an instant, the supremacies and 7th-level life and death realm experts of various minor worlds all attacked with all their might. At this moment, it was no longer about the selfishness of any one of them. Instead, everyone was working hard for the immortal weapon. The rumbling sound was stronger than the previous one. At this moment, for the low-grade immortal weapon, the supremacies were exerting all their strength. They could not wait to break the barrier and rush inside to see what Xianxia was trying to do. However, although the supremacies and supremacies of various minor worlds attacked fiercely, they were still unable to break the barrier at this moment. Mu Yun, aren't you proficient in formations? Luan Dongsong said impatiently, why don't you find the weakness of this damned barrier and break it directly? Hearing Luan Dongsong's arrogant attitude, Mu Yun sneered, are you an idiot? This obviously does not look like a formation, but a barrier formed by the fusion of true yuan and immortal force. Weakness? Go and find it yourself. You, being contradicted by Mu Yun in public, Luan Dongsong's face turned pale. Stop arguing. Wu Jiaoyan snorted, don't care if it's a formation or not, breaking the barrier is the most important thing. If Xianxia succeeds and obtains the sky-piercing mirror, none of us will be able to live. We're not afraid. At most, we'll just retreat from Songhuang Minor World. With so many treasures, it's enough. Fang Tongkong chuckled and said, there are some people who seem to be Xianxia's #1 enemy. Seeing Fang Tongkong's complacent expression, Mu Yun stood where she was and remained silent. She decided to just stand there and not attack. Mu Yun, what are you doing? You guys are good. Come on. Mu Yun shrugged and said nonchalantly, Mu Yun, don't care about low-grade celestial weapons. Although the Supremacy Extermination Sword is an ungraded celestial weapon, it's still a celestial weapon. I'm content with having a celestial weapon. That Xianxia obtained the heaven-connecting mirror. Let him have it. My blood union's formations are very strong. Even an immortal item cannot break them. Mu Yun looked at Fang Tongkong, Luan Dongsong, and the others. She sneered and said, let me tell you, stop making sarcastic remarks here. If you want to break this barrier, then break it. If you don't want to break it, then I, Mu Yun, will not serve you. When Xianxia obtains the heaven-connecting mirror, the blood union will not be able to do anything to him. I want to see which small world Xianxia will choose to attack first with an immortal item and start his path to domination. When Mu Yun said that, the expressions of the supremacies changed. Stop spouting nonsense here. We don't need you. We can break this damned defensive array, Du Wanshan harumphed. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Luan Dongsong, Fang Tongkong, Du Wanshan. You guys, stop acting all high and mighty just because you are supremacies. These people were unhappy, and Mu Yun was even more unhappy. The heaven-connecting mirror was very powerful, but it was not to the point where Mu Yun could not sleep because of it. These old farts clearly coveted the heaven-connecting mirror for themselves, but now, it sounded more like they were snatching the heaven-connecting mirror for Mu Yun. Temper, even if Xianxia really obtained the heaven-connecting mirror, Mu Yun was not allowed to suffer this anger at this moment. Back then, the blood union was weak. When the various small worlds came to the pale yellow small world, they all treated the blood union as a clown that could be bullied at will. Now, Mu Yun had reached the 7th level of the life and death realm. The moment he entered the 7th level, he was different from the rest. His strength could be said to have increased greatly. He really did not need to suffer this anger anymore. I am high and mighty. What about you? At this moment, Mo Jieluan took a step forward and snorted. Mu Yun, earlier, I still thought that you were a junior and that you knew the rules. Now, it seems that you think you're too arrogant just because you came up with some lousy array formations and know the location of the 3 secret treasures? Arrogant my ass. Mu Yun immediately scolded. Mo Jieluan, don't think that you can teach me a lesson just because you are one of the 10 supremacies. My blood union is not for your small world giant demon to order us around. If not for my friendship with Mo Fan, Mo Jieluan, Do you think your small world giant demon would be so peaceful? Arrogant. Ignorant. Mo Jieluan was completely enraged by Mu Yan's scolding. He shouted, I think you have reached the 7th level of the life and death realm. You think you are comparable to the heavens and earth and are out of control. Mo Jieluan, why do you have to bicker with him? He is relying on his good father. Yu Huiran said coldly. Bah. Mu Yun sneered. You don't need to test me. Yu Huiran, my father is really not here today. However, I, Mu Yun, am alone. If any of you 10 supremacies want to kill me, feel free to come. Let me tell you this. Today, you look down on me and the Blood Union. However, from this moment on, the Blood Union will no longer be an ant in your eyes. Mu Yun shouted, Mo Jieluan, Du Wanshan, Fong Tong Kong, Luan Dongsong, Yu Huiran. If any of you want to come, make your move. Let's see if I, Mu Yun, can handle it today. Mu Yun, don't be impulsive. Union Lord Mu, the matter is more important. At this moment, 2 shouts rang out. It was Battle Cloud Peak and Diwen. The 2 of them were stunned when they saw that Mu Yun was openly provoking the supremacies. They did not doubt Mu Yun's current strength. She indeed had the ability to contend against the supremacies. However, they knew better. If Mu Yun angered the other supremacies and made them join hands, she would definitely not be able to handle it. Senior Diwen, Sect Lord Do, don't worry. Every one of these self-righteous old things can kill me, Mu Yun. Today, if I don't show off my Blood Union's might, I think they will continue to be arrogant and self-righteous. Mu Yun did not care at all. She directly took a step forward with her hands behind her back. A strand of her hair fluttered in the wind. Self-righteous and self-righteous? A shout suddenly rang out. He snorted and said, Mu Yun, I think you are really arrogant at such a young age. You don't know your place. Don't think that you have the qualifications to challenge us here just because you have entered the 7th level of life and death realm. Which one of us here isn't at the 7th level of life and death realm? Who do you think you are? Who are you? Looking at the person in front of her, Mu Yun directly shouted. I am the patriarch of the Great Xia dynasty in the Great Xia small world, Xia. Qiuren. Good. None of the 10 supremacies dared to make a sound, but you stood out to die. You are courting death. Mu Yun did not say anything else. She directly took a step forward and shouted, Old thing, if you dare to fight with me, then fight. If you don't, then scram. If you don't want to fight, then scram. Mu Yun's words almost made everyone's hearts jump out of their chests. These words were domineering enough, these words were arrogant enough, however, at this very moment, when these words came out of Mu Yun's mouth, it made others feel like she was an idiot. You are courting death. Seeing Mu Yun so arrogant, Xia Qiuren was thoroughly enraged. A mere Mu Yun dared to be so arrogant in front of him. She was truly condescending. Seeing Xia Qiuren make a move, the various supremacies had a trace of a smile in their eyes. Who was Xia Qiuren? He was the old ancestor of the Grand Xia dynasty in the small world of Grand Xia. This person had already been famous for 10,000 years. He was at the 7th level of life and death realm, and was definitely in existence at the old ancestor level. He was merely second to the 10 supremacies. With this old fellow making a move to deal with Mu Yun, no matter how arrogant Mu Yun was, she would still have to suffer a little. Xia King Tyrant Fist. Xia Qiuren directly shouted in a low voice, and his figure quickly charged out. At their level of cultivation, even a seemingly casual punch would have an explosive force of over 1,000,000 kilograms. Good. However, seeing Xia Qiuren charging over, Mu Yun was not angry, but delighted instead. She directly greeted him with a palm. Bitter fiend nether palm. Bang, in an instant, the fist and palm collided. Boundless energy rippled out, and the surrounding mountains and mines completely collapsed. The 2 figures separated upon contact. Although the fist and palm collided, at this very moment, neither of them seemed to be at a disadvantage. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was somewhat astonished. Bitter Heaven technique was a supreme technique cultivated by her father, Mu Qingyu. Back then, Bitter Sea Heavenly Lord relied on the Bitter Heaven technique to establish his illustrious fame. The technique he left behind was naturally extremely powerful. As for the bitter fiend nether palm, it was a palm technique he comprehended after comprehending the first volume of the bitter heaven technique. Mu Yun naturally knew how powerful this palm was. The previous palm had almost taken Wu Qing's life. Now, it seemed that although Xia Qiuren's strength had not reached the level of supremacies, he was more than a level stronger than Wu Qing. However, compared to Mu Yun, Xia Qiuren was even more astonished, and even shocked. No one knew better than him just how much power he had used in that palm strike. But even so, he was only evenly matched with Mu Yun. It was truly too inconceivable. Xia Qiuren was somewhat regretful. He regretted jumping out and wanting to teach Mu Yun a lesson. Now, it seemed that with his strength, teaching Mu Yun a lesson seemed to be a little difficult. Come again, old thing. With a smile on her face, Mu Yun attacked again. Bitter sea finger. With a low shout, Mu Yun directly pointed her finger. The power of that finger was extremely powerful. It was a combination of illusion and reality. The fingerprints could be clearly seen, as if Mu Yun's own finger had been enlarged by 1,000 times. This finger technique was obtained by Mu Yun after comprehending the second volume of the Bitter Heaven technique. Wherever her finger passed, it was as if a calamity had descended from hell. It was impossible to look directly at it. Insignificant skill. Ancient Sky Mirror Dragon Aura, Mu Yun sneered when he saw this. Xia Qiuren was the ancestor of the great Xia dynasty. He could be said to be the retired emperor of the retired emperor. He had existed for 10,000 years and considered himself the son of heaven. He had obtained the faith of the commoners and gradually gathered a trace of the son of heaven's aura. The son of heaven had always called himself the son of heaven. Dragon aura had gathered on this person. It was indeed rare. Little bastard, I am the monarch of the great Xia dynasty, the son of heaven. I have obtained the faith of hundreds of millions of commoners and gathered dragon aura. One punch is enough to finish you off. Xia Qiuren roared as his face flushed red. Dragon aura was extremely precious. Xia Qiuren had accumulated it for 10,000 years. In order to restrain Mu Yun and regain his face, he had consumed nearly half of it. This time, if he didn't beat Mu Yun to the point of vomiting blood, he would suffer a great loss. Dragon soars 10,000 miles. Xia Qiuren roared and punched out. Roar, in an instant, a loud and clear roar resounded. A green radiance appeared on the surface of Xia Qiuren's body. The powerful radiance spread out and condensed into the shadow of a dragon. However, at this very moment, a fist shadow appeared above the dragon's head. It rumbled and exploded, dazzling everyone's eyes. In an instant, the fist shadow charged towards Mu Yun with the dragon's shadow. At this very moment, the finger in front of Mu Yun seemed to be completely stuck and didn't move at all. Boom, however, just as the dragon's shadow was about to approach, a rumble suddenly resounded. The instant the explosion rang out, a crackling sound reverberated in everyone's eardrums. Accompanying the crackling sound was a blood-curdling scream that caused one's heart to palpitate. The finger in front of Mu Yun exploded into pieces. Those pieces condensed into fingerprints that charged towards the dragon's shadow and crushed it. Not only that, even Xia Qiuren was crushed by those fingerprints. Instantly, numerous finger imprints appeared on the surface of Xia Qiuren's body. Those finger imprints directly adhered to Xia Qiuren's body and bound him. Soaring Dragon. With a low roar, Xia Qiuren released the remaining half of the dragon qi in his body. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the dragon qi coiled around and dispersed the finger imprint. Do you have anything to rely on now? Seeing this, Mu Yun let out a low shout and charged out. Infernal Heaven's Palm. With a low shout, Mu Yun waved her hand again. At this moment, crackling sounds could be heard. A palm print with an unfathomable flame surged out. The moment those flames were released, they were like raging flames that soared into the sky. However, they were black and terrifying. Xia Qiuren's expression changed completely. He could feel that Mu Yun's palm seemed to contain an even more despairing aura that he could not resist. That was indeed the case. This palm was the third volume of the Bitter Heaven scripture, so its aura and power were naturally several times stronger. With a palm strike, the draconic aura surrounding Xia Qiuren's body was instantly corroded, melted, and gradually dissipated. Save me, save me. At this moment, Xia Qiuren turned around and wanted to escape. He no longer had the courage to continue fighting with Mu Yun. If they continued fighting, he might even lose his life. In fact, at this moment, there was simply no one who would save him. After witnessing Mu Yun's strength, who would still save him? Bang! Immediately, Mu Yun's expression did not change. Her palm turned into a sharp claw. Black flames that contained pain and despair completely enveloped Xiaoqiuren's body. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream resounded at this moment. Everyone present felt their hearts being squeezed. Dead, a peak 7th level life and death expert, an existence second only to the 10 great venerables, Xiaoqiuren, a 10,000-year-old ancestor, died just like that. At this moment, everyone could feel the confidence that Mu Yun had spoken of. Those words were no longer a joke. Mu Yun really did it. At this moment, who would still dare to look down on her and the Blood Alliance? At this moment, Mo Jielun felt weak in his heart. In terms of strength, he could indeed kill Xiaoqiuren. However, even if he did, he would have to pay a huge price. However, at this moment, Mu Yun did not look like she had paid a huge price. Damn it! How did this brat become so powerful after entering the 7th level of life and death realm? Mo Jielun cursed inwardly. Mu Yun, you brat. At this moment, Do Yunfeng was also dumbfounded. From the looks of it, Mu Yun seemed to be even more powerful than him. It's all right. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, there will always be some snobs who look down on others. It's time to show them some methods so that they won't always be arrogant. Arrogant, they had just used these words on Mu Yun, but this move made Mu Yun use these words on them. Alliance Master Mu, we didn't mean to look down on you. Now that your strength has gained everyone's recognition, we should quickly break this barrier. Wu Jiaoyan said slowly. Break the barrier? It's too late. At this moment, Mu Yun did not pay attention to Proud Sky. Instead, he looked behind everyone. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard. The light barrier behind the crowd exploded, and a figure walked out from the light barrier. It was Yun Lang. At this moment, Yun Lang was wearing a long black robe with a pair of dancing dragons draped over his shoulders. The black cloak behind him fluttered without any wind. His hands were behind his back as he looked at everyone proudly. At this moment, he seemed to have become completely different. Alliance Master Mu, thank you. Yun Lang swept his gaze across everyone and looked directly at Mu Yun. If you didn't stall for time, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to escape so quickly. You're welcome. Looking at Yun Lang, Mu Yun chuckled and said, anyway, you will die in my hands sooner or later. Moreover, you have so many immortal artifacts, so one more sky-piercing mirror won't matter. Oh? That's not necessarily true. Yun Lang chuckled and stretched out his palm. In his hand was a bronze mirror. It was the size of a palm and was completely round. The back was carved with dragons and phoenixes, and the lines were clear. However, the front was dark, and no one could see its appearance clearly. However, as soon as the mirror appeared, a powerful oppressive might filled the air. Mu Yun even felt that the supremacy extermination sword in her hand lowered its arrogant head and became silent. This sky-piercing mirror is only an immortal artifact. It's not enough to make me forget about it and forget about it. Yun Lang chuckled and said, Alliance Master Mu, do you know why I'm so obsessed with this sky-piercing mirror and ignore those treasures? As Yun Lang finished speaking, he raised the mirror in his hand. Buzz! At this moment, a strong suction force exploded. Everyone in the entire four-way barrier felt an ancient and powerful aura. My immortal artifact. My spirit elixir. Ah. My 9 Lakes Jade Dew liquid. At this moment, everyone present exclaimed. When Yun Lang raised the sky-piercing mirror in his hand, everyone was surprised to find that the treasures in their hands were all out of control. They flew out of their interspatial rings and flew directly into Yun Lang's hand in the sky. Countless precious treasures flew out of the spatial ring and into Yun Lang's hand, and he put them all into his pouch. Seeing this scene, some cultivators' hearts were about to break. Not long after, an uproar could be heard from behind. The cultivators were all roaring and chasing after the floating treasures as they rushed over. Yun Lang, what the hell are you doing? At this moment, Proud Heaven couldn't help but shout, is this your scheme? Haha. I told you long ago that even if the pale yellow small world is sealed for 10,000 years, it's not something you can touch. Yunlang chuckled and said, do you understand now? Understand, my ass. Someone immediately shouted, Yunlang, quickly hand over the treasures. Otherwise, we won't let you off. That's right. Do you think you can take all these treasures for yourself? Wishful thinking. Is that so? Yunlang looked down and smiled faintly. Suddenly, the ancient mirror in his hand flipped. With a swoosh, a ray of light shot out. Immediately, screams and wails entered everyone's ears. The instant the miserable shriek rang out, everyone felt their hearts tremble unceasingly. A peak 7th level life and death expert was directly enveloped by the light and turned into ashes. This move was simply more powerful than the great illumination art of the Holy Light sect in the Holy Light small world. Seeing this scene, everyone was completely silent. Previously, Mu Yun had appeared. Now, Yunlang had appeared as well. These two people had originally been neglected existences. However, no one dared to overlook them now. The 10 Great Venerables were enough to add Mu Qingyu, Mu Yun, and Yunlang into the 13 Great Venerables. The pale yellow small world was originally sealed and backward. It was a barbarian land in their eyes. Having said that, 3 fellows who were comparable to venerable ones jumped out at the same time. The contrast was too much for them to accept. Master, I think Yunlang didn't learn anything else from you, but the way he pretends to be rich is the same as you. Yi Qiu said angrily, I'll go teach him a lesson. No need. Mu Yun said faintly, he doesn't only have the sky-piercing mirror. You don't have a suitable immortal artifact now, so you're not his match. Even I, what did you just say? Mu Yun suddenly stopped and looked at Yi Qiu. I said the way he pretends to be rich. Bang, Mu Yun gave him a slap on the head and scolded jokingly, brat, I've always won people over with virtue. When have I ever pretended to be rich? Yi Qiu was immediately filled with grievances and muttered, it's obviously the same. At this moment, the venerables were not as relaxed as Mu Yun. Mu Yun knew that there were a lot of immortal artifacts and half-immortal artifacts here. Although they were all ungraded immortal artifacts, they were placed all over the place. It was definitely not that simple. As for Yunlang, even if Yunlang didn't have the sky-piercing mirror, he would have other immortal artifacts. In addition, the 10 Great Venerables were here. It would be harder than ascending to heaven to kill him today. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios The arrogant Yunlang. Previously, Mu Yun had jumped out and killed a peak 7th level life and death realm old ancestor due to their disagreement. Mu Yun had proven her strength with this kill. Now, Yunlang had jumped out. His strength was at the 7th level of life and death realm, and he was very powerful. Now, with the addition of an immortal weapon, there was nothing to say. Now, they were forcing Yunlang. He had an immortal weapon, but if they blamed Mu Yun for the delay, and Mu Yun now had the strength of a supremacy. The 10 supremacies and the various minor and minor worlds were in a difficult situation. Finally, Wu Jiaoyan stood out from the 10 supremacies and said, Master Yunlang, we have never offended your floating sky mountain. This is the treasure trove of a supremacy. I don't think you need to keep the treasure trove for yourself, right? Keep it for myself? I don't. Yunlang said unyieldingly, Wu Jiaoyan, aren't you being greedy? I've said it before. This treasure trove is in the Tsang Huang small world, and the treasures inside should belong to the Tsang Huang small world. Even if I, Yunlang, and Alliance Master Mu are locked in a fierce battle, the treasure trove should belong to the Tsang Huang small world no matter who wins or loses. What are you guys doing now? Invasion by the foreign races? Invasion by the outside world? Don't say such high-sounding words here. The treasure trove and the spirit herbs outside are very valuable. They are the result of the bitter sea heavenly lord's lifetime of hard work. If you guys get it, leave this place. Otherwise, you will lose your life here. These words were filled with strong disdain. Wu Jiaoyan's entire body trembled, and he was at a loss for words. After so many years, the first person who dared to speak to him like this was Mu Yun, and now, there was a third. Ever since he entered the Tsang Huang small world, it seemed that nothing had happened. Yunlang, you are too presumptuous. Yu Huiren shouted at the top of his lungs, "You have the ability to collect all the treasures here, but do you have the ability to take them all out?" "That's right." Luan Dongsong also opened his mouth and snorted, "There are treasures everywhere. Everyone should at least take what they want. Whoever gets the most will get it." "Hee hee. Whoever gets the most will get it." Yunlang laughed coldly once again. Suddenly, his expression changed as he cursed, "In my eyes, the 10 great doyens are nothing but a joke. I'll give you a piece of advice now. If you leave this place, you might be able to keep your lives. Otherwise, you will die without a proper burial." Hearing Yunlang's words, the entire place became lively. Shameless boasting. How arrogant. This fellow, I think he saw Mu Yun's behavior just now. Now, he's learning from her and becoming arrogant. Damn it. All the core treasures of the hidden treasure have been taken away by him for no reason at all. Damn it. However, at that very moment, Mu Yun shook her head when she saw the shouts and appearances of those people. Yun Lang was his disciple in his previous life. His way of doing things was more or less similar to his. If he said he wouldn't let him go, then he definitely wouldn't. It seemed that Yun Lang still had something to rely on in this place. However, everyone present had their treasure snatched away and lost their minds. At this moment, they had no time to consider these things. However, Mu Yun didn't leave this place. He didn't care about the treasures. Those void immortal artifacts, half-immortal artifacts, and ungraded immortal artifacts were indeed nothing in his eyes. Compared to killing Yun Lang, he could even give up the immortal artifacts. He wanted to see what Yun Lang had to rely on at this moment. "You are really courting death." Yun Lang snorted and took a step forward. Buzz, immediately, the ancient Tongtian mirror in his hand shot out a bright light toward the sky. That light shot up to the sky at an extremely fast speed. With a bang, the light turned into a sky full of stars and dissipated. Roar, roar, bah, in an instant, the space around everyone shattered layer by layer. 3 different earth-shattering roars sounded at this moment. In the blink of an eye, everyone realized that they were on a dark land. At this moment, countless waves rose around them. The 2 strange beasts with a mortal beast bloodline that appeared before suddenly appeared. At the same time, beside the 2 strange beasts, a strange beast that was more than 10 meters tall and covered in golden fur like a lion came with an earth-shattering momentum. Blue-eyed black soul wolf. White-haired alpaca. Golden crystal fire lion. Seeing the 3 strange beasts, Mu Yun was suddenly speechless. This Yun Lang was simply a lunatic. The Tongtian treasure had existed under the floating mountain for 10,000 years. Yun Lang probably already knew that the ancient dragon ruins led to the Tongtian treasure. This time, he deliberately let everyone enter to complete his collection plan. At this moment, everything seemed to be successful. It's those strange beasts, they are all under Yun Lang's control. This bastard, I didn't expect him to be so despicable. Seeing those strange beasts, there was a commotion among the crowd. What are you panicking for? Wu Jiaoyan frowned and shouted, "Now, we have 10,000 life and death realm martial artists. Why would we be afraid of these beasts? They are not immortal beasts, what is there to be afraid of? Everyone, let's join forces and set up a defensive line to resist those strange beasts. 10 venerables, let's join forces and capture Yun Lang. There is no way he can swallow those treasures alone." No matter what, Wu Jiaoyan was the strongest martial artist in the small thousand world. As soon as he spoke, everyone immediately calmed down. Wu Jiaoyan was right. As long as they captured Yun Lang, these beasts would naturally panic and no one would be able to control them. When the 10 venerables captured Yun Lang, those treasures would be swallowed one by one. "Everyone, don't panic." Immediately, a martial artist spoke and began to organize a resistance. "Master, at this moment, Mu Yun saw that the martial artists of the small thousand world began to intentionally or unintentionally avoid them, deliberately not including them in the protective circle. Gently smiling, Mu Yun began to order, "Everyone, with me as the center, stand in place and don't move. Count the number of people." At this moment, no one from the Blood Alliance is missing. "Yes." Hearing Mu Yun's words, everyone immediately gathered together. Hundreds of people didn't occupy a large area. Senior Diwen, Sect Master Do, if you want to join forces to deal with Yun Lang, you can go ahead. Of course, I can help you take care of the martial artists from the 5 Elements Small World and Battle Armor Small World. Mu Yun looked at Diwen and Do Yunfeng and said. Forget it. Diwen shook his head and said, Kid, you saw those treasures and didn't even snatch them. There's an 80% chance that you won't be able to snatch them. It's useless even if I go. I'm not going either. Do Yunfeng smiled bitterly and said, I don't want to make any contributions, but I don't want to make any mistakes. The Heaven Battle Sect is in my hands, so I can't let it be completely destroyed here. Moreover, most importantly, following you, Alliance Leader Mu. I've never suffered a loss. Looking at the two of them, Mu Yun nodded and smiled. She looked up. Yun Lang, your plan is very good. Unfortunately, I'm your master after all. Mu Yun chuckled and stood in place. Gradually, the illusory appearance of an eye appeared in his mind. The illusory appearance of the eye emitted a faint pale yellow color. It was the Heaven's Eye. In this short period of time, Mu Yun had never given up on studying the Heaven's Eye. Moreover, Old Tortoise had repeatedly emphasized that the Heaven's Eye was a supreme treasure that he had picked up for free. It was extremely powerful. Mu Yun would not underestimate the Heaven's Eye. Just based on the fact that he had wreaked havoc in the Heaven's Eye for 9 days and 9 nights, and the spirit rain that fell in the entire pale yellow small world for 9 days and 9 nights, it had allowed countless martial artists and commoners to improve their foundation. From this point, one could see how terrifying the Heaven's Eye was. After pondering for a while, he had indeed discovered something incredible. The Heaven's Eye had greatly enhanced the spatial blade and spatial vortex attacks that he had comprehended. On this basis, he discovered that the Heaven's Eye's control of space was also very mysterious. Mu Yun did not explain. She just stood in place, and the illusory Heaven's Eye gradually rotated. At this moment, the rotating Heaven's Eye gradually emitted waves of violent energy. Buzz, immediately, a series of sonorous sounds rang out. Rays of light suddenly appeared at the edge of 100 meters in diameter around everyone. Boom, suddenly, everyone felt a resplendent light appear around their bodies and spread out. At this moment, the people inside did not feel anything, but the people outside suddenly realized that the Blood Alliance, 5 Elements Small World, and Battle Armor Small World cultivators had disappeared. They had actually disappeared. Done. Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. She looked at the Heaven's Eye hanging above everyone's heads and said, with this thing here, those things can't attack us. Let's just stand here and watch the show. Done. However, when they heard Mu Yun's words, everyone looked at each other with a confused look on their faces. That's it, just now, Mu Yun had only raised her palm and an eyeball-like thing floated up. Then, with a boom and a buzz, it was done. Even setting up a formation shouldn't be so perfunctory, right? If not for the fact that they usually trusted Mu Yun, they would have already asked about it. However, at this moment, they didn't have the time to ask. At this moment, the 3 types of exotic beasts were in groups. Like a torrent, they were already charging over. However, the legs of some disciples standing at the edge of the formation trembled when they saw those burly and powerful fellows. But there was nothing they could do now. They could only hope that Mu Yun's formation was really useful. Roar, a group of golden crystal fire lions charged straight at them. Some of the more timid disciples couldn't help but want to run. However, all of a sudden, those golden crystal fire lions passed through everyone's figures and rushed in front of them. 9-headed fire sky Jiao Puff Puff. However, before the crowd could react, the golden crystal fire lions suddenly appeared again. However, when they reappeared, the golden crystal fire lions charged out from another direction. When this happened, everyone was stunned. Directly, passed through, seeing this scene, everyone was flabbergasted. Mu Yun had once again refreshed their worldview. However, at this very moment, Mu Yun stood on the spot. He did not care about how the crowd looked at him. His gaze was fixed on the sky as he remained silent. Yun Lang stood alone in the sky, holding the sky-piercing mirror in his hand. He wore tight black clothes and a black cloak. He looked indescribably cold and mighty. Even though his opponents were 8 of the 10 great venerables, he was not afraid at all. Yu Huiran, you and Mo Jieluan will intercept him from behind. Don't let him escape. Xianxia, Yu, Miaoqing, and Fang Tongkong will intercept him from the left. Luan Dongsong, Yu and Fang Tongkong will intercept him from the right. Wu Jiao Tian said with a dignified expression, I will intercept him alone. With us 8 venerables attacking together, I don't believe that he can escape from Fei Tian. All right. Hearing those words, the various exalted nodded. At this very moment, the 8 supreme experts were in a rare state of harmony. There were no arguments between them, and they completely joined hands. Seeing that the 8 of them had instantly returned to their positions and blocked his path, Yunlang did not have the slightest intention of escaping. He just stood there without dodging. It was as if he would not be afraid even if another 10 supremacies came. Yunlang, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the treasure and we'll spare your life. Boundless Proud Heaven said calmly. All right, I'll give you one last chance. Leave this place and scram out of the small world. I, Yunlang, will spare your lives. Yunlang said calmly again. Why waste your breath on him? Just kill him. The other martial highnesses were thoroughly infuriated, who immediately attacked. Seeing this, Wu Jiao Tian also understood that there was absolutely no possibility of negotiation. Although he did not know what Bai Yunlang was relying on, Boundless Proud Heaven still felt uneasy in his heart. However, that trace of uneasiness was gradually replaced by a desire for treasures. Even if it was dangerous, at this moment, he had to act first. The 8 martial highnesses immediately charged toward Yunlang without showing any mercy. Good timing. A cold glint flashed in Yunlang's eyes as he took a step forward. Boom, suddenly, a loud explosion sounded in the sky, and a majestic figure suddenly appeared at this moment. The 8 martial highnesses were stunned after seeing the figure. Its body was 1,000 feet long, and its waist was 1,000 feet thick. Its majestic body was split into 9 halves from its tail to its head. 9 heads grew from the 9 halves. Those 9 heads all looked mighty and extraordinary. Upon closer inspection, it was as if they were carved from the same mold. Just the 9 heads alone were as majestic as a 100-meter-tall mountain. 9-headed fiery sky dragon. Seeing this, Mu Yun opened her mouth and said, Master, what's a 9-headed fiery sky dragon? Yi Qiu was puzzled. Mu Yun took a deep breath and said, 9-headed fiery sky dragon is an immortal beast. Although it's not a mortal blood immortal beast, it can grow into a mortal blood immortal beast. The one in front of us is not a mortal blood immortal beast, but looking at its body and driving style, I reckon, it will become one soon. The difference between a mortal blood immortal beast and an immortal beast without a bloodline grade like the heaven-devouring tiger was like heaven and earth. This 9-headed fiery sky dragon seemed to have stayed in the secret treasure for 10,000 years. Mu Yun finally realized. Heavenly Venerable Misery Sea raised an immortal beast, the heaven-devouring tiger. The Tongtian sect leader was even more powerful as he raised a 9-headed fiery sky dragon that was even more powerful than the heaven-devouring tiger. The heaven-devouring tiger was subdued by her father, and the 9-headed fiery sky dragon was subdued by Yunlang. Thinking about it carefully, Mu Yun felt that he was really too much of a scapegoat. In his previous life, he was at least on par with these older things, but he only had one holy beast, Little Black. However, in terms of final achievements, Mu Yun was riding on the divine beast Azure Dragon. This was something that the Tongtian sect leader and Heavenly Venerable Misery Sea could not catch up to. I wonder how Xiaqing is doing. That bastard. I've been with him for so long, but I really don't know where the divine beast dragon race is. Mu Yun muttered under his breath. Master, what did you say? Ah? No, nothing. Mu Yun continued, this immortal beast 9-headed fiery sky dragon is extremely powerful. I reckon that the 8 great supremacies are no match for it. Ah? It can't be. Yi Qiu was in disbelief. The heaven-devouring tiger was also an immortal beast, but he had never seen it fight against 10 immortal beasts alone. Was this 9-headed fiery sky dragon that powerful? At this moment, Mu Yun was hesitating whether to make a move or not. He indeed wanted to kill Yunlang, but on the other hand, the 8 great supremacies were not good people in his eyes. No matter who he helped, he would be helping his enemy. This made Mu Yun very unhappy. Therefore, Mu Yun ultimately chose to stand in the array formation and be a carefree spectator, nine-headed fiery sky dragon. Mu Yun was not the only one who could recognize the nine-headed fiery sky dragon. Wu Jiao Tian suddenly said, "Everyone, be careful. This nine-headed fiery sky dragon is an immortal beast. It's much stronger than the devouring sky tiger. Retreat." Since Wu Jiao Tian had said so, the other supremacies naturally did not dare to be careless. Immediately, the 8 great supremacies widened the range and retreated. Retreat? Yun Lang flew up and landed on one of the dragon's heads. He looked at the 8 great supremacies and sneered. "I gave you a chance to live, but you didn't cherish it. Now, only death awaits you. Kill!" Yun Lang roared. Immediately, the 8 fiery sky dragons' heads rushed out. Demonic sky lifting. The first to resist was Mo Jieluan. He was the weakest among the 8 great supremacies. However, as a member of the giant demon clan, his defense was extremely shocking. Demonic chi swirled around Mo Jieluan's body, and his body suddenly grew to a size of 100 feet. His entire body was covered in black scales. Dong, a dull punch was thrown out. With a loud bang, it hit the dragon's head. Boom, immediately, a rumbling sound was heard. Mo Jieluan's figure was blocked and he retreated a few steps. The dragon's head only paused for a moment before it charged out again. This scene made everyone feel disbelief. Who was Mo Jieluan? He was the ruler of the giant demon small world, and one of the 10 great supremacies. Moreover, he was ranked 9th among the 10 great supremacies. Even he was forced to retreat by that beast. It was obvious that he did not have the upper hand. Poison swallowing 10,000 miles. At this moment, Du Wanshan also attacked. With a wave of his hand, countless black rays turned into a long snake and attacked the dragon's head. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the black lights were all formed by black poisonous insects. Sizzle, however, as the poisonous insects rushed over, the flood dragon's head came to a halt. Beneath the snake's head, there were actually many flat and round spheres. Boom, in an instant, the round ball spat out a ball of flame. Flames blossomed, burning the black light into a complete black light. Du Wanshan felt his heart ache. He could not wait to pounce on the dragon's head. Damn it! He did not expect that this beast would be so familiar with fire. Again! Du Wanshan snorted and attacked. Poisonous insects danced in the air. As an overlord of the 5 poisoned small world, how could he only have this few moves? Black-scaled jade snake, Baizu dragon, double-toothed sky scorpion, guardian jade tiger, violet jade toad, come out. Du Wanshan roared and took a step forward. The 5 poisons appeared in front of and behind him. The 5 poisons, the real 5 poisons. Seeing this, Mu Yun narrowed her eyes. It seemed that if she were to fight Du Wanshan in the future, she would have to pay attention to the ancestor of the 5 poisons. The 5 poisons that Du Wanshan had executed were worlds apart from the ones that Black Ribbon Jade, Wu Qiu, and the others had executed. He Daiyu and Wu Qiu were just playing with their pets. Du Wanshan was the real 5 poisons. On the other side, Yu Huiren, Xianxia, and Luan Dongsong looked more relaxed than Feng Tongkong and Miao Qing. However, the one who was under the most pressure was Wu Jiao Tian. Yun Lang ordered the 2 dragons to attack Wu Jiao Tian. However, Wu Jiao Tian was the overlord of the Wuji small world. He was the strongest person in the small thousand world. He was not at a disadvantage when fighting against the 2 dragons. Yun Lang, show us what you've got. The 8 of us will not retreat because of a small 9-headed blazing sky dragon. At this moment, Mo Jieluan roared and immediately opened his mouth to shout. Eh? Seeing that Mo Jieluan was still trying to provoke him, Yun Lang laughed. Hee hee. Looks like you're quite confident. Yun Lang laughed and said, however, you don't have to be in such a hurry to die. The 9-headed blazing sky dragon has attacked, but I, Yun Lang, have not attacked yet. The 8 sovereigns were stunned when they heard Yun Lang's words. That's right. Yun Lang was still watching the show. Damn it. Boundless proud heaven suddenly cursed and hurriedly looked down. Alliance leader Mu, Yun Lang has a heavenly mirror. We can't kill him even if we work together. If he runs away, we'll lose those treasures. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Jiao Tian looked behind him. But at this moment, he couldn't see where Mu Yun was. Palace Master Wu Ji, it's fine. I don't want those treasures. You 8 sovereigns are very strong. If you can take the treasures, I, Mu Yun, won't be alive to fight with you. Suddenly, Mu Yun's figure appeared. He took a step forward and hovered in midair. A faint smile appeared on his face. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations 1 against 8 Wu Ji Outyan originally wanted to use the treasures to move Mu Yun, but now it seemed that it was useless against Mu Yun. Haha. Alliance leader Mu, you and Yun Lang are irreconcilable enemies. Now that he has the 9-headed fiery sky-flood dragon, his strength has increased greatly. It will be very difficult for you to deal with him. Yu Huiran also spoke at this moment. If we join forces and kill him, not only will we get rid of the big problem in your heart, but we will also divide the treasures. Isn't that wonderful? Of course not. Mu Yun said again, Yun Lang has the heavenly mirror, I have the supremacy extermination sword, Yun Lang has the 9-headed fiery sky flood dragon, and I have the sky-devouring tiger. Of course, you will definitely say that I am inferior to him in every aspect, but don't forget that I have a good father who is not weaker than any of you. Mu Yun chuckled and said, as the saying goes, when father and son go to war, father and son go to war and beat up brothers. What Yun Lang should be worried about is whether we father and son will find trouble with him, not the other way around. You, Mu Yun would not be fooled by tempting him with benefits. Mu Yun would not be fooled by analyzing the situation. Moreover, after hearing Mu Yun's words, the supremacies suddenly felt that what Mu Yun said seemed to make a lot of sense. At the very least, Mu Yun still had a father, Mu Qingyu. This guy was extremely mysterious, but his strength was not at a disadvantage when he fought with Wu Jiaoyan back then. From this, it could be seen that this person definitely had the strength of a supremacy. The father and son duo did not seem to need to worry about Yun Lang. This time, the 8 supremacies realized that it was as if they had stepped on stinky dog poop. It was difficult for them to escape now. It seems that your plan to sow discord has failed? Yun Lang chuckled and said, however, why don't you give it a try? Let's join forces and destroy Mu Yun first before discussing the treasures? Are you willing? Wu Jiaoyan was immediately filled with hope. Of course not. Yun Lang chuckled and said, firstly, the internal affairs of the pale yellow small world will always be internal affairs. You outsiders should get lost. Secondly, Mu Yun's life is mine. None of you can kill her. Of course, none of you can kill her now. Hearing Yun Lang's words, the venerables felt as if they had been slapped in public. In the past, in their eyes, Mu Yun and Yun Lang, who were lowly in status, were now more like serfs who had become landlords. Moreover, he was a landlord who was superior to them. This was simply unbearable for them. Mo Jalen, weren't you the one who shouted the loudest just now? Yun Lang suddenly turned around, looked at Mo Jieluan, and shouted, you're ranked 9th among the 10 venerables. In terms of attack, you're the weakest. In terms of defense, you're only slightly stronger than Battle Cloud Peak. Where did you get the confidence to shout in front of me? As soon as Yun Lang finished speaking, he took a step forward and attacked with the heaven-penetrating mirror. Buzz, immediately, a buzzing sound was heard. On the heaven-penetrating mirror, rays of light turned into long arrows and shot toward Mo Jieluan. Seeing the arrows approaching, Mo Jieluan's face turned ashen. He took a step forward and greeted them with a punch. Boom, a deafening explosion sounded at this moment. Mo Jieluan's body was directly hit by the light arrows. With a boom, he smashed into a mountain. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his figure was battered and exhausted. His entire fist was badly mutilated at this moment, and fresh blood flowed out from it. His appearance could not be described as not miserable. Seeing this scene, the venerables felt a chill in their hearts. One move, Yun Lang's one move had almost crippled Mo Jieluan's entire body. It was simply unbelievable. The heaven-penetrating mirror was an immortal artifact, and a low-grade one at that. However, the venerables did not believe that its attack power could be so domineering. In this moment, Yun Lang's terrifying strength also let them know that this guy also had the strength of a venerables. The scene that happened today was simply too unbelievable. It simply made the hearts of the venerables turn cold. One Mu Yun. One Yun Lang. The appearance of these two people was simply like monsters. The two of them were like Venerable Cloud and Venerable Blood from 10,000 years ago. They rose up and shone brightly. Everyone, no matter how precious this treasure is, it cannot be compared to my life. I, Mo Jieluan, will take my leave. With one move, Mo Jieluan immediately retreated. Without saying another word, his figure disappeared into the distance. He was no match for Yun Lang in a head-on fight. However, if he wanted to escape, it would be extremely difficult for Yun Lang to catch up with him. Originally, it was 8 venerables besieging Yun Lang. However, at this moment, one of the venerables was actually beaten away. This scene was simply too dramatic. Moreover, the change happened in just a moment. Originally, it was already difficult for the 8 venerables to fight against Yun Lang. Now that there was one less, the pressure instantly multiplied. Let's go. At this moment, Wu Jiao Tian let out a loud roar. He was extremely unwilling, but he could only retreat. Yun Lang had the ancient sky mirror, in addition to the 9-headed fiery sky dragon and the 3 types of exotic beasts below. They simply had no chance of winning. Detestable. Truly detestable. Leave? You can leave, but can they leave? Yun Lang knew that it was not realistic for him to stop the 8 venerables from leaving. However, if the 8 of them could protect themselves, it would be extremely difficult for their subordinates to escape. As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Lang took a step forward. With a boom, the 9-headed fiery sky dragon roared and charged into the crowd. Seeing this scene, Wu Jiao Tian and the other venerables felt as if their heads were about to explode. Yun Lang's action was truly despicable and shameless. However, they simply did not have the ability to rescue their subordinates. Otherwise, they would be held back and unable to escape. What should they do? What should they do? The 7 venerables were immediately like ants on a hot pan. They were extremely anxious. However, while they were anxious, Yun Lang was not anxious. Mu Yun was even more so. The 9-headed fiery sky dragon roared and charged forward. It looked as if it was going to scatter the martial artists from the various small worlds. Roar, however, at this moment, a deafening roar suddenly rang out. Hearing this loud roar, Mu Yun frowned slightly. This voice sounded a little familiar. Roar. Instantly, another roar was heard. In the distance, a figure that was at least 10,000 feet tall charged forward like a bolt of white lightning. Along the way, the blue-eyed black soul wolves and golden crystal fire lions were trampled to death. They were unable to resist at all. Mu Yun did not find the 10,000 feet tall figure unfamiliar. The devouring sky tiger. Seeing the devouring sky tiger here, Mu Yun was instantly stunned. If this little beast was here, then her father, the devouring sky tiger, roared and charged toward the 9-headed fiery sky dragon. At this moment, as an immortal beast, the 9-headed fiery sky dragon naturally felt the aura of the devouring sky tiger. Its 9 heads immediately gave up on the humans in front of it and charged forward. The tiger and the dragon looked at each other at this moment. They roared and charged toward each other. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was speechless. Yun Lang furrowed his brows. Haha. Yun Lang, back then, you were also Venerable Yun's disciple. If Venerable Yun knew that you killed Xue Xiao, he would be so angry that he would kill you. Now, you are powerful because of Venerable Yun's teachings. Why do you want to kill all of us? At this moment, a soft laugh was heard. Suddenly, a figure in a black robe appeared in midair. Looking at it, who else could it be but Mu Qingyu? Father, seeing Mu Qingyu's appearance, Mu Yun despised him. This guy, every time he appeared, he would make himself look handsome. What a show-off. So it's Palace Master Mu. Yun Lang chuckled and said, it's meaningless to talk about the past. Today, these people entered the pale yellow small world to commit crimes. I don't think Palace Master Mu wants to see that, right? Mu Qingyu laughed and said, if this happened in the past, I, Mu Qingyu, would not let them go. As Mu Qingyu spoke, his gaze fell on the few people present. His eyes were full of coldness. But now, the two of them talked among themselves and did not take the venerables seriously at all. It was not difficult to tell from their conversation that they did not take the 10 venerables seriously at all. What now? In the Fororigin Fief, the fiery Nether tribe member, Huawu, has broken free and is committing crimes in the small thousand worlds. He has destroyed dozens of small worlds. I think. What? Hearing this, the leaders of the various small worlds were shocked. Huawu had escaped. This news was like a bolt from the blue. Huawu's escape was a terrible nightmare for them. The fiery Nether tribe members have always had difficulty reproducing. Therefore, they are few in number. However, they are powerful because of their strong infectious power. Mu Qingyu explained, right now, the fire hounds have assimilated a large number of fire slaves by relying on their own influence. These fire slaves are nothing now, but a single spark can start a prairie fire. If we don't take precautions in advance, we will definitely suffer. At that time, there won't be any 10 great small worlds or pale yellow small worlds. There will only be the nest of the Netherflame race. Hearing this, Yun Lang's face showed a trace of contemplation. Alright, in that case, they can live today. Yun Lang said and called the 9-headed fiery sky dragon back to his side. Master Yun Lang, you are indeed sensible. You are worthy of being Venerable Yun's disciple. Mu Qingyu said with a smile. Palace Master Mu, you are too polite. Yun Lang laughed and said, my ability is nothing. On the other hand, Palace Master Mu is powerful and has an unknown origin. You are the one who is outstanding. However, in my eyes, the capability of Hall Master Mu and the means of me, Yun Lang, are inferior to one person. Oh? Who? Hearing Yun Lang's words, Mu Qingyu became curious. Translator, Transin editor, Transin what can he use to compare with me? Yun Lang did not speak, but he gradually shifted his gaze to Mu Yun. Hall Master Mu, you are very powerful now. Back then, you obtained part of the inheritance of embittered Heaven Hall Master, but you were still able to endure it and not be discovered by me. In the past few decades, you have risen strongly. However, compared to your son, you and I are not even worth mentioning. Yun Lang chuckled and said, a dull young man rose strongly. In less than 20 years, he became a top figure of the honorable realm in the small thousand world. Talent, opportunity, and luck are indispensable. He is the only supreme genius in the small thousand world. Even Supreme Cloud and Blood Supreme back then could not compare to him. Yun Lang looked at Mu Yun, his eyes filled with ridicule. He did not mention Mu Yun's reincarnation, because he knew that even if he said it now, it would only make everyone laugh. Among the people present, only he and Yiqiu believed it. His change came from his own efforts. As his father, I did not help him much. Mu Qingyu chuckled and said, in the past, I did not protect him well. Now that I can still protect him, I will not let him be threatened. Mu Qingyu said it casually, but in fact, he was hinting at Yun Lang. If he dared to touch Mu Yun, he would not let him off. Protect? Hall Master Mu, Heavenly Sovereign Misery sees Annihilation Divine Mirror should be in your hands. The Annihilation Divine Mirror can destroy the heavens. Why don't I have a taste of it today? Why not? Mu Qingyu directly accepted Yun Lang's challenge and rushed out. On the other side, the sky-devouring tiger, which had transformed into 1,000 feet tall, and the 9-headed fiery sky dragon were facing each other from a distance. They bared their teeth and looked like they were about to start a fight. When Mu Qingyu took a step out, the world seemed to be filled with despair and bitterness. In his hand, a blood-red divine mirror appeared. The divine mirror was round and looked the same size as the heavenly mirror. However, on the surface of the divine mirror, there was a faint blood-red color. On the front and back side, there was a heaven-like scene, and on the other side, there was an endless scene of hell, full of bloodthirsty scenes. Heaven and hell were only separated once. Low-grade divine weapon. Seeing the round divine mirror in Mu Qingyu's hand, Mu Yun was shocked. This damned father of mine has really hidden himself well. It seemed that Mu Qingyu was the one who had gained the most in the Bitter Heaven Palace. The sky-devouring tiger and the divine mirror. But this time, Yun Lang, the 9-headed heavenly divine mirror, and heavenly fiery heaven. Mu mu mu, mu 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 mu, and mu mu mu. The two of them did not exchange any words. They directly charged at each other. One person, one attack, colliding with each other. In an instant, a beam of light appeared on the heaven's mirror. It turned into rays of light and shot towards Mu Qingyu. On the other side, Mu Qingyu held the Sky Destroyer Divine Mirror tightly in his hand and threw it out. The Sky Destroyer Divine Mirror, which was spinning above his head, emitted two rays of bright light, one black and one white, and shot out in an instant. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, a series of explosions rang out in front of the two of them. The instant the rumbling sound rang out, the two of them seemed to have completely collided with each other, and they were unable to separate for a long time. Dong. In the end, Mu Qingyu threw out the Sky Destroyer Deity Mirror, and Yunlang took out the Sky Penetrating Mirror to meet the attack. At this moment, the two of them had joined forces and clashed against each other. A muffled sound echoed. Suddenly, the two low-grade celestial treasures returned to their owner's hands and the light from them completely disappeared. Crack, crack, crack. While everything was silent, a series of cracking sounds rang out. In an instant, the surrounding ground shattered, and not a single ripple could be seen on the dark ground. However, at that very moment, the ground was filled with cracks. However, if one were to look carefully, one would discover that the people standing on every piece of land were not affected in the slightest. Strong. In an instant, everyone felt that the two people in front of them were the top experts in the world. They were invincible. A powerful existence that was incomparably close to an immortal. Seeing this scene, Wuji Aotian was dumbfounded and then smiled bitterly. He gradually understood that perhaps, from today onwards, the so-called 10 great venerables in the small thousand world was just a quantification. As for peerless proud heaven, his position as the number one person was no longer so secure. 10 great venerables. Now, there were 3 more people who had the strength of a venerable. The Sky Destroyer Deity Mirror is indeed a divine weapon that Heavenly Venerable Misery Sea could not part with in his life. Yunlang kept the sky-penetrating mirror and smiled. The same goes for the sky-penetrating mirror. Mu Qingyu smiled. Mu Yun couldn't help but sigh in admiration at this one glance. He had indeed seen too many immortal treasures. However, considering that they were in the small thousand world, immortal treasures were the most powerful existence. Heavenly Venerable Misery Sea and Sect Master Tong Tian were indeed the kings of the past. Their skills were indeed admirable. In that case, I, Yunlang, will take my leave today. Yunlang took a deep look at Mu Yun, cupped his hands and prepared to leave. Did I allow you to leave if you want to? However, just as Yunlang was about to leave, a voice suddenly sounded. Mu Yun. Seeing Mu Yun suddenly appear, everyone was at a loss for words. What exactly was this father and son thinking? Oh? Alliance Leader Mu, what can I do for you? Yunlang, I said that I want to take your life. Now that all the venerables have run away, and I'm still here, don't you also want to kill me? You? Yunlang looked at Mu Yun and shook his head. You're not my match now. Just because you have an inferior great immortal artifact in hand, I'm not your match. Of course. You're too arrogant. Mu Yun shook his head and said, in that case, how about we make a bet? Oh? What bet? Mu Yun said again, it's simple. You and I will attack with all our strength. If we're evenly matched, neither of us will lose. If you have the advantage, I, Mu Yun, am willing to give you a piece of the 9 spirits heaven capturing tablet. However, if I have the advantage, Yunlang, leave half of the treasures in the 4-sided barrier to the Blood Alliance. 9 spirits heaven capturing tablet. Everyone present was stunned when they heard this. However, Mu Qingyu and Yunlang were completely shocked. Yuner, don't mess around. Okay, I promise you. At this moment, the scene changed again. 9 spirits heaven capturing tablet, everyone present, including the venerables, naturally knew about it. However, no matter how powerful this 9 spirits heaven capturing tablet was, could it be comparable to half of the treasures that Yunlang had obtained in the 4-sided barrier? The venerables were also puzzled. However, Mu Qingyu and Yunlang seemed to feel that even if Mu Yun exchanged all the treasures for the 9 spirits heaven capturing tablet, it would be a huge loss for her. Especially Mu Qingyu, who almost directly stopped Mu Yun. Mu Qingyu hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Mu Yun. Don't mess around. Even the gods will fight for the 9 spirits heaven-capturing tablet. You are messing around by using this as a wager. Even the gods would fight for it? Mu Yun was stunned by Mu Qingyu's words. Damn it, I'm acting like a fool again. Mu Yun couldn't help but curse secretly. He had obtained 3 pieces of the 9 spirits heaven-capturing tablet. Other than the cultivation technique for the 3rd stage of the indestructible blood codex, there didn't seem to be anything special. However, Old Tortoise said that this thing was powerful. Now, his father said the same thing. Looking at Yunlang's eager look, it seemed that he also knew that the 9 spirits heaven-capturing tablet was very valuable. It seemed that he, who had obtained the 9 spirits heaven-capturing tablet, was the only one who didn't know how valuable this thing was. Alliance Leader Mu, a promise is a promise. I, Yunlang, am willing to bet with you. We'll decide the outcome in one move. Whoever has the upper hand will be the winner. Yunlang said impatiently again, it's just half a treasure. I can afford to lose. I can afford to lose too. Mu Yun snorted and took a step forward. Mu Qingyu was about to step forward to stop him, but Mu Yun sent a voice transmission. Damn Dad, you're done showing off. It's my turn. Now, right? Do you have so little confidence in me? You little brat. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Mu Qingyu shook his head with a bitter smile and retreated. This time, the cultivators from the various small and medium worlds were confused. They didn't understand how valuable the 9 spirits heaven-capturing tablet was, but seeing Yunlang's appearance and Mu Qingyu's reluctance, they could roughly guess that this tablet definitely had a big secret. Mu Qingyu no longer stopped Mu Yun. The two of them took a step forward and looked at each other. It was just that at this moment, no one spoke. No one dared to speak. This time, who knew what kind of trouble would come up between the two of them? What do you have to compete with me? Clang, as soon as Yunlang finished speaking, Mu Yun did not say anything and directly drew his sword. Supremacy Extermination Sword, his actions were the best proof of that. Supremacy Extermination Sword, a non-great immortal artifact, compared to my sky-piercing mirror? Mu Yun, you're so confident. Confidence doesn't come from boasting, but from fighting. Mu Yun said proudly, Yunlang, let's see who's better now. In fact, Mu Yun knew from the bottom of his heart that with his current strength, he couldn't kill Yunlang at all. However, Yunlang couldn't kill him at all. But at this moment, he also needed to figure out Yunlang's strength. In the end, a battle between the two of them was inevitable. Mu Yun, I know how you guessed. You want to test my current strength. Fine, I'll also see how strong you are now. As soon as Yunlang finished speaking, he looked at Mu Yun with a glint in his eyes. But suddenly, Mu Yun looked at Yunlang and put away the Supremacy Extermination Sword in his hand. He said again, I thought wrong. Perhaps I don't need a sword to deal with you. Hearing this, the whole place was in an uproar. Mu Yun, what the hell was he doing? Everyone knew that Mu Yun was a swordsman who had comprehended a trace of sword Dao. In addition, with the Supremacy Extermination Sword, a non-great immortal artifact, the power of one strike could seriously injure an ordinary 7th-level life and death realm martial artist even if they didn't die. The sword was the most powerful divine weapon in the Cloud Herder tribe. Sword Dao was Mu Yun's deepest understanding now. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Half a step away. Not only were the cultivators from the various small and medium worlds stunned, but even Mu Qingyu and the others were stunned. Nonsense. Seeing Mu Yun's actions, Mu Qingyu opened his mouth and cursed. In his eyes, Mu Yun seemed to be fooling around at this moment. She was fooling around without any reason. Good, good, good. After saying good 3 times in a row, Yunlang laughed and said, you are still Mu Yun after all. After saying those inexplicable words, Yunlang directly slapped out the sky-penetrating mirror. A buzzing sound was heard, and the sky-penetrating mirror directly floated up into the sky. At this moment, the sky-penetrating mirror emitted a faint white light that enveloped Yunlang's entire body. He was as sacred and inviolable as a heavenly angel. Sky-penetrating void finger. With a low shout, Yunlang's entire body emitted endless light. He stretched out his palm and pointed. Clang, at that instant, a series of finger seals were summoned in front of Yunlang. As the fingerprints soared, they finally condensed into a ray of light the size of a thumb. However, no one knew how powerful the explosive power and attack power contained in that almost materialized thumb. At the same time, a smile appeared in Muyun's eyes. 9 Serenity's flaming body art. With a low shout, Muyun stretched out her hand. Gradually, 9 origin balls spun wildly around her body. The 9 Serenity's flaming body art was a martial technique that she exchanged with Guai. It was a martial technique that was released with the 9 elements heavenly gathering technique, only one move, however, this move relied on a powerful explosive force. It was completely natural. With one move, the 9 elements heavenly gathering technique gathered in front of Muyun on her palm. The black power was like dark clouds that covered the earth, making one's breathing tense. This palm strike was Muyun's greatest trump card up until now. 9 Serenity's flaming body. She struck with her palm, a finger and a palm collided directly. Dong, a dull sound was heard. In an instant, the world seemed to have quieted down. This silence lasted for 3 seconds. Boom, immediately, a loud explosion rang out between heaven and earth. At this moment, the crackling sound directly covered the eardrums of everyone present. Dong dong dong, in an instant, with the two of them as the center, a monstrous wave was set off on the ground. The crackling sound reverberated in everyone's eardrums. At this very moment, that shocking fluctuation seemed to have come from the 9 heavens. The finger and the palm were completely shattered. The crackling sounds made everyone present feel like their ears were ringing and their bodies were trembling. In this attack, Yunlang and Muyun did not control each other's strength at all. In order to win, they were reluctant to give up on each other. After a long while, the aura between the two gradually calmed down. When Xiaochen looked again, he saw that there was no place on the ground for anyone to stand. The cultivators of the various small realms were all flying in the air. That said, even with that being the case, those with lower cultivation appeared to have pale complexions. It was already good enough for him to survive such a blow. However, even though that was the case, they had already reached such a state. Everyone's gaze never left the two of them. It was impossible to cause great harm to each other with just one move. However, it was still possible to see some clues about who was stronger and who was weaker. Many people continued to stare at the two of them as they endured the aftermath of their attacks. They really wanted to know how powerful the current Muyun was. How unfathomable was the current Yunlang. Thud, suddenly, the sound of footsteps was heard. Muyun's figure, which was standing in mid-air, took a step back. She retreated. In the end, Muyun retreated. Even if it was just one step, Muyun had already retreated. The result of this battle was already clear. In the end, Yunlang was still the better one. Thud, however, at this moment, another thud was heard all of a sudden. On the other side, Yunlang's body finally could not hold on under the powerful impact and also took a step back. He also retreated. Seeing this scene, everyone felt their hearts in their mouths. The outcome was not decided yet, however, the moment Yunlang's body took a step back, it was as if his body could not be controlled again. Yunlang's feet swayed again. Thud, at the critical moment, Yunlang ultimately could not resist and took another half step back. On the other side, Muyun was firmly locked in place the moment she took a step back. She did not move at all and was not affected in the slightest. At this moment, the outcome was only half a step away. Yunlang still took half a step back at the last moment. However, the slightest mistake made a difference of 1,000 miles. With this half a step back, the outcome of this collision was already clear. If you agree to a bet, you must accept defeat. At this moment, Yunlang's expression changed. He snorted and directly raised his palm. Rustling sounds were heard. Without another word, quasi-immortal artifacts, immortal pills, and immortal herbs flowed out from the heaven-reaching mirror. Instantly, they piled up like a mountain in front of Muyun. Alliance leader Mu, Yunlang, will remember what happened today. Have a safe journey. I won't send you off. Muyun cupped her hands and chuckled. Yunlang flicked his sleeves, turned around, and instantly turned into a ray of black light and disappeared. At this moment, a large number of heavenly treasures were piled up on the ground. The coveted supreme treasures simply made everyone unable to resist their desire. Everyone, the Fire Nether clansman, Hua Wu, has escaped from the Forge and fiefdom. I think the disaster will soon spread. Everyone should hurry back. Mu Qingyu waved his hand and said, everyone has seen the 3 great secret treasures. As for the inheritance of the Heartless Sword Saint, it has already been obtained. I think there is no need for everyone to stay in the pale yellow small world. What? The inheritance of the Heartless Sword Saint had already been obtained. Hearing this, many cultivators' faces were gloomy. Old Ginger is spicier. Yun Lang has already entered the secret treasure of the Heartless Sword Saint. The Jasper Immortal Essence Sword is the supreme treasure of the Heartless Sword Saint. If you don't believe me, you can go to the Sorcerer tribe to investigate. The inheritance of the Heartless Sword Saint is there. Mu Yan also spoke at this moment. Hearing this, the cultivators of the various small worlds were completely dumbfounded. What was going on? This time, they had become people who came empty-handed and returned empty-handed. Although everyone was tempted by the mountain of treasures in front of them, they knew better. If it had been before entering the secret treasure, they would have definitely ridiculed Mu Yun and snatched the supreme treasure. But now, no one dared to be the unlucky guy. Let's go. Wuji Aotian was impatient at this moment. The appearance of Huowu meant that the Wuji small world was the closest. If they were late, everything would be over. As the overlord of the Wuji small world, the foundation was the most important. There was no time to think about how to get the treasures now. Instead, it was more important to think about how to preserve the foundation. After Wuji Aotian left, the other venerables no longer had any thoughts of snatching the supreme treasure. The father and son and the devouring heaven tiger stood there. They were 3 living venerables. Who would dare to have any thoughts? Seeing the scene, Mu Yun could only smile bitterly. Boy, I didn't expect you to be so good. Mu Qingyu looked at Mu Yun and laughed. I can't embarrass you. Mu Yun smiled again and said, Dad, where are you planning to go now that you're back? It can't be that he disappeared again, right? Brat, don't talk nonsense. Mu Qingyu scolded with a smile. He looked into the distance and said indifferently, I'm not going anywhere this time. I'm going to enjoy a period of leisure and go back to accompany your mother. Oh my God? Did I hear wrongly? Mu Yun suddenly opened her mouth in shock and said, Are you still my father? Brat, you're asking for a beating. Mu Yun hurriedly dodged and looked at everyone. Everyone, don't just stand there. Senior Diwen, sect leader Do, we're now tied together. If you don't mind, each of you can take 20%, and I'll take 60%. How about that? There's still a share for us? Diwen was stunned. Of course. We didn't do anything. We can't accept a reward for nothing. Do Yunfeng hurriedly refused. Mu Yun chuckled and said, Doing nothing is better than doing everything. As soon as these words came out, the 2 venerables looked at each other, then looked at Mu Yun and cupped their hands. Sometimes, it was so strange to pick a side. In the beginning, Miaoqing clearly had a good relationship with Mu Yun, but he chose the safest way for the heavenly treasure small world. But now, his intestines were probably green with regret. Diwen and Do Yunfeng's choice brought them an incomparably unexpected surprise. The 2 venerables looked at Mu Yun, cupped their hands, and began to collect the treasures. Brat, you're really good at winning people's hearts. I'm not winning people's hearts. We're friends. We're all friends. Mu Yun smiled knowingly. Diwen and Do Yunfeng were now firmly tied to him. Even if the 2 of them jumped out and said that they had nothing to do with Mu Yun from now on, no one would believe them. Mu Yun was also happy to see this situation. Time passed bit by bit. A month had already passed since the exploration of the heavenly treasure. During this month, the martial artists from various small and large worlds scattered in the heavenly treasure small world gradually withdrew. Some martial artists in the heavenly treasure small world did not give up and went to the sorcerer tribe to check. As expected, they found the Wuxin Sword Saint's secret treasure that had already been explored by the floating mountain. They did not get anything. Now, in the heavenly treasure small world, only the huge teleportation array that led to the heavenly treasure small world was left. After Yun Lang returned, all the members of the floating mountain immediately went into seclusion in a grandiose manner, just like the previous Blood Alliance. However, this time, the Blood Alliance also went into seclusion in a grandiose manner. They had obtained too many treasures and rare items from the heavenly treasure small world. Right now, the two most powerful forces in the entire Heavenly Treasure small world were the Floating Mountain and the Blood Alliance. With these two forces in seclusion, the entire Heavenly Treasure small world gradually quieted down. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The world was in chaos. In the entire pale yellow small world, from a small place like Bayun City to the center of the small world, all the warriors could clearly feel that their strength and cultivation speed were constantly improving. To be precise, their comprehension of the realm and the cultivation of their bodies were constantly improving. And this improvement came from the spiritual rain that fell for 9 days and 9 nights not long ago. Even the dogs raised by the families were able to understand human language better than before. However, everyone knew that the most fundamental reason was that their innate talents had been changed by the spiritual rain. However, no one knew that the spiritual rain was caused by Mu Yun. Even Mu Yun himself didn't know how such a thing could happen. Moreover, Mu Yun did not have the time to think about this at this moment. Everyone in the Blood Alliance was busy. Especially the weapon refiners, alchemists, and array masters. All of them wished they could grow 2 more hands. In the face of countless heaven and earth treasures, they did not know what hard work was. It was like a swordsman seeing a peerless sword, or a hooligan seeing a curvaceous, beautiful, and scantily clad woman. At this moment, the alchemists, weapon refiners, and array masters in the Blood Alliance were probably like this. However, all of this had nothing to do with Mu Yun. Just as the Blood Alliance was working in full swing, Mu Yun was also working in full swing. However, they were in the alchemy room and weapon refiner room, while Mu Yun was in her room. After a sweaty battle, Mu Yun stood up and gulped down a mouthful of water. He looked like he hadn't had enough yet. Phew, she heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at Xiao Yun and Wang Xingya on the bed, Mu Yun immediately smiled and said, "My 2 beautiful wives, today's public rations have been paid. However, your husband's energy essence is limited. Don't squeeze it dry." Bah! Xiao Yun scolded, "How can you be squeezed dry?" That's right, that's right. You can't be lazy. Now, tens of thousands of people in the Blood Alliance are counting on you to improve. That's right. The 2 of us are counting on you. Xiao Yun and Wang Xingya echoed each other and complimented each other. However, Mu Yun was suffering. She worked hard, but she still could not satisfy them. Mu Yun could not help but pat her head. She was really troubled. Back then, Mu Yun Editor, Chrissy Translations Editor. Chrissy Translations. Mu Yun Translations. Chrissy. Later, when he found out that the profound chi in his body had such a magical effect, he was very excited. As long as he worked a little harder and improved his realm, wouldn't the 2 women's realms also improve rapidly as if they were ascending? It was true now. The 2 girls had gone from the first level of the life and death realm to the second level and the third level under Mu Yun's best efforts. However, Mu Yun Chrissy Translations felt that she could not take it anymore. But the most terrible thing was that it was fine if the 2 girls' realms improved. But every day and night, the moment Mu Yun Chrissy Translations woke up in the morning and looked at the 2 girls, she Chrissy Translations. Xiao Yun Chrissy Translations. She looked cold, but there was a trace of childlike innocence in her heart. Therefore, her overall temperament was like a fairy from the 9 heavens. Wang Xingya Chrissy Translations. Needless to say, she looked incomparably pure. Now, she was completely a pure goddess. These 2 girls had their own unique features. In the small kiliacosm, no one could compare to them. At Mu Yun Chrissy Translations, appearance was secondary. The most important thing was temperament. At this moment, the 2 girls' temperaments had completely improved. Mu Yun Chrissy Translations, 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 Chrissy Translations. For cultivators, it wasn't that the higher their realm, the less they cared about beauty. On the contrary, the higher one's realm was, the more imperceptible the aura and appearance of a martial practitioner would change. However, there was one thing that was innate, and that was temperament. For example, Qin Mengyao gave people a feeling that he was as noble as a snow lotus on an iceberg. He was unapproachable. This was his temperament. This was innate and could not be changed. But now, Wang Xingya and Xiao Yun's temperament was changing every day. Yun felt that every day was a new kind of enjoyment and experience for her. It had to be said that Yun could not bear it. One of the reasons was because of the two women's demands, and the other reason was that she could not control her manhood. Not long after, the two girls had completely activated the profound qi in their bodies. Their strength had increased once again. However, all of a sudden, Yun felt that two pairs of eyes were staring at her from behind. They were like tigers staring at their prey with an ominous expression. Again? Yun turned around and said to the two girls. Of course, of course. Immediately, the two girls giggled and directly pulled Yun up. The room was once again overflowing with spring. A month's time was really short for them now. But for the small thousand worlds, it was a long time. In this month, the entire small thousand worlds had completely fallen into chaos. The escape of the Fire Wu from the Fire Nether clan had caused the entire small thousand worlds to be in complete chaos. However, no one in the small thousand worlds was worried about this at all. Although they were not worried, someone was worried to death, inside the Wuji small thousand worlds. At this moment, Wuji Aotion's face was ashen. He stood above a hall and looked at hundreds of Wuji Heavenly Palace's life and death realm martial artists below. Now, tell me the situation. Wuji Aotion said coldly. Reporting to the palace master. An old man walked forward and cupped his hands. Those fire slaves have tyrannical defense. No matter what realm they were in when they were alive, they are even stronger after death. Moreover, on our side, once someone is infected, they will turn into a fire slave. As the battle continues, we are retreating more and more, but those fire slaves are getting stronger and stronger. If the battle continues, I'm afraid what are you afraid of? With a boom, Wuji Aotion took a step forward and shouted, do you think I don't know how powerful the fire slaves are? In this world, apart from water, what else can restrain fire? Since we can't find the strange water, we can only rely on people to attack and intercept them. The most important thing right now is to guard every entrance of the space barrier and not let those fire slaves rush in. Once the fire slaves rushed into the small world, countless poor people in the small world would be assimilated by the fire slaves. At that time, the terrifying flames would be able to incinerate everything. Wuji Aotion naturally understood this principle. But now, he could not find a solution. Palace Master, apart from this strange water, there is another kind of flame that can stop the assimilation of the fire slaves. What kind of flame? Strange Yuan cold flame. The old man said again, Strange Yuan cold flame is a kind of heavenly flame born in heaven and earth. However, this kind of heavenly flame has an extremely low temperature and is as cold as ice. The people of the Fire Nether clan live in a world of heavenly flames since childhood. It can be said that every breath they exhale is filled with the aura of flames. However, they loathe the Strange Yuan cold flame the most. If we can find the Strange Yuan cold flame, then the fire slaves are nothing to be afraid of. As long as we can kill it, the fire slaves will naturally die. In other words, even if we can't kill it, as long as we can find the Strange Yuan cold flame and scatter it at the various entrances, the fire slaves won't be able to enter. Wuji Aotion looked down at the old man and asked indifferently, then let me ask you, where's the Strange Yuan cold flame? Well, it was said to exist in the 5 elements minor worlds. However, the Fire Emperor collected several heavenly flames in the past, but he couldn't find it, the Fire Emperor. Haha. Wuji Aotion suddenly laughed maniacally. Who is the Fire Emperor? He's a legend on par with the 5 elements great emperor. He stepped through the void and ascended to the world of immortals for 10,000 years, but even he couldn't find it. Do you think I can? How can we find it in such a short time? Shut up. Wuji Aotion was thoroughly enraged. What kind of ideas are you coming up with? Whether it's the strange water or the Strange Yuan cold flame, these methods must be tried. I naturally know how to find them, but we don't have much time. Are we just going to look for these things that we might never find? Right now, what I need is a way to stop the fire slaves, a way with immediate results. If the fire slaves find out that they can't break through my Wuji minor worlds, they'll turn around. At that time, we'll have time to catch our breath. It won't be a problem for us to look for it. This subordinate understands. Hearing this, many life and death realm cultivators in the Wuji Heavenly Palace immediately knelt down. This time, Wuji Aotian was really angry. Damn it. Wuji Aotian slumped into his seat and rubbed his forehead. This time, he thought that he would come back with a lot of treasures after going to the pale yellow minor worlds. He didn't expect to return empty-handed. Now, every time he thought of the appearance of Yun Lang and Mu Yun, Wuji Aotian only felt a swelling pain in his head. Damn it, damn it. However, at this moment, Wuji Aotian wasn't the only one who felt a swelling pain in his head. The entire minor worlds was filled with the flames of war. And everyone's enemy was only one, the fire slaves. However, compared to the chaotic situation in the minor worlds, the entire pale yellow minor worlds was exceptionally peaceful. Those fire slaves seemed to have completely forgotten about this place, and didn't come close at all. This made Mu Yun feel rather strange. At this moment, in the Blood Alliance. In the center of a square, two figures were lying on wooden chairs on a square stage, enjoying the afternoon's satisfaction. Even the Blood Alliance members who were hurrying to and fro in the area slowed down their footsteps and moved forward slowly at that moment. However, when everyone passed by and saw the two lazy figures, their eyes revealed an extremely strong fanaticism and obedience. Father, tell me, why didn't those fire slaves enter the pale yellow minor worlds? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Song Tian and Huang Tian Alliance Leader Mu, aren't you omniscient? Why are you asking me such a question? Mu Qingyu joked. You're mocking me. Sigh. It's different now. You've become the palace leader of Embittered Heaven Palace who is respected by the Blood Alliance. Mu Yun sighed helplessly. Even if you're a son, you don't act like a father anymore. Brat, you're the only one who knows how to talk. Mu Qingyu said leisurely, you must have some guesses in your heart, right? What guesses do I have? Stop pretending. Mu Qingyu lay down and looked at the sky. He stretched out his hand and sighed. Yuner, look at my hand now. It's very slim, like a woman's finger, but it's very beautiful. Mu Qingyu almost coughed and scolded jokingly, don't joke around. Look carefully at my hand. Mu Qingyu waved his hand. In an instant, a weak bug was caught between two fingers by Mu Qingyu. If my palm is the Tsang Huang minor world, and we are just bugs in the Tsang Huang minor world, then to the Tsang Huang minor world, we are bugs. However, there are minor kiliocosms outside the Tsang Tian small world. We don't know how vast they are. However, above the minor kiliocosms are the thousands of great worlds, which are the so-called celestial realms. What's a bug to the celestial realms? You're overestimating us by comparing us to grains of sand. Mu Yun nodded repeatedly when he heard this. However, he understood these principles earlier than Mu Qingyu. Father, what I'm asking you is, why aren't the fire slaves attacking the Tsang Tian small world? Why are you talking to me about these useless things? Mu Yun could not help but smile bitterly. Brat, can't you be a little more patient? Alright. Speak slowly. Mu Yun shut his mouth again. Mu Qingyu said slowly, it is said that a long time ago, heaven and earth were not so-called continents, small worlds, or immortal worlds. They were vast and boundless continents that stretched for hundreds of millions of miles. It wasn't until the ancient eras mighty figures appeared one after another, and each of them could be said to have occupied their own territories as kings, that the division of the various realms appeared. However, there are some places that have extremely obscure and powerful existences, such as, pale yellow small world. Mu Yun immediately perked up. He had always felt that the world beneath his feet was mysterious and unfathomable. Firstly, the place where he had been born in his previous life was the current North Cloud Mountain Range and the God-burying mountain range of the past. Secondly, he had obtained the Heaven's Eye. Third, the mysterious old man at the foot of the great desolate mountain in the eastern wasteland of the central continent. Not to mention the current him, Mu Yun felt that even if he became a peerless immortal king in the future, he would still not be able to discover the secrets of these three places. Logically speaking, he was a celestial king. A mere minor kiliocosm was an existence that he could simply ignore. But from the looks of it now, this small world was completely different. Pale yellow. Could it be, kid, your reaction is quite fast. That's right. The pale yellow small world is special to begin with. Therefore, no matter how desolate it is, it still exists. Pale yellow. It said that this place was once the birthplace of two incredible places. The birthplace of two incredible places? Mu Yun did not understand. Blue sky and yellow sky. Dong, at this moment, Mu Yun only felt that the fog in his heart had cleared up a little. Heaven's eye, perhaps even his father did not know that the so-called blue sky and yellow sky were not places at all. They were not messy existences, but people. Just by relying on the heaven's eye, Mu Yun had some thoughts in his heart. However, these thoughts were just thoughts. Kid, I think you should understand now. This place may not seem as imposing as the Wuji small world and the demonic jade small world, but this place contains endless secrets. Secrets that you and I can't see through now. Perhaps one day in the future, you can see through the secrets, me? Mu Yun laughed self-deprecatingly. Forget it. My goal is still far away. As for the so-called big secrets between heaven and earth, I'm not interested. Seeing Mu Yun lying down lazily again, Mu Qingyu smiled bitterly and shook his head. He did not say much. Some words could be understood by Mu Yun. Those fire slaves were the products of Huowu, a member of the Netherfire race. When Huowu died, those fire slaves would naturally fade away. However, even Huowu was only a member of the Netherfire race in the immortal world. Regardless of how he descended to the small thousand realms, this guy should at least understand that there were some groundless things and auras that he was not willing to provoke. Coincidentally, there was such an aura in the pale yellow small world. In fact, Mu Yun had thought of this before, but it was just a guess. Now that he heard Mu Qingyu's words, he was even more certain of it. The father and son continued to bask in the sun and enjoy the afternoon. In the blood union, there was a big work going on. Everyone was eager to try and prepare for a battle. However, there was no battle. Instead, there was a piece of news. The blood union was preparing to hold the first blood union competition in a month. It was called the Bloody Competition. This name that did not have any imposing manner was directly ignored by the blood union. This was because compared to the title of the Bloody Competition, they paid more attention to the prizes. The prizes were large and small, from the martial artist's combat strength to the artificer's competition, the alchemist's competition, and the formation master's competition. It covered almost all the competitions in the major realms. There were generous prizes for every competition. The highest level of prizes was even a quasi-immortal artifact. When this competition was revealed, the entire blood union was in an uproar. Of course, the initiator of all this was forced to stay in his room and not go out. Ladies, can't you do as you see fit with the prizes? I really don't have time. No time? Then what do you want to do? Xiao looked at Mu Yun and snorted. We don't care. Anyway, you're the one who started it. If you don't care, who will? Yes, yes. Xianxia nodded and said, you have to set up the prizes properly. You can decide on the prizes. I just felt bored and thought of this idea. You can decide on the other things. No. No. However, Xiao and Xianxia directly refuted Mu Yun's words. After Mu Yun communicated with Mu Qingyu that day, she was told by Mu Qingyu that the current chaos would probably last for a period of time. Therefore, Mu Yun felt that there was nothing to do. She might as well hold a competition to strengthen the enthusiasm of the blood union's internal members. She did not expect that her suggestion would receive everyone's favorable comments. The competition was really ready to be held. However, now that the competition was ready to be held, Mu Yun was directly stuck here. She had to think of a good prize for the competition. This mess caused Mu Yun to completely lose her freedom. Hee, big brother Yun, actually, if you don't want to write it, sister Yuner will also write it. For you. However, you have to give her some remuneration. Xianxia suddenly laughed evilly. Remuneration? What remuneration? Take a guess. Xianxia smiled slyly. Oh, Mu Yun suddenly reacted and hurriedly said, I understand. Without hesitation, he nodded and said, so my two wives are unable to endure the hunger and thirst. Then, it's my fault. Don't worry. As long as you don't write these things, you can do anything. The days passed one by one. The leisurely time lasted for a year. And in this year, Mu Yun was cultivating almost every day. She was either cultivating by herself or helping Xiaoyun and Wang Xingya cultivate. At this moment, the entire Blood Alliance had undergone earth-shattering changes. However, in this year, news from the outside world came in one after another. At this moment, in the Blood Alliance's main hall, Mu Yun was dressed in a black martial attire and sat at the top. Mu Qingyu was dressed in a black robe and a black hat covering his face as he stood at the side. Below, the Blood Alliance members gathered in the hall and stood respectfully. If one looked carefully, almost all of the 100 Blood Alliance upper echelons were at the 5th level of life and death realm or above. A year ago, this was something that no one would have dared to imagine. However, at this very moment, there were so many powerhouses that had appeared. Moreover, all of them had improved through cultivation in Blood Alliance. Zhu Yunwen stood below at this moment and cupped his hands. Alliance leader, according to the latest news from our spies, half of the small thousand worlds have fallen in a year. Now, the 10 small thousand worlds are the core of each small thousand world, and they are divided into 10 points to defend against the fire slaves. However, the number of fire slaves is increasing. I reckon that the 10 small thousand worlds won't be able to hold on for long. Hearing these words, Mu Yun faintly frowned. In a year's time, the spread of the fire slaves was simply like a single spark starting a prairie fire. Such a fast speed was truly astonishing. Even the Wuji small thousand worlds can't contend against them? Zhu Yunwen bowed. Immediately, the entire Blood Alliance was abuzz with discussion. I didn't expect these fire slaves to spread so quickly. Won't they reach the pale yellow small thousand worlds soon? Yeah, at that time, I'm afraid we won't have any peace. That's not the key point. The small thousand worlds are in a terrible situation, and we can only watch as it happens. This is really, those martial artists from the 10 small thousand worlds once had a grudge against us, but those ordinary people weren't wrong. Now, they're all, immediately, the Blood Alliance was abuzz with discussion. However, hearing these words, Mu Yun frowned again. Immediately, the entire hall quieted down. No one said a word. Mu Yun's prestige in the Blood Alliance was still something no one dared to challenge. It's not time. Zhu Yunwen was taken aback and slowly said, in the Blood Alliance, we follow the Alliance leader's orders. Naturally, only 5 people dare to disagree. I told you to speak, so speak, old fox. Yes. Hearing this, Zhu Yunwen smiled bitterly and said, now, there are 3 voices in the Blood Alliance. The first voice is that the members of the Blood Alliance think that if we continue to sit by and do nothing, the other minor worlds will be destroyed. Next, it will be our pale yellow minor world. There is another voice that thinks that the 10 minor worlds treated our Blood Alliance and pale yellow minor world like ants. We don't need to be polite to them. Whether they live or die has nothing to do with us. The third voice thinks that it's best to watch from the sidelines. Let the minor worlds fight with the fire slaves, and we might be able to reap the benefits. After Zhu Yunwen finished his report, he cupped his hands and left. It seems that everyone's ideas are really colorful. Mu Yun waved his hand and looked at Mu Qingyu, who was beside him, and said, Palace Master Mu, what do you think we should do? Wait. Facing Mu Yun's question, Mu Qingyu said indifferently. Wait. Mu Yun didn't understand. He also didn't know what his father was thinking. However, Mu Qingyu's attitude towards this matter had always been to guard against arrogance and rashness, and to wait. Mu Yun also knew that perhaps his father had his own plans. However, he didn't know what those plans were, so it was somewhat difficult for him to accept. Alliance leader Mu, I know what you want to do. Mu Qingyu smiled and said, the fire slaves are afraid of the strange water, but with the strange water in your body, you can't stop the fire slaves' attack. If we want to completely eliminate this fire worm crisis, the most important thing is to kill the source, the fire worm. But now, whether it's us or the minor worlds, even if we join forces, we can't kill the fire slaves. Oh? When Mu Yun was at the first level of the life and death realm, he felt that the fire slaves were incomparably powerful. They could even blow him away with a breath. But now, even Mu Qingyu, who was at the 7th level of the life and death realm, said that no one could contend against the fire slaves. This was indeed very strange. Could it be that Huowu was powerful to such an extent that even father was afraid of him? Everyone, there is no need to discuss this matter. The danger of Huowu is not something that we can deal with just because we want to. Everyone, please don't be impatient. What we need to do now is to increase our strength as quickly as possible. The time hasn't come yet, so we cannot do anything. It's not time yet. Wasn't it too easy to dismiss all of them with just a sentence of "it's not time yet"? However, with Mu Qingyu's current strength, no one dared to oppose him. Even if the Blood Alliance members were dissatisfied, that was all they could do. In the main hall, the crowd gradually dispersed. Looking at her father, Mu Yun could only smile bitterly. "Brat, what do you want to say?" Mu Qingyu looked at Mu Yun and said, "Do you also want to know why you didn't attack?" "Of course not." Mu Yun chuckled and said, "The people of the Nether Fire race are born to be proud sons of fire. They love fire all their lives, so for them, fire is everything. And those fire slaves are also controlled by the people of the Nether Fire race. Even if Huowu is powerful and is equivalent to an immortal, when the number of fire slaves he controls increases, his strength will be more and more limited. The minor thousand world is vast and boundless. Huowu will eventually feel exhausted. Then, it will be our chance to attack." "You brat, I think you know everything." Mu Qingyu looked at Mu Yun and said in astonishment. "Of course. Then why didn't you say it just now?" Mu Qingyu said in surprise, "You brat, you wouldn't be setting a trap for me, right?" "I wouldn't dare." Mu Yun chuckled and said, "Father, sooner or later, I will leave this place, so when that time comes, the Blood Alliance, leave it to me?" Mu Qingyu immediately interrupted and said, "I advise you to give up on this idea. I, your father, am used to being alone. Don't think about forcing these things onto my name. Take care of the blood union yourself. When you ascend to the immortal world in the future, without my help, you'll be crushed to death on the ground. Am I that unbearable?" Mu Yun rolled his eyes and said, at least what?" Nothing. Mu Yun shook his head and said, "I'm living such a leisurely life. I don't want to get involved in those messy things." At this moment, the father and son seemed to have their own little plans. Neither of them gave in and were secretly competing with each other. Now, Mu Yun finally knew that the father in front of him seemed to be, not simple. When he saw Mu Qingyu clearly, Mu Qingyu gave him another surprise. This repeated until today, and it was still the same. His strength was comparable to that of a venerable. This kind of strength was easy to say, but there were only a dozen people in the entire small thousand world. For Mu Qingyu to be able to reach the level of a dozen people was enough to see that his strength was remarkable. Compared to him, Mu Qingyu was different. He did not have the awakened memories of his previous life, nor did he have the help of a rare thing like the chart of celestial extermination in the world. It seemed that in the future, Mu Qingyu's achievements might not be lower than his. The leisurely time continued. However, within the Blood Alliance, a grand and bloody competition had also begun. As the leader of the alliance, Mu Yun naturally had to be present at every match. The current Mu Yun could be on equal footing with the 10 great venerables. In the Blood Alliance, Mu Yun was no longer a proud son of heaven or a peerless genius, but a senior expert at the master level. After holding the mighty competition, Mu Yun felt that his entire body was about to be torn apart. This kind of competition was too taxing on his mind and body. Time continued to pass slowly. Every day, Mu Yun improved his martial skills by a level, and thoroughly comprehended the first 3 layers of the Immortal Blood Codex. Not only that, but he also used the Heaven's Eye on the Spatial Blade and Spatial Whirlpool. He had also absorbed the 5 elements Heaven Seal, Heaven Fusion Technique, Bitter Heaven Technique, and 9 Hell Burning Body Technique. The most important thing was the trace of Sword Dao. Nirvana Sword Dao, this was Mu Yun's own Sword Dao. Once a swordsman cultivated to the level of Sword Dao, he needed to improve step by step. Mu Yun had only comprehended a trace of the true essence of Sword Dao, and could not be considered as completely controlling Sword Dao. After this period of consolidation, Mu Yun knew that he had completely entered the peak of the 7th level of the life and death realm. Right now, what he needed was a vast amount of immortal chi to improve his cultivation and help him reach the human immortal realm. Immortals still had a clear division of ranks. Human immortal was the first major realm of the immortal realm. It was divided into 9 grades, and each grade had a completely different method. In the past, Mu Yun was an immortal king who stood at the peak of the immortal realm. He established the Cloud region, one of the 10 major domains in the immortal realm, and established the Cloud Alliance. He unified the domain alone and was awe-inspiring. But now, Mu Yun relied on the immortal qi he had collected in the forge and fief. Now that his body had absorbed the immortal qi, although he was not a true immortal, he was a true half-immortal. This was also the fundamental reason why Mu Yun was stronger than the other venerables when he stepped into the 7th level of the life and death realm. Without immortal qi, it would be extremely difficult for the 10 venerables to break through. The 9th grade of human immortal is the most basic realm of immortals. Unfortunately, I lack immortal qi now. Mu Yun sat in the room and muttered to himself, if I can enter the 1st grade of human immortal, killing Yunlang will be as easy as flipping my hand. Mu Yun knew very well that the difference between a human immortal and a half-immortal was like heaven and earth. Such a strong gap was difficult to describe. Now, he was at most one of the top 10 venerables. But if he stepped into the 1st grade of human immortal, the 10 venerables would be a pile of dog poop in front of him. He could kill them all with a wave of his hand. If I have the human yang pill, my breakthrough should be smoother. Shaking his head, Mu Yun drove the thought out of his mind. He knew that he was still thinking too simply. Breaking through the 1st grade of human immortal was difficult, unless he could enter the immortal realm now, otherwise, it would be very, very difficult. Brat, are you eager to step into the human immortal realm and kill those bastards? Just as Mu Yun was thinking, the chart of immortal extermination suddenly spoke. Stop spouting nonsense. Mu Yun said impatiently. You, Brat, I wanted to tell you that I have a way here. Maybe you can give it a try. Now it seems that you don't care. Cough cough. Old Tortoise, Master Tortoise, do you really have a way? Hearing this, Mu Yun directly put down his pride. Without saying a word, a wisp of soul power formed a figure and directly appeared in the chart of immortal extermination. TSK, I thought you didn't care? Rare, of course I care. Mu Yun nodded and said, a 1st grade of human immortal. At that time, Yunlang will definitely die. In your dreams. Guei did not hide his disdain for Mu Yun and said, I reckon that Yunlang should be breaking through to the human immortal realm with the help of the heavenly mirror this time. At that time, the one who will die will be you. What? Hearing this, Mu Yun was suddenly shocked. Yunlang broke through to the human immortal realm. Otherwise, do you think he's accompanying his wife every day like you? Guei chuckled and said, Mu Yun, this former disciple of yours is really ambitious. To tell you the truth, this person has great luck because I think that if your brother Shueshao didn't die, he might be a big shot in the immortal realm. But he died and was killed by Yunlang. Yunlang can be considered to have plundered his luck, so, this person's future achievements might far surpass yours. I can't be left far behind by him. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Human Immortal Realm. It's good that you have such thoughts, but I'm not afraid to tell you that I can feel that his aura is getting stronger and stronger. Guei said proudly, it's not a big deal to break through to human immortal. Earth Immortal, Sky Immortal, Xian Immortal, True Immortal, Golden Immortal, Daluo Golden Immortal, Immortal King, and even the legendary Immortal Emperor. Kid, what stage are you at now? Can you stop talking about such useless things? As if I don't know. Fine. Then say something useful. Guei said seriously, one of the reasons why there are so few immortals in the minor 1,000 worlds, and the strongest is only at the 7th level of life and death realm, is because the immortal world has sealed all the immortal qi and can't leak it out. Therefore, there is almost no immortal qi in the minor 1,000 worlds. This is a very important reason. You have to take note that there is almost no immortal qi, but in fact, there is. You want me to rely on the thin immortal qi of heaven and earth to improve? Why not? Guei chuckled and said, 2 reasons. The first reason is that during this period of time, because of the 9 days and 9 nights of spirit rain that you caused, strange changes have occurred in the minor 1,000 worlds. The true Yuan has become spiritual. You were an immortal king in your previous life, so you should know the difference between true Yuan and immortal qi. To put it bluntly, immortal qi is a more condensed state of true Yuan. Most importantly, immortal qi has spirituality. What you lack now is immortal qi, true yuan with spirituality. However, although the true yuan in the minor thousand worlds has spirituality, it's far from immortal qi. It's not something you can control. However, although it has a small effect on improving your realm, it's not completely useless. Of course, I understand what you're saying, Mu Yan said at this moment, but you should know that immortal qi is very important. True yuan has spirituality, but it's hundreds of times weaker than immortal qi. How long will it take for me to improve by relying on this? Can you let me finish my sentence? Gui immediately said unhappily. Go on, of course I have my reasons. Firstly, you've already gathered immortal energy in your body. If you want to increase your cultivation further, the amount of immortal energy you'll need will not be as frightening. Secondly, don't you still have me? Gui snorted proudly. Yun Lang is currently using the ancient transcendence mirror to absorb the immortal qi of heaven and earth. He'll use it to increase his own strength, so I don't need to tell you. You've already sensed that there's something different about the hanging mountain recently. You'll help me? Nonsense. Gui was really angry this time. She roared, if I don't help you, who will? You brat, you're simply. I'm sorry, Master Tortoise. It's my fault. I've gauged the heart of a gentleman with my own mean measure. Mu Yun immediately apologized. It was rare for Gui to find her conscience and agree to give him a promotion. This was something that had never happened before in history. You brat, stop trying to flatter me. Gui snorted. Since you suspect that I'm helping you out of kindness, I can't let you down. You have to agree to one of my conditions. Hearing Gui's words, Mu Yun felt that she had been tricked again. This guy was clearly looking for an excuse to make a deal with her. I know, no problem. I haven't said what the conditions are yet. Gui was stunned. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, you don't have to say it. I know. I'll help you find something with the aura of desolation, you're worth teaching. Gui nodded in satisfaction and said, since you're so enlightened, I'll trouble you to give you some pointers. The chart of celestial punishment is a supreme divine painting that contains the laws of heaven and earth. You won't understand even if I explain it to you, but the most important point is that you can change the laws of heaven and earth by operating the chart of celestial punishment. So, I'll use the power of the chart of celestial punishment to help you gather the vital essence of heaven and earth, compress and refine it, and extract the immortal qi for you to cultivate. However, you need to understand that there are two people in this small thousand world who are also cultivating like you. Two people? Hearing this, Mu Yun was stunned. She really didn't know who else was there besides herself and Yun Lang. Mooching you? Gui and Mu Yun spoke almost at the same time. At this moment, the two of them were thinking the same thing. Mu Yun finally understood. Her father was really not an ordinary person. Mu Qingyu's low-grade immortal artifact was the sky-destroying divine mirror, and Yun Lang's low-grade immortal artifact was the ancient heavenly mirror. As it turned out, the two of them had been secretly competing with each other for a long time. I know. Since that's the case, let's continue. Mu Yun chuckled and said, interesting. Let's see who among the three of us will be the first to step into the first stage human immortal realm. If it's not me, it's probably them. After all, the two of them have low-grade immortal artifacts. In your hand, only the Supremacy Extermination Sword is a non-grade immortal artifact. Don't I have you now? Mu Yun chuckled and couldn't wait to say, it seems that a new challenge has arrived. I can't wait. It was a race against time. Once he stepped into the human immortal realm first, Yun Lang would definitely die. On the other hand, it was the same logic. Without saying a word, Mu Yun sat cross-legged. At the same time, the chart of celestial punishment quietly began to operate. At this moment, a large array completely spread out. Gradually, a vortex containing the spiritual power of heaven and earth appeared above Mu Yun's head. At first, the vortex was just spinning at a high speed, and the surrounding vital essence of heaven and earth began to gather. However, it was just the beginning. Gradually, the gathered true energy of the heavens and earth started to undergo a qualitative change. Wisps of a different aura spread out. It's coming. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun knew that it was the so-called immortal qi. Without saying a word, Mu Yun directly poured out a wisp of immortal qi, wrapped it around the wisp of immortal qi, and directly absorbed it into her body. With a rustling sound, Mu Yun's body flew up. Although this wisp of immortal qi was very little, it was endless and had not been extinguished. Mu Yun immediately absorbed this wisp of immortal qi into her body and began to absorb it continuously. It was just that this immortal qi was pitifully weak, but fortunately, she could still sense it. Mu Yun put away the disappointment in her heart and slowly exhaled. Time passed by slowly. At the same time, in another room in the Blood Alliance, Mu Qingyu suddenly opened his eyes and looked ahead. That pair of eyes seemed to be able to see through layers of barriers and directly see where Mu Qingyu wanted to see. Suddenly, Mu Qingyu exhaled and scolded jokingly, "Little brat, you're actually starting." Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Mu Qingyu let out a sigh of relief and said, "Now that you're like this, I don't have to worry about you all day long. Since that's the case, let's compete and see who can touch that realm first." At the same time, in the floating mountain thousands of miles away, in the cave on the highest peak, a soft voice suddenly sounded. "Heavenly Master, what happened?" Qin Tianyu and Shang Qingyu, who were guarding outside the cave, cupped their hands and asked. "No, nothing." Yun Lang suppressed the surprise in his heart and then fell silent. "Heaven Master, recently, Huowu of the Fire Nether race has been controlling fire slaves and has taken over one small world after another. The small 1,000 worlds can be said to be completely paralyzed. Our floating mountain, did Huowu enter the pale yellow small world?" "No." "What about the Blood Alliance's father and son, Mu Yun and Mu Qingyu, did they do?" "Not yet." Yun Lang sighed faintly. "In that case, why are you panicking?" "But, alright, no buts." Yun Lang shouted, "Since ancient times, the pale yellow small world has been a place filled with outstanding talents. It has given birth to many experts. The strength of the pale yellow small world is not something you can imagine. Huowu still doesn't dare to set foot in the pale yellow small world. Even if he comes, he might not be able to break in. Once I step into the human immortal realm, Huowu won't be a problem at all." "The Heavenly Master has already touched upon that realm?" Qin Tianyu asked in surprise. "Yes, soon. Tianyu, you are the commander of the Blood Envoy. You should be able to keep your composure when doing things, understand?" Yun Lang reprimanded. "You can only accomplish great things if you keep your composure. When I ascend to immortality, you will be the true Heaven Master of the floating mountain. At that time, it will be your fight against the Blood Alliance. This subordinate understands," Qin Tianyu said excitedly. "This subordinate will do his best. Once the Heaven Master steps into the ranks of immortals, the Blood Alliance will be nothing but a pile of dust." "What do you know?" Yun Lang smiled bitterly. "The immortal realm progresses step by step, and the hierarchy is strict. The 9th grade of the human immortal realm is just standing at the bottom of the immortal realm, trampled and enslaved." After saying that, Yun Lang waved his hand and said, Forget it, forget it. Why am I talking to you about this? Remember, during this period of time, the pale yellow small world is peaceful and you don't provoke the Blood Alliance. As for the small 1,000 world, it has nothing to do with us. Huowu is not someone we can deal with now. However, the day when we can deal with him is coming." "Yes." Yun Lang gave the order and no longer spoke. Qin Tianyu and Shang Qingyu left immediately. "Heaven Master is indeed an outstanding talent. When you were the disciple of Venerable Yun, your brilliance was covered. Now, you have shown your extraordinary talent," Shang Qingyu said with a smile. "Of course." Qin Tianyu snorted. "When the Heaven Master reaches the human immortal realm and becomes an immortal, that will be the time for us to rise. At that time, we will make Mu Yun pay a heavy price." "That's right." Achoo, with a sneeze, Mu Yun slowly stood up, rubbed her nose and said, "Who is the one who is cursing me behind my back? If I know who it is, I will make him pay." "Kid, don't make others pay." "How is it? At this level, when can you reach the human immortal realm?" Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Gathering at the Blood Alliance. "Father, you're the one asking me the same question. It was none other than Muqingyu. With your current cultivation base, it seems like you'll reach the immortal realm earlier than me, right? You brat, how can you say that? Muqingyu could not help but scold Mu Yun when he looked at him. Mu Yun felt helpless when he heard this. It was not that he wanted to, but he had no other choice. I know that you've been preparing to break through to the human immortal realm recently. There's only so much immortal qi that can be gathered in this pale yellow little world. If I compete with you and Yun Lang, I wonder who will reach the human immortal realm first. Muqingyu struck out with his palm as he spoke. Buzz, a buzzing sound was heard as the true origin of heaven and earth transformed into immortal qi and entered Mu Yun's body. Father, brat, since both of us have a chance to break through to the human immortal realm, as your father, I naturally have to help you so that you won't be surpassed by others. Muqingyu chuckled. If both of us work together and improve, we should be better than Yun Lang, right? Father, I feel very guilty about what you're doing, Mu Yun said with a chuckle. Guilty? You're still feeling guilty? Forget it, why don't you? However, even though I feel guilty, I'll accept your care and concern for me. Before Muqingyu could finish his sentence, Mu Yun interrupted him. Muqingyu could only chide Mu Yun when he saw his son's reaction. I'm ready. However, Muqingyu raised his palm, and more immortal qi surged into Mu Yun's body. A loud rumbling sound was heard. At this moment, the energy in Mu Yun's body surged and continued to rise. The immortal qi in Mu Yun's body began to surge wildly. When the two types of immortal qi collided with each other, Mu Yun's body began to grow taller. A wisp of a satisfied smile appeared on Muqingyu's face when he saw this. At the same time, on the other side of the small world, Yun Lang, who was in the cave, suddenly opened his eyes. There was a glint in his eyes. The father and son worked together to help one person advance? A murmur came out of Yun Lang's mouth. Looking ahead, Yun Lang's eyes seemed to penetrate the layers of clouds and reach the horizon. Unfortunately, your wishful thinking is going to fail. As soon as Yun Lang shouted, the heaven-reaching mirror in front of him suddenly exploded with a brilliant light. The entire cave became as bright as day, dazzling everyone's eyes. But that was all there was to it. At this moment, Yun Lang's body suddenly expanded. As it grew, dense immortal qi gushed out of the heaven-piercing mirror. The crackling sounds were deafening. Just like Mu Yun's body, Yun Lang's strength also soared at this moment. Time ticked by. The entire small world was in chaos. It could be said that the people had no way of making a living. Not to mention the civilians, even many cultivators found it difficult to survive in the small world. At this moment, in the Fororigin fiefdom at the center of the small world, a figure hundreds of feet tall stood on a vast land. At this moment, the ground was densely packed with fire slaves that could not be seen clearly at first glance. However, from the outermost area to the core of Huowu, one could see that the cultivation of the fire slaves was gradually rising. As for the dozen or so figures that were close to Huowu's body, each and every one of them had an aura that was no less than that of the 10 venerables. This was a terrifying combat strength. Hee, Huowu sneered as he looked at the endless fire slaves around him. His eyes, which were the size of wash basins, flickered with flames. You're just a small world under the immortal realm. How dare you try to trap me, Huowu, you ants? I, Huowu, may have been a slave in the immortal world, but here, you are also my slaves. Now, who else can contend against me? Especially that young man. There's a familiar smell in his body. It must be heavenly fire, and more than one kind. I've swallowed them, complacent laughter rang out, and the entire Fororigin fiefdom trembled. The flames of war were everywhere. After a year, only the 10 major small worlds and some of the more powerful ones had not been devoured by the fire slaves. However, almost 90% of the small worlds had been devoured by the fire slaves. Under such circumstances, if things continued to develop, the entire small world would be devoured. However, the 10 small worlds led by the 10 great venerables had already reached their limits. If things continued, they would not be able to hold on. No one could do anything now. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot with anxiety. However, everyone knew that even though they were extremely anxious, there was still one place that was safe. The pale yellow minor world, this small world that they had once ignored, was now like a life-saving deity in their hearts. It had become their last life-saving straw. Despite the chaos, Yunlang, Mu Qingyu, and Mu Yun sat calmly in the minor world, not worried at all. This was, without a doubt, something that was hard for them to understand. Even if the minor world was safe now, would it still be able to remain unscathed after the fire slaves devoured the entire small world? Whether it was Yunlang, Mu Qingyu, or Mu Yun, none of them were so stupid. This could only mean that the three of them either had a way to resist the fire slaves, or they'd already prepared a way out. At this moment, the various worlds of various sizes began to have different thoughts. On this day, the spatial passageways connecting the various minor worlds to the minor world opened simultaneously. Figures emerged from the passageways one after another. It was still the 10 minor worlds and the 10 sovereigns. The last time they'd come to the minor world, they'd been full of fighting spirit and arrogance. But this time, he appeared to be both mentally and physically exhausted beyond compare. The sovereigns could only smile bitterly as they looked at each other. Everyone. Wu Jiao Tian looked at the sovereigns and said, "Let me say this first. We've come to the minor world to find a way to resist the fire slaves. I hope that everyone can put aside their identities." Wu Jiao Tian hoped that they would know what their attitude should be when they were asking for help. Peaceful means before resorting to force. I think everyone knows this principle. Wu Jiao Tian said again, "I don't care what grudges or grievances you have with Mu Yun. This time, it's about the survival of our minor worlds. I don't think you'll let your worlds fall into destruction just to fight for justice, right?" We naturally understand Palace Master Wu Ji's words. Yu Huiran chuckled and said, "Right now, the minor world is being supported by the 3 sovereigns. Naturally, we have to give them face. Otherwise, if we provoke Mu Yun before the fire slaves are dealt with, who knows what that kid will do." "That's good. Peaceful means before resorting to force." "That sounds nice, but who knows if the 3 of them really have a way to restrain those fire slaves?" Luan Dongsong snorted and said, "What if we compromise for half a day, but Yunlang and Mu Yun can't do anything? Wouldn't we suffer a great loss?" "He dares." Fong Tongkong snorted and said, "If those 2 dare to do this, we don't have to give in. We can join forces to destroy the minor world. At worst, we can retreat here and see what's so mysterious about this minor world that even the fire slaves have to take a detour. They don't dare to approach it at all." All the sovereigns spoke one after another. Only Diwen and Battle Cloud Peak didn't say anything. "Old man Diwen, say something. Aren't you on good terms with that kid Mu Yun?" Du Wanshan looked at Diwen and said coldly, "Anyway, I'm only here to see if Alliance Leader Mu has a way. If there's no way, I'll retreat. You can do whatever you want. I won't fight Alliance Leader Mu." Alright. Wu Jiao Tian said again, "Everyone, stop arguing. We haven't even seen them, but we're already in a mess." Wu Jiao Tian looked at Diwen and said, "Diwen, you have to understand that the 10 of us have been friends for 10,000 years. How long have you and Mu Yun known each other?" Tisk. Hearing this, Diwen snorted in his heart. He was too lazy to respond to Wu Jiao Tian and simply shut his mouth. At this moment, Wu Jiao Tian was playing the emotional card. However, this emotional card was useless against Diwen. Although he had only known Mu Yun for a few years, Mu Yun had helped him a lot. The 5 elements heaven seal was the key to whether he could break through to the human immortal realm. He could not give up. Under the guidance of the 5 elements heaven seal, Mu Yun's cultivation had soared day by day. This was not something that could be explained by 10,000 years of friendship. Today, he came to the small world to ask Mu Yun if there was any other way. After all, the situation had already reached the point where the fire was burning between their brows. If he did not ask now, he would not have the chance to ask in the future. Everyone moved forward and directly arrived in front of the Blood Alliance. A mighty army appeared on the surface of the sea. Upon closer inspection, each of them was a super expert at the 5th, 6th, and 7th level of the life and death realm. The members of the Blood Alliance had not seen such a lineup for a long time. Since last time, no one dared to appear outside the Blood Alliance like this. Nirvana War Thunder, get ready. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out from the Blood Alliance. Boom. 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 In an instant, figures appeared on the wall of the Blood Alliance. These people had different skills, but upon closer inspection, they were all in the life and death realm. There were more than 1,000 of them. Not only that, upon closer inspection, one could see that the 100 people at the core were all above the 5th level of the life and death realm. There were even dozens of people at the 7th level of the life and death realm. In terms of aura alone, they were not weaker than the 10 venerables. Seeing this scene, the martial artists standing outside the city wall were instantly dumbfounded. The Alliance head was in seclusion. Over 1,000 first-level life and death realm martial artists, over 100 5th-level life and death realm martial artists, and over a dozen of them had auras comparable to sovereigns. The current Blood Alliance was completely different from before they left. If it was just this, it would be fine. But at this moment, they could see that large arrays were starting to activate inside and outside the Blood Alliance. Mysterious and dazzling lights covered the sky. They didn't have the slightest doubt that if they continued to advance, what welcomed them would be earth-shattering attacks. The martial artists of the minor worlds were instantly dumbfounded. What was going on? No one knew. Who are you waiting for? Seeing this scene, a shout suddenly sounded from the city tower. What arrogance! Hearing this question, Fong Tongkong immediately exploded. The people of the Blood Alliance clearly saw the martial artists of the minor worlds. Even if they didn't recognize them, the 10 sovereigns should recognize them. But now, they were actually asking who they were. What a bastard! As one of the 10 sovereigns, how could Fong Tongkong endure such humiliation? He immediately shouted. Don't be angry. Wu Jiao Tian immediately said, the Blood Alliance of today is different from the past. Don't think about your old tricks. Hearing this, Fong Tongkong suppressed his anger and snorted. Wu Jiao Tian could endure such humiliation, but he couldn't, but since Wu Jiao Tian was willing to endure it, he couldn't be bothered to say anything. I'll have to trouble you to inform Alliance Head Mu or Palace Head Mu that we are the ancestors of the 10 minor worlds and various minor worlds. We came to the Blood Alliance with no evil intentions. We just have something to discuss. Oh? Hearing this, a bewildered voice sounded from the city wall. A buzzing sound rang out, and a figure stepped out from the city wall. It was the current head supervisor of the Blood Alliance, Elder Zhu Yunwen. Zhu Yunwen looked at the crowd and waved his hand. Everyone, the Alliance head has ordered that you aren't friends with the Blood Alliance, so we won't see you. However, if Sovereign Diwen and Sovereign Doge want to visit, the Blood Alliance will welcome you. The first half of Zhu Yunwen's words were directed at the crowd, but the second half was directed at Diwen and Do Yunfeng. After he said that, King Geese and Battle Cloud Peak felt as if they had gained a lot of face. The current Blood Alliance looked mighty and extraordinary. It wasn't like how it was in the past, where they were bullied by others. The Blood Alliance directly pushed aside the other 8 of the 10 Great Exalted and allowed them to enter the Blood Alliance. That was enough to show Mu Yun's personality. Those who were his enemies were his enemies. If he was a friend, he would be a friend. Mu Yun's attitude towards enemies and friends was clear. Elder Zhu, I'll have to trouble Elder Zhu to inform us that we have an urgent matter. Everlasting Proud Heaven said again. What does an important matter have to do with Blood Alliance? Before Zhu Yunwen could speak, a cold voice suddenly appeared. Xiao Yuner took a step forward and looked at the crowd. She shouted, in the 10 small worlds, other than Senior Emperor Rune and Sect Master Do, who didn't want to kill Brother Yun? Now that you are in trouble and have found the Blood Alliance, do you think we will help you? In any case, you are all supremacies. At least you know how to save face. Xiao Yuner said directly, everyone, please return. Brother Yun is in seclusion and has no time to see you, Senior Emperor Rune. Sect Master Do, if you have any trouble, please come in for a chat. If the Blood Alliance can do it, we will not back down. All right. All right. King Geese and Battle Cloud Peak immediately stepped forward. This time, they had come here to ask Mu Yun about the fire slaves. As for the other few small worlds, Mu Yun absolutely would not help them. However, since Mu Yun was willing to help them, they naturally had to enter the Blood Alliance. Originally, they didn't have any important relationship with the other 8 supremacies. Not to mention them, the other 8 supremacies also had their own masters. There was no cooperation to speak of. Now, everyone had come to the Blood Alliance because they had the same problem. 2 old foxes. Seeing this scene, everlasting proud heaven cursed in his heart. However, if they shed all pretense of cordiality now, it was still unknown whether they could attack the Blood Alliance. In other words, even if they attacked the Blood Alliance now, they would use up a lot of resources. If they didn't get the method, they would use up even more resources. It wasn't worth it. Now, it was really hard to get off the tiger. Everyone, please return. Xiaoyuner said with a cold face, the Blood Alliance leader is in seclusion and won't see outsiders. Leave. Little girl, do you have the right to speak here? However, at this moment, Mo Jialuan suddenly stepped forward and snorted, hurry up and call Mu Yun out. Otherwise, we will flatten the Blood Alliance. What big words. Xiaoyuner didn't back down at all. She stood outside the formation and looked at Mo Jialuan. She snorted and said, Mo Jialuan, your son Mo Fan was saved by my brother Yun. Brother Yun was grateful for his friendship with Mo Fan, so he tolerated you again and again. Now, you are so arrogant that you have lost your mind. I'm arrogant? Mo Jialuan was completely enraged. I think it's you who is arrogant. Mo Jialuan couldn't hold back the anger in his heart. He took a step forward and charged toward Xiaoyuner. Set up defenses. Right at this moment, shouts sounded from within the Blood Alliance. Then, one attack after another was aimed directly at Mo Jialuan. Wait. However, when she saw that scene, Xiaoyuner waved her hand and said, I want to see exactly how strong the 10 great venerables are. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaoyuner directly charged out. Seeing Xiaoyuner rush out, Zhu Yunwen immediately became worried. Mo Jialuan was one of the 10 great supremacies. Would there be any problems? Don't worry. Second Masteress's improvement in this year is several times, no, dozens of times more than ours. Qi Ming chuckled and said, Master is very biased. I wonder what method he gave Second Masteress to improve so quickly. Third Masteress, you have to explain it properly. Get some benefits for me and Moyang. As Qi Ming spoke, he looked at Wang Xinya. Hearing this, Wang Xinya only smiled awkwardly. However, she was cursing Mu Yun in her heart. In this year, she and Xiaoyuner had improved very quickly. However, that method could only be used in the bedroom. How could she tell others about it? Forget it, Qi Ming. At this moment, Mo Yang stood up and patted Qi Ming on the shoulder. Master must have a good idea. You can ask Third Masteress if she has improved even faster this year. Will she tell you? You too, I think your master has spoiled you. Do you want me to teach you a lesson? Wang Xinya reprimanded Qi Ming and Moyang when she saw them laughing. The rest of the crowd burst out in laughter. Zhou Zijian, Xing Wuji, Tianyi, Su Jingqi, Elder Myriad Ghost, Wan Daofu, and Cold Blood looked at Qi Ming and Moyang and shook their heads with bitter smiles. These two people had always been a pair of clowns in the Blood Alliance. At this moment, Xiaoyuner and Mo Jialuan had started fighting on the beach in front of the Blood Alliance. However, seeing that the Blood Alliance members were not worried about Xiaoyuner at all, the supremacies and patriarchs of the various minor and minor worlds were surprised. Mo Jialuan was ranked 10th among the 10 supremacies. He had a noble status and a high position. They all knew about Xiaoyuner's previous realm. She was around the first or second level of the life and death realm. No matter how fast she improved in this year, it was impossible for her to have the strength to fight against supremacies. Right now, they only felt that the Blood Alliance members might have other methods. However, at this moment, Mo Jialuan, who was fighting in the sky, became more and more alarmed. As he continued to fight with Xiaoyuner, Mo Jialuan finally discovered it. This girl's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. The two of them had been fighting for so long, but there was no clear winner. This was simply inconceivable. Outsiders might not be able to tell and might think that Mo Jialuan was holding back, but in reality, his attacks were all neutralized by Xiaoyuner. Moreover, Xiaoyuner could even counterattack from time to time. Although those attacks could not seriously injure him, they still hurt him when they hit him. It had only been a little more than a year. Even if Xiaoyuner swallowed immortal pills, she should not have improved so much, right? Eh? However, at the beginning, the crowd was unable to see it clearly. Gradually, however, they began to see it clearly. Mo Jialuan was actually unable to suppress Xiao Yuner when he fought against Xiao Yuner. This was inconceivable. Mo Jialuan, what the hell are you doing? Luan Dongsong was the first to shout. You can't even deal with a little girl like her. Hearing this, Mo Jialuan almost fell to the ground. These words were really true. With a palm strike, Mo Jialuan suddenly turned around and stopped fighting with Xiao Yuner. Little girl, I don't want to hurt you and ruin my relationship with Mu Yun. Quickly call Mu Yun out. We are not here to provoke you. Mo Jialuan immediately shouted. What a joke. After Mo Jialuan said this, Xiao Yuner sneered and said, if you are not here to provoke me, then what are you here for? My blood alliance has already told you that the alliance leader is in seclusion and has no time to meet you. Since you are not here to provoke me, then leave. Seclusion? Luan Dongsong also stood up and snorted. What seclusion? Breaking through to the immortal realm? Dream on. The immortal chi in the small kiliacosm is thin. It is impossible to break through to the immortal realm. This kid is using seclusion to brush us off. Does he really think we are fools? So what if I am? Xiao Yuner said, could it be that they are like you, trapped in the 7th layer of life and death realm, unable to take that final step and dying of old age in the small thousand world? The martial highnesses were infuriated hearing this. I think you're courting death. Du Wanshan harumphed as he brazenly struck out with his palm. However, Xiao Yuner stood where she was when she saw the insect flying towards her. Her clothes fluttered in the wind. She had no intention of resisting at all. Release. Chapter 853. He's here. Bang. As soon as the roar was heard, a rumbling sound could be heard. A thunderball exploded in midair and appeared from within the Blood Alliance, heading straight for the vermin's palm. Shit. After seeing how powerful the thunderball was, Du Wanshan's heart ached for the poisonous insects that he had painstakingly raised. He waved his hand and summoned them back. However, when he tried to recall the lightning ball, the Nirvana War Thunder completely ignored him. It continued to charge forward and continued to follow after him. Damn it. Du Wanshan's expression changed as he waved his hand and summoned a poisonous insect. Black-scaled jade snake, one of the 5 poisonous creatures, the black-scaled jade snake. This black-scaled jade snake's body was over 10,000 feet long. Its eyes were like the bright moon hanging in the sky. When it saw the lightning ball, it directly swallowed it into its stomach. After seeing this, Du Wanshan's eyes flickered as he glanced at the people of the Blood Alliance. It was as if he was showing off his strength. Humph, no matter how strong your Blood Alliance's defense is, it's still a turtle shell. How could the poison ancestor, one of the 5 poisonous creatures, be your bang? However, before Du Wanshan could finish his sentence, a loud explosion could be heard. The sky was filled with poisonous blood, and it instantly exploded. A rumbling sound could be heard at that instant. As soon as the poisonous blood sprayed out, the beach was instantly dyed black, as cries of agony could be heard. Damn it, damn it. Luan Dongsong saw some of the cultivators in his small world dying instantly after being stained by the poisonous blood, and could not help but curse, Du Wanshan, you old man, what are you doing? However, at this moment, Du Wanshan did not hear a single word of the chaotic curses in the surroundings. At that instant, he could only feel that the world was in chaos. How could this be? How could this be? His poisonous insect, the black-scaled jade snake, had died at that instant. How could that lightning pearl have such a powerful explosive power? Du Wanshan completely lost his mind. What exactly was going on? Du Wanshan, stop talking about your status as an honored one. The times are changing. Right now, there are no less than 10 people in the Blood Alliance who are on par with you. Do you think that the title of the 10 Great Honored Ones is still useful? Our Blood Alliance is no longer the Blood Alliance that was bullied by you in the past. You still want to bully us? Dream on. Don't think that we're afraid of you. We're just too lazy to deal with you now. In an instant, shouts rang out from above Blood Alliance. Ever since Mu Yun returned from the Heavenly Secret Treasure, the treasures in the Heavenly Secret Treasure were enough to make the Blood Alliance's strength soar. Furthermore, Blood Alliance had its own artifact forging pavilion and alchemy pavilion. They could use each other and grow together. There were also some immortal pills and 7 turns jade dew that Mu Yun had obtained from the Bitter Heaven Palace Hall. The value of these treasures added together could not be measured in spirit crystals. However, after all of them became supplies for the Blood Alliance members, the strength of the Blood Alliance members increased by leaps and bounds, and they reached the peak. This kind of improvement was far from what the martial artists of the various small and medium worlds could imagine. At this very moment, the strength of the Blood Alliance members increased by leaps and bounds. The martial artists of the small Kiliacosm still looked at the Blood Alliance with the same attitude as a year ago. They were undoubtedly looking for trouble. Despicable, despicable. Duanshan was completely enraged. The martial artists of the small worlds who were affected were also enraged. They did not expect the Blood Alliance to improve to such an extent. They tried their best, but they were still unable to force the Blood Alliance to lower their heads. In the future, the Blood Alliance would counterattack. Thinking of this, the martial artists of the various small and medium worlds felt their chests tighten. This matter was truly terrifying. If they did not restrain the Blood Alliance now, they would not have the chance to do so in the future. Wuji Aotian squinted his eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. However, the martial artists of the other small worlds felt that the Blood Alliance would definitely be a hidden danger in the future. Especially Yu Huiran, Luan Dongsong, Du Wanshan, and Fang Tongkong. It could be said that they had completely offended the Blood Alliance. Today, if they did not deal with the Blood Alliance, their days in the future would not be easy. What should they do? The patriarchs of the martial artists from the various small and medium worlds were all secretly pondering. Looking at the attacks of the fire slaves, they were already unable to resist. If this continued, the small worlds would be finished, but now, the Blood Alliance was showing a high-spirited attitude of advancing. They were being exhausted, but the Blood Alliance was gradually becoming stronger. At this moment, the martial artists of the small worlds realized this problem. However, it was not too late to mend the pen after the sheep had been lost. They realized that the Blood Alliance was not so strong that they could not break through it. As long as they could stop the Blood Alliance from advancing, they could completely subdue the Blood Alliance. Once they subdued the blacksmiths and alchemists of the Blood Alliance, in addition to the treasures of the Blood Alliance, even if they could not find a solution, they could still increase their strength. Moreover, the fire slaves had never attacked the Tsang Huang small world. The most likely reason was that they did not dare to. More accurately, the fire slaves did not dare to. At most, they would not be able to defend their small worlds, and everyone would come to the Tsang Huang small world to take refuge. However, the Blood Alliance could not be allowed to continue growing, otherwise, what awaited them was only destruction. At that time, when the fire slaves broke through, they would not even have a place to hide. The Tsang Huang small world would not be able to defeat the Blood Alliance and the Floating Mountain. Then, they would be forced into a corner and die without a burial place. Everyone. Yu Huiran said, "Today, we came here only to ask Alliance leader Mu how to resist the fire slaves. But everyone has seen it. The people of the Blood Alliance are arrogant. They did not give us a chance at all. When they increase their strength again, how should we deal with them?" Hearing this, the entire beach was instantly filled with discussions. Yes, that's right. If they increase their strength, we will not even have a way out. Then what should we do? What can we do? Let's get rid of the Blood Alliance now to prevent future troubles. Yu Huiran's words directly stirred up everyone's emotions. At this moment, everyone came to their senses. If the Blood Alliance was so strong that they could not resist, then they would become the slaves of the Blood Alliance. The thought of such an outcome was terrifying. We can't do this. The Blood Alliance must give us an explanation today. That's right. Either you tell us how to restrain the fire slaves, or you take out the treasures of the Blood Alliance and share them with us. Yes, the Blood Alliance must give us an explanation today. Seeing the crowd's excitement and indignation, the people on the Blood Alliance looked at each other before they all burst out laughing. Attack by force? They were not afraid of these people attacking by force. There were no less than 10 powerful elites in the current Blood Alliance. Not to mention these experts, the Blood Alliance's formation alone was enough to make these people suffer in silence. Everyone, look. The Blood Alliance's defense has always been based on the Dragon Egg. Now that the Dragon Egg is not here, we can definitely break the formation. As long as everyone works together, the Blood Alliance will not be able to resist. No problem. Alright. Luan Dongsong's words immediately adjusted the crowd's emotions. At this moment, a rumbling sound was completely heard. Thousands of powerful ancient martial art practitioners from various small worlds worked together at this moment and started preparing to attack. Ignorant. Ridiculous. Ignorant. However, when they saw how those people attacked, the Blood Alliance was filled with sounds of disdain. The dragon egg was gone. That was because, according to what Mu Yun said, there were 81 formations in the Blood Alliance. Every one of them could make the 10 sovereigns spend a lot of effort to break them. When these 81 formations were connected into a line, they would combine and work together to unleash a power that even an immortal would not be able to break. There were many ancient martial art practitioners in the small worlds. The number seemed frightening, but it was useless. The people of the Blood Alliance stood on the wall and looked at this scene indifferently. With the formation exhausting these people's energy, they were too lazy to attack. Disciples of the Blood Alliance, since they look down on us, then let us show them the changes of our Blood Alliance in this year. Zhu Yunwen chuckled and said, perhaps I was wrong. I should say that it is the changes added together over the years. Buzz, instantly, the strange lights within the entire Blood Alliance let out rays of dazzling light and changed. Dazzling rays of light spread out one after another, directly hitting the area in front of them. Rumbling sounds carried rays of intense light that penetrated through the sky and spread out. Rumble, in an instant, deafening rumbling sounds resounded in front of the Blood Alliance. The instant the rumbling sounds resounded, the earth started to tremble, and the crowd started to scatter. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? They only thought that the defense of the Blood Alliance's formation was strong, but they never thought that the attacks would be so strong as well. Damn it, why is it like this? You ask me, but who should I ask? Let's attack together. Otherwise, this formation will not be broken. At this moment, the 10 sovereigns' expressions changed. Suddenly, they looked at each other and nodded their heads. At this moment, why would they care about face? Breaking the Blood Alliance's defense was the most important thing. They really wanted to know what was hidden within the Blood Alliance. Infinite Sky Domain. Demonic Blood Explosion Escape. In an instant, the sovereigns unleashed the strongest attacks they had ever unleashed in their lives, directly crushing towards the front of the Blood Alliance. The 8 sovereigns attacked at the same time. Powerful and vast True Yuan gathered at the peak, and cracks started to appear in front of the Blood Alliance. Suppress the formation's attack, then we'll break it. Wu Jiao Tian shouted coldly and took a step forward. The 8 sovereigns and some of the top ancestors of the various minor worlds used all their strength at this moment. In an instant, the formation's attack was blocked. However, at this moment, a cold shout suddenly resounded within the Blood Alliance. 8 sovereigns, you guys are really courting death this time. The cold words caused everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. At the instant they heard these words, the people from Blood Alliance were completely at ease. However, the expressions of the 8 venerables changed at the same time when they heard that. Half-step human immortal Mu Yun. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the Blood Alliance. That figure was dressed in a long black robe. His long hair was tied up, and there was a lock of hair in front of his forehead. It seemed that he would always be dressed like this. He was like a wandering poet, a playboy, or a sword hero who traveled the world with wine and songs. There was a trace of elegance in his arrogance. There was a trace of unruliness in his debauchery. Mu Yun, the moment this man appeared, everyone in the Blood Alliance stopped clamoring. However, outside the Blood Alliance, everyone's heart seemed to be lifted. He appeared again, but this time, why did he look so pure, so enchanting, so different from the rest of them? Everyone, do you really think that my Blood Alliance is still the Blood Alliance of the past? Am I, Mu Yun, still the Mu Yun of the past? Mu Yun stood in front of the crowd and looked at the thousands of people in the army. Each of them was a powerful life and death realm expert. However, at this moment, these people were still surrounding the Blood Alliance. They were still attacking the Blood Alliance according to their own wishes. It was the same many years ago. He was almost forced to use the great death-snatching technique and lose everything again. However, this time, it was impossible. Mu Yun, you came at the right time. Yu Huiran said, now that you've appeared, you should tell us why the pale yellow small world is not attacked by the fire slaves? That's right. Feng Tongkong shouted, the reason why your blood alliance improved so quickly is because of the treasures you obtained from the heavenly treasure. Now, you haven't used up all of them. You can lend us some. Of course. Du Wanshan said, our small worlds are fighting the fire slaves at the front line, but your blood alliance is secretly developing behind the scenes. How can there be such a good thing in the world? Are you done? However, when the venerables were angry, Mu Yun suddenly spoke. What? Hearing Mu Yun's words, the venerables were stunned. If you're done, you can shut up. Mu Yun did not say anything. She took a step forward and struck with her palm. Bitter sky shooting sun palm. With a low roar, he threw out a palm strike. A despairing and terrifying aura filled the air. At this moment, the earth seemed to tremble. At this moment, the mountains and seas seemed to be wailing. Wails and cries could be heard everywhere in the small world. At this moment, everyone seemed to have completely lost themselves. Puff puff puff, suddenly, the faces of the 8 sovereigns at the front turned pale, and blood flowed out of their noses. A total of 8 popping sounds could be heard. The 8 figures were directly thrown into the sea and smashed deep into the seabed. Boom boom boom, above the sea, 800,000 zhang tall water pillars exploded, and the world began to tremble. This palm was no longer man-made. Seeing this scene, everyone was completely shocked. What is going on? At this moment, they didn't know how many times they had said the same thing, but right now, Mu Yan's palm strike had directly caused the 8 supremacies to retreat in a sorry state, as though they had been turned into sieves. This made them unable to believe it. Splashing sounds could be heard, and figures appeared on the water surface one after another. They were the 8 supremacies who were battered and exhausted. But at this moment, the expressions on their faces were indescribable. Shock, disbelief, fear, anger from embarrassment, everyone's expression was different. 8 supremacies, many years ago, you treated me like an ant and wanted to crush me to death. Mu Yun said proudly, but now? You still can't recognize reality. I'm no longer that Mu Yun, the Mu Yun that you can need. But you're still immersed in the power of your supremacies and don't want to improve. Do you think that the so-called supremacies are still the supremacies that you think they are? I'll tell you now. For example, supremacies like you can do whatever they want in my eyes. As Mu Yun's words fell, she pointed at the myriad ghost elder. The myriad ghost elder had long been at the 7th level of the life and death realm, but compared to supremacies, he was still far from it. But when Mu Yun pointed out, a majestic aura instantly appeared on the myriad ghost elder's body. The moment that majestic aura spread out, the myriad ghost elder was immediately speechless. At that instant, the martial highnesses could sense that the current 10,000 ghost old man looked completely different. Temperament. Life and death profound, so that's how it is. The myriad ghost elder immediately exclaimed, haha. So the reason why you supremacies are stronger than life and death realm martial artists is because you have truly merged life and death. At this moment, the myriad ghost elder took a step forward. Boom, the aura on his body covered the sky and the earth, pressing down on everyone. Powerful, it was actually on the same level as Feng Tongkong and Du Wanshan. Supremacies, seeing this scene, everyone was completely dumbfounded. The supremacies that you think of, I, Mu Yun, can create with a wave of my hand. As Mu Yun's words fell, she pointed out again. Cold blood, Feng Yu Yi Qiu, Xian Yueling. In the Blood Alliance, the experts who had originally reached the 7th level of the life and death realm and whose strength had reached the supremacies, or who were infinitely close to the supremacies, had completely transformed at this moment. The supremacies, each and every one of them had advanced to the supremacy's strength. Seeing this scene, the 8 supremacies were completely dumbfounded and petrified. What kind of method was this? The method of an immortal? You broke through to the immortal realm? Seeing Mu Yun's actions, the 8 supremacies were all dumbfounded and looked at Mu Yun in disbelief. Apart from an immortal, who else could do such a method? Even if I'm not an immortal, killing all of you is nothing to worry about. Mu Yun snorted and directly pointed at the 8 of them. Which one of these 8 people didn't want him to die without a burial place? At this moment, they dared to join forces to deal with the Blood Alliance and him. They were forcing him, no matter what, he couldn't let the 8 of them live. If not for his current realm completely crushing them, the one who would die today would be him, Mu Yun. With a point of his finger, 8 rays of light chased after the 8 of them and charged forward. Alliance leader Mu, why do you have to be so ruthless? However, when Mu Yun's 8 rays of light shot out, figures suddenly appeared one after another. The leader directly waved his hand, and 8 palm shadows rushed out. In an instant, they directly crushed the 8 rays of light. Following a series of explosions, the 8 martial highnesses felt as if they had just walked through the door of life and death, only to be saved from death. Yun Lang. Seeing such a method, the corners of Mu Yun's mouth curled up slightly, and a trace of a smile appeared in his eyes. Apart from Yun Lang, no one else could reach such a level. At this moment, the 8 supremacies realized that among the hundreds of figures that appeared, there were actually more than 10 figures whose auras were not weaker than theirs. They were the people from the floating mountain. Yun Lang was at the front, and his aura was incomparably powerful. Behind him, Chen Tianyu, Shang Qingyun, Han Qianren, Zhu Tianjing, and the others' auras were surging. They were not weaker than any of them. This was simply a complete mess. Could it be that Yun Lang had also advanced to the immortal realm? If that was the case, then they were simply courting death today. Wu Jiaoyan quickly reacted at this moment and said, Heavenly Master, Mu Yun is incomparably ferocious. Heavenly Master, please uphold justice for us. As soon as Wu Jiaoyan said this, the supremacies immediately understood what was going on. At this moment, Mu Yun wanted to kill them, and only Yun Lang could save them. Wu Jiaoyan reacted quickly and spoke directly. They were behind, but they had to correct their attitude now. Therefore, the 8 supremacies immediately cupped their hands and bowed at this moment. They faced Yun Lang and kowtowed deeply, saying flattering words. That's enough, shut up. However, when he heard their words, Yun Lang said impatiently, stop gossiping here. I know what kind of person Alliance Leader Mu is. You guys should obediently stay in your own small worlds. If you're forced into a corner, just tuck your tails between your legs and be dogs. Why are you here and asking for trouble? Hearing those words, although the various exalted were furious in their hearts, they still had smiles on their faces as they continued to curse themselves. At this time, what else could they do? If they did not tuck their tails between their legs, they could only wait for death. Yun Lang, you want to stop me? Looking at Yun Lang, a faint light flashed in Mu Yun's eyes as she said this. I wouldn't dare. Yun Lang shook his head and said with a smile, but Alliance Leader Mu, you and I both know that Hua Wu is in danger now. Even if Hua Wu does not dare to come to the pale yellow small world, in the end, for the 3 heavenly fires in your body, Hua Wu will definitely be able to overcome the fear in his heart and come to the pale yellow small world to find you. Hua Wu is a genuine first-stage human immortal, not a half-step human immortal like us. Hearing Yun Lang's words, everyone was even more stunned. Half-step human immortal? Mu Yun and Yun Lang had both reached the half-step human immortal realm and had not advanced to the first-stage human immortal realm. However, they were already so powerful before they had truly reached the human immortal realm. If they broke through to the first-stage human immortal realm, wouldn't they be able to overturn rivers and seas with one hand and directly slaughter a small world? Thinking of this, the supremacies and the patriarchs of various small worlds felt a chill down their spines. Now, whether it was Mu Yun or Yun Lang, they had both reached the half-step human immortal realm. They were completely not people they could defeat. If the 2 of them wanted to kill them, they could do it with just a flick of their fingers. However, even if they knew this clearly, they could only grit their teeth and swallow it in their stomachs. You mean to say that you want to stop me? Mu Yun looked at Yun Lang and suddenly said. Yun Lang's earnest persuasion, of course not. Yun Lang was not bothered at all. The 8 venerables felt cold sweat dripping down their backs when they heard this. But, suddenly, the 8 supremacies felt they had a chance to live again. But the 10 major small worlds are the only small worlds left. If we leave them alone, I'm afraid Hua Wu will really conquer the entire small 1,000 worlds. Now, both of us have reached the half-step human immortal realm. Although it's not the real rank 1 human immortal realm, we still have some trump cards in our hands. Together with your father and the other 2, we might be able to kill Hua Wu, pry into the heavenly mystery, and directly enter the rank 1 human immortal realm. It's easy for you to say. Mu Yun chuckled and said, if we want to kill Hua Wu, I'll have to clean up these bastards before that. Time and time again, they have treated my blood alliance as a soft persimmon that can be bullied. How can I, Mu Yun, let them off? No. Yun Lang stopped her again. Even if both of us are half-step human immortals, the 10 supremacies have the greatest influence in the small thousand worlds. This time, we have to sneak into the 4 essences fiefdom together. Otherwise, once Hua Wu realizes what's going on, the 2 of us, the Blood Alliance, and the Hanging Mountain sect won't be able to wipe out the fire slaves surrounding Hua Wu. Yun Lang had been persuading Mu Yun earnestly. However, gradually, Mu Yun felt it was ridiculous. Yun Lang was persuading her earnestly just to find an opportunity to step into the first-grade human immortal realm. Mu Yun would never believe this. Yun Lang, why do you care so much? Hua Wu doesn't dare to come to the small thousand worlds. You and I both know this. If you say you don't have any other motives, I won't believe it. Hee. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Yun Lang only chuckled. Alliance leader Mu, why do you doubt me? Yun Lang laughed and said, it's just a fair deal. If Alliance leader Mu is willing, then do it. If not, how can I force Alliance leader Mu to do it? Yun Lang's words were very reasonable. However, Mu Yun felt that this kind of situation where every sentence made sense was the most difficult to explain. Based on his understanding of Yun Lang, everything was reasonable, and everything was unreasonable. After 10,000 years, she could not say that she understood all of Yun Lang's schemes, but she understood most of them. This guy could eat someone without spitting out their skin. Mu Yun had to admit that even though he sometimes looked like he was good at tricking people, he was still inferior to his disciple. Mu Yun, agree. Just as she was hesitating, Mu Yun's ears. Yes? Yun Lang is able to maintain contact with the immortal realm. He must have his own strengths. Don't underestimate him, don't underestimate him. Hearing her father's words, Mu Yun looked at Yun Lang and smiled at the 8 supremacies. She said, sure, I have no objections to joining forces with you to deal with Hua Wu. However, there's one thing. The cultivators of the minor Kiliacosm must charge to the front. The members of the Blood Alliance definitely cannot charge to the front. Alright. Before the supremacies of the major Kiliacosm could speak, Yun Lang was the first to respond. The people of the Floating Mountains sect will be at the front. The cultivators of the minor Kiliacosm will be at the back. The members of the Blood Alliance will be at the back. Yun Lang, you agreed very readily, but these wily old foxes might not agree. I think they will agree to it. Yun Lang looked at Wu Jiao Tian and the others and said. Of course, of course. Wu Jiao Tian immediately spoke without hesitation when he saw Yun Lang's gaze sweeping over. How could the other supremacies dare to say anything at this moment? Right now, their lives were in the hands of Mu Yun and Yun Lang. Now, they had completely offended Mu Yun. If they offended Yun Lang as well, then they would really be walking on the road of no return. Seeing the 8 supremacies' fearful appearance, Mu Yun snorted coldly and looked at Yun Lang. When do we set off? 3 days later. Yun Lang said with a smile, after a year of accumulation, the 2 of us have reached the half-step human immortal realm. With a wave of our hands, our immortal chi will move freely and become one. If you want to improve again in a short period of time, the pale yellow small world will not allow it. After saying this, Yun Lang looked at Mu Yun with a meaningful gaze. In Mu Yun's eyes, this meaningful gaze had a different meaning. Could it be that Yun Lang also knew some of the mysteries of the pale yellow small world? But it was obviously not possible. However, no matter what Yun Lang meant, Yun Lang definitely had his intentions in this battle against Hua Wu. As for what it was, they would know when they went. Right now, he had already reached the half-step human immortal realm. He was only one step away from becoming a first-grade human immortal and becoming a real immortal. Yun Lang's strength was almost the same as his. Even if Yun Lang had the low-grade immortal artifact, the heavenly mirror, Mu Yun also had her own reliance. She was not afraid of him at all. Alright, we'll meet again in 3 days. Mu Yun waved her hand and said bluntly, everyone, go back to where you came from. Are you used to staying at the entrance of my blood alliance? Hearing this, the supremacies felt their faces turn red. The first time, when they attacked the Blood Alliance, they almost killed Mu Yun. They showed their might. The second time, the Blood Alliance was no longer something they could force. And this time, they were not in the eyes of the other party at all. If the other party wanted to kill them, they could kill them. With each change, their status was constantly declining. To be precise, it was not their status that was declining, but Mu Yun and Yun Lang's speed of improvement was too fast. Even now, the supremacies felt that they seemed to have fallen into the conspiracy of these two fellows. From the moment they entered the pale yellow small world, they had been fooled like monkeys. This kind of feeling was really infuriating. But now, anger was of no use at all. One careless move and the whole game would be lost. They had completely lost now. There was no hope of turning the tables. Everyone. After leaving the Blood Alliance, Yun Lang and the people in the small world moved forward. Everyone, I think everyone has seen how powerful the Blood Alliance is today. Mu Yun, Alliance leader Mu, is no longer someone you can contend against. And this time, killing Wu Wu in the Forge and Fief, you are the most important. Right now, everyone needs to improve their strength. Wu Ji Ao Tian, you distribute these things. Yun Lang waved his hand, and a spatial ring appeared directly in front of Wu Ji Ao Tian. After receiving the ring, Wu Ji Ao Tian's entire body could not help but tremble. The things inside were the treasures from the heavenly treasure last time. At this moment, Yun Lang actually took them out. He was so rich that he had lost his humanity. Let me tell you, if the distribution is uneven and someone tells me that the situation is true, Wu Ji Ao Tian, you will die. Hearing this, Wu Ji Ao Tian's body trembled, and he almost shook off the spatial ring. Yes. After stabilizing his body and mind, Wu Ji Ao Tian hurriedly exhaled and nodded. In front of Yun Lang, at this moment, he was like a child, weak and pitiful. Everyone, it's impossible for you to improve greatly in 3 days. Yun Lang said again, let me give you a hand. As his words fell, Yun Lang directly waved his arm. Suddenly, a rumbling sound rang out, and everyone suddenly felt that the world was gradually changing at this moment. Everything they came into contact with, everything they knew seemed to be changing. During this change, their bodies also underwent another miraculous change. If that was all, it would be fine. At this moment, the strength of some 7th-level life and death realm ancestors was constantly skyrocketing. The ancestors who had reached the end of their lives looked completely different at this moment. It was as if they had been reborn. Thank you, Lord Heavenly Master. Thank you, Lord Heavenly Master. At this moment, they could feel that their lives were changing. Improve, improve again. They were infinitely close to the immortal realm. Just like the method that Mu Yun used just now, which allowed Xiao Yun'er, Cold Blood, and the others to reach the peak in an instant. This was the mobilization of the vital essence of heaven and earth. Immortal Qi was an existence that crushed vital essence. This was a kind of power that was reborn from vital essence, and it was even more powerful than vital essence. Therefore, it had absolute control over the power in their bodies. Therefore, when facing Mu Yun and Yun Lang, they had no resistance at all. Half-step human immortal, if it was already so powerful to this extent, then how powerful would a real first-stage human immortal be, they did not dare to imagine. You don't have to thank me here. Go back to your respective small worlds and strengthen the defense line. If there's a problem with the defense line, I won't spare you. Yes. The 8 lords and the ancestral patriarchs of the small worlds left joyfully. Seeing those people leaving, Chen Tianyu walked forward and bowed, Lord Heavenly Master, why did you increase their strength? They're just a group of ingrates. It doesn't matter. It's just a small matter. Yun Lang said, cannon fodder has to be stronger after all. This time everything is ready. I don't want any accidents to happen. Don't worry, Lord Heavenly Master. It's foolproof. Chen Tianyu cupped his hands and said, this time, I guarantee that Lord Heavenly Master will be able to enter smoothly, and Mu Yun will definitely die. Hearing this, Yun Lang waved his hand and turned to leave. On the other side, in the Blood Alliance, Diwen and Do Yunfeng looked at Mu Yun and clicked their tongues in wonder. Seniors, you're making me embarrassed by looking at me like this. Mu Yun had advanced to the half-step human immortal realm. Her every move carried an ethereal aura. Don't. Kid, I can't bear it if you call me senior now. Looking at Mu Yun, Diwen chuckled and said, back then, when I met you, you hadn't reached the life and death realm, but now, I still regard you two as seniors. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. They couldn't figure it out. Seeing the sincerity on Mu Yun's face, Diwen and Du Yunfeng smiled bitterly and nodded. Mu Yun's growth had exceeded everyone's expectations. The speed of his growth was simply too fast. It was so fast that they couldn't react. What are you going to do about this? Diwen looked at Mu Yun and asked with concern. At this point, he and Mu Yun were not just good friends, but close friends. It could be said that from the very beginning, it was already destined that he would stand on Mu Yun's side. Mu Yun was his most precious ally. Let's take it one step at a time. Mu Yun smiled bitterly and said, even I can't figure out Yun Lang. This time, things are definitely not that simple. I can't figure out his thoughts. There's nothing you can't figure out. At this moment, a voice sounded, and Mu Qingyu suddenly appeared. The moment they saw Mu Qingyu, Diwen and Du Yunfeng were stunned. At this moment, Mu Qingyu looked completely different from before. Half-step human immortal? No. Honorable realm? Also no. At this moment, Mu Qingyu gave them a feeling like an abyss. She was strange and powerful. This kind of strength was too terrifying for them. They could even see most of Mu Yun's strength. Mu Yun's strength was on the surface. She gave people a strong feeling. Mu Qingyu, on the other hand, seemed to be deeper. A kind of invisible strength. It was an obvious difference, but it gave people a terrifying feeling. Long time no see, both of you. Mu Qingyu looked at the two of them and smiled. Long time no see, Palace Master Mu. Mu Qingyu nodded and looked at them. She said, actually, Yun Lang's goal is very simple. This person is very scheming. He is not only satisfied with the pale yellow small world. In the small thousand world, his goal is the immortal realm, the endless great world. This time, if he can kill Huowu with his own strength and obtain Huowu's immortal qi and some understanding of the rules, he can directly advance to a first-grade human immortal and enter the immortal realm. Everyone, don't forget that Yun Lang has quite the background in the immortal realm. Hearing Mu Qingyu's words, everyone was stunned. He wouldn't go through so much trouble just to enter the immortal world. Mu Yun suddenly frowned. That's right. He wouldn't go through so much trouble just to enter the immortal dimension. Mu Qingyu looked at his son and said, but before we enter the world of immortals, if we can get rid of you and me, as well as the other honorables, and let the Hanging Mountain unify the entire pale yellow minor world, then, upon hearing this, Mu Yun frowned slightly. His father's words made a lot of sense. However, how could it be so easy for Yun Lang to catch all of them in one fell swoop? Mu Yun could not help but calm down and start thinking. In the end, what was the point that he had overlooked? Yun Lang was very confident. You still don't understand, do you? Seeing Mu Yun in a daze, Mu Qingyu chuckled and said, oh you, Huowu is a member of the Fire Nether clan. In the entire minor world, the only one who can make him worry is you. Me? Who else can it be other than you? Mu Qingyu smiled and said, the Fire Emperor was a hero of his generation. He collected 5 types of heavenly flames and was famous for his prowess. Now that you have 3 types of heavenly flames, Huowu can't wait to swallow you immediately. Yun Lang wants to use me as bait and let Huowu swallow me. Then, he will give Huowu. Mu Yun chuckled and said, it's wishful thinking, but he has hit the wrong person. What do you plan to do? I'll take it one step at a time. Mu Yun chuckled and said, is there a better way now? Mu Yun had long wanted to fight with Yun Lang. However, the strength of the two of them was closely tied to each other. There was no difference at all. Therefore, Mu Yun had never had a chance. This was her last chance. Mu Yun always felt that if she wanted to break through to the first-tier human immortal and enter the immortal world, she would definitely be inseparable from Yun Lang. Forget it, forget it. 3 days later, the martial artists above the 5th level of life and death realm in the sect will follow me. This time, it's not about the number of people, but the strength. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, Elder Zhu Yunwen, you will be in charge of everything. The other disciples above the 5th level of life and death realm will stay in the Blood Alliance. If we don't come back, you must also manage the Blood Alliance well. There must be no mistakes. Don't worry, Alliance Master. Zhu Yunwen cupped his hands and immediately bowed. As the chief supervisor of the Blood Alliance, he could be said to be in charge of everything in the Blood Alliance. Almost all the major matters were decided by him. As for Mu Yun, he looked more like a spiritual leader. Now, Mu Yun had asked him to stay. This trip was with the mentality of a decisive battle. Seeing Mu Yun leave, the experts in the Blood Alliance looked at each other. Everyone, disperse. Those above the 5th level of life and death realm, get ready. We will set off in 3 days. Mu Qingyu waved her hand and said. In that case, the 2 of us will also leave first. Get ready. Di Wen and Do Yunfeng said their goodbyes and left. Mu Yun left the main hall and went straight back to her residence. Xiaoyun and Wang Xinya also quickly followed. Seeing Mu Yun not saying a word, one poured water and the other massaged her back, the 2 of them were silent. You don't know how much I want to kill him. Mu Yun said softly. You can do it. Xiaoyun comforted, you are much more powerful than them. You will definitely succeed. N. Looking at the 2 of them, Mu Yun chuckled and said, I hope so. Yaoer has left for several years. If she is still in the small thousand world, she must have heard about me. I'm afraid, she has already entered the immortal world. Immortal world, to Xiaoyun and Wang Xinya, the immortal world was a legendary place. They knew nothing about it. Sister Yaoer's ice phoenix spirit has awakened. Her strength will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Brother Yun, don't worry. I'm not worried about that. I just don't know if her child has been born yet. Mu Yun said bitterly. 10 months of pregnancy. It had been almost 10 years. He was not sure if the child had been born yet. It's useless to think about this now. Help me call Zhu Yunwen, Elder Tianyi, Elder Su Jingqi, and Elder Wan Daofu over. Mu Yun said softly. The 4 of them? Xiaoyun and Wang Xinya were confused. They could understand Elder Zhu Yunwen, but the other 3 were the pillars of the Elixir Pavilion, the Weapon Pavilion, and the Array Dao Pavilion. Why would they be called over? I have some questions to ask them. Don't scare us. Xiaoyun and Wang Xinya were stunned when they saw Mu Yun's expression. Mu Yun looked a little scary in his current state. Why should I scare you? Mu Yun was stunned. She was confused when she saw the anxious expressions on the 2 girls' faces. I'm not worried that I will die. It's just that. I have a feeling that something unexpected will happen this time. The outcome might be out of our control, so we have to prepare in advance. Moreover, Yun Lang is a scheming person. We are on the battlefield. If they destroy the Blood Alliance's base at the back, we will be in big trouble. I thought you were prepared to fight to the death again. Xiaoyun and Wang Xinya said angrily. Yun Lang has existed since 10,000 years ago. You have only cultivated for a few decades. Compared to him, you are just a child who has just started. There will be plenty of opportunities to kill him in the future. I understand. Seeing the relieved expressions of the 2 girls, Mu Yun chuckled and hugged the 2 of them in her arms. She smiled and said, Beauties, it's too dangerous this time, so, we'll definitely go. Xiaoyun and Wang Xinya said almost at the same time. Mu Yun was stunned when she heard that. They had to go, sure. Mu Yun changed the topic and said, but remember, you can't take risks. If there's danger, dodge immediately. Do you understand? Don't underestimate us. At least we have the strength of a supremacy now. We won't be afraid. Oh? Mu Yun smiled and said, then how did you enter the strength of a supremacy? Don't think that a supremacy is very powerful. I have the strength of half a human immortal. It's easy to capture you. As Mu Yun spoke, she waved her hand. Immediately, there was a touch of softness in her hand. Xiaoyun and Wang Xinya were immediately pulled into Mu Yun's arms. One on the left and one on the right, she was very happy. 3 days passed in a trance. During these 3 days, Mu Yun seemed to be like a spinning top, walking around the entire Blood Alliance. Alliance leader Mu, who used to be elusive, had been busy for the past 3 days. This scene made the members of the Blood Alliance dumbfounded. However, Mu Yun did not care about what those people thought. He just continued to give out orders. In 3 days, outside the Blood Alliance, the mighty army was ready to set off. Looking carefully, nearly 400 to 500 experts above the 5th level of the life and death realm gathered together. This was only half of them. There was still a portion, either young people like Tian Wuyin, Su Xiaoming, and the others, or the older generation like Elder Tianyi, Elder Su Jingqi, and the others. They were all left behind. Even if they left, the Blood Alliance couldn't be empty. Beside Mu Yun, Xiao Yun and Wang Xianxia stood on the left and right. Behind them, Sky Sword Mountain Master Zhou Zijian, 7-Star Sect Master Xing Wuji, Xian Yueling, Yi Qiu, Thousand Ghost Elder, Cold Blood, Blood One and his son, Feng Yuer, and the others stood in order. These people were all at the 7th level of the life and death realm, with the strength of a supremacy. Behind Mu Qingyu, there were only 2 figures, Chou Qiyan and Ren Gangang. The 2 of them seemed to be by Mu Qingyu's side all the time. They were like shadows and had never left her side. Qi Ming and Moyang also insisted on following this time. Mu Yun was helpless against these 2 disciples and let them follow. The Blood Alliance today was completely different from the Blood Alliance that could only hold a few thousand people outside the Fallen Soul Island. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Hua appeared. Mu Yun did not know why, but this thought had been lingering in his mind. He shook his head. Perhaps it was because he did not understand Yun Lang's thoughts, so he could not figure out what he wanted to do, but no matter what, he had to move forward this time. Now that he had reached the half-step human immortal realm, he would be a true immortal if he took another step. If he took another step, he would directly enter the 1st stage human immortal realm and step into the immortal realm. Then, he would be able to return to the place that haunted his dreams. His good brothers and friends were all there, waiting for his return. His enemies were also there, waiting for his return. Mu Yun would never forget that time when he used the great life-stealing technique to take lives from the heavens, causing his life to become negative. He violated the rules of heaven and earth and completely died. If it were not for the painting of immortal extermination, he would be a dead man now. He had to move forward. Let's go. Mu Yun looked ahead and shouted in a deep voice. In the Blood Alliance, many disciples felt their blood boil when they saw the mighty team set off. Previously, they had been crushed by the various small and medium worlds, but they persevered and did not give up. Now, they had become the existence that the martial artists of the various small and medium worlds wanted to curry favor with, so the various small and medium worlds had to beg them for help. This kind of feeling made him feel extremely satisfied. This feeling was exhilarating, this feeling was even more hot-blooded. Haha. Alliance leader Mu is indeed a man of his words. In the central region, Yun Lang laughed when he saw Mu Yun arrive. His face showed a trace of relief, as if he was obviously relieved. I'm not as warm-hearted as you, Yun Lang. Mu Yun was not polite. Seeing that there were only 1,000 people from the floating mountain at the agreed location, Mu Yun frowned and said, "Where are they?" Alliance leader Mu, just follow me. This time, we have to directly enter the forge and fief and catch Huo off guard. So, I let the martial artists of the small 1,000 worlds scatter into the forge and fief. It seems that you have planned everything. That's not it, but the necessary preparations are still necessary. Yun Lang laughed and did not care about Mu Yun's tit-for-tat attitude. In that case, let's go. The army moved forward again. The floating mountain and the Blood Alliance were separated by a wide distance, as if they were trying to pull apart and divide and divide. Seeing this scene, Yun Lang and Mu Yun did not. Alliance leader Mu, Yun Lang. Yun Lang, you mean to use me as bait to trick that fire dragon, right? Yun. No problem. Mu Yun's unexpected straightforwardness stunned Yun Lang. However, I want to ask you, Yun Lang. I will be the bait and you will attack. Do you have the confidence to kill him? Yun Lang answered straightforwardly. Then you, however, with the addition of your father, the 2 of us have a very high chance of killing him. Yun Lang looked at Mu Qingyu. Yun. Where did this guy get his confidence from? Since I'm here, I'll naturally help. Mu Qingyu laughed. Then it's easy. Yunlang laughed. This time, Huowu must be killed. As for his immortal realm law comprehension, how about we split it equally? The others won't dare to have any objections. I have no problem with that. Sure. Yunlang was happy to reach an agreement. The three of them moved forward again. The army of 1,000 people advanced forward. They were basically 4th and 5th level life and death realm martial artists. Their speed was very fast. Not long after, they passed through a teleportation array and appeared in a small world. However, the small world in front of them was full of devastation. Fire slaves were wreaking havoc everywhere. Seeing Mu Yun and the others appear, the fire slaves immediately attacked with all their strength. Everyone, just stop them. These fire slaves are mostly poor people. Don't kill the innocent. Yunlang growled and took a step forward. With a flip of his palm, the ancient clear mirror appeared. On the ancient mirror, where the light shone, the fire slaves suddenly calmed down. The flames on their bodies also gradually disappeared. Huanu's posture suddenly disappeared. Restored, seeing the ancient clear mirror in Yunlang's hand, Mu Yun sighed. In the pale yellow small world, sect leader Tong Tian could be said to be the most powerful person that everyone knew. Just the fact that the ancient clear mirror was a low-grade immortal artifact was enough to tell. The power of the ancient clear mirror was indeed very powerful. I can only restore these poor people or martial artists with lower cultivation to their original appearance. I can't do that with the help of the ancient clear mirror. After all, I'm not a first-grade human immortal. Yunlang explained and continued to move forward. The team shuttled through one small world after another. Everywhere they looked, there were fire slaves. Each small world was filled with scorching hot aura. Everything was burned. Seeing this, Mu Yun could only sigh. It wasn't that he didn't want to help before, but what Mu Qingyu said was right. No one could fight against Huowu. They would only be courting death if they tried to resist. It was better to steadily develop their strength and improve their cultivation base. The facts proved that his father was right. If he hadn't reached the half-step human immortal realm, the strength of the Blood Alliance would have doubled. If the 10 sovereigns hadn't come to interrogate them, the Blood Alliance wouldn't have been able to deal with them so easily. Now, even if he reached the half-step human immortal realm, he wouldn't dare to say that he could firmly suppress Huowu. It was still uncertain who was stronger and who was weaker. But at least, he had some confidence. I think we'll reach the 4 essences fief after another 10 small worlds. Yunlang said, at that time, we'll be facing life and death fire slaves. Don't show any mercy. Otherwise, we won't be able to break through the siege of those fire slaves and reach Huowu. One by one, the figures set off again. On the other side, Wuji Ao Tian, Yu Huiran, Saint Sanqian, Luan Dongsong and the others had been waiting for a long time outside the 4 essences fief. Wuji Ao Tian, do you think they won't come this time? Yu Huiran whispered, this time, we'll do our best. If they don't come, we'll be discovered, and they won't. Wuji Ao Tian frowned, if the pale yellow small world is the only lesser 1,000 world left, Huowu won't let it go. If they don't come, we'll just retreat into the lesser 1,000 world. Let's see how they'll deal with it then. Although that's true, Yunlang definitely isn't helping us. He's most likely using us as scapegoats. Saint Sanqian smiled bitterly, if we fail this time, only 5 of us will be able to resist Huowu. Why are you all so dejected? Du Wanshan's face was gloomy, no matter what, we'll have no problem protecting ourselves. Hearing this, Wuji Ao Tian and the others looked at Du Wanshan with disdain. The martial artists of the 5 poisoned small world had always only cared about themselves. But they were different. Their small world was a base camp built by themselves. If it was really destroyed, it was equivalent to a lifetime of hard work. Otherwise, facing Huowu this time, they would not take such a big risk and choose to believe in Yunlang and Mu Yun. Everyone, be patient. I think they're on their way. This time, Yunlang said that they'll take the lead and we'll wait at the back. We'll do our best to kill. Several great venerables nodded. Roar, however, just as the great venerables were discussing with each other, a roar suddenly sounded. You ants, do you think I, Huowu, am a dead man? The moment the roar sounded, a figure directly rushed out. That person was 100 feet tall and his whole body was completely covered in flames. His hair was fluttering, and there were sparks flying. The terrifying heat directly hit them in the face. Huowu. Seeing the sudden appearance of Huowu, the great venerables were suddenly speechless. What are you waiting for? Kill! Wu Jiao Tian shouted and took a step forward. A powerful aura directly spread out. Eh? Compared to the last time when you sealed me, your power is much stronger. The 100 feet tall giant looked at Wu Jiao Tian and murmured. He directly took a step forward, his arrogance soaring to the sky. At this moment, in the valley where everyone was originally hiding, fire slave figures came from afar. Some stepped on the air, some ran, and the mountains became a world of fire. Damn it, we've been discovered. Yu Huiran shouted angrily and rushed out. At this moment, there was no time to think. The fire slaves were everywhere. They only needed to rush out, and that was enough. Otherwise, if they were surrounded by these powerful fire slaves, they would be completely finished. Lowly humans, these are the high-level fire slaves that I have carefully cultivated. To deal with you, it's enough, haha. Huowu's laughter was indescribably sad and vicissitudes of life. It made people feel that their hearts were beating violently. Fire slaves were everywhere in the mountains. Such a scene would probably scare an ordinary person to death. However, the 10 great venerables had received Yunlang's guidance, and they were no longer the same as before. Each of them displayed their ultimate skills, and in a short period of time, they formed a protective barrier in all directions, forcibly blocking the attack. Despicable human, die. Seeing that these humans had actually blocked his attack, Huowu immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. He directly slapped out with his claw, brazenly slapping towards Miao Qing. Peng, this slap was extremely powerful. As it moved forward, a sky-splitting fire wave swept towards Miao Qing. Miao Qing didn't say a word. She raised a water curtain in front of her, wanting to block the fire. Ignorant. Seeing this scene, Huowu chuckled. His palm sped up, and the fire exploded. However, at the center, a fire sword shot towards Miao Qing. Bang! In an instant, the whole world was filled with a deafening explosion, making people's hearts tremble. Many life and death martial artists directly spurted out a mouthful of blood. Bang bang bang, another explosion resounded. Miao Qing's figure crashed through several mountain peaks, and directly fell into the depths of the ground. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Flame Petrification. This was Huowu, the Huowu that they could not muster up any thoughts of resistance. They had no way to contend against such a Huowu. Even now, they had been greatly enhanced, but they still could not do anything. Ant. Seeing Miao Qing's figure landing on the ground, Huowu's 100 feet tall figure took a step forward. He raised his fist and ruthlessly smashed it toward the location where Miao Qing had landed. Grandpa. Seeing this, Miao Xianyu and the other disciples of the Miao family exclaimed. Ternary Guai sword. However, at this moment, a shout was suddenly heard. Mu Yan's figure suddenly appeared from the side. The Supremacy Extermination sword gave off a dazzling light and blocked Huowu's attack. Crackling sounds were heard as rays of sword radiance shot down from the sky. The surrounding Huowu screamed miserably as they were engulfed by the flames and died. Mu Yun. Seeing this, the honorables finally calmed down. Mu Yun was here, so Yun Lang should be here too. Only then could they be at ease. Who is it? Huowu was instantly enraged when he was blocked. Someone actually blocked him, he was simply courting death. It's me. Mu Yun held her sword in front of her and stood in the air, looking at Huowu proudly. It's you, it's you. Huowu's body trembled with excitement. I can smell the familiar scent on your body. It's the heavenly flame, and there's more than one kind of heavenly flame. It's you. Huowu looked at Mu Yun and immediately danced with joy. I've been looking for you for a long time. However, you were so weak in the past, but now, you've become so strong. Haha, great, this is great. Huowu laughed like a madman and said, the stronger you are, the more power I can absorb from your body. The power of the heavenly flame will also be stronger. After merging 3 kinds of heavenly flame, I can immediately break through the second stage human immortal realm. Even if I hide and cultivate, I can break through the human immortal realm and reach the earthly immortal realm. You want to take the 3 heavenly flames in my body? Why don't you take a look and see if you are qualified to do so? Mu Yun raised the supremacy extermination sword and shouted, Hu Wu, do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're from the Netherfire tribe of the world of immortals? In the immortal world, you're just an ant at the bottom. How dare you? As if Mu Yun had exposed him, Hu Wu flew into a rage. In the immortal world, he was indeed a slave of one of the various sections. By chance, he had come to the lower world. In this place, the immortal world was the pinnacle of existence. Therefore, he was very excited. No one could stop him. In the immortal world, he was a slave, but here, he could enslave anyone. Now, Mu Yun had said so much to his face. It was simply making him lose face. This was simply a great humiliation. Kid, I'm determined to get the 3 heavenly flames in your body. Hu Chu breathed out flames from his nose. The scorching flames sprayed on both sides, and with a rumbling explosion, it directly melted the mountains and rivers. All of you, retreat to the side. Mu Yun looked at the warriors of the various small and medium worlds around her and immediately said. At this moment, their existence could no longer change the outcome. Without Mu Yun's words, Wu Jiaoyin, Yu Huiren, and the others had already begun to retreat. Hu Wu, who was a first-stage human immortal, could drive the power of heaven and earth with a punch, making them unable to resist. Hu Wu's body was filled with immortal qi, but their bodies were still filled with true essence. No matter how strong their true essence was, it was still true essence at its peak. It was impossible to compete with immortal qi. Now, they finally understood how terrifying an immortal was. Previously, Mu Yun had shown them the terror of a half-step human immortal. Now, Hu Wu had shown them the power of a first-stage human immortal. A first-stage human immortal, the lowest existence among immortals, was already so powerful. Then, how powerful would a truly powerful immortal be? The arrogance in the hearts of the 10 supremacies for thousands of years was completely shattered at this moment. Kid, don't worry. I'm not interested in them. When I kill you completely, merge the 3 types of heavenly fire, and advance to the second stage human immortal realm, this small 1,000 world will be my world. At that time everyone will be my slaves. At that time I'll break through step by step here and reach the earth immortal realm. When I return to the immortal realm, I'll definitely kill all those warriors who once trampled on me. Those so-called immortals are just sanctimonious hypocrites. The more Hu Wu spoke, the more agitated he became. Even the flames on the surface of his body jumped up. You? You want to conquer the small 1,000 world? Wishful thinking. Mu Yun snorted and directly attacked with the supremacy extermination sword. Although the supremacy extermination sword was not a low-grade immortal artifact, it was still an ungraded immortal artifact. Coupled with Mu Yun's powerful nirvana sword principle, this sword soared up into the sky. Get lost. Seeing Mu Yun's sword coming at him, Hu Wu immediately roared and took a step forward. Fire devours all. Hu Wu opened his huge mouth, and suddenly, streaks of fire appeared in his body. Those streaks of fire converged into fire snakes and directly melted the powerful sword qi. Gradually, the sword qi became thinner and thinner, and Mu Yun's body kept retreating. Heavenly seal annihilating gods. However, as she retreated, Mu Yun directly struck out with a handprint. It was the 5 elements heaven seal. The 5 elements heaven seal was the foundation of Di Wen's breakthrough to the immortal realm. Di Wen relied heavily on this martial technique. However, it was not without reason that Di Wen relied heavily on it. This 5 elements heaven seal definitely had the power of an immortal technique. Mu Yun struck out with the handprint. Suddenly, the sky changed color, and the sun and moon dimmed. In front of him, there was only Mu Yun's palm and a powerful handprint left. That powerful handprint carried the power of the 5 elements and crazily attacked. Bang, 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 a handprint seemed to be able to break through all techniques. The fire snakes condensed by Hu Wu were swallowed one by one, crushed, and retreated. Damn it, Hu devouring the sun and moon. However, Hu Wu was a first-stage human immortal after all, and the immortal qi in his body was vigorous. How could he be afraid of Mu Yun? He directly struck out with his hand. His entire body was covered in fire, and the martial technique he used was a fire attribute martial technique. He was not afraid at all. Crackling sounds were like fireworks that filled the sky and the earth, and they all exploded. This explosion was earth-shattering. "You are just a half-immortal, how can you fight against me, a true immortal?" Huowu shouted, "You are courting death. No one can save you." 5 Elements Heaven Seal. However, seeing Huowu's next attack, which directly caused the entire earth to tremble, and the palm was swallowed by the flames, Mu Yun struck out with another handprint. Until now, he had been using the power of the 9 elements' heavenly strength, and not immortal qi. Otherwise, he would have been defeated in just the first exchange. 5 Elements Heaven Seal was the last handprint of the 5 Elements Heaven Seal. The 5th handprint was also the most powerful handprint. This handprint fell from the sky, and covered Huowu's entire body. With a boom, an explosion spread, and Huowu's entire body completely exploded. At this moment, the flames all over his body were crushed, and he was unable to resist. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded, and they were stunned on the spot. What kind of power was this? Mu Yun is only a half-step human immortal, and his immortal qi is not as vigorous and powerful as Huowu's. The martial technique he used is also not as tyrannical as Huowu's, but he can firmly suppress Huowu. Why is that? Damn it, this guy has always been so tyrannical. It's really abominable. This kid has always been able to challenge those of a higher level. But why can he still challenge those of a higher level when immortals are so powerful? If that's really the case, then how can we surpass him in the future? When this kid reaches the human immortal realm, he will be a first-stage human immortal. Who can be his match? At this moment, the various sovereigns and the ancestors of the various small worlds were completely dispirited and dispirited. There was a world of difference between them and Mu Yun. However, this scene was really difficult for them to accept. If it was anyone else, it would be difficult for them to accept that an ant that they could once trample to death had surpassed them in the blink of an eye. If Mu Yun had cultivated for thousands of years before he succeeded, then they would feel better in their hearts. But now, it was completely unacceptable. Break for me. However, just as the various sovereigns were discussing and feeling shocked, a shout suddenly sounded. A crack appeared on the surface of Huowu's body, and the dark red flames exploded like magma. Rumbling sounds could be heard in an instant. With this explosion, Huowu's entire person became completely different. You forced me to do this. Kid, you will definitely die. Cracks that looked like dried-up land appeared on Huowu's face, and it looked incomparably terrifying. This sort of terror originated from the suppression of power. At this moment, Mu Yun knew that Huowu was completely angry. He took a step forward, and a sizzling sound rang out. The space around Huowu was torn apart, and streaks of spatial turbulence directly turned into sharp blades that pierced into the distance. The crackling sounds made one's ears ring. At this moment, Huowu was the true and complete Huowu. He was a Huowu that was so powerful that it was incomparable. Mu Yun, give me your life. Huowu waved his palm, and his arm spread out, grabbing at Mu Yun. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun did not have time to think and directly took a step forward. She slashed out with the Supremacy Extermination Sword. Clang, in an instant, the Supremacy Extermination Sword slashed out, but it made a clang. When the sword slashed on Huowu's arm, it was like 2 immortal artifacts colliding, making people completely speechless. Fire petrification. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun immediately understood what was going on. This was the infernal race's special inheritance, fire petrification. The name was very tacky, but it was very powerful. The infernal race could rely on their own bodies to petrify the surface of their bodies. Under this petrification, the infernal race's body would be like a rock that had been roasted by flames. It would not shatter and would instead become stronger. Translator, Transin editor, Transin baiting with all his might. Mu Yun put away the Supremacy Extermination Sword after seeing that his attack failed. His Nirvana Sword Dao was only a small part, so it wasn't considered strong. In addition, the Supremacy Extermination Sword in his hand was an ungraded immortal weapon. If he slashed a few more times, Huowu would be fine, but his Supremacy Extermination Sword would be finished first. An ungraded immortal weapon was a great threat to life and death realm martial artists, however, the threat to immortals was much smaller. From life and death realm to immortal realm, no matter which realm one reached, immortal ascension was no longer a mortal body. The toughness of the body was unimaginably strong. Others might not know this, but Mu Yun was very clear about it. The nourishment of immortal qi to a martial artist's body could be said to be heaven-defying. Hu Wu's current body had the physique of a human immortal, so it was incomparably strong. Mu Yun's attack seemed to be fierce, but it was only external strength that blocked Hu Wu's attack. At this moment, the petrified Hu Wu's defense was abnormally strong. In addition, his skin was rough and his flesh was thick. How could Mu Yun's supremacy extermination sword harm him? Spatial blade! Mu Yun shouted in a low voice. His palms flipped, and swooshing sounds could be heard from between his hands. Sharp spatial blades directly broke through the air. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, however, Mu Yun had comprehended the spatial blades from Heaven's Eye. At this moment, a powerful force erupted. Mu Yun had no doubt that this attack would directly cut Wu Ji, Out Yin, and the others in half, and even their true souls would completely vanish. However, when it landed on Hu Wu's body, it only made a series of scraping sounds, and only white marks appeared on the surface of his body. Gone. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun's eyes widened, and he was completely dumbfounded. The spatial blades could be said to be his strongest reliance. If even the spatial blades couldn't pierce through the petrified Hu Wu, then he really didn't know what expression to make. Bastard, a mere half-step human immortal wants to suppress me? Hu Wu chuckled, do you feel it now? My strength is so strong that you can't contend against it. So powerful that I can't even fight against him? Mu Yun sneered, you're not worthy. Taking a step forward, streams of air began to flow rapidly on the surface of Mu Yun's body. Like a waterfall, they rushed towards Hu Wu. Spatial vortex. Seeing Mu Yun's method, Hu Wu was stunned. This spatial vortex was much stronger than the spatial blades from before. The spinning of the spatial vortex was the gathering of spatial blades. If the spatial blades were jackals and wolves, then the spatial vortex was a huge tiger and lion. Its attack was domineering, and it gathered the scattered power together. This gathering of power was rather violent. Still unwilling to give up, still ignorant. Seeing the colorless spatial vortex rushing towards him, Hu Wu chuckled mischievously and punched out. Explode! With this roar, crackling sounds could be heard. Hu Wu originally wanted to destroy the hornet's beehive-like spatial vortex with a punch. But when this fist came crashing down, a series of thumping sounds rang out. The spatial vortex was like a piece of candy, directly sticking to Hu Wu's fist. Ah! Suddenly, Hu Wu roared. Drip, drip, drip. Blood flowed down his arm. His figure retreated quickly, and with a flick of his palm, a line of blood shot out. He was injured. At this moment, Hu Wu was injured. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were completely stunned. Hu Wu was bleeding. This Mu Yun, a half-step human immortal, injured Hu Wu, a first-grade human immortal, to the point of bleeding. How powerful was Mu Yun? However, at this moment, Hu Wu was completely furious. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. Being injured did not affect his body much, but a mere Mu Yun injured him. This was simply a great humiliation. However, at this moment, a bad premonition flashed in Mu Yun's heart. She had comprehended the spatial blades and spatial vortex from the Heaven's Eye. She had borrowed the ability of the Heaven's Eye. However, even so, she had only injured Hu Wu. She had only injured him. When did this guy's defense reach the bottom line? Die. Looking at Mu Yun, Hu Wu took a step forward and roared, not caring about anything else. Bitter Evil Nether Palm. The first martial technique of the Bitter Heaven scripture, Bitter Evil Nether Palm. Get lost. However, when the palm print attacked, Hu Wu did not say anything and directly struck out with his hand. The palm print immediately collapsed. Hu Wu's body did not slow down and continued to attack Mu Yun. A powerful fluctuation completely spread out. Bitter Sea Finger. Mu Yun directly pointed out again. However, at this moment, not only did cracks appear on the surface of Hu Wu's body, but even the skin on the surface of his body began to crack. Those lines were like the fine lines on a tortoise's shell, allowing Huowu to ignore all attacks. Bang, another bang sounded. Huowu's attack at this moment directly caused the fingerprint to completely explode. It did not cause any damage at all. Your attack is so pale and powerless. Human as lowly as an ant. Huowu completely exploded, and his entire body directly exploded. Retreat. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Mu Yun's mind. Without saying anything, Mu Yun directly struck out with the burning nether palm and completely retreated. Run? You want to run now? Can you run away? Heavenly fire, stay. Seeing that Mu Yun wanted to escape, Huowu's huge body took strong steps and followed closely. The two figures suddenly disappeared from the battlefield. Too strong, too strong. Seeing this scene, many life and death realm martial artists below immediately exclaimed. At this moment, whether it was Mu Yun or Huowu, both made them feel powerless. Huff. Huff. However, just as everyone was in shock, a series of huffs suddenly sounded at this moment. These huff sounds immediately caused a strong resentment to appear on the battlefield. Immediately after, the earth-shattering fire slaves once again spread out. Damn it, with so many fire slaves, how can we stop them? Seeing this scene, Du Wanshan shouted. The fire slaves that appeared were more than 10 times the previous fire slaves. Their exhaustion grew greater and greater, but their enemies grew stronger and stronger. Everyone, if you have any methods, don't hide them. Those pills, divine weapons, and treasures that were distributed before, take them out and use them now. Wu Jiao Tian shouted, in this battle, everyone is fighting for themselves, not for others. I think you all should understand the consequences of losing. Hearing these words, everyone was shocked. If he were to lose this battle, he would be buried here. Not only would they be buried, but even their final home would be destroyed. This is the final battle. If we win, we will protect our home. If we lose, we will die. Everyone immediately understood. At least you're not completely stupid. Right at this moment, a delicate voice sounded. In the distance, the sound of killing could be heard as one figure after another rushed over. It's the Blood Alliance. For some reason, although everyone's relationship with the Blood Alliance was very stiff. But now, seeing the appearance of the Blood Alliance martial artists, they felt a sense of familiarity. You're finally here. Yu Huiran looked at the Blood Alliance and said, if you didn't come, we would have been wiped out. His words were filled with deep resentment. We agreed that we, the Floating Mountain Sect, would be the vanguard, and you would follow behind. Now that you've been exposed, who can you blame? Chen Tianyu's figure appeared at this moment, looking at the martial artists of the 10 great small worlds and other small worlds, and said bluntly. He didn't have Yunlang's good temper to speak to these people amiably. Alright, everyone, the most important thing now is to stop these fire slaves. Wu Jiao Tian interrupted, the number of fire slaves is increasing. Wu Jiao Tian also had a headache. Yu Huiran, Luan Dongsong, and the others were at the top of the small worlds all year round, so they were used to being arrogant. But now was not the time for them to be arrogant. They still couldn't recognize the reality. Right now, whether it was the Floating Mountain Sect or the Blood Alliance, they both had the ability to unify the entire small worlds. These guys were completely out of their minds. We, the Blood Alliance, are responsible for blocking the fire slaves in the east, preventing them from crossing this place. The front of the Floating Mountain Sect. Then our small worlds will be in the west. The 3 great armies immediately made up their minds. At this moment, Mu Yun led the Huowu to the back. They were blocking the Huowu's army. As long as Mu Yun and the others could completely kill Huowu, these fire slaves would no longer be a problem. After losing the slaves of Fire Scorch, they would naturally return to normal. Kill! A loud shout sounded, and the earth trembled. The 3 great armies, each on one side, completely began to kill. On the other side, Mu Yun ran all the way, and Huowu followed closely behind. At this moment, Huowu did not think about whether there would be any danger in front of him. He only needed to know that Mu Yun was on his plate, a duck that had reached his mouth, could not fly away. Even if there was any danger ahead, he was not afraid at all. In this small world, he, Huowu, was the strongest. Because, as a rank 1 human immortal, he did not feel that anyone had advanced to the human immortal realm in this period of time. In this place, he was the only one, the supreme. Asterisk swoosh, asterisk while Huowu was thinking, suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded at this moment. The moment the sound of breaking through the air sounded, Huowu's whole body directly leaped into the air. But at this moment, it was as if, it was too late. The moment the sound of breaking through the air sounded, 2 figures, one left and one right, suddenly rushed over. Ambush. The ultimate battle. He did not expect that there would be someone ambushing him at this very moment in this very place. On the left, a huge black net covered the sky and covered the earth. A man in a black robe and a black cloak rushed over with a divine mirror in his hand. On the right, a man in black armor and a black cloak also charged out with a white light that reached tens of thousands of feet into the sky and a berserk aura. These 2 people, one on the left and one on the right, one in black and one in white, attacked directly. If he had not been prepared in advance, he would not have believed that Huowu would die. Asterisk boom, asterisk suddenly, 2 roars sounded, and the huge black net in the divine mirror enveloped Huowu's body. Then, a white light fell, and a beam of light directly penetrated Huowu's abdomen. Blood flowed, and a bloody hole appeared. Ah! With a scream, Huowu's speed suddenly decreased. Mu Yun, who was being chased in front, also stopped. She turned around and looked behind, and was stunned. At this moment, Huowu's body was covered in blood, and with the flames surrounding him, he had truly become a man of blood and fire. If you 2 continue to hide and not attack, I might be killed by this guy with a slap. Looking at the 2 figures, Mu Yun complained. It's fine if you don't attack, but once you attack, of course, it must be a fatal blow. Yun Lang laughed and said, of course, I didn't say that. It was your father who said that. Mu Qingyu nodded and smiled helplessly. There's no other way. After all, Huowu is in the human immortal realm. The 3 of us have not reached this stage. At this moment, the 3 of them were in a triangular formation, looking at Huowu with a solemn look in their eyes. Alliance leader Mu, are you alright? I won't die now. Mu Yun looked at Yun Lang and said indifferently. It was really difficult for him to cooperate with Yun Lang. Originally, Mu Yun thought that in order to kill Huowu, he had no choice but to do so. But now that he thought about it carefully, he was indeed very unhappy. He would not be happy to cooperate with Yun Lang no matter what he did. Now that he had to cooperate with Yun Lang, although he was unhappy, he was also helpless. Well, now is not the time to think about other things. This guy is tough. Our sneak attack just now was just what? However, before Mu Qingyu could finish his words, a cold snort suddenly sounded. As the cold snort sounded, a figure suddenly. At this moment, blood flowed from the 2 Huowu's abdomen. But Huowu did not care. Despicable and shameless humans, you are indeed despicable enough to only know how to launch sneak attacks. Looking at the 3 people, Huowu was furious. But, do you think such a sneak attack is enough? With a snort, Huowu directly. And Huowu's. This little bit of damage is completely useless against me. Huowu laughed heartily and reached out with his palm. Asterisk hun hua hun hun hun. Hu hua hua hu hun en. Huowu's palm directly grabbed the fire slaves, kneaded them together, and stuffed them to the side of his abdomen. As Huowu moved, the fire slaves were immediately kneaded into blood and directly repaired Huowu's wounds. In less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Huowu's body had completely recovered. The people of the Netherfire race have strong bodies. The fire slaves that Huowu controls are the essence of his body. Now that he is attacked, those fire slaves can be converted into power and returned to his body. Mu Yun narrowed her eyes and said. It can be done like this. Mu Qingyu and Yun Lang were stunned when they heard this. They were not people of the immortal world, so their understanding of the Netherfire race was naturally not as much as Mu Yun. However, this kind of recovery of power will also cause a lot of damage to his body. Mu Yun said again, at least, the power in his body may only be half of what it used to be. Even so, those fire slaves are enough for him to recover. Yun Lang was dumbfounded. In an instant, the expressions of the 3 people were not as comfortable as before. The 3 of them besieged Huowu, and their power was constantly decreasing. However, Huowu's power was constantly increasing. With this kind of gap, the ones who would be the most exhausted would be themselves. Are we going to fight him like this? What else? Since there is no better way, then let's fight. The three figures suddenly rushed out. Immediately, the three of them attacked Huowu. With this rush, their momentum rose greatly, but on the other side, Huowu's momentum rose greatly. The two of you are only half-step human immortals. You want to fight me? And you, although you are not a half-step human immortal, your strength is indeed very strange. However, with just the three of you, shrimp soldiers and crab generals who have yet to reach the human immortal realm, can you win against me? Huowu snorted and immediately took a step forward. His power rose sharply and reached the peak. This time, he was really angry. Being ambushed by three lower realm martial artists who had yet to reach the human immortal realm, the anger in his heart continued to burn. Burning 10,000 worlds. Huowu roared, took a step forward, and punched out with both fists. Dong, the three figures immediately met the attack head-on. With a loud thud, the three figures retreated one after another, each of them looking a little embarrassed. The power of these two fists was really domineering. This guy seems to have grown a part of his strength out of thin air. Yunlang frowned and said unhappily. What do you think? Mu Yun looked ahead and waved her hands to disperse the numbness and pain. She said, it seems that I can't take it head-on. Since he is a fiery man, I'll let him see the power of water. As her words fell, Mu Yun took a step forward. In an instant, the 9 elements' heavenly strength turned into a black stream of water. There were now 2 kinds of strange water in his body. One was the black prison silver water, and the other was the ninefold jade water. These 2 kinds of strange water had a great restraining effect on Huowu, a member of the Nether Fire clan who grew up in the heavenly fire. Strange water. Seeing the changes around Mu Yun's body, Yunlang was stunned. Huowu even showed a trace of panic. As a member of the Nether Fire clan, he was not afraid of anything but water. Ordinary water could not do anything to him at all. But strange water was different. Strange water was the same as heavenly fire. They were all strange spiritual objects born between heaven and earth and had their own consciousness and thoughts. Huowu did not expect that Mu Yun actually subdued 2 kinds of strange water in one go. This was simply inconceivable. You actually have strange water. Why didn't you? I don't want to. Mu Yun directly interrupted Yunlang and said, take out the good stuff. It won't be good if some people with ulterior motives covet it. Yunlang naturally knew that this person with ulterior motives was referring to him. Lord Yun, holding the strange water can restrain Huowu and suppress his strength. Next, it will depend on your and my father's attack methods. Yunlang came back to his senses and was not angry. He nodded and said, I understand. Without saying a word, Mu Yun directly rushed forward. The black prison silver water and the ninefold jade water directly turned into 2 water pythons on the left and right. They were both terrifying black and rushed forward. Get lost. Seeing Mu Yun's action, Huowu directly took a step forward and slapped out with one hand. 2 fire dragons directly rushed out. Buzz buzz, however, the moment the 2 fire dragons rushed out, they were suddenly blocked by the water snakes. Immediately, a layer of white smoke appeared on the surface of their bodies. Penetrate heaven and earth. Bitter fiend Skyflame Fist. Right at this moment, Yunlang and Mu Qingyu suddenly charged out. The 2 of them had been observing from the side for a long time. At this moment, when they saw that Huowu was distracted, they immediately attacked. At this moment, the 3 of them cooperated quite well. This kind of tacit understanding surprised the 3 of them. Huowu did not have time to be surprised, but his heart was filled with bitterness. At this moment, Mu Yun's water snakes were suppressing him in front, while Yunlang and Mu Qingyu relied on their immortal artifacts to attack him. It was really too much for him to handle. Continue. Yunlang and Mu Qingyu charged out again. Get lost. With a roar, the flames around Huowu's body became stronger again. In the distance, the figures of fire slaves were directly absorbed by him, becoming his own nutrients. Between the 4 of them, a great battle broke out. In the entire forge and fief, the 4 of them almost broke through the heavens and earth. The once mountainous desert was completely destroyed at this moment, and the earth had long changed its appearance. Time passed bit by bit. At this moment, the four figures had already fought for 3 days and 3 nights. At that moment, everyone was completely exhausted. As the battle progressed, the 3 armies became more and more tired. However, the more they fought, the braver they became. There was no other reason. The originally innumerable fire slaves had become fewer and fewer as the battle continued. Some of them were killed by them, while the others were directly absorbed by Huowu and disappeared. Under such a battle, the 3 armies became more and more immersed in the battle. But even so, the 3 days of battle had caused thousands of life and death martial artists to fall. It's been 3 days. I wonder how the battle between the 4 of them is going. Xiao Yuner looked at the depths of the forge and fief and said. Brother Yun and the others must have the upper hand. Wang Xianxia said with certainty, otherwise, Huowu can't keep absorbing the fire slaves. I hope so. Xiao Yuner looked ahead, and a trace of killing intent emerged in her eyes. She shouted, but now, the more we kill these fire slaves, the less power Huowu can absorb. Good. On the other side, the 10 venerables were even more bitter. Whether it was Blood Alliance or Floating Mountain, the martial artists who came this time were all very strong. The number of martial artists they had lost was less than half of their total. On the contrary, they were constantly losing people. If they continued to fight, their strength would become weaker and weaker. Even if Mu Yun and the others killed Huowu, their strength would be greatly exhausted. How would they contend against Floating Mountain and Blood Alliance in the future? But now, they did not dare to leave. If they slipped away, the 3 of them would kill Huowu and settle the score later. Then, they would really be finished. Mu Yun did not care about anything. She originally had a grudge with them. At that time, Yun Lang would probably not stop her. But if they did not leave and the Huowu killed the 3 of them, then they would also be dead. The martial artists in the small worlds of the 10 venerables were all indecisive. What should they do? They had completely fallen into a passive position. Yun Lang scolded the moment this scream rang out, everyone was completely stunned. However, the flames on the fire slaves' bodies receded one by one, and they returned to their original appearances, waking everyone up. Huowu was dead, these people were all under Huowu's control. If Huowu wasn't dead, they couldn't have returned to their original appearances. The warriors who had transformed into human form were even more confused. They didn't know why they were here at this moment. However, the 10 sovereigns, Blood Alliance, and Floating Mountain didn't have the time to explain. They all rushed into the 4 essences fiefdom. The remaining cultivators began to search for their former relatives and friends, and began to tell them what had happened. At the same time, the cultivators of the various small worlds in the minor Kiliacosm began to wake up one by one. They looked blankly at themselves and their homes that had been trampled on, not knowing what had happened. The 10 sovereigns led some of their trusted aides, some of the core members of Floating Mountain, and the Blood Alliance into the 4 essences fiefdom. What was going on? Was Huowu dead or alive? Were Mu Yun, Yun Lang, and Mu Qingyu safe? One figure after another rushed into the 4 essences fiefdom, heading straight for the core area. However, no one noticed that when they entered the 4 essences fiefdom, a ray of light suddenly rose up. As the light rose up into the air, the sealing mark that should have taken 50 years to unseal in the 4 essences sealed land was finally undone. However, it seemed to heal in the blink of an eye. Everything was very strange and unfathomable. However, no one had the time to think about that at this moment. Yun Lang, what are you doing? However, just as everyone rushed in, a shout suddenly sounded. It's the Alliance Chief. Big Brother Yun. The people from Blood Alliance instantly became nervous. Mu Yun's shout seemed to be extremely angry. Whoosh! 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 One figure after another rushed out. When everyone arrived at the core of the 4 essences fiefdom, they discovered that Mu Yun, Yun Lang, and Mu Qingyu were standing in 3 different corners. And in the center of the 3 people, Huowu's corpse had completely collapsed, blood flowing out. At this moment, one could see that Huowu's body was covered with countless wounds. It was hard to imagine just how tragic the battle just now had been. However, at this moment, the wounds on Yunlang, Mu Yun, and Mu Qingyu's bodies were even more severe. The three figures were completely like beggars, in an extremely wretched state. Mu Yun's roar was directed at Yunlang. What? Yunlang looked at Mu Yun and chuckled. Huowu is dead. The blood in his body is what I want. If the laws and rules of the immortal world he comprehended are useful for your breakthroughs, you can take them. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we each take what we need? Yunlang was currently bathed in blood from head to toe. When he spoke, he appeared rather savage. You sure are dreaming. Mu Yun sneered, do you think I don't know what you're thinking? The Fororigin sealed land is the hub that communicates with the immortal world. What you want to do is to open the hub and let the people from the immortal world come down, right? Mu Yun, you're really smart. Nothing can be hidden from your eyes. Yunlang laughed and said, what a pity, what a pity. It's too late. When Huowu's blood flowed into the Fororigin sealed land formation, everything began to operate. The people from the upper realm are about to come down. When that time comes, Mu Yun, Mu Qingyu, I will personally destroy everything you have. Especially you, Mu Yun. I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. At this moment, Yunlang seemed to have completely gone crazy. It was simply terrifying. At this moment, the supremacies felt that compared to Yunlang, Mu Yun seemed to be much more reliable. At least Mu Yun was daring, while Yunlang was completely using them to achieve his own goal. He even had the attitude of eating them alive. However, at this moment, Yunlang was not targeting them. Otherwise, even if there were 10,000 of them, they would still be played to death. Start? Do you think I'll let you start? Mu Yun snorted and directly rushed out. With a flip of his palm, streams of immortal qi gushed out. At this moment, the immortal qi condensed into strange runes. Wuji, Ao Tian, and the others could swear that they had never seen those strange runes in their lives. Immortal formation. All of a sudden, someone in the crowd reacted and cried out. With this shout, everyone realized that Mu Yun was really using an immortal formation at this moment. You want to stop me? Dream on. Seeing Mu Yun's actions, Yunlang naturally would not do as he wished. Everyone from the Floating Mountain sect, listen up. Stop this child. 10 supremacies, listen up. As long as you help me now, the immortals from the immortal world will descend. I will definitely help you enter the immortal world one by one and become supreme immortals. Yunlang immediately said decisively. Dream on. Mu Yun snorted and said, instead of letting him help you become immortals, you might as well burn a few sticks of incense for your ancestors and pray to the heavens and earth. Hearing this, the supremacies hesitated again. Help Mu Yun deal with Yunlang? If Mu Yun won, they would definitely suffer. Help Yunlang deal with Mu Yun? If Yunlang gained the upper hand, they could forget about living a good life. If they did not help either side, they would be miserable no matter who won. I'll help you. Wuji, Ao Tian, immediately spoke. However, he looked at Mu Yun and took a step forward. This decision immediately stunned the other supremacies. Wuji, Ao Tian, was actually helping Mu Yun? I'll help you. At this moment, Yu Huiren took a step forward and walked towards Yunlang. Immediately, Mo Jialuan, Luan Dongsong, Du Wanshan, Fang Tongkong, and Miao Qing also walked towards Yunlang. Wuji, Ao Tian, and Mu Yun did not have a deep hatred for each other, but they did. Xianxia stood in place, not knowing what to do. What do you think? Suddenly, Xianxia turned around and looked at Mingyue Xin. Of course I'll help him. Mingyue Xin pointed at Mu Yun with his finger. With light steps, he smiled and walked towards Mu Yun. At this moment, the sights were clear. Except for Wuji Ao Tian, who unexpectedly chose Mu Yun, Yu Huiren, Luan Dongsong, Du Wanshan, Miao Qing, Fang Tongkong, and Mo Jialuan all chose Yunlang. Xianxia also followed Mingyue Xin and stood on Mu Yun's side. As for Diwen and Doyun Peak, needless to say. You guys stop them. I'll break this formation. When the real people from the immortal realm come, even if it's a rank 1 human immortal, we will die without a burial place. Mu Yun shouted, I knew Yunlang was up to no good. So this is his wishful thinking. Mu Qingyu looked at Mu Yun and asked, "Do you have a way to break this formation?" His worry was not unfounded. After 3 days and 3 nights of fighting, the three of them were at most at the honorable realm at this moment. This formation was an immortal formation. Could Mu Yun break it? There's no need to break all of them. As long as there's a problem with one of them, Yun Lang's plan will fail. Okay. Mu Qingyu nodded and said, "In that case, as your father, I'll stop this guy for you." Mu Qingyu did not say anything and directly rushed out. His murderous aura suddenly soared. "Yun Lang, let's see who's better between the two of us this time." "Mu Qingyu, I also want to see what's so strange about you." Yun Lang snorted and directly rushed out. At the same time, another battle between the Blood Alliance and the Floating Mountain sect had begun. But at the same time, the cultivators outside the Four Origin fiefdom were surprised to find that at this moment, they could not enter the fiefdom at all. That invisible barrier completely sealed off the Four Essences fiefdom. Some cultivators understood what was going on and wanted to go in to see the outcome, but found that there was no way in at all. However, at this moment, the numerous banging sounds coming from the Four Essences sealed land indicated that a second battle had likely broken out within. Whether it was the Blood Alliance, the Floating Mountain sect, or the cultivators of the 10 major minor realms, the grudges between them were unclear. Now that everyone's common enemy had been dealt with, the temporary cooperation between them naturally fell apart. It was a pity that they could not enter at this moment to see what the battle inside was like. At the same time, the great battle finally began inside the fiefdom. The three sides were divided into 2 groups and began to fight in all directions. Mu Qingyu and Yun Lang had powerful immortal artifacts, so the battle was naturally intense. On the other hand, Mu Yun continued to gather immortal qi, forming cryptic and complex formation characters that she inputted into the Four Origin Earth Sealing formation below. However, the Four Origin Earth Sealing formation had already been drawn out by Huawu's blood. The formation was already complete, so Mu Yun's characters could not be integrated into it at all. But if the formation was truly complete, then everything would be in vain. The 10,000 major realms had always been a vast and boundless place. Cultivators of the lower realms called this vast world the World of Immortals. No one knew exactly how vast the World of Immortals was. But in this vast world, there were humans, immortal beasts, demons, and so on. It could be said that hundreds of races existed in great numbers. A long time ago, the world of immortals had been a vast continent, but one filled with legends and history. As humans rose to prominence, the world of immortals was gradually divided up. Today, the world of immortals was divided into 10 major realms. These realms were respectively occupied by various major factions. There was the Fey realm ruled by the enormous Fey clan, the Demon realm ruled by the 18 demon clans, and the realms ruled by supreme immortal sections. At this moment, in the sword domain of the 10 major immortal realms, a group of elders gathered in the colossal 33 Heavenly Sword sect. The 33 Heavenly Sword sect was a powerful sect that ruled over one of the 10 major immortal realms. At the same time, it was also a major faction in the world of immortals. It was said that there had once been an immortal emperor-level powerhouse. In the 10 major immortal realms, any faction that could rule over one of their own realms all had immortal king-level powerhouses. Ascending to the immortal world among these figures, they were all wearing exquisite robes, long gowns, and martial attire. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that these exquisite clothes were all high-grade defensive immortal artifacts. Among those figures, a white-haired, dignified old man in a white robe stroked his beard. He smiled as he looked at the center of the crowd. "It seems like it's a success." The old man smiled faintly and said, "This child, Yun Lang, is the Heavenly Sword son of our 33 Heavenly Swords Gate. He is indeed reliable. Sect Master is right." A black-robed old man chuckled and said, "Our 33 Heavenly Swords sect's 33 Heavenly Swords sect were left behind by our ancestors. Every Tian Jianzi is a peerless genius. When Yun Lang reaches the immortal world, we will nurture him carefully. He will definitely not be inferior to the exterminating heavenly flame." Cough, cough. Hearing the black-robed old man's words, an old man immediately coughed. The white-haired old man's face immediately turned ugly. Exterminating heavenly flame was a name they could never mention, after a long while, the white-haired old man said again. Yun Lang also said that he found information related to Mu Yun in the Tsang Huang small kiliacosm. However, he didn't want to say it, so I didn't ask. Mu Yun, hearing this name, all the old men present had strange expressions. This existence that had once shocked the entire 10 domains of the immortal world, this unruly, arrogant, and unruly cultivation monster. Look at you guys. The white-haired old man saw the expressions of the other old men and immediately snorted. Mu Yun was the leader of the Cloud Alliance. He established the Cloud Alliance in the Milky Way 9th heaven and opened up the 10th domain outside the 9th domain. He became the lord of a domain and the leader of an alliance. He is indeed powerful. You guys have also suffered a lot in his hands. But now, he is a dead man. Look at all of you. You still have the same problem when you mention his name. The white-haired old man looked displeased and snorted. 10,000 years ago, Mu Yun walked out of the Tsang Huang small thousand world. What's so strange about news about him? 10,000 years ago, he had used the great life-snatching technique to detonate his body and true soul. How many immortal kings had he dragged down with him? Do you think he can still live? Sect Master is right. We were too cowardly. Hearing this, the white-haired old man harumphed and said no more. This time, if Yun Lang can open the passage, we can enter the Tsang Huang small thousand world, enter that place and obtain the opportunity. At that time, we can join forces with the other regions to besiege the Cloud Territory. Now, in the Cloud Territory, Xianxia is not here. There are only Mu Yun's 4 great protectors and Meng Zimo. If it weren't for that Meng Zimo, a pill immortal, who couldn't forget a dead person for 10,000 years, the Cloud Alliance would have collapsed long ago. The white-haired old man spoke again. Yun Lang deserves the most credit for this matter. In the future, all of you must assist him and become the pillars of our 33 Heavenly Swords Gate. You may even become the Gate Master. Yes. Yes. The few old men immediately bowed their heads. Crack, however, just as the few old men were talking, a cracking sound suddenly rang out. At this moment, numerous cracks had actually appeared on the smooth mirror surface of the circle that the few of them had formed. What's going on? What happened? How could this be? When the group of old men saw this scene, they were completely stunned. The array was broken, it was impossible for there to be a problem on their side. The only reason was below. However, how could there be someone in the lower realm who could break the immortal array? Damn it, damn it. Seeing this scene, the white-haired old man was completely enraged. In order to enter the Tsang Huang small thousand world, I deliberately caught Huwu in the sword domain and set up everything. I made him think that I was sneaking into the lower realm. I asked Yun Lang to cooperate and guide the martial artists of the Tsang Huang small thousand world into the forge and sealed land. Once the array was formed, we could enter. Now, it has been destroyed. Damn it, damn it. The white-haired old man was instantly filled with anger. He wanted nothing more than to fly down to the lower realm and kill that person. However, he also understood that if he was careless, he might die in the spatial turbulence from the immortal world to the lower realm. After calming down, the white-haired old man looked at the shattered realm, disheartened. All of his ambitions had been dashed. Which part of the problem was it? He could not figure it out, at this moment, in the forge and sealed land. No. Seeing Mu Yun sitting on the ground with a pale face, Yun Lang immediately screamed crazily. He used all his strength to push Mu Qingyu back. Yun Lang landed at the edge of the forge and sealed land formation. Looking at the formation, his face flushed red. His fingers dug into his palms, and he seemed to have gone crazy. Mu Yun, you deserve to die. You deserved to die 10,000 years ago, and you deserve to die now. Yun Lang shouted crazily, why? Why? 10,000 years ago, you blocked my path, and now, you're blocking my path again. You're my jinx, jinx. I'll kill you. Yun Lang roared and charged toward Mu Yun. However, at this moment, Mu Yun had exhausted all of the immortal chi in her body to form the formation runes and break the formation. She was no different from an ordinary person. At this moment, she was completely powerless to resist. How dare you? At this moment, a shout rang out. Mu Qingyu appeared in front of Mu Yun and snorted. My son is not someone you can touch. Two figures stood on both sides of the forge and sealed land formation. Two immortal artifacts collided at the same time. Boom, in the blink of an eye, the entire Four Essences sealing ground formation completely exploded after the collision. In the center of the forge and sealed land formation, a light in the shape of a cross suddenly rose. The ground began to crack inch by inch. Broken earth veins began to spread across the place. At this moment, the entire forge and sealed land seemed to have been divided into four parts by a horizontal and vertical sword. In an instant, the four shattered continents began to tremble non-stop. At the edge of the four continents, rays of light suddenly appeared. Brother Yun. Alliance leader. Immediately, the people of the Blood Alliance were separated into four continents. They called out to each other from afar, but they could not break the seal no matter how hard they tried. What's going on? I only broke a corner of this formation. I did not break the entire formation. Mu Yun said bitterly, I don't know what happened. Immediately, the various supremacies, the people of the Floating Mountain sect, and the people of the Blood Alliance were separated between the four continents. Yun Lang stood on the continent opposite Mu Yun. Looking at Mu Yun, his eyes were almost dripping blood. In an instant, Yun Lang pointed at Mu Yun and shouted, Mu Yun, in this life, I, Yun Lang, will kill you with my own hands. Definitely. This shout was filled with hatred that soared to the heavens. Yun Lang, you will pay the price for Shuizhao's death. Shuizhao's death? Haha. Hearing this, Yun Lang laughed loudly and said, Mu Yun, you are too ignorant. To think that you are respected and respected by others. You can't see through it at all. You can't see through it. Can't see through what? Will I tell you? Yun Lang laughed loudly and said, this will become the regret of your life. It's a pity that you will never know what your regret is. Haha. Hearing this, Mu Yun frowned completely. What is Yun Lang talking about? What is he talking about? Bang. Bang, however, at this moment, the sound of a bloody mist suddenly rang out. On the four continents, figures suddenly exploded one after another. At first, they were 5th-level life and death realm martial artists, but gradually, they became 6th-level life and death realm martial artists. They directly exploded without any attack or damage. They just exploded just like that. Such a strange situation immediately caused everyone to panic. Bang, in the end, even the 7th-level life and death realm martial artists' bodies directly exploded. Everyone was in despair. Could it be that everyone was going to die here? Seeing this scene, Mu Yun also had doubts in her heart. However, in the end, not everyone died here. On the contrary, when some 7th-level life and death realm martial artists exploded, this terrifying and strange explosion stopped. It stopped at this moment, but no one dared to breathe loudly. However, the explosion ended here, it ended just like that. Phew, however, just as everyone secretly heaved a sigh of relief, suddenly, light screens directly shone down from the sky above the forge and fief. Those light screens corresponded to the hundreds of people left in the field. Line by line, strand by strand, it was extremely heartwarming, making people feel warm all over. Ascension, seeing this scene, Mu Yun suddenly came to a realization. Everyone, don't resist. This is ascension to the immortal world. When Mu Yun said this, everyone was shocked. Ascension to the immortal world, they had not reached the human immortal realm at all. How could they ascend to the immortal world? What the hell is going on? Guai, what's going on? Mu Yun was even more puzzled. Now you're asking me. Guai said lazily, you inadvertently broke the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect's plan and changed the Heavenly Tao. In this forge and fief, the Heavenly Tao leaked a little, giving you guys an opportunity. So, we're really going to enter the immortal world? Otherwise, do you think we're entering the divine world? Guai rolled his eyes in annoyance and said, Kid, hurry up and say goodbye. I think this array has changed strangely after you broke it and your father and Yun Lang messed around. I reckon the people from your 4 continents might not be in the same immortal domain. Of course, if you're lucky, you'll all be together. If you're unlucky, your 2 wives will each be in one immortal domain. You'll have plenty to look for in the vast immortal world. What? Hearing this, Mu Yun was completely dumbfounded. If that was the case, then how would Xiaoyun and Wang Xinya protect their safety in the immortal world? Yun Xin Mu Yun suddenly shouted, we're about to enter the immortal world. We might not be in the same place. The two of you, remember, be careful. You must be careful. If you enter the Cloud region, try to reach the Cloud Alliance and find an alchemy immortal called Meng Zimo. Tell her that her disciple is still here. Let her, buzz. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The 4 levels. Wang Xinya and Xiaoyun disappeared. Mu Qingyu disappeared. Yi Qiu, Xian Yueling, Mingyue Xin, and the others disappeared one by one. Damn it. Mu Yun clenched his fists and his body tensed up. He knew that even if Xiaoyun and Wang Xinya had heard these instructions of his. How vast was the boundless immortal dimension? The 10 great immortal domains were separated into different sects, and they were extremely vigilant against each other. How would Xiaoyun and Wang Xinya find the Cloud Alliance? After 10,000 years, who knew what the internal Cloud Alliance was like? Everything was unpredictable. Mu Yun, Reverend Priest, are your instructions useful? Haha. Yun Lang laughed and said, where can they find the immortal realm? With their talents, they can protect themselves in the immortal realm. Why are you so proud? He snorted when he saw Yun Lang's expression. Then you have to work hard. You and I both know that human immortals are only at the bottom of the immortal realm. Think carefully. Don't let me find them first. You? You should know about the 33 heavenly sword sects, right? Yun Lang said coldly. Mu Yun was stunned when he heard that. The 33 heavenly sword sects controlled one of the major realms in the immortal realm, the sword realm. The 33 heavenly sword sects have 33 peerless immortal swords. Every 10,000 years, a Tian Jianzi will be chosen. That is the guidance of the immortal swords. Even the 33 sword sect leaders of the 33 sword sects can't change that. Mu Yun, you should know better than me about the status of the Tian Jianzi in the 33 heavenly sword sects, right? Yun Lang said proudly, the sword immortal of the immortal realm, Mia Tian Yen, was the Tian Jianzi of the 33 heavenly sword sects. However, he left the 33 heavenly sword sects and formed his own sect. You should know him, right? Mia Tian Yen, Mu Yun naturally knew. It could be said that the person who guided Mu Yun on the path of swordsmanship in her previous life was Mia Tian Yen. It was precisely because of this that Mu Yun became enemies with the 33 Heavenly Sword sect after Mia Heavenly Flame's death. As a result, after establishing the Cloud Alliance and creating his own domain, Mu Yun was always hostile towards the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. You become Tian Jianzi of the 33 Heaven Sword Gate? Mu Yun looked at Yun Lang and said in surprise. If nothing unexpected happened, Tian Jianzi would definitely become the ruler of the 33 Heavenly Swords Gate in the future. Everything was so unexpected. Yun Lang was actually Tian Jianzi. Mu Yun, don't worry. No matter which domain you are in, I will find you and kill you. You can be even more at ease. I will not tell anyone about your identity as an immortal king in your previous life because I will kill you with my own hands. I will not rely on anyone else. As Yun Lang's words fell, his figure gradually dissipated. In the blink of an eye, only Mu Yun's figure was left in the forge and fief. Damn it. Tian Jianzi. Yun Lang had become the Tian Jianzi of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. After entering the immortal world, the 33 Heavenly Sword sect would definitely search for him vigorously. Mu Yun could even foresee that the 33 Heavenly Sword sect would do their best to nurture Yun Lang in the future. With this kind of nurturing, Yun Lang was bound to rise strongly. Perhaps, Yun Lang would be able to improve greatly in a short period of time. At that time, anyone who entered the sword domain ruled by the 33 Heavenly Sword sect would be threatened. Yun Lang would even find out about the Cloud Alliance in the immortal world. He would definitely attack the Cloud Alliance. A series of conjectures caused Mu Yun's mood to become more and more chaotic. However, at this moment, there was no time for him to think about these things. Light shone down, enveloping Mu Yun's entire body in the light. Rays of light circulated, and a heart-palpitating aura spread out. Immortal world, I, Mu Yun, am back. Looking up at the sky, Mu Yun put aside the worry and anxiety in his heart. At this moment, he was inexplicably excited. Just when everyone thought that the immortal King Mu Yun had died 10,000 years ago. He'd returned. Let those who had once wanted to kill him be terrified, those who'd stabbed him in the back would be worried, those who'd been worried about him would be pleasantly surprised. The vast immortal world, the boundless 10 domains of the immortal world, tremble once more. I, Mu Yun, have returned once more. All of you will be changed. As soon as his words fell, Mu Yun's figure completely disappeared. At the same time, the four-origin fief was also trembling and disappearing. The people on the outside could only watch as a continent disappeared in front of their eyes. This incident caused a great uproar in the Lesser Thousand Realms in the near future. The 2 strongest factions and the 10 sovereigns, these top cultivators of the Lesser Thousand Realms, had disappeared from the four-origin fief. Some people said that they'd been buried in the fief. Others said that they descended to become immortals. There were all kinds of different opinions. But no matter what, Huodi was dead and the Lesser Thousand Realms was in a mess. The remaining cultivators of the various Lesser Thousand Realms no longer had the ability to start a war at this moment. However, a new situation was quietly taking shape. The Blood Alliance and the Floating Mountain stood alone in the Lesser Thousand Realms. These 2 great factions were bound to rule the entire Lesser Thousand Realms in the future. No one could compare to this kind of ruling power. However, all of this had nothing to do with Mu Yun now. Where is this? My head hurts. Mu Yun opened his eyes with difficulty and looked at the world in front of him. He was slightly taken aback. Everywhere he looked, the world seemed to be slightly dim, and the entire land seemed to be wailing. You're awake? Before Mu Yun had time to look around, a teasing voice sounded in his ears. Turning around, Mu Yun saw a handsome young man standing in front of him. The man had willowy eyebrows and looked very delicate. Brother. Who's your brother? Hearing Mu Yun's words, the young man said unhappily, I'm a heavenly immortal. Call me Heavenly Immortal Lin. Heavenly Immortal Lin, is this the immortal realm? Mu Yun cupped his hands and asked. Nonsense, where else would it be if not the immortal realm? Heavenly Immortal Lin said unhappily, you bunch of people from the lower realm are so vulgar and country bumpkins. Now that you're awake, get to work. Work, what work? Brat, why are you still in a daze? I'll have to rely on you to mine those human yang essence stones. If you're lucky, I'll reward you with some. Who knows, you might be able to advance to the human immortal realm. Otherwise, prepare to be a servant here for the rest of your life. Heavenly Immortal Lin was not polite with his words. If it were before, Mu Yun would have slapped him without hesitation. But now, Mu Yun did not have the ability to do so. Moreover, this was the immortal realm. He did not know which region he was in or where he was. When Mu Yun heard this, he still smiled and walked to Heavenly Immortal Lin. He chuckled and said, Heavenly Immortal Lin, I came from the lower realm and don't have anything good. Here are 10 billion Supreme Grade Spirit Crystals. Supreme Grade Spirit Crystals? Bah. But who knew that Heavenly Immortal Lin would spit when he heard Mu Yun's words? What's the use of Supreme Grade Spirit Crystals? Trash, can't you take something good? After being scolded, Mu Yun secretly scolded himself for being stupid. This was the immortal realm. Spirit crystals could be said to be the lowest level of existence. How could an immortal use spirit crystals for cultivation? According to his understanding, most of the advancement in the human immortal realm relied on the human yang pill. The human yang pill was the hard currency. He had forgotten about this. However, the human yang pill was good for the advancement of human immortals. But Mu Yun had just arrived in the immortal realm and did not have any human yang pills. Gritting his teeth, Mu Yun took out the Supremacy Extermination Sword. Heavenly Immortal Lin, this is an immortal sword. Although it is ungraded, it is the most valuable thing I have. Oh? An immortal sword? Heavenly Immortal Lin weighed the Supremacy Extermination Sword and said, although it is ungraded, it is still an immortal sword. Not bad, not bad. Since you are so sensible, what do you want to know? Hey, Heavenly Immortal Lin, what is this place? Hearing this, Heavenly Immortal Lin proudly said, this place is called the Dark Mystic Stone Quarry. This Dark Mystic Stone Quarry produces human yang essence stones, and the human yang essence chi within the human yang essence stones is a necessary ingredient for refining the human yang pill. Therefore, our sword sect has stationed disciples here to guard this place. We excavate the human yang essence stones here and bring them back to the sect to refine the human yang pill. Heavenly Immortal Lin said proudly, in the immortal realm, we don't need your spiritual crystals. They are useless. Immortal pills are the best. And the human yang pill is the best for the advancement in the human immortal realm. Kid, work hard. Maybe you can become a tier 1 human immortal and become a disciple of our sword sect. Then, you won't have to suffer here. Sword sect? Mu Yun had never heard of this name before. Heavenly Immortal Lin, which region of the immortal realm is the sword sect in? Oh, kid, you know a lot, don't you? You know that the immortal realm is divided into regions. Mu Yun said hurriedly, I read some ancient books and know a little about it. Please enlighten me, Heavenly Immortal Lin. Well, Heavenly Immortal Lin is in a good mood today, so I'll tell you. Heavenly Immortal Lin said generously, the immortal realm is vast and endless. I reckon that the minor kiliocosm you are in is at most a corner of the immortal realm. In the vast immortal realm, there are 10 major regions. The region that our sword sect is in is called the Sword region. Sword region, Mu Yun felt bitter. She did not expect that by chance, she would come to the Sword region ruled by the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. Sword region. Kid, in the Sword region, the 33 Heavenly Sword sect is the strongest existence. And under the 33 Heavenly Sword sect, there are 4 levels of forces. The lowest level is the ordinary iron force. Next is the bronze force, then the silver force, and finally the gold force. The 4 levels of forces are divided according to their levels. The lowest level has to pay enough tribute to the highest level. In the end, the tribute in the form of a ladder will go to the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. Heavenly Immortal Lin sighed. It's a pity that our sword sect is only the lowest ordinary iron force. What a pity. What, the lowest level of common iron force? Dark Mystic Stone Field. Seeing Mu Yun's blank expression, Immortal Lin patted Mu Yun's shoulder and said, rest assured and mind the human yang essence stone here first. When you become an expert like our sect master, you can go around the sword domain and take a look. What level is the sect master? Sect master. At the mention of the sect master, Immortal Lin said with envy, that's an earth immortal expert. He's not someone we can compare to at all. He's an existence we can only look up to. Seeing Immortal Lin's flattering expression, Mu Yun couldn't help but want to ridicule him. He's just an earth immortal. With this thought in mind, Mu Yun felt dejected. In his memories, the sword domain was a powerful existence ruled by the 33 Heavens Sword sect. It was located in the southern part of the immortal world. And the Cloud Alliance was located in the northern part of the immortal world. It could be said that it was all over the world, in between, who knew how many obstacles he had to overcome and how many obstacles he had to walk through. He had probably gone through more than one level of tribulation in the process. With his current half-step human immortal realm, he would probably be chopped into meat paste before he could even leave the sword domain. Forget it, forget it. Now, I should think about how to break through to rank 1 human immortal. Mu Yun sighed in his heart. In other words, even if he could return to the Cloud Alliance now, he would have to face 2 problems. The first problem was how to convince Meng Zimo that he was Mu Yun. The second problem was that even if he convinced Meng Zimo that he was Mu Yun, with his current realm and strength, how could he control the huge Cloud Alliance? Mu Yun also began to have a headache. But now, he didn't have the time to give Mu Yun a headache. Right now, his identity was considered a servant of the sword sect. He wasn't even a disciple. What he needed to do was to mine the human yang essence stone in the Dark Mystic Stone Field. Mu Yun naturally knew about the human yang essence stone. This kind of essence stone contained a majestic human yang aura. It had a great effect on immortals in the human immortal realm. It would be difficult to grasp if one simply absorbed it. It might even cause the chi in the body of a martial artist at the human celestial stage to become chaotic. Therefore, the essence chi in the essence stone was collected by the immortal alchemists and fused with the immortal elixirs to refine the mortal yang elixir. The mortal yang elixir could be completely absorbed by the cultivators and raise their cultivation level. The human yang elixir was the currency used by martial artists in the human celestial stage. Everyone needed it. In the immortal world, ore veins were the most basic requirement. Without all kinds of crystals and gold ores, it was impossible to refine pills and immortal artifacts. If a sect couldn't even guarantee immortal pills and immortal artifacts, then the sect wouldn't be far from destruction. However, after entering the mining area of the dark mystic stone field, Mu Yun realized that things were not as exalted Immortal Lin had said. This dark mystic quarry wasn't owned by a mere common rank force like the Yi Sword sect, but was mined together with the other 4 common rank forces. Layers of haze rose from the dusky land, blocking the sunlight. Even though it was daytime, this place still appeared incomparably dusky. Between the towering mountains, there were many 3 to 5 meters tall cave dwellings. Many figures were moving back and forth, carrying some things. Upon closer inspection, just in the Yi Sword sect alone, there were thousands of miners like him. These people should have come from the lower realm. Mu Yun understood this point. The minor thousand world that the 10 great supremacies spoke of was just a minor thousand world that contained thousands of minor worlds. Below the immortal world, there were thousands of such minor thousand worlds. Therefore, Wu Jiaoyan and the others had been too blindly arrogant back then. However, he didn't know where they were at this moment. You're now in the first squad of the first squad of the first squad. He's the squad leader of the first squad. Exalted Immortal Lin pointed at a tall man outside the cave. Oh, it's Exalted Immortal Lin. At this moment, the burly man saw Exalted Immortal Lin appear and immediately put on a smile. He walked forward and bowed. Exalted Immortal Lin, long time no see. How are you doing? Jingdiyu, as long as you can lead your 100 men to mine the human yang essence stones properly and not slack off, I'll be fine. Exalted Immortal Lin waved his hand. How is it? Is the mining going smoothly recently? Exalted Immortal Lin, it's not that we're slacking off. This dark mystic stone mine is not only mined by the Yi Sword sect. The Heavenly Master Sword sect, the Shijian Pavilion, the Star Moon Sword Manor, and the 9 Stacks sect are all mining here. We accidentally crossed the line and caused chaos. It's really troublesome. Jingdiyu was nearly 2 meters tall, but before Exalted Immortal Lin, he bowed like a dwarf. Stop joking around. This month, your first squad must complete the mission on time. If you miss even 1 stone, you can forget about your position as leader. Don't, Exalted Immortal Lin. Don't talk nonsense. Exalted Immortal Lin said again. It's because I see that you guys are working hard, so I'm assigning more men to you. This, Exalted Immortal Lin wanted to call Mu Yun, but he did not know Mu Yun's name. He was stunned. What's your name? Mu Yun. Mu Yun cupped her hands. But when they heard this name, whether it was Exalted Immortal Lin, Jingdiyu, or even the people standing at the entrance of the cave, they were stunned. The atmosphere became awkward. Exalted Immortal Lin glanced at Mu Yun and said strangely, of all the names, this is the name of a remote place. It's scary. Hearing this, Mu Yun was speechless. Today, in this godforsaken place, this name couldn't be more common. Moreover, in the entire immortal realm, there were countless people named Mu Yun. He was not even a human immortal now. Who would suspect him, even if it was Yun Lang? He was not afraid. Yun Lang knew that he was Mu Yun, the Mu Yun of his previous life. But who would believe him if he told others? Even Mu Yun himself could not prove that he was the immortal king of the past, let alone Yun Lang. So he was not worried about this at all. Okay, Mu Yun, follow Captain Jingdiyu and do a good job. One day, when you advance to rank 1 human immortal, you can tell me that you want to participate in our Yi Sword Sect's assessment. If you pass the assessment, you can become a disciple of our Yi Sword sect. You don't have to suffer here anymore. Thank you, Exalted Immortal Lin. Exalted Immortal Lin said a few words and turned to leave. Kid, your body doesn't look that good. Can you do it? Jingdiyu stared at Mu Yun as if he was sizing him up. My body has been injured recently, and I may need some time to recover. But don't worry, Brother Jing. I will definitely complete the task you assigned me. Mu Yun said with a smile. As he spoke, a few sparkling crystals flashed in Mu Yun's hand. Purple Jade Sunstone. Seeing the crystals, Jingdiyu immediately walked to Mu Yun and put the Purple Jade Sunstone into his bag. He said cautiously, "Kid, at least you know what's good for you. I'll give you some advice." "Thank you, Brother Jing." The purple jade sunstone was a crystal that Mu Yun had obtained from the heavenly secret treasure. This kind of crystal was a supreme treasure in the mortal realm. In the immortal realm, it was only a little attractive to human immortals. Jing Diyu had not reached the human immortal realm. Naturally, he was very attractive to him. "What are you thanking me for? If you advance to the human immortal realm, you may be in charge of me in the future. I may even need to rely on you." "Brother Jing, you're joking." "Well, let's get down to business." Jing Diyu said seriously, "You must pay attention. First, the human yang essence stone mined in this dark mysterious quarry must not be used for cultivation. This is not important. The aura in the human yang essence stone is chaotic and there are a lot of impure qi. If you are selfish and use it for cultivation, you will be the one who dies." "Thank you, Brother Jing. I'll remember it." "Well, the second thing is that the dark mysterious quarry here is huge. But it belongs to the Yi Sword sect. There are 100 teams in the surrounding 100 mountains, and each team is responsible for mining a mountain." Jing Diyu said seriously, "Remember, first, don't go to other teams to make trouble. Second, don't leave the Yi Sword sect's territory. Otherwise, if the disciples of the other 4 sects see you, you won't even know how you died." "Yes, yes, yes." Mu Yun nodded hurriedly. Although it was so on the surface, Mu Yun was complaining in his heart. If he stayed here, he did not know how long it would take for him to recover his strength and become a rank 1 human immortal. In this dark mysterious quarry, there were not only human yang essence stones, but also other types of ores that caused great disturbance to the immortal qi of heaven and earth, causing the immortal qi here to be thin. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the immortal qi here was extremely impure and difficult to absorb for cultivation. No wonder Immortal Lin left as soon as he arrived. According to the current situation, he was afraid that he would have to stay here for a while. However, Mu Yun was not in a hurry. From the beginning of Baiyun City to now, he had come one step at a time. Now that he had arrived at the immortal realm, all that was left was to increase his strength and return to the peak of the immortal king realm. At that time, it would be the time to shock those people. "I've already told you what I should tell you. Old you, I'll leave Mu Yun to you. Take him down there and have a look." "I." Jing Diyu pointed to an old man. The old man was wearing a shabby linen robe. His hair was messy and one of his feet was crippled. When he walked, he looked very funny. "Come with me." Glancing at Mu Yun, Old Yu walked in front and led Mu Yun into the cave. In the beginning, the entrance of the cave was only 3 to 5 meters high. However, after entering and gradually walking deeper, one could see that the cave became wider and wider. However, the 2 of them, one in front and one behind, continued to move deeper into the cave. In the end, Mu Yun felt that the 2 of them had descended at least 1,000 feet. Moreover, along the way, there were passages that were like a maze. When they reached the deepest part, Mu Yun found about 7 or 8 figures standing at the bottom of the cave, using some strange-looking tools to dig out the stones. Mu Yun. End of chapter 864. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.